fumes. Its claws twitched, and it started to run away with its tail between its legs. The earth-spine dragon god face-planted into the ground. Moyu snarked, trying to escape? In your dreams, he yelled. Stop it! The skeleton warrior army rushed forward, trying their best to hold it back. The earth-spine dragon god painfully lifted its head. Moyu, unfazed, shouted, Die! The soul-devouring bug king advanced, biting into the earth-spine dragon god's thick skin and tearing off a large chunk. A black aura rose, and the earth-spine dragon god was completely defeated. System notification. Killed earth-spine dragon god. Gained 5.5 million express. Obtained earth-spine dragon god sword, earth-spine dragon god shield, extreme poison gem, and extreme poison crystal. Earth-spine dragon god sword. Swordsman specific. Platinum grade weapon. All stats plus 3000. Swordsman skill proficiency plus 90%. Attached skill. Deadly poison. Earth-spine dragon god shield. Knight specific. Platinum grade weapon. All stats plus 3000. Defense skill proficiency plus 90%. Attached skill. Poison gas shield. Poison gas shield. Forms a poison gas shield for 5 minutes. Extreme poison gem. Permanently reduces poison elemental damage by 50%. Chance to gain a poison elemental skill. Extreme poison crystal. Can be combined with other elemental crystals to create an elemental godstone, increasing job advancement success rate during the third class change. The more elements fused, the stronger the godstone's effect. Can be used alone, permanently increasing poison elemental resistance. Cannot gain godstone benefits after using it alone. Wait, this is an elemental crystal. So this is also a type of elemental crystal. Moyu suddenly paused. He exclaimed. Looks like this training ground is way more mysterious than I thought. Even the teacher never mentioned poison elemental crystals. One step closer to fully fusing a complete elemental godstone. Looking at the 2 gems in his hand, Moyu said, Got 2 already? System notification. Fire poison elemental godstone. When used during the third class change, increases job advancement success rate by 5%. 5% is too low, looks like I still need to collect more elemental crystals, Moyu scoffed. He gripped his weapon and ordered, Next up is you, Moyu emphasized. Before the poison bones disappear, successfully soul summon it. He raised his weapon and unleashed soul summon, but unfortunately, the soul summon failed. Moyu's eyes widened. As expected, the level gap is too huge. He quickly regained his composure and continued soul summoning. But the result wasn't any better this time. Soul summon failed. Moyu was stunned. The poison bones are about to vanish. One last try. He poured all his energy and shouted, Soul summon! The Earthspine Dragon God's soul floated up. System display. Earthspine Dragon God Soul level 55. Strength 100,000. Agility 100,000. Spirit 60,000. Constitution 100,000. Skills. Poison Bones. Deadly Cleave. Sweep. Traits. Poison Elemental Immunity. 30% physical damage reduction. 30% elemental damage reduction. Finally succeeded. Next time I face a huge enemy, I'll have a way to deal with it. Moyu grinned. The poison bones gradually vanished. Yizhan and his teammates waited anxiously. What happened? Is he still alive? Yizhan felt extremely confused. No way. Is the Earthspine Dragon God still alive? Nah, there's no movement from the Dragon God. The next moment, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the Earthspine Dragon God's corpse. Their jaws dropped. That's the Earthspine Dragon God's corpse. Unbelievable, he won the Earthspine Dragon God. He actually did it. Lucky we didn't choose to fight him. A shrill scream rang out. Moyu glanced up at Alice flying above him. Her face twisted. She internally screamed, How is this possible? Alice doubted her entire existence. How could he kill the Earthspine Dragon God? She quickly turned and ran away. Moyu cast his spell while thinking. So she was behind it. Junior brother, are you okay? Yizhan hesitated to ask. Moyu looked at the weapon emitting dark power in his hand and replied softly, I'm fine. He picked up the purple stone and continued. This is over. We can go now. Moyu gently broke it in half. Immediately, a strange green aura appeared around him, and he quickly absorbed it. Yizhan saw that power and loudly reminded everyone to back away. A green magic circle instantly appeared behind Moyu. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Obtain skill. Extreme Poison Aura Level 1. Extreme Poison Aura Level 1. Forms a poison damage field within 1 meter, dealing damage equal to 10 points of strength per second, lasting for 1 second. Everyone exclaimed in shock. That's the loot from the Earthspine Dragon God, right? Just how strong is he? Cut to the Hall of Heroic Souls, where countless emblems float in the air. Yi Yuan meditates with his eyes closed, guarding Lin Moyu's soul imprint. Suddenly, the soul imprint before him emits a strange light. Yi Yuan is shocked. That brat's mental power seems to have grown stronger. Did he stumble upon some opportunity? Suddenly, dozens of red silk fabrics appear, wrapping around the soul imprint. He exclaims in disbelief. This is a primordial rune. Yi Yuan says in a deep voice. This kid is lucky, but what follows will be a severe test. He must persevere. Suddenly, a blue light flashes behind him. God-tier summoner Mo Jinghai and the Holy Lightning Unicorn appear together. Old Mo, what are you doing here? Yi Yuan asks suspiciously. He is equally stunned. Old Bai, what are you doing sitting here? He replies. My student went to the Kangoo trial field. I'm watching over him. What about you? Jinghai steps forward, saying gently, my granddaughter went to the Kangoo trial field. I'm watching over her. Their answers are identical, and they exchange wary glances. When did you take in a student? How come I didn't know? He asks curiously. Yi Yuan says coldly, not long ago. Jinghai slowly takes out Mo Yun's soul imprint and asks, how is your student? God-tier potential, he replies confidently. He is shocked, thinking, to be evaluated like that by the former god of slaughter, probably no one in the entire human race can achieve that, right? Yi Yuan nudges him with his elbow, saying excitedly, heard your precious granddaughter successfully ascended her class a few days ago. Congrats. Of course, you have to see whose granddaughter she is, Jinghai says, beaming with pride. He smiles faintly. Your granddaughter is not bad, but she can't compare to my student. Hearing this, he sighs and asks, how strong can your student be that you're hyping him as god-tier potential? Aren't you exaggerating too much? Advise. My granddaughter is naturally the best among her peers. Yi Yuan clears his throat and admits, your granddaughter and my student know each other. She got that top-tier crystallized core with his help. Jinghai exclaims in surprise. So you're that brat's teacher? A day later, in a desolate forest, jagged rocks stand on both sides. Moye asks in a deep voice. 4 days have passed. Only 2 days left. After waiting so long, why hasn't the Abyss Demon arrived? His bros arrive, reporting, we heard that a human got a primordial rune, bro. We're here to protect you. Suddenly, a group of people comes rushing towards Moy's group, the buzzcut guy says happily. Turns out we're 1 step late. Yizan sighs in annoyance. Who told you to do this? You guys are doing it backward. Suddenly, a blazing red light streaks across the sky, and everyone exclaims in surprise. Another primordial rune! Mo Yun's figure appears in the sky, riding a white Qilin and flying past. Her eyes are full of worry as she glances behind her. Right behind Mo Yun is a horde of demons pursuing her at Alice's command. She sees the blazing red light ahead and wonders, is there another human here who got a primordial rune? Mo Yun sees a familiar face. Lin Moyu, it's him! She shouts in alarm. How did he get here at level 30 and even get a primordial rune? Mo Yun purses her lips and ponders, feeling strangely reassured by his presence. Even though he's only level 30. Suddenly, the eerie voice of the demons rings out behind her. Girl, give up resisting. Leave the primordial rune behind. Mo Yun curses in annoyance. Crap! She flies past where Moy is standing below. Mo Yun says urgently, those scum are chasing after me. Hurry up, I'll take you away. He looks at her outstretched hand and says curtly, run. Moy smiles faintly and replies, they're the ones who should be running. The demons see the primordial rune on him and exclaim excitedly, another primordial rune! We're rich! Alice trembles in fear when she sees Mo Yun. He starts summoning a powerful surge of spiritual energy into his palm, smirking wickedly. Alice sweats profusely and quickly orders, it's him! Run! Alice panics, her voice full of fear. It's Lin Moyu! Run! All the monsters follow her command and leave together. Mo Yun asks in confusion, why are they so afraid of you? Moye replies half-jokingly, probably because I killed them, and they're scared. He asks Mo Yun, how long ago did you get your primordial rune? She estimates and replies, 5 days ago. Moye suggests, before the primordial rune fully integrates, you should follow me. Moyun thinks, the abyss demons are so afraid of him, there must be a reason, and these past few days have really exhausted her. After considering it, she agrees to this suggestion. Okay. After running a long distance, Alice sighs in relief, thinking, thank God I ran fast, otherwise I would probably... Her subordinates wonder, Lord Alice, why are you so afraid of this human? Yeah, I see he's only level 30, Alice replies fiercely. It's not that I'm afraid, it's that I can't ruin the Demon King's plan. The Demon King has been preparing this plan for days. It can't be abandoned halfway. Hearing this, they become excited. For the Demon King, Lord Alice, please rest assured, we will definitely do our best. She smiles smugly. That's good. There's still 1 day left. Soon. In a cave, Mo Yun and Moye are sitting opposite each other. Moye initiates the conversation. Did you successfully ascend your class? Mo Yun strokes the Qilin next to her, replying happily. I did. I'm now a Holy Spirit summoner. My partner is also a Holy Spirit Qilin. The new attributes are also displayed below. Mo Yun, level 41, Holy Spirit summoner. Recalling that mysterious space, Mo Yun asks Moye, you must be here for the God-chosen secret realm, right? She clenches her fist and continues. But the God-chosen secret realm is in a place called the high-level opportunity of the Kangoo trial field. It can only be ranked second. Terrifying images appear one after another. She continues to introduce. Third is the dungeon, where the Dragon Palace can drop dragon crystals. The first is naturally the primordial space, which can only be entered with a primordial rune. She recalled her grandpa's words. Besides the 2 big chances, Grandpa also told me, there's a legendary chance no one's ever gotten. An incredibly powerful world boss. Mo Yun pondered, never having heard of anyone killing that boss. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky. Mo Yun and her Qilin were caught off guard. What the hell? Mo Yun swiftly created a shield to block the arrows. A huge rock fell, slightly affecting her shield. Lin Moyu internally assessed her opponent's power. With such potent skills, they're likely a level 50 plus mage. The fact that she, at level 41, can block their attacks means she can survive being chased by a demon. No wonder. Before long, the shield shattered. Mo Yun hopped onto her Qilin's back. She yelled to Mo Yu, they're after the primal runes on us. Get up here, I'll take you away. Contrary to her, Mo Yu remained calm. Don't sweat it, I got this. She was taken aback, wondering, he's gone mad? Mo Yun glanced at the formidable opponent, thinking, that's a level 50 plus dragon race player. How can he say he got this? Increasingly panicked, she urged. Hurry, we're gonna be late if we don't leave. The monster laughed. 2 primal runes, score. One's level 30, the other's 41. These 2 noob humans got unlucky. It rushed forward gleefully. Too bad, it's gonna benefit us in the end. One of the monsters smirked. I'll grab the level 31 and play with the other girl later. Seeing Mo Yu about to be attacked, Mo Yun anxiously shouted, watch out! The monster unleashed a cross slash. But surprisingly, the attack did nothing to Mo Yu. He just stood there, letting the monster exclaim in shock. What? Something seemed to shift around the monster, and a series of chains appeared. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were caught. They realized it was a curse. And one of them cursed. You idiot! Don't you know we dragons have curse resistance? Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind. One of the monsters was instantly KO'd, leaving the others stunned. What? Mo Yu confidently smirked, knowing he had this in the bag. I've got some experience now, gotta kill the support first. The monster couldn't take it, charging forward with a shield in hand. Die. Despite the numerous monsters attacking from behind, Mo Yun didn't panic. Mo Yun watched, dumbfounded, wondering, is this even considered a fight? After a while, Mo Yu lost his patience. Time to end this. As he amplified his attack, a purple barrier appeared, surprising Mo Yu. A trap skill, huh? Mo Yun wondered, is that a barrier? The barrier seemed to shift, but Mo Yu wasn't surprised. Finally here, I thought they were going to give up on making a move. The monsters were confused. What? What's happening? Why is there a barrier? Mo Yu scoffed at them. You bunch of idiots, not even realizing you're being used as bait. With that, he finished off the monsters. An explosion erupted. sending dust and smoke everywhere, engulfing Mo Yun and Mo Yu. Mo Yun anxiously asked, "Should we run? I have a random teleportation scroll." Mo Yun observed the surroundings and replied, "No rush. Let's assess the situation first." From within the misty smoke, a voice echoed, "Li Fan, we meet again. I didn't expect that even the earth-rending dragon god couldn't kill you." Her voice came from a stone, which Alice was respectfully holding. The stone was enveloped in a strange purple light, as if about to undergo a transformation. The stone projected the image of a scantily clad woman. The second demon lord excitedly said, "Long time no see. My dear Ling Fan, you're so adorable." Mo Yun wondered, "Who is she?" Mo Yu's expression turned serious. The second demon lord, who snuck into Shen Xia during the player battle and was chased away by Bai Chen. Hearing this, she was shocked. Another Abyss Demon Lord. Why is she here? The second Demon Lord made an offer. "My dear little friend Li Fan, your power truly makes this Demon Lord see you in a new light. Why don't you come to the Abyss and work for me? I'll definitely treat you well. And that Holy Spirit Summoner, come with him." Her words seemed to possess power, controlling Mo Yun. After a while, her shield shattered the power. Mo Yun thought, "I actually wanted to submit to her and work for her. Is this the power of a succubus demon lord? How terrifying. Luckily, I have this bone armor to block her power." The second demon lord sadly said, "Aw, it failed?" But a second later, she excitedly covered her face. "What a shame." She gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to ask you to die." The stone vibrated violently, as if about to unleash its power, creating a massive explosion. The second demon lord gleefully said, "I'm giving you a big gift to express my feelings. I hope you like it." With that, the stone teleported away. Looking at the goo around them, Mo Yu wondered, "It's gone." Mo Yun turned to him and asked, "What's going on? Why did you piss off an Abyss Demon Lord?" Behind Mo Yun, a skeletal warrior appeared, struck by a strange force. By the time Mo Yun noticed him, the strange force had already launched an attack. Luckily, I dodged in time. Seeing the formidable power, Mo Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy. "This attack power is only slightly weaker than that of the earth-rending dragon god. Archfiend, what the hell did they send over?" After that attack, the skeletal warrior was destroyed. Mo Yun used a probing skill to check the level of that power source. It was the Crimson Moon Demon, a Lord-tier demon, currently at level 52. The Crimson Moon Demon unleashed another attack, and Mo Yu's shield was almost shattered. Mo Yu calmly used the bone armor to replace it, wondering, "Another Lord-tier demon. But where is its actual body?" Mo Yun accidentally looked up at the sky, panicking. There are many high-level demons above. Lord-tier demons are equivalent to Lord-tier bosses. In the Abyss, demons are also elites, and there aren't many of them. This barrier has merged with the demon. If we can't kill it, we'll all be trapped here. The system UI popped up, announcing a skeletal mage had been destroyed. Mo Yu tried to control the situation. "I'll give it a try." He unleashed a violent strike. Looking at the situation before him, he thought, a skeletal warrior's full-force strike had no effect whatsoever. It seems like Mo Yun said, "We must kill the Crimson Moon Demon to break this barrier." From the sky, a series of attacks rained down, hitting Mo Yun and Mo Yun's shields directly. Mo Yu was annoyed. "These guys are so annoying," Mo Yun said to him. "My summoned beast has an anti-air skill, but it only lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. The range isn't that big either." After hearing this, Mo Yu seemed to have thought of a solution. 30 seconds is enough? Wait till I tell you to use it. The Crimson Moon Demon attacked Mo Yu again. Mo Yun was frustrated. Here we go again. Through the battles so far, Mo Yu realized, it seems that no matter where you are, as long as you're inside this barrier, you'll be attacked by the Crimson Moon Demon. It must be hiding somewhere in this ground. Maybe it's merged with the ground. Mo Yu controlled a skeletal warrior, trying again. He had it use the Legion Enhancement skill. The Crimson Moon Demon wasn't to be outdone and also unleashed a skill. The two power sources collided directly. The two sides fought chaotically. The Crimson Moon Demon easily wounded Mo Yu's skeletal warriors. He had to heal his legion continuously. Mo Yu was sweating cold, thinking, this can barely damage the Crimson Moon Demon. Alice smugly said, "We've analyzed your skills. The Demon Lord meticulously chose the Crimson Moon Demon for you, Enjoy the joy of being killed. Moyu heard this and asked him, "What now?" Moyu calmly replied, "Don't rush. It definitely has a weakness." Moyu rode her Kirin into the sky and said, "I'll deal with the demons in the sky." The monster next to Alice wondered, "Alice, my lord, why don't we just slap that kid to death directly?" Another agreed, "Yeah, their stats seem really low." Alice smiled and replied to them, "If you want to die, you can try. If it weren't for the restrictions of the ancient training ground, the Demon Lord would have sent an even higher level Crimson Moon demon here." She ordered them to kill that woman first. "I hate pretty women." They listened and charged. Alice confidently said, "This time, we're fully prepared, Lin Moyu. You're dead meat. Let's see how long you can hold out." The Crimson Moon demon also attacked almost all of Moyu's skeletal warriors. He used the slow curse to salvage the situation. Then Moyu unleashed bone spikes. The Crimson Moon demon's spikes were pierced, so they retracted. Moyu's skeletal warriors were just released. He thought, "No. Attacking these spikes can't cause any damage to the Crimson Moon demon at all." He pondered, "I should find a way to force its real body out." An idea flashed in his mind. He was excited. "Got it!" Moyu touched the air lightly, and a circle of light appeared. It was the toxic star ring. It immediately spread out, surrounding everything. Moyu thought, "Although I haven't had time to upgrade this skill yet, it's enough to force the Crimson Moon demon out." Moyu in the air wondered, "Thought of a way?" A green light covered Moyu. Those monsters wondered, "What is he doing?" Suddenly, a large commotion came from within the green space. Moyu immediately used the slow curse to attack. He happily said, "Found you!" Red chains tightened around what was just discovered. After controlling the Crimson Moon demon, Moyu unleashed Soul Flame. This time, you can't run. The Crimson Moon demon struggled to avoid the attack. Moyu was even more certain. It seems this is indeed the Crimson Moon demon's real body. He looked up at the sky and said to Moyu, "Bring them down here." Moyu heard this and immediately agreed. She immediately used the levitation technique. In an instant, Alice and her gang all fell down. They wondered, "What's going on? What's going on? Why can't I fly anymore? Isn't anti-air only possible with top-tier mages? How can she do it too?" Amidst countless questions, they all fell to the ground. They looked at each other in confusion, trying to fly up. But it was useless. They couldn't fly. Damn it! Alice used a high-grade random teleportation scroll. She crushed the teleportation scroll, and in an instant, Alice disappeared from the place. But her gang was attacked by Moyu. No one spared. The skeletal warriors also fought their best. He slashed back and forth a few times, splitting the monsters into several pieces. Before long, the monsters had all fallen to the ground. Seeing her military rank increase unexpectedly, Moyu thought, "I just got directly assigned 10,000 merit points. I risked my life for more than 2 years to reach lieutenant, and in a moment, I became a lieutenant colonel." Looking at Moyu's angular face, she sighed. It was only 5 seconds. This man is too OP. Chi Yu, who was being controlled, suddenly spoke. "Next, it's my turn!" The skeleton warrior swatted away a monster. Red Moon Demon King pierced the monster with sharp thorns. A series of dazzling red lights pierced through the monster's body. The monster was impaled, and the Red Moon Devil blew it up, its corpse exploding. After dealing with the monster, the Red Moon Devil slipped through Moyu's body and burrowed into the ground, but Moyu reacted in time, using poison again to pinpoint the Red Moon Devil's location. "Don't even think about escaping." But the light pierced through the monster's body and burrowed into the ground, creating significant movements. Moyu sensed the surroundings and said, "The ground is still shaking. Is this your lament? How ear-splitting." A surge of power erupted from the ground, sending the surrounding monsters flying, and the Red Moon Devil reappeared. Moyu gaped, thinking, he still solves everything as easily as before. The Red Moon Devil wanted to use the monsters to salvage the situation, but ultimately succumbed to Moyu. The system notified him of the level 52 Red Moon Devil's death, along with the disappearance of Red Moon. Moyu internally reviewed the fight. This Red Moon Devil isn't strong. As long as you can find and destroy its main body, it's easy. If I didn't have poison skills, I'd probably be screwed dealing with this Red Moon Devil. His expression turned serious, remembering the charmed Demon Queen. She must know a lot about me to target me like that. Who leaked my info? Could it be someone from the Bai clan? Mo Yun landed on the ground, sighing in relief. Finally, it's quiet. As soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed through the space. A group of warriors, appearing from nowhere, shouted aggressively, "Protect our human race!" They tried to break the barrier, but when they saw the scene inside, they were instantly stunned. What the actual FK? Am I seeing things? Why are there so many demon and dragon corpses here? Am I hallucinating? And Mo Yun is controlling the skeleton warrior to loot the battlefield? Mo Yun coughed, thinking, his looting skills are so proficient. I wonder where he learned that. Mo Yu ignored her, calculating the time. It's been 10 days. It seems my water rune has completely fused. He then said, "Let's go." Mo Yun asked, "You want to find the Divine Selection secret realm?" He replied seriously, "Yes." Mo Yun smiled happily. "I'll help you. With your abilities, you can definitely clear the Divine Selection secret realm." Elsewhere, panicked voices rang out. "Who is it? Who is targeting our Dragon Clan?" Wang Wei angrily questioned with bloodshot eyes. "Why have our Dragon Clan warriors suffered so many losses recently?" He ordered an investigation into what exactly happened at the ancient training ground. His subordinate knelt and replied, "As you command, Wang Wei." Then, a group of Dragon Clan warriors went out to investigate again. One of Wang Wei's subordinates said to him, "The ancient training ground." Those words immediately changed Wang Wei's expression. He crushed the wineglass in his hand, angrily ordering, "Send the order!" All Dragon Clan warriors from the upper space in the ancient training ground worked together to find Lin Moyu and kill him. After that, the Dragon Clan's base seemed to shift. Wang Wei firmly said, "Dragon Clan warriors cannot die in vain like this. I want the human race to pay blood for blood." Elsewhere, the communication stone with the charmed Demon Queen was summoned again. Alice said worriedly, "Demon Queen, we failed." The second Demon Queen replied, "Ah, I can't blame you for this. I didn't expect that even the Red Moon Devil couldn't kill him. Take a trip to the deepest part of the central area and convey my orders to those guys." Alice received the order and quickly left. The charmed Demon Queen instructed her to convey her orders, telling them to eliminate Lin Moyu. Compared to the floating cloud origin, killing Lin Moyu is more important. Lin Moyu looked at his hand, where a special mark appeared. Mo Yun recognized it immediately. "A rune? Your origin rune has successfully fused." Mo Yu closed his eyes and replied, "Yeah, I can sense the location of the origin space." The system also notified him. Acquired enhancement skill. Hearing him say that, Mo Yun asked, "Where is the origin space?" Mo Yu confidently replied, "On the lower level." Mo Yun stroked her chin and said, "How could it be on the lower level? It seems there's no chance in the short term." The location of the origin space appears differently each time, randomly scattering across the 9 origin runes, each rune possessing a unique skill. She looked at Mo Yu, wondering, "I heard the origin rune skills are very powerful. What did you get?" He honestly replied, "For 30 seconds it increases my and my summons, attributes and damage." Mo Yun nodded, seeming that the rune's skills will automatically adjust based on the user's class. Mo Yu looked at the rune mark, feeling puzzled. Strange, I feel like I've seen these runes before. Suddenly, Mo Yu was pulled into a space. He wondered, is this a star system? While floating in the air, Mo Yu became even more certain. It seems I've seen this star system somewhere before. Mo Yu closed his eyes uncomfortably, and when he opened them, the first thing he saw was Earth. He stared at it for a long time. Is this Earth? Many memories flooded into my mind. Racking his brains, he finally woke up. I remember now, this is the sea of stars in the solar system. Why did it appear in this world? Mo Yu muttered suspiciously. What exactly does this origin rune have to do with the solar system? Mo Yun shouted loudly. What are you thinking about? Are you researching the rune? Mo Yun said admiringly. Don't research it anymore. This origin rune is too magical. She clenched her fists, excitedly saying, For so many years, many god-level experts have wanted to decipher them, but unfortunately, they can't understand them at all. It's so mysterious that it makes people infatuated. Mo Yu looked at Mo Yun, who was pleading. If I could decipher even a little of it, I would have no regrets in this life. He chuckled inwardly. This rune represents the solar system. Of course, it's not easy to decipher. Moyu stroked his chin, judging. There's probably even more Earth-related stuff in the primal space. Gotta go check it out. Moyu thought for a moment, then blurted out. Too bad the primal space is on the lower level. Probably need to hit level 70 to get in. Wonder if there's another way. Moyun immediately replied. Actually, there is. She remembered that path. In the core area last time, there was a path leading to the lower level. Everything has its price. Moyun continued. There's a boss guarding that place. Want to go that way? You gotta take down the boss first. Moyu didn't hesitate to ask. What level? Moyun replied with a warning tone. Level 69. It's also the only boss that's never been killed in the ancient trial field. Many strong players from the lower level have tried to kill it. But not only did they fail, they were also seriously injured. Moyun advised Moyu. That boss is super dangerous. I suggest you hit level 70 and do your third job advancement before going. The primal space isn't going anywhere. Moyu somewhat agreed. I got it. Rustling sounds came from afar. A blonde guy appeared, surprised to see them. The blonde guy touched his chest and introduced himself. Beautiful lady, I'm Clow. We saw you get the primal rune, so we want to protect you. Moyun flatly refused. No need. But Clow kept pestering. But it's very dangerous for you to be unprotected. The primal rune will attract abyss demons and dragonkin. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out from afar. We, from the Divine Xia Empire, don't need your protection. The boss raid team from the Gala Guild marched over aggressively. Moyun whispered to Moyu. They're from the Gala Guild, the top 1 or 2 guilds in Divine Xia. Clow saw the guy in the lead and said, So it's Jiang Wenshan from the Gala Guild. He showed no respect. Knowing it was me, Clow, he had to leave in anger. Seeing Moyun's job class, Jiang Wenshan couldn't help but praise. Holy Spirit Summoner, a legendary mid-tier class. You're amazing. Looking at Moyu's job class, he assessed. Level 30? Necromancer? First time I've heard of that class. But when he saw the bright golden badge, Wenshan exclaimed, Wait, this is... He immediately greeted respectfully. 9-star Lieutenant Jiang Wenshan greets? Sir, Moyu asked curiously. You're in the military? Jiang Wenshan explained. He used to be in the military, but something happened, so he was discharged. Jiang Wenshan seriously suggested. Sir, it's very dangerous here. Let us protect you. But he swallowed his words, thinking, That's not right. Sir's rank is already Lieutenant Colonel. He doesn't need our protection. Looks like Sir used some method to deliberately hide his level. After thinking, he changed his tune. If Sir needs anything from us, just give us the order. Moyu replied without hesitation. Perfect timing. I have something to ask. Have you seen the Divine Selection's secret realm around here? I've been looking for days, but I haven't found any clues. Jiang Wenshan enthusiastically pointed the way. Go in this direction, about 100 miles. A Divine Selection secret realm appeared 4 days ago. After hearing that, he turned around and said, Thanks. Jiang Wenshan grinned. You're welcome. Then, the two immediately left this place along that road. But before they could go far, Jiang Wenshan shouted, Wait! Moyu turned around, puzzled. What's wrong? His face was extremely anxious and a little panicked. Moyun also realized something. Moyun looked up at the sky. Moyu twitched his ears, turning to Jiang Wenshan with suspicion. Receiving his signal, Jiang Wenshan immediately clarified. What are you talking about? We're all human here. Before he could finish speaking, something terrifying silenced him. It was a horde of abyss demons flying over, plus dragon-class players. Moyu said with annoyance. Looks like we don't need to go after all. Jiang Wenshan ordered his legion to prepare for battle. He reassured them. Don't worry. Even though there are many, I sent a signal earlier. Reinforcements will arrive soon. We just need to hold on. Something appeared in front of Jiang Wenshan's members, surprising them all. Moyu created a legion and invited them to join. The information panel appeared. Legion Leader Lin Moyu, Level 30, Job Class Necromancer. Legion Leader invites you to join the Legion. Wenshan was stunned. He didn't expect him to really be level 30. But how can a level 30 be in the ancient trial field? At this moment, a swarm of goblins flew frantically over, and a large group of people also poured in. He drew his sword, and a powerful aura swept over, horrifying Wenshan. The aura on Moyu's hand erupted, and the undead general was summoned behind him. He thought to himself, What is that? A necromancer, is that what he summoned? Wenshan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. At this time, thousands of skeleton warriors had been summoned by Moyu. The undead general unleashed a move, and a wave of power spread out, greatly increasing the fighting power of the skeleton army. Wenshan was overwhelmed. So many skeletons. Could this be the reason he was able to get in here? The skeleton warriors advanced to fight, and the skeleton mages also immediately entered the battle. At this moment, an energy ball struck a goblin. The skeleton warrior took the opportunity to attack, but it managed to dodge. He observed from afar. Killing them like this is too slow. I'm afraid Mo Yun's anti-air skill can't cover such a large area. Mo Yu turned to ask the person next to him if there was a way to force them down, thinking, the Gala Guild's boss raid team, their average level is around 60. Maybe they have a way. Wenshan replied quietly. Yes, we have a shadow archmage on our team. Her equipment has an anti-air skill that can guarantee they can't fly up again for a minute. Mo Yu asked again, you have a way to suppress their flight? Then I won't hold back. At the same time, Alice sighed, seeing the aura radiating out. Again, she fired a ball of dark energy, laughing gleefully. This time, I won't give you a chance. Lin Moyu, the ball suddenly burst open. The energy spread out. In front of him, the energy erupted violently. Wenshan and the woman were horrified to realize it was abyss fire. She looked at the energy like a ferocious beast and said, I heard that abyss fire is the source of power for abyss demons. The first demon was born from abyss fire. Within the range of the abyss fire, their power will increase by at least 30%. The dude's like, that fire's the reason our abyss forces got clapped and retreated. We gotta be careful. The demon trash mobs start growling and charging. Before Mo Yu could even react, daggers are pointed at him. Wenshan shouts, watch out! Night hunters! The moment they stab, his armor blocks that BS. He reaches out, cold as ice, perfect timing. Then Mo Yu easily grabs their necks. Was waiting for you noobs to show up. His eyes are dead cold. Soul fire ignition. Right after, Mo Yu yeets it into the dark aura. The night hunter screams like a banshee. He closes his eyes and channels. Slain LV, 50 Night Hunter. Express plus 2 million. Military contribution plus 1000. Something crashes down in front of them. BOM. Mo Yu smirks, casts Word of Power. Slow. And layers it with corpse explosion. Coldly says, nowhere to run. Chains instantly bind them. A flash of light, followed by a huge explosion, sends them flying. Alice rages? Again? Scatter. Watch out for his AoE. Another horde flies in, screaming like idiots. Die, murderer! The king will reward us. Mo Yu smirks, I love you guys, you bring me so many corpses. Boom! Another light explosion, they all get wrecked. She grits her teeth, these dragonkin are just dead weight. Alice mutters, but then licks her lips, eyes full of crazy. Maybe these trash dragonkin can still be useful for the demon lord's plan. Mo Yu checks out the mass of dark demons above. Enough corpses. Bring them all down here. The chick next to him acknowledges. She casts mass flight restriction. Screams echo. Flight restriction and storm surge. The demons all start falling. One of them panics. What the hell? Why can't I fly? He realizes it's flight restriction. Someone's using a flight restriction skill? The warrior squad below is frozen in place, seeing tens of thousands of demons charging down. Wenshan freaks out? So many? With this number and power, they could push straight to the central area. Those two anomalies when the world boss died. The dude is suspicious. Could he be the one who did it? The soldiers chatter. Looks like we're not even needed. He can solo this. Alice dives down, holding a glowing purple spirit stone. The person next to Mo Yu announces, high-level item that negates my flight restriction. He reassures, no problem. Mo Yu internally confirms, this succubus has escaped me too many times. This time, I'm definitely taking her down. He raises his hand and shouts, kill! It's corpse explosion. Tens of thousands of light beams slam into the ground, lighting up the sky. Soldiers yell, military contribution, hell yeah! My soldier medal! They realize, I leveled up a star. Me too! The soldiers stare at their hands in shock. I'm a lieutenant colonel. Wenshan is wary. He could obviously solo all these demons and dragonkin, and he still invited us to join the Legion. This kid really lives up to his reputation as Legion commander. Mo Yu casts twofold armor. The The divine sense surrounding him shifts from jade green to purple. Flight restriction can't last forever. Restrict their flight first. While the skeleton warrior isn't paying attention, a demon cheap-shots him from behind. Alice uses divine sense through the spirit stone to connect with the succubus demon lord. She says, "That's enough." "Are you ready?" Alice immediately reports. "Ready, demon lord." Total of 228 demons above level 50, 160 are dead. No, 161 now. 126 dragonkin, 93 are dead. The second demon lord says, "Didn't expect the dragonkin to join the fun. Perfect. I'll borrow some of their bloodline power." She touches a finger, and the space around Mo Yung is covered in a purple aura. He quickly covers his face, preventing it from entering his body. "What's going on?" The soldiers shout. "Crap, that's collective defense." Wen Shan shouts, "Looks like a top-tier demon is making a move." He turns to the soldiers. "You guys run!" A soldier asks, "Captain, what about you?" Wen Shan yells, "I have to maintain the skill. Go first. And take him with you." As the soldiers are wrapped in the aura threads, Wen Shan wonders. "This is," Mo Yun explains, "this is Lin Moyu's defensive skill. With it, you won't be corrupted by the abyss," Mo Yu says. "The second demon lord is making a move. She wants to kill me. Sorry for getting you guys involved." The soldiers panic. "The second demon lord? How is that possible?" Wen Shan thinks in shock. So his opponent is demon lord level? The purple aura turns into a dazzling tornado, sucking everything in. Alice is stunned. The demon king is summoning the abyss fire spirit, a secret of the deep that sacrifices a large number of lives to summon it. Its power depends on the number and strength of the lives sacrificed, but regardless, the abyss fire spirit is far stronger than a similarly ranked demon lord. Mo Yu asks Mo Yun, "So, is it likely to be stronger than the Crimson Moon demon?" Mo Yun looks serious. "Very likely. The ranks of those dragon and demon sacrifices weren't low." The succubus queen's voice echoes across the sky. "Little friend Li Fan, slowly enjoy the hospitality I've prepared for your departure. If you somehow survive this, I'll definitely invite you to my palace to taste the delicacies of the abyss." As she finishes, the pit of energy gradually condenses into the abyss fire spirit. The abyss fire spirit roars, creating a purple barrier that encloses everything. Mo Yun is shocked. It's a flame barrier. Wen Shan, seeing this, is wary. This power is much stronger than any boss we've ever raided. Mo Yu signals to everyone, "Fall back, everyone. It's coming for me." Immediately, the abyss fire spirit lunges forward with incredible speed, sending soldiers flying. Mo Yun grits his teeth. "The next battle is beyond our level." The abyss fire spirit yells, "Burn the buffs first." Wen Shan realizes it's continuous fire damage. Thank God for Li Fan's skills, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The sound of stone breaking and cracking, lava erupts from the ground, obliterating 5 skeleton soldiers. Mo Yu is annoyed. Continuous AoE damage. If this keeps up, I'll have to keep summoning armored skeletons. Annoying. Guess I'll finish this in 1 minute. He finishes, and the mark on his hand glows. A jade green pillar of power slams into the ground. The skeleton soldiers look up. Mo Yu orders, "Go! Kill it in 30 seconds." As soon as he finishes, the skeleton soldiers rush towards the abyss fire spirit. The abyss fire spirit cries out in terror. It grits its teeth and glares at the skeleton soldiers. The abyss fire spirit takes hit after hit. After being enhanced by the rune's skill, the skeletons' attack power skyrockets. The abyss fire spirit painfully touches its wounds. It is bound by thousands of iron chains. A shout rings out, "You're not getting away!" A whirlwind of the skeleton soldiers' power converges, slamming into the abyss fire spirit. A huge explosion obliterates the abyss fire spirit, gaining 232,000 experience and a fire gemstone. The skeleton soldiers are blasted away by the force of the explosion. Mo Yu looks at the rune on his hand. "I didn't expect one attack to take it down." The soldiers exclaim in shock. "What?" That was the abyss fire spirit summoned by sacrificing over 100 demons and dragons. And it got one-shotted? Instant kill! Alice is stunned. Damn it, I didn't expect the combination of primal runes and skills to be this OP. The Earth Dragon God couldn't kill him, the Crimson Moon Demon couldn't kill him, and now even the Abyss Fire Spirit got insta-killed. He's a monster. Alice feels something pass overhead. Mo Yun flies high on her Keelan, thinking, "This demon is the one who's repeatedly tried to kill Li Fan, right? I can't let her escape." Alice thinks in a panic. This woman has anti-air skills. I absolutely can't fall, otherwise Lifan will definitely not let me off. As she opens a portal to escape, Moyun speeds towards her. She crushes a spirit stone, but Alice manages to open the portal in time. Moyun watches her escape and curses. Damn it, the purple energy is surging. Moyun says. She got away. Moyu doesn't care much. Yeah, we'll have a chance to deal with her later. He turns around and says, quite a few people have noticed the commotion here and are coming. Let's go to the Divine Selection Realm. Let Jiang Wenshan deal with those guys. Moyun and Moyun stand before the realm. A soldier tells Wenshan, Boss, I feel like I'm witnessing the birth of a god-tier expert. He yells, block those guys! Don't let them disturb Li Fan's entry into the Divine Selection Realm. Once inside the realm, Moyun is impressed. This is the Divine Selection Realm? The two enter deeper into the realm. Moyun says, let's go. The elders in my family only left one saying about the Divine Selection Realm. She shouts, go all out, no retreat. Two figures appear in the Divine Selection Realm, Li Fan and Moyun. The two stand amidst floating rocks, forming two parallel paths. Moyun and Moyun each take a separate path. He glances at her running and repeats, go all out. Moyu crouches down, his body pressed down by spiritual pressure, and says warily, stepping onto these stairs will subject you to mental pressure. The higher you climb, the greater the pressure. Moyun moves with difficulty, thinking, luckily, I have the soul crystal. My mental strength is strong enough right now. This pressure is still light for me. Moyu looks at the fragments gradually floating up and wonders, what's this? Moyun, seeing this, is completely dismayed. The real challenge starts here. She wipes away sweat, exhausted. There are 500 steps in total. For the first 100 steps, each step only has one ray of divine energy. From steps 101 to 200, it will become 2 rays, and the last 100 steps have 5 rays. Moyu says, I heard my master say that you need at least 100 rays to fuse into divinity. Moyun steps on each step gradually becoming heavier. She grits her teeth and says, that's right, even if I have to give up, I'm determined to get past 100 steps. Moyu at this time is still walking proudly. It seems that this mental pressure is not enough to make him feel heavy. Moyu looks at the palm of his hand. At this time a ray of energy appears. Although 100 rays can form divinity, but the secret realm has set up 500 steps. If you collect them all, you'll definitely become stronger, and the benefits will be even greater. He clenched his fist and walked, when Moyu was suddenly startled by a glimmering light before his eyes. The Divine Cauldron Peak floated in the distance, stunning him. Is that the peak? Why is the Divine Cauldron Peak appearing in this place? Moyun wiped the sweat from her face. As long as I can form divinity, I have a 90% chance of elevating my profession during the second job change. But if I reach the end, by the third job change, the probability of my profession being elevated again will be as high as 80%. Moyu marveled. So that's how it is. He decided he had to get closer to observe that Divine Cauldron Peak. The two of them continued to climb the stairs step by step. Moyun was already drenched in sweat, having passed 50 steps. She looked at him walking comfortably and doubted. He's only level 30, yet his speed is faster than mine, as if he's not under any pressure at all. After reaching 100 steps, Moyu comfortably absorbed the power of divinity, feeling his body soar. This is the power of divinity? Not only can it increase levels, but it can also add attributes after leveling up. Receiving divinity at a lower level is more effective. If I keep accumulating like this, perhaps my attributes will surpass even my master's. Moyu secretly resolved, I need to strengthen my divinity and increase it to the level of divinity power. At this time, Moyun behind him was out of breath, panting continuously. Suddenly, feeling a sense of relief, Moyun was delighted. So comfortable. So this is the power of divinity. She looked up at Moyu's back, thinking, I forgot he's a freak. Wonder what level he can ultimately reach. He's only level 30 now. Maybe he can break Bai Chen's record. Moyu glanced at the strands of divinity power entwined around him. Leveled up already? Not enough. I want to go further. Moyun lowered her head, using her hands to support her entire body as she crawled forward. She collapsed, sighing, Phew, I finally managed to increase my divinity to level 2. The family records state that reaching level 2 is considered an unparalleled genius, so it seems I haven't embarrassed the family. Bai Chen used to reach level 5. Maybe I can achieve that too. Mo Yun noticed Mo Yu at this moment. Ah, where did he go? She glanced around and was shocked to see him far ahead. When did he get there? Mo Yun smoothed her hair in frustration. He's a monster. Being born in the same era as him is truly the misfortune of geniuses. Mo Yu had already climbed 200 steps, thinking, reached level 5, the current pressure isn't too great, it seems I can still continue forward. Suddenly, he glanced at Mo Yun riding a Qilin flying up, bypassing the stairs, as she shouted, awesome! It seems you can still use profession characteristics in this place. At 200 steps, the Qilin's body shattered. Mo Yun was crushed by the mental pressure. This is already my limit, but I successfully reached level 5. Mo Yu had climbed 300 steps to 400 steps. At this time, Mo Yu was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and encouraging himself. Go all out, don't retreat a single step. At 490 steps, Mo Yu gasped and collapsed. Just a little more. He looked at the divine cauldron peak floating right in front of him, cursing. Damn it, have I reached my limit? Divine cauldron peak? Could it be like the primal runes? Related to Earth? He tried his best to struggle to his feet. All the divinity power enveloped Mo Yu's body, causing him to float. Mo Yu stepped forward. He was stunned by the enormous divine cauldron peak before him. The strands of energy around him enveloped him. Mo Yu's eyes widened in shock. The divine cauldron, as expected, is similar to the primal runes. It's related to the world in my memories. The strands of energy flew downwards, catching his attention. This is Mo Yu, standing before the mouth of the enormous cauldron. The divinity energy of the entire mouth of the cauldron. So, the divinity energy outside is just a small part that radiated from within it. He reached out to feel the flow of energy. If I could absorb all of this energy, what level would my divinity power rise to? Suddenly, a burst of power slammed Mo Yu down. Mo Yun was also startled by this pressure. What's going on? Mo Yu quickly grabbed the mouth of the cauldron, and a massive force erupted. Mo Yu floated, absorbing all that energy. Only then did he wake up. It seems we've been teleported to a mysterious, secret realm. Mo Yu sensed something different. Wait a minute, my body? He panicked, realizing that he had absorbed the divine cauldron, and moreover, his divinity power had actually risen to level 30? Looking at everything around him, Mo Yu thought, level 30 is definitely not the end. It's just because I'm currently only level 30, so it's limited its level. He said, the entrance to the secret realm has disappeared. Mo Yu worried. The divine cauldron has fallen into my hands. Will there be no more divine selection secret realms in the future? What is its connection to the primal runes and the world in my memories? There must be some secret inside. Mo Yun woke up at this moment. What happened? Mo Yu explained. After I went to the top, the secret realm exploded. Mo Yun panicked after hearing this. You went to the top? She asked. Then what level has your divinity power reached now? Mo Yu replied, level 30. Mo Yun was stunned. Level 30? How is that possible? She rubbed her head. You're really a monster. Suddenly, a light flashed, drawing their attention. Mo Yun looked down at her hand. My runes have fused. She raised her hand. Nothing can stop it. Mo Yu wondered. What skill is that? Mo Yun explained. The skill is called Nothing Can Stop It. For 1 minute, speed is increased tenfold. Immunity to all damage, disregarding any obstacles, including barriers, secret realms, spatial fortresses, etc. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Mo Yu exclaimed. Not bad, a very powerful skill. Mo Yun stood up. That's right, the skills of the primal runes are very powerful. It's a pity it only lasts for 1 minute. Mo Yun summoned a white-maned Qilin, and she mounted its back. Mo Yun turned back and said, I've troubled you for so many days, it's time for me to go too. Thank you for taking care of me, but I need to train, not be protected by you. With this rune skill, I have a lot more going for me. She waved. See you next time. Mo Yu put his hand on his chest, saying to himself, then I should go level up too. Skeleton warriors fighting against demons. He just needed 1 slash to kill the demon. Mo Yu analyzed. The upper level of the Xuanjiyu trial field is roughly divided into 3 areas. The outer area, the central area, and the core area. Now the enemies I'm encountering are around level 55. Looks like I've reached the core area. The demon was taken down by a single blow from the skeleton warrior. Moyu sighed. Finally leveled up. He looked at the energy floating around him. As expected, the divine power in the cauldron wasn't fully absorbed by me. As my level increases, the divine power will also continuously upgrade. Moyu looked at the corpses of the demons piled up like mountains in front of him. Was there a battle here? He looked at the aura in the sky. The breath of battle? Moyu hurried. Are there humans still fighting demons? A team of warriors is surrounded by demons. Changfeng shouted. Hold on a little longer. The smug demons thought. The instance is about to form, and then we'll enter it. You won't get in. Even if you do, you'll be minced meat when you come out. You won't escape our grasp. Their thoughts ended when they were taken down by Mohan's slash. Moyu called out, Sis! Moyu ran over quickly. Sis! Mohan turned around in surprise. She said in astonishment, Xiao Yu. The demon saw him coming and sneered. Didn't expect a level 31 noob to come here. What a death wish. Are you humans out of people? So weak yet you dare to come? The demons flew towards him in unison. Let me taste you first. Moyu was alert. This isn't good. Mohan shouted. Ah. Her whole body gradually floated up. Tens of thousands of swords appeared around Mohan. She commanded. Go! This is the myriad swords flying rain. The demons didn't have time to react when they saw tens of thousands of swords flying towards them. The swords pierced through the demons' bodies. Changfeng rushed up to fill the gap. Suddenly, a strong aura blew over, stopping their footsteps. Mo Yun asked, Xiao Yu, why did you come here? Mo Yu honestly replied, My master brought me to the Xuan Ji Yu trial field to train. Changfeng was wary. Your master is really bold, bringing a level 31 here. Aren't they afraid you won't make it back? He thought to himself. This kid's appearance has completely messed up my battle plan. Mohan's skill is on cooldown. Maybe the situation will become even more complicated. Mo Yun turned to ask, Sis, are you guys planning to enter this instance? Mohan admitted, Yeah, but now it seems difficult to enter. Changfeng said, Now that your skill is on cooldown, let's talk about entering the instance later. It's more important to break through the encirclement first. Mohan gave Mo Yu a teleportation stone. If we fail to break through, use this teleportation stone. It will take you to a safe place. Changfeng thought to himself when he saw this. Each person in my team only has one of these teleportation stones. Mo Yu raised his hand to refuse. Sis, I don't need it, Mohan reassured. Don't worry, I still have a teleportation talisman. Although it's not as good as the teleportation stone, I'll be fine. Mo Yu stepped forward heroically. Sis, what I mean is, we don't need to leave. We can just kill all these demons. Changfeng was shocked. Kid, do you know what you're saying? You should still listen to your sister. The demons mocked. Little brat, are you still sleep-talking? Or should you come into my stomach for another nap? Mo Yu summoned his power. Sis, everyone be careful. Don't get hurt by friendly fire. You can add me to the team. Mohan commanded. Everyone fall back. Changfeng was shocked. Mohan, notification. You have added Lin Moyu to your team. Red energy streaks shot out, turning into red chains, a slowing curse. These chains rushed towards the demons, tightly wrapping around their limbs. The summoned skeleton warriors gradually increased in number. They jumped up at Moyu's command. Go! The demons were angry. Damn chains, slowing me down too much. Run! As the demon flew up, the skeleton warrior grabbed its leg. He slammed the demon straight into the ground. The demon cried out in pain. The demons shouted in unison. It hurts so much. Mo Yu looked serious, while Mohan was amazed by this immense power. Zhang Feng was stunned. These level 50 demons are so easy to kill? The person next to him was equally surprised. How have they already been wiped out? They looked at the immense power of the skeleton warrior and sighed. Is this really what a level 31 player can do? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Mohan was already too OP. But her brother is even more OP. What is this family? Mo Yu said, Sis, I've taken care of everything. Mohan looked at him with gentle eyes. She happily said, Xiao Yu, you did great. Mohan introduced. These are my senior brothers. They are also my teammates. This is Ji Yu Chengfeng. This is Meng Xuan, Heng Si. Changfeng came over to thank him. Mo Yu said, It's nothing. Eliminating demons is the responsibility of every human player. He asked his sister, Why do you want to enter this instance? Mohan explained. Because my master calculated that primal runes and starlight will descend in this instance, so my senior brothers and I came together to conquer this instance. Moyu was surprised. Primal runes? He thought to himself. No wonder. Mohan said, That's right, but we made quite a commotion earlier. I'm afraid many demons and dragons will be drawn here. Moyu reassured her. Don't worry, sis. You guys go into the dungeon first. With me here, no one can bother you. He thought to himself. Now it's my turn to gatekeep. A blue magical energy surrounded the stone on the summit, and everyone cheered. The dungeon is formed, Mohan solemnly said. No matter what, we must seize the opportunity to enter the dungeon immediately. A space-time gate appeared, also known as the Crimson Origin. Everyone entered together. She turned back and smiled, after which only Moyu remained outside. He sighed to himself. I didn't expect I'd be a dungeon gatekeeper one day. The dragons above saw this, and loudly told each other. The energy of the ancient training ground is flowing into something, they roared. The energy is concentrated on this dungeon. This dungeon is definitely not ordinary. And there's a pitifully weak level 31 human noob. I could one-shot a bunch of these with a finger. Moyu summoned an army of skeleton warriors. Finally here, the dragon leader cast a spell, sneering dismissively. What's the use of summoning a bunch of skeleton trash mobs? Fiery meteor! A giant fireball shot down, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire forest. He smirked. As expected, they can't withstand a single blow, but he stopped abruptly, unable to continue. Suddenly, in the smoke, 3 or 4 chains flew out and tightly bound him. He said sternly, I'm done dealing with you winged freaks. Get down here. 2 large iron rods pierced through a dragon, and the others stared blankly. What the hell? Moyu cast a spell directly, growling, Die! The dragons who were hit by the attack screamed in despair and fear. What's happening? Finally, a massive surge of magic exploded, swallowing everything before they even understood the situation. He commanded the skeleton warriors, Go collect their corpses. Then he ordered, Hide the bodies. They obeyed, throwing all the dragon corpses into a corner. Moyu returned to his calm demeanor, waiting for the next guests to visit. From afar in the forest, another dragon sensed the energy. What's there? There must be treasure. When he arrived, he was extremely excited. Oh ho, there's a level 31 little shrimp here. They excitedly fought over it. Let me have a taste. But as soon as they flew down, they were blasted into pieces by countless beams of power. What is this? So the skeleton warriors had to drag all the corpses away again. In a short time, hundreds of dragons came to cause trouble and were killed, followed by creepy demons. But in the end, they were just toys for Moyu. Finally, he stood in front of the towering mountain of corpses, rubbing his head and complaining. It's only been a while, and there's almost no room left. At this time, a group of human warriors walked over, chatting with each other. This dungeon gathers the energy of the ancient training ground. Through it, we can definitely get great treasures. Seeing this, Moyu stepped forward to stop them. Stop! You can't enter this dungeon for now. The leader frowned. Bro, you're not supposed to gatekeep the dungeon like this. He replied, I know, but not right now. At this moment, a warrior behind him panicked and reminded, Boss, look! Behind the dungeon! They cried out in surprise when they saw the terrifying mountain of corpses. And then a few more dragons arrived. Get out of the way! Moyu calmly looked up and said, Here they come again. Immediately, a terrifying surge of magic shot out, frightening everyone. W.H. He sternly repeated his words. You really can't enter right now. The leader obediently listened. I understand, my lord. He rubbed his hands, his face pale. Great God, we're just standing here to watch. The others also became polite. We'll only enter when you say we can. Suddenly, a red light flew high into the sky. Moyu turned around sharply and exclaimed, That's the primordial rune. From within the group, Mohan came out safely. He happily said, Sis, congratulations. She asked Xiao Yu, Have any demons or dragons come here? He replied, A few did, but I took care of them all. Moyu worriedly reminded, Sis, the primordial rune needs 10 days to merge. You have to be careful. Mohan patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Don't worry. Your sister's master has arranged everything. There won't be any danger. At this moment, someone hurriedly urged, Qiangfeng, look. He looked at the mountain of corpses and questioned, is this what he meant by a few? Mohan brushed the hair beside Moyu's ear and said, Xiaoyu? Next, I have to merge with the primordial runes and can't go with you anymore. He smiled and replied, okay, feeling relieved. It seems she already has a plan. Moyu turned to the group of warriors and said, you guys can enter the dungeon now. The leader politely said, thank you, great god. After he left, they still watched, full of admiration. The great god is indeed a great god. He's even willing to give the primordial runes to others. The great god is so strong. Killing demons and dragons is as easy as killing dogs. Moreover, his movements are so skilled. God knows how many dragons he's killed. Scene changed to a dark cave surrounded by floating islands. The demon king Yima sat lazily on her throne. Alice knelt on the ground and confessed, great king, I have failed. Please punish me. She gently said, this is not your fault. His power has exceeded expectations. Even I would lose. But have you completed what I asked you to do? She sweated profusely, hastily replying, I have completed it. I left my aura on Lin Moyu. The demon king Yi was satisfied and praised. Very good. Then she raised her hand and created a magic circle. The second demon, Mina, stepped out from within. She bowed and respectfully asked, great king, what are your orders? The demon king Yi solemnly ordered, Mina, go to the ancient training ground, find the space-time path leading to the upper level, and follow the aura Alice left behind to bring Lin Moyu back to me. She immediately replied, as you command. Alice panicked. My queen, isn't sending Mina Nasha to deal with Lin Moyu a bit of overkill? She darkened her face, questioning, are you doubting me? The other girl flinched, denying vehemently, wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. This servant wouldn't dare. She was then blasted backward by a powerful surge of magic. The second demon queen warned with a growl, remember, you are never allowed to question my decisions. Get out. A few days later, in a dark, dense forest, Moyu said to himself, this trip to the ancient trial grounds has been fruitful. Only the demon dragon's dungeon is left. I wonder when I'll find it. The skeleton soldiers beside him continuously slashed at nearby demons, and he received new power, finally leveling up. The system UI popped up. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Unique Necromancer, Level, 33, Title, Dragon Clan War King, All Stats plus 500, Skill Cost reduced by 50%, Strength 1393 plus 500, Constitution 1393 plus 500, Agility 1393 plus 500, Spirit 20, 965 plus 3500. He lowered his head, saying, as expected, the divinity power also leveled up to level 3. My stats have increased a lot after leveling up too. The system continued to notify. Divinity power trait level 3. When leveling up, all stats increase by 33%. Spirit recovery rate increases by 3,300%. Stamina recovery rate increases by 3,300%. Special item Divine Pearl Cauldron cannot be used. The skeleton soldiers. Information was also updated. Golden Skeleton Soldier, level 33. Strength 18,000, Agility 18,000, Spirit 18,000, Constitution 18,000. Skill, One-Hit Fury level 3, converts 400% strength into damage on the target. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Golden Skeleton Mage, level 33, Strength 4,600, Agility 4,600, Spirit 23,000, Constitution 4,600. Moyu frowned, thinking, but facing the monsters in the central area, it seems these skeletons' stats are still not enough. Just then, a giant bird swooped down. Luckily, he was quick enough to block its peck. According to the displayed information, Battlefield Giant Eagle, level 56, Strength 80,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 20,000, Constitution 60,000. Skills, Swift Charge, Tear, Trait, Extremely Fast Speed. The higher the starting distance, the stronger the attack. Moyu was shocked. Just a normal monster in the central area, and its stats are already this high. The giant eagle flew straight up high to gain momentum, then swooped down with lightning speed. He immediately used a deceleration curse, summoning glowing red chains to bind it, then used spirit flame to burn it in mid-air. The giant eagle immediately lost its ability to fight and fell. Moyu said, "But my skeletons are best at ganking." All the skeleton soldiers rushed forward, continuously using one-hit fury, instantly killing the level 56 battlefield giant eagle. Experience plus 5000. Obtained small fragment of starlight. Small fragment of starlight possesses the power of ancient starlight. Giving it to alchemists and blacksmiths can enhance equipment stats. He held it in his hand to observe. After being here for so long, this is the first time I've obtained materials in this ancient trial ground. Suddenly, the giant eagle's corpse emitted small beams of light. This was disadvantageous to Moyu, causing him to frown. After death, monsters in the central area turn into light. There's no corpse. Can't use corpse explosion to clear mobs then. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Moyu questioned in shock. What's going on? Rushing out from the depths of the forest was a horde of battlefield armored beasts, level 56, strength 85,000, agility 30,000, spirit 15,000, constitution 50,000, skill, collision. As soon as they charged in, the skeleton soldiers dealt with them. Then he spotted something even stronger and turned around. The ground was collapsing, and the tree branches were falling. A snake-headed, turtle-bodied demon, also known as the serpent tortoise, appeared. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, preparing to charge. Moyu sweated profusely, saying, "This battle might cost me a lot of skeletons." He decided to summon the Golden Undead General, level 33, members in the Legion no more than 3,330. Strength 5,500, agility 5,500, spirit 5,500, constitution 26,000. Skills: Legion Healing, Legion Enhancement, Legion Aura. He raised his magic mace to enhance the Legion, increasing the attack power, attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and CC resistance of all Legion members by 30%. The skeleton soldiers were immediately invigorated. Moyu stood before the giant serpent tortoise demon without fear, even raising his voice in challenge. "Come at me, bro!" The serpent tortoise let out a piercing cry. It pulled its massive body, leaping into the air, then used the ground slam move, creating a powerful tremor. The ground cracked into many pieces, and 7 skeleton soldiers were instantly destroyed. The undead general on his side continuously healed the Legion. Moyu, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "The attack power is too strong." He decisively summoned fiery red chains to bind it. "Stop right there!" The serpent tortoise struggled continuously. It used ground slam again, jumping high up again and crashing down. Broken rocks and debris flew everywhere. The armor protecting Moyun's back shattered into pieces. He was stunned, saying, "The bone armor broke in an instant. No wonder the skeleton soldiers were so badly damaged." Then he used energy to regenerate the bone armor again. Its body is too huge. He can't control it. Suddenly, Moyu's eyes widened in horror. It turned out the serpent tortoise's huge tail was about to whip him. Moyu was hit by it, staggering forward. He was so stunned he turned pale, looking back. Is this the power of a central area boss? But he quickly regained his balance, avoiding falling flat on his face. Not bad indeed. Moyu created a green flame in his hand and said seriously, "Now it's my turn." That flame had already flown to and engulfed the entire serpent tortoise. He frowned, seizing the opportunity, then raised the back of his hand, revealing a circular mark, activating enforced troops for 30 seconds. All basic stats of self and summons increased by 200%. Attack damage increased by 500%. Cooldown 1 hour. The skeleton soldiers, brimming with powerful magic, were ready to fight. They all swarmed the turtle serpents, engulfed in flames. Each hit landed with a critical strike, blood gushing like a fountain. Moyu smirked. Even though the rune skill only lasts 30 seconds, it's enough to decide this. The turtle serpent's massive head slammed into the ground. He was a little doubtful. Did it work? But the damn thing curled into its shell, hiding. Magic shields popped up all around it. Inside, a golden magic power radiated from the top of the shell. Moyu panicked. "Shit! It's healing!" The skeleton warriors kept hacking, but it was useless. He sighed. "This defense is freaking OP. Moyu summoned a sharp scythe, thinking, "Head in the shell, huh? My soul-devouring king bug can bypass defense and tear everything apart." Suddenly, insane pressure came from above. Its shadow was so big it covered a huge area. Sensing danger, he yelled, "Fall back!" In the sky, a bird even bigger than that giant eagle dove down. Moyu screamed, "What the hell is that?" It didn't attack him, but grabbed the turtle serpent's shell with one claw, then flew straight up. He had to shield himself from the wind pressure. The bird flew around and around, Moyu looking up, puzzled. Is that the trial zone boss too? The turtle serpent's shell then dropped to the ground, cracking the earth. Looking at the empty shell, he was stunned. The turtle serpent's dead? And it got eaten? A beam of light shot out. A dropped item. Turtle shell shield. Exclusive for Platinum Tier Shield Knights. All stats plus 3000. Increases defense skill effectiveness by 90%. Reduces physical damage by 20%. Reduces elemental damage by 20%. Comes with the skill Turtle Retreat. The turtle shell is immobile for 30 seconds, during which time it is immune to all damage. Resets the cooldown of all skills except this one. Cooldown is 1 hour. Moyu couldn't believe his eyes. A god-tier platinum equip just dropped right in front of him. He thought, damn, that was close. Didn't expect the center zone boss to be so strong. Cut to the Jialan Guild's siege team. The woman on the left is Jialan Yayu, a level 60 Holy Knight. The other is Mu Tiantian, a level 55 Grand Gatherer. She said, "Sister Yayu, the center zone is ahead. Do we really have to go in?" she asked. "What? Scared?" Tiantian confidently replied, "No way. With you and so many teammates, there's nothing to fear." She chuckled. "The center zone isn't a death trap. With our strength, we can fight a level 69 boss. Don't forget, we're the team that took down a level 55 Lord boss." Yayu drew her sword and shouted, "Let's go!" The people behind her echoed, "Let's go!" The group went deeper and deeper into the forest. Yayu frowned, looking around. Are there no monsters at the edge of the center zone? We've been walking for almost half a day and haven't encountered a single one, Tiantian said. Maybe we should go in a little deeper. On Moyu's side, a huge wild boar was being engulfed in flames. He said, "The center zone has a lot of strong bosses. Who knows when I'll find the Demon Dragon Palace?" Suddenly, the two sides faced each other. Yayu was stunned. Level 33? Alone? Are you kidding me? Moyu was alert. That uniform. Jialan Guild members. He warned. Don't go any further. It's very dangerous ahead. Then he turned and left. She felt insulted. A level 33 is trying to teach us a lesson? Tiantian frowned, puzzled. Why is he in the ancient battlefield? Yayu turned to ask. Tiantian, do you know him? She replied. His name is Lin Moyu. Not long ago, in the professional gamer competition, he won the level 20 championship and broke the challenge record. She muttered. So it's him. Thinking to herself, did he enter the center zone and then retreat? If he's advising us, Yayu considered it and made a decision. Let's go towards the edge. Don't go any deeper. The group obeyed, yes. A few hours later, on Mo Yung's side, he thought he had left the center zone, far away from those bosses. Hopefully those people listened to my advice. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot into the sky. He exclaimed in shock. A distress signal! That direction! Mo Yu rushed towards the light, guessing, sending a distress signal in the center zone. It's gonna attract a boss. A red magic ball floated in the sky. Sweating, he yelled. Idiot! You're gonna call a boss here for sure. In the sky, 3 or 4 balls appeared in a row. Mo Yu was extremely anxious. What the hell happened? Arriving, he saw the group surrounded by demons and recognized them. Yayu firmly shouted, Hold on! We've sent a distress signal. Someone will come to save us. Don't give up! Tiantian gripped her large iron hammer and slammed it hard into the demons. At this moment, Mo Yu raised his hand and used mass collect. He gradually approached, sighing in relief. Thank God they're okay. It would have been better if they listened and left the center zone. System. You have formed a legion. Mo Yu invited. Jialan Yayu has also received the notification. Legion leader Lin Moyu, level 33, invites you to join the legion, she happily exclaimed. Reinforcements have arrived, but when she saw who it was, the joy vanished. Reinforcements. One person? What good is one person? Even if he's a super genius, he's only level 33. Yayu was extremely disappointed. It seemed they could only keep holding on, hoping other reinforcements would come. But immediately, she was shocked. What is that? The summoned skeleton warriors were charging and fighting, hacking at the demons. The people watching couldn't help but marvel. He's too OP! Is he really only level 3? And so many skeletons, how many are there? Tian felt relieved. Sister Yayu, are we saved? She stammered. Yep. The demon horde was slowly engulfed in flames. Soon after, they were completely annihilated. The system U I popped off non-stop for Moyu. Acquired Starlight Shard via Scavenge. 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 He mentally exclaimed. The Scavenge ability actually landed me a rare, legendary class. Yayu stepped forward, expressing gratitude. Thanks for saving us, Lin. Moyu seriously warned her again. Get out of here, it's not safe. She was confused. Not safe? But didn't you just kill all the monsters? He stated firmly. That's not what I'm talking about. Just then, an ancient dark rock soared through the sky. Moyu, horrified, shouted, Crap, run! Yayu still didn't get it. What's wrong? He retreated while explaining. Boss incoming, she immediately commanded. Move it! The rock is so huge it can cover the whole area with its wings. Tian was stunned and screamed. OMG, what is that? Moyu replied. Probably a boss. It ate another boss before. It suddenly dived straight towards the group. Moyu warned. Heads up! It's coming! Moyu loudly demanded. Get closer! Yayu, now trusting him, complied. Get closer, quick! He cast his magic, summoning a whole legion of skeleton warriors. She then asked, How did it find us in such a big central area? Moyu replied succinctly, SOS signal. Yayu flinched, saying, So we let it here? The rock opened its wide mouth, spewing dark, viscous magic. With just that, 21 skeleton warriors were wiped out, 9 skeleton mages obliterated. He immediately yelled, Healers, fall in! A healing squad instantly appeared to assist. It wasn't giving up, of course, spewing more and more magic, wanting to wipe out anyone in its way. Another 35 skeleton warriors were wiped out, 11 skeleton mages destroyed. The rock swooped down, its claws grabbing a skeleton warrior, tossing him into the air and opening its beak, easily biting the skeleton warrior, then blowing out a blue flame, incinerating him. The info panel popped up. Ancient Rock, Lord Tier Boss, Level 62, Strength 250,000, Agility 100,000, Spirit 150,000, Constitution 100,000. Skills: Flame Breath, Flame Explosion. Traits: Fire Attribute Immunity, 60% elemental damage reduction. Sharp Teeth Ignore Defense. He yelled, WTF kinda stats are these? Yeyu's voice trembled with fear. How can a boss be this OP? These stats are higher than a level 70 awakener. Tian cautiously asked Lin Moyu, Can you beat it? The rock circled around, engulfing more skeleton warriors in flames. Another 22 skeleton warriors were wiped out, 8 skeleton mages destroyed. The blue flames shot out everywhere, burning dozens of skeleton warriors with insane ease. With an additional 3 skeleton warriors wiped out, Moyu sweated bullets, thinking, Skeletons consume spirit power that can be replenished. Must get out of here before they're all gone. So he turned around and shouted, Go! While the skeletons can still hold it off for a bit, get out of the central area. Yayu shouted, Run! As if the rock understood their intentions. Its eyes turned a vibrant blue. Its target locked onto Moyu. He sensed the killing intent behind him. This feeling, it's targeting me. So Moyu spoke up. Don't follow me, let's split up. Yayu was incredibly confused. What's this guy suddenly going crazy for? She thought. Does this guy want to ditch us and run away alone? Tian exclaimed in a panic. It's chasing Lin Moyu. She finally realized it, feeling deeply grateful. So he wants to lure the boss away, buying us a chance to live. Why did I have such awful thoughts earlier? Yayu ordered, Let's go, we can't let Lin Moyu sacrifice himself in vain. On the other side, the rock spread its wings and pounced. He frowned and declared, You want to kill me? Not that easy. It flew high, creating blue flames and launching them continuously. Moyu, while running, mused. One attack allows me to replenish my bone armor 6 times in a row. He cast a spell in annoyance. Damn, you really think I'm a punching bag? Moyu immediately cast Soul Flame, blue flames engulfing the rock. It widened its eyes in horror, looking at Moyu standing tall below, no longer running away. By now, the fire had devoured almost the entire space. Over on Yeyu's side, They also saw that terrifying power shooting into the sky. She exclaimed, "This skill at this level. Can he really survive?" Tian shed tears. Lin Moyu. Yeyu lowered her head. "He was a great man. Let's build him a tombstone later." At this moment, the Earth Dragon God was summoned, appearing extremely large and terrifying. Moyu frowned, gritting his teeth. "I'll remember this grudge. If I die, after I revive in the Hall of Heroes, one day I'll find you and settle the score." Just then, a stream of purple magic flew in from the sky. Turns out, it was Mina. Rich is grinning like she won the lottery. "Finally found you. Didn't expect you to be hiding in the central area." Moyu's thinking, "She's after ME? How the hell did she track me? Do I have a freaking beacon on me? Or what?" She's all smug, stroking her cheek. "Just come with me nicely, and don't worry, this big sis will take good care of you." Moyun throws out some blue flames to block Mina's magic. She frowns, muttering, "My charm skill's nullified? The Demon Lord wants me to bring you back alive." This just got a whole lot harder. "MC ain't having it. Dream on. I'm not going anywhere with you." Mina cackles. "Little friend, that's not really your call." Moyun books it out. "Tata there. Oh really?" The ancient rock's now under his control, eyes glowing. TCH? Looking down on it? "Just a freaking upper realm boss. Get out of my way or I'll delete you." But the rock just lets out a massive screech and starts blasting blue fireballs at her. Mina dodges like a pro, zipping out flayed of the way. It unleashes a torrent of flames below. She throws up a barrier to protect herself, but the blue fire seeps through, making her jump. "My shield's dropping fast. This boss ain't no joke." Moyu finds a safe spot, scratching his head. Looks like they're going at it. These two demons are really throwing down. Mina unleashes a barrage of magic orbs, hammering the rock. It opens its beak and fires a massive beam of magic. The two collide, creating a raging whirlwind. Tian hears the commotion, and the gale force wins, and shouts, "Lin Moyu!" Mina keeps dodging, and he's wondering why the succubus isn't fighting back. Moyu's theory: she must have snuck through a lower-level portal. Using too much power will get her booted out. She's dodging and aiming straight for him. He's thinking, "Can't let her leave with me. She'll be tracking me forever. Gotta get the ancient rock to hold her down." So Moyun orders it to dive bomb Mina. She's pissed, grinding her teeth. "I can't stay in the upper realm for long. You damn obstacle. If you're gonna play hero, don't blame me." Mina turns, points a finger, and uses charm light. Moyu's eyes instantly turn bright pink. He's affected. The blue flame slowly creeps in to wake him up. He snaps awake. Charm skill. The rock's getting taken over. Its eyes turn pink, with a heart in the middle, and it starts diving straight down. Mina laughs. "Lin Moyu, if you're forcing my hand, then you're coming with me, whether you like it or not. I'm about to get kicked out of the upper realm. If I can't take you alive, then I'll take your corpse." He summons skeleton warriors. Mina one-shots the entire squad. She laughs. "Give it up, you're not getting away." Moyun summons a massive earth spike dragon to fight, but she deletes it with 3 swings. "Get lost." Mina thinks she's got him cornered, grinning. "Let's see what you can." But she freezes, eyes wide with shock. Moyu summoned a freakin' forest of spikes from the ground. Mina can't dodge in time and gets skewered and goes flying back, smashing into a huge rock. She's raging, screaming, "You insect! I should have squashed you from the start!" Mina gets serious, and more magic circles appear. He recognizes them as human souls. Moyu's furious, growling. "You deserve to die." She smirks. "Little insect. I'll take your head, and your soul will become fertilizer for my spear." Then, a massive wind sweeps through the area. In the sky, something huge is plummeting towards them. Moyu's stunned. This skill wasn't in the scouting report. Getting hit by that is instant annihilation. Even the bone armor won't stop it. He has to use a high-level random teleportation charm, but it fails to activate. The rock's almost on the ground. Moyu has to summon a skeleton army to buy him some time. He's got to book it out of here if he wants to live. The rock slams into the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The skeleton warriors are instantly vaporized, and Moyu's sent flying. The blast radius is tearing through the forest. Trees are snapping and flying everywhere. It's a total apocalypse. He slams into a rock. His bone armor's shattered. Moyun's head's down, dust flying. He winces in pain, muttering, "Thank God for damage transfer. Reduced a ton of damage. One shot and I would have been toast. My skeleton army's depleted." Currently, 102 skeleton warriors and 58 skeleton mages have been deleted. A familiar voice rings out, full of disbelief. Damn, you're one tough cookie. Survive that? Looking at Mina's wounded body, Moyu replied. Looks like you're in even worse shape than I am? Oh, she said, lifting her staff with a smile. Whether I'm in bad shape or not, it's enough to crush you. He raised the back of his hand with a red mark, the corner of his mouth slightly curved. You can try. Maybe I'll counterkill you, he thought to himself. Although the skeleton legion was gone, he still had other trump cards. Oh, I said, annoyed. Why is he so confident? Is he trying to show off? Moyu spoke up. Curse Rune Water Prison. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared behind Mina, and she spoke up. It's time, she said, turning back to smile before leaving. Little friend Lin Moyu, I won't take you with me this time. I'll look for you next time. Take care, don't let that guy eat you, he retorted sternly. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. Mina laughed with amusement. I'll definitely eat you first. After everything was over, Moyu leaned back, panting tiredly. Fortunately, she didn't continue fighting. Even with the Curse Rune Water Prison's heavy troops, it wasn't certain he could win against her, he wondered. But where did the ancient rock go? All that was in front of him at this moment was a blazing blue fire covering the space. The system notified. Ancient rock. Lord level boss. Level 62. Currently undergoing Nirvana rebirth. In invincible state. It's in the form of an egg. Moyu was shocked when he saw it. Immediately turned around and ran as fast as he could. If I wait for it to complete Nirvana, I won't have a chance to run. He had just run a short distance. When the rock completed Nirvana, the blue flames burst out violently. Everywhere seemed to be swallowed by the rapidly spreading fire. Moyu stopped when he reached a safe position, finally got out of the central area. It should be safe now. The rock revived and soared into the sky. It flew towards another direction, flying straight into the distant forest. Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The boss flew back to the central area. It's temporarily safe. I'll restore the undead legion first. I wonder if those people have escaped yet. He gritted his teeth with resentment. Ancient rock. Sooner or later I'll chop you down. Over here, Tian slammed her giant hammer down on a stone, on which was written, Human Hero, Tomb of Lin Moyu, respectfully erected by the Blue Chicken Guild, and the entire Night Rain Night Order. She cried as she worked, the hammer slamming straight into the hard ground. Tian said, Sister Yeyu, I want to find his body, she replied dejectedly. The huge fire blocked the mountain on the other side. I'm afraid there's no body left. Yeyu came over to comfort her. Don't be sad. Everyone has their own destiny. He has so many tricks. Maybe he's still alive now? Even though she said this, she had already determined the outcome in her heart. The young hero was really too regrettable. Tian had to accept it. At that moment, a person ran over in a panic to report. Sister Yeyu, a dungeon has been discovered nearby, and many dragons and demons are heading this way. She screamed violently. Prepare for battle! Half an hour after Moyu moved to this location and saw his tombstone, he was also helpless. Are those people stupid? He said, I'm not dead. Then he summoned a skeleton warrior to chop down the tombstone. At that moment, Moyu looked up at the sky and was extremely shocked to see a magic circle. Celestial phenomenon. Could it be the Dragon Demon Temple dungeon? He immediately ran towards it. This place was surrounded by a large number of dragons and demons. The Yeyu group stood still in panic. Tian frowned. There are so many enemies. If only Lin Moyu was here. At this moment he appeared. You guys fall back. Both she and Yeyu simultaneously turned their heads to question. You're not dead? Moyu was very annoyed when he heard the question and questioned. I'm not dead. Are you guys very surprised? Tian said shyly. We even made a tombstone for you, which only made him feel helpless after hearing it. At this moment, Jiang Wenshan ran over in a hurry and shouted, Officer Lin, he asked sternly, what's the current situation? He pointed behind him, his face unsightly as he explained. Not too good. Those guys in the sky don't want us to enter the Earth's core dungeon. Moyu wondered. Earth's core dungeon? Wenshan replied, That's right, it's the dungeon that produces the Earth's core. He recounted the history. In the Knight profession branch, Earth Knight is the endpoint everyone aims for. Wenshan continued. In the past, the human race had a god-level Earth Knight, who alone resisted the siege of 10 demon kings, making a great contribution to the victory. Wenshan explained in detail. The Earth's core dungeon produces the Earth's core, which only works for our human race. It is an important prop for the knight profession to transform into an Earth Knight. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's why the Abyss demons and dragons are willing to pay any price to stop our human race from entering the Earth's core dungeon." After listening, Moyu nodded. "I understand," thinking to himself, "This Earth's core, I want it." The voices of the demons above sounded, "I thought it was the human race's reinforcements. But it's just a level 33 noob. The younger and tastier the better. We must not let the human race enter the Earth's core dungeon." A succubus exclaimed, "That's not right. I said he has a mark on his body left by a top succubus. He was once hunted down by a top succubus, but why is he still alive?" The demons were horrified when they heard this and wondered, "What do you mean? He must not be simple. Or should we wait for the dragons to make a move and then rob them?" The dragons on this side said to each other, "I can feel the aura of our dragon race on his body," they said in fear. "I seem to hear the wailing of our race's warriors. How many warriors of our race has he killed?" One dragon suggested. "He can kill so many brave warriors of our race, he must have extraordinary strength. Or should we wait for the demons to make a move first, and we'll take the opportunity?" Moyu wondered to himself below. "They haven't made a move yet. It seems they are all hesitating," he said. "You come here and enter the dungeon with me." Tian was stunned. "Just the two of us?" he affirmed. "Two people are enough." Because he already had a plan in mind. Her harvesting skill might be of great use. Tian looked up at the sky with great worry. "If we want to enter the dungeon, there's a high chance they will attack." Moyu reassured. "Only the two of us are entering. They won't make a move easily." At this time, he also created a bone shield behind her. The demons questioned, "They want to enter the dungeon. Why haven't the dragons made a move yet?" The Dragon Clan side is like, "WTF? Are the demons' brains filled with water?" Moyu announces, "Get ready to enter the dungeon." Tian nods. They both immediately teleport inside while the two enemy forces stand there like stunned NPCs. The demons are like, "Why didn't they stop them? They're trying to take advantage of the situation." The Dragon Clan is whispering, "We can't trust those demons. Good thing we didn't make a move first." Inside the dungeon, Tian is amazed. "This is really the inner earth?" Moyu commands, "Go." He summons a bunch of skeleton warriors and orders them to scout the map. They split up to check out the area. Moyu monitors each one until he concludes that there's only one straight path. Huh? Sensing something's up, he yells, "This is sus!" So they bolt TF out of there. Spotting a giant python wrapped around a skeleton warrior, Tian shouts, "It's an elite monster!" Its stats pop up. Inner Earth Python Elite. Enhanced type. Level 50. Strength 30,000. Agility 30,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 40,000. Skills. Death Coil. Devour trait. 50% physical damage reduction. 50% elemental damage reduction. Tian confidently steps up. "You don't need to interfere. I got this." She brings her hammer down and yells, "Harvest!" It's instantly turned into mincemeat. System. Defeated level 50 Inner Earth Python, plus 1 million EXP. Obtained Earth Shard X1. Additional Earth Shard X1 obtained via harvest. 1,000 Earth Shards can form a complete Heart of the Earth. Moyu picks up the loot, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad. Half the express, but with harvest, the speed of getting the Heart of the Earth is doubled. At the Anger's face. He turns to her. "How many times can you use harvest?" Tian replies, 200 times max. Moyu says, "Later, I'll aggro a bunch of mobs, then you unleash harvest." Tian eagerly responds, "Leave it to me." Then another big python shows up. Next, a giant centipede crawls out from underground, and a spider joins the party. The three of them team up, ready to pounce. Tian panics. That's a lot. Moyu summons blazing red chains that lock them in place and commands, "Go!" She jumps in, grips her hammer, and swings a powerful blow, yelling, "Area harvest!" The skeleton warriors continuously slash and kill the monsters inside the dungeon. Moyu casts Corpse Explosion, creating a circle of electricity in his hand, then fires it forward, creating a huge explosion that makes Tian shield herself and question, "What kind of skill is that?" The smoke gradually dissipates. Received 94 Earth Shards. Additional 94 Earth Shards received via harvest. He smiles in satisfaction, saying, No wonder harvesters are one of the most popular classes. Moyu speaks up. This is just the first wave. There'll be more later. Hearing this, Tian Tian abruptly turns around, grips her great hammer, and thinks to herself, while the mobs are rushing in. So this is how he always grinds mobs? Tian Tian slams her hammer down. He watches from behind, thinking, with her personality, how did she even reach level 55? And her combat sense isn't bad either, handling multiple mobs at once with ease. A large explosion occurs. Tian Tian wipes the sweat from her forehead, exhales, and says, finally getting used to this mass mobbing style. He tells her to go. To go deeper, she accepts it. Moyu touches his hair and questions, why did you guys put up a tombstone for me? Tian Tian lowers her head, embarrassed, and explains, after you lured the ancient rock away, we saw several explosions from afar, and we could feel their power. We thought you might not be alive anymore, so we set up a tombstone in memory. After listening to that, he just rubs his head, speechless. I can't even argue with that. Later on, Tian continuously uses her hammer to harvest earth shards. System. Received 108 earth shards. Additional 108 earth shards received via harvest. He says, that's enough. Countless earth shards gather together. They merge together, forming the heart of the earth, an essential item for class changing into an earth knight. Moyu cuts in. With this, there's a chance that a human earth knight will appear again. Tian Tian marvels. This is the heart of the earth? She looks up at the sky. But this dungeon can't end this easily, right? We haven't seen an elite monster or boss yet. Tian Tian speculates. I get it. Maybe there's more than one heart of the earth. Moyu commands. Let's move forward. The two arrive at a tall cliff. She looks around in shock. This is the real world of the heart of the earth? Below is a land filled with scorching lava flowing in streams. A skeleton warrior jumps down, suddenly gets grabbed by a thorny tentacle, then lava shoots at him. A skeleton warrior has been destroyed. Moyu questions in surprise. What is that? The other skeleton warriors jump down in unison. He also says, let's go down together. Tian Tian agrees. Okay. In the process, several skeletons get grabbed by thorny tentacles. He is determined to find the owner of these tentacles. Upon reaching the bottom, the two encounter a giant creature called Earth Flower Leader Elite. Level 52, Strength 60,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Constitution 80,000, Skills, Pollen Lash, Rebirth, Trait, Fire Attribute Immunity. He frowns. Is that it? Suddenly, from within the hot lava stream, Earth Firefish Level 50, Strength 40,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Constitution 50,000 shoot out. Moyu casts bone spears. Sharp bones erupted from the ground, piercing through those firefish. Eliminated LV 50, Great Earth Firefish plus 1 million EXP, received earth shards. They dropped to the ground, motionless. Tian Tian giggled, rubbing her nose, confidently saying, thanks, looks like I can handle these firefish myself. Just then, the tendrils of the chicle flower lashed out. She covered her head to dodge, luckily protected by the skeleton behind her. Skeleton warriors rushed in, cleaving the firefish heads off. Moyu used corpse explosion on it, the firefish's entire body detonating right next to Chihua. Tian Tian immediately yelled, collect! The hammer slammed down, activating the collection skill, but it wasn't dead yet, and even resurrected. Moyu sighed. Plant-type monsters really are resilient. Looks like it needs a one-hit kill. He continued to use corpse explosion on more firefish, and successfully eliminated the Great Earth Chai Flower. System plus 2 million Express. Received 500 Earth Shards. Obtained an additional 500 Earth Shards through the collection skill. Tian Tian was astonished. That's directly enough to synthesize another Earth Heart, Moyu said seriously. The Earth Heart is a strategic resource, of course, the more the better. Let's keep going. She excitedly cheered. Okay? After walking a bit further, Tian Tian looked around, puzzled. That's weird. It seems like there aren't any monsters around here. Moyu replied, that's not right, usually. Only the area around a boss is monster-free. Just then, he realized something was wrong. In front of them was a gigantic monster called Ancient Earth Dragon, a weakened Lord-tier boss, LV 55, Strength 100,000, Agility 60,000, Spirit 60,000. Constitution 120,000. Skills: Dragon Breath, War Stomp, Dragon Tail Sweep. Trait: reduces physical and elemental damage by 70%, greatly weakens curse effects. He exclaimed in horror. It's a boss. Tian, sweating, said, "What does a weakened version of a Lord tier boss even mean? Never seen this kind of boss before?" Moyu replied, "No idea." The Earth Dragon had its eyes closed, as if it was sound asleep. But suddenly, it opened its bright golden eyes, and slowly rose from the scorching lava, its killing intent focused on the two who dared to disturb it. He cast a spell, summoning an entire legion of skeleton warriors. They stood surrounding the area, preparing to face the giant Earth Dragon monster. It tilted its lava-dripping head, then raised its sharp claws high up, decisively using War Stomp, hurling a torrent of red lava at the skeleton warriors. Moyu had to shield himself, thinking, so OP. But he didn't give up, summoning a Lich General, saying to himself, "A single hit injured the skeleton warriors. If it lands another hit, my warriors will die." He steps up and casts Legion Heal. Moyu instantly uses Slow Curse, creating countless red chains and yelling, 120k physique, plus super high defense, looks like we gotta wear it down slowly. Those chains wrap tightly around the Earth Dragon, making it roar ferociously. Seeing that scene, he can't help but think, the curse's effect is weakened by the boss's traits, but it's better than nothing. Shards of crystal appear around the Earth Dragon, creating countless lightning bolts that overwhelm it. It uses stomping grounds, forcing Moyu to struggle against this terrifying pressure. He doesn't give up and summons bone spears. Sharp bones rise from below, piercing the Earth Dragon, causing it pain. Moyu continues to cast Soulfire, enveloping it completely. Seeing things gradually getting easier, he shouts out, "Finally got its aggro. Warriors, hack it to pieces." All the skeleton warriors immediately obey, rushing in. The skeleton mages below create shards of electrified crystal, paralyzing the Earth Dragon. Seeing this, Tian is stunned, stammering, "So that's how he fights bosses? No wonder he dares to enter the central area alone at level 30+. At this moment, Moyu yells, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and use your gather skill." She snaps out of it. "Coming!" Tian swings her hammer to complete the gathering skill on the Earth Dragon. He raises his hand to the sky and commands, "Annihilate it!" The mark on the back of his hand glows red, ready for reinforcement. The skeleton warriors receive a surge of power. Each and every one of them charges forward with fiery zeal, unleashing a Cubo one-hit kill on it. The Earth Dragon is attacked relentlessly, roaring in extreme pain. It's determined to retaliate. Claws stomping hard on the ground. Its eyes widen. Tian sees it and is completely startled. The Earth Dragon opens its huge mouth full of sharp fangs, preparing to unleash Dragon Breath. She cries out in shock, "This is bad." Moyu calmly reaches out. Soulfire magic power flies around, he says. "You still want to use a skill? Dream on." He shoots straight into the Earth Dragon, controlling it and deflecting the fire. Tian sits on the ground, utterly terrified, her eyes wide. All the attacks converge now, hitting it head-on. It obviously has no more ability to resist. It's finally completely defeated, its body falling. System notification. Defeated Ancient Earth Dragon. Experience, plus 5.5 million. Received Earth Dragon Armor X1. Received Earth Crystal X1. Received Gem X1. Received Earth Heart X1. Through the Gathering skill, receive additional Earth Dragon Armor X1. Through the Gathering skill, receive additional Earth Crystal X1. Through the Gathering skill, receive additional Earth Gem X1. Through the Gathering skill, receive additional Earth Core X1. Earth Dragon Armor. Exclusive to warriors. Platinum grade defensive equipment. All stats plus 2000, 20% damage reductions. Skill, Full Defense. Full defense for 1 minute. Defense ability increased 10x. Cooldown time 2 hours. Earth Crystal can be combined with other elemental crystals to form an elemental godstone. Increases the chance of job sublimation upon 3rd job advancement. The more elements in the godstone, the stronger the effect. Can be used alone to permanently increase physical damage resistance, but after using it alone, it cannot be combined to create an elemental godstone. Earth Gem permanently reduces physical damage taken by 50%, with a chance to gain a physical skill. If a Holy Knight uses it during their 2nd job change, it will greatly increase the chance of job sublimation. Earth Heart, essential item to job change to Earth Knight. Mo Yu is extremely surprised, thinking, I didn't expect there to be a crystal here. What a pleasant surprise. The gathering skill is really too OP. All rewards are doubled. Tian admires, constantly praising. Li Fan, you're so amazing. I didn't expect you to take down the boss so easily. If it weren't for you, I would have been burned to death by its dragon breath. He throws the earth gem to her and says, activate it. She says in surprise, for me? But I only used the gathering skill. I didn't help at all. Mo Yu sternly reminds, stop talking and use it quickly. We still have to grind the dungeon. Don't waste time. So Tian accepts. He's very satisfied with the results and thinks, now my elemental godstone has 3 types of elements. The elemental godstone and earth crystal merge together. Before long, Mo Yu receives an elemental godstone. System update. Elemental godstone consisting of 3 elements: fire, poison, and earth. Using it during the 3rd job change can increase the chance of job sublimation by 10%. Mo Yu carefully observes the elemental godstone, his expression thoughtful. 10% is still too low. I have to continue to find other elemental essences. At the same time, the light on Tian's body disappears. The fusion is complete. From now on, all physical damage can only cause partial damage to her. Mo Yu turns to Tian and asks, how was it? Did you get any skills? Tian excitedly shows off to him, I just got a physical skill called Stun. The system provides information about the new skill. Stun has a chance to stun the target for 5 seconds, cooldown time 1 minute. For targets of higher level than yourself, the stun time will be shortened. Tian jumps for joy. I finally have a warrior skill. Thank you, Mo Yu. He smiles and praises her. Not bad. Get ready. We'll go out of the dungeon and use cooldown reduction talismans to continue grinding. With that, they both step out of the dungeon. Before long, Mo Yu and Tian have already used the dungeon. Mo Yu uses a talisman to reduce the dungeon's cooldown time. Tian stands beside him, unable to help but marvel. A cooldown reduction talisman? Mo Yu acts quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, both he and Tian have returned to the dungeon. Outside, Yu sees Mo Yu and Tian come out, and then go back in, and can't help but wonder, did they come out? Why did they go back in? Did they really clear the dungeon, or are they just temporarily retreating? But this dungeon doesn't have an exit. Zhang Wenshan reassures Yu. Trust team leader Lin. He instructs his teammates. This time will definitely attract the attention of demons and dragons. Next time team leader Lin comes out, we may launch an attack. Everyone shouts in unison, yes. Meanwhile, the demons' eyes all flash with intense killing intent. They angrily curse Mo Yu. Damn it, that brat is playing us. Everyone prepare. Wait for him to come out next time and take his life with one strike. The Dragon Clan is also seething with a plot to eliminate Mo Yu. We must not allow humans to have an Earth Knight. The threat from an Earth Knight is greater than 3 god-level beings. Our clan has a mandate, no matter what. We must prevent the human race from producing Earth Knights. At this time, Mo Yu and Tian have entered the dungeon for the 2nd time. Standing at the entrance, Mo Yu carefully considers his battle plan. The reinforcement skill has a 1-hour cooldown. Without this skill, it's not easy to fight the boss. It seems that even if I use the fastest speed to grind the dungeon, it will still take an hour per run. His eyes suddenly light up. That's not right. There are quite a few earth flowers and earth firefish there. I can use corpse explosion to grind faster. An idea suddenly pops into Mo Yu's head. I wonder what effect exploding the boss will have. Combined with reinforcement that is fully cooled down, I can grind 3 or 4 more runs before the dungeon disappears. After thinking for a sec, Mo Yu turned to her. Tian, ever speedrun a dungeon before? Tian blanked. Speedrun? Mo Yu instructed her. I'll pull all the mobs together in a bit. Just follow behind me. When the mobs are grouped up, you gotta time your AoE loot skill. We're prioritizing speed this time. Might miss some minor loot, but we gotta secure the big stuff. Tian clenched her fist. She said decisively, Don't worry. I'll do my best. Mo Yu channeled his spirit energy, signaling Tian. All right then, skeleton army, assemble. Lin Moyu commanded. Let's go! The skeleton army and Tian instantly moved out. She quickly dashed after Mo Yu. In a flash, demon snakes and centipede fiends appeared. They swarmed Mo Yu's skeleton legion. Tian's eyes widened, her mouth agape. This is what he meant by speedrunning? When the fiend centipedes and snakes were all grouped up by Moyu, Tian followed his instructions, casting her loot skill while calculating, "My loot skill can only affect 200 mobs at once." While Tian used her AoE loot skill, Moyu directed her from the side. This side first, then Tian, jump over to this side. As soon as Moyu finished speaking, Tian executed perfectly. Moyu channeled his spirit energy, glancing in one direction. He unexpectedly unleashed Second Bone Impaler, quote, and instantly, a series of bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the monsters, causing them to scream in agony. After looting everything, Moyu smiled and praised Tian. "Nice work." She was overjoyed and hastily said, "Thank you." Finishing her sentence, Tian charged forward. "I'll use my loot skill on the boss." The surrounding space instantly turned a deathly green from Moyu's spirit energy. The aquatic monsters were also annihilated by his bone impaler. Now they're like skewered fish on a grill. Finally, Moyu arrived at the location of the earth bloom. Tian smiled, blushing. "I've already used my loot skill on them." A moment later, the skeleton legion commanded by Moyu arrived. They tossed the corpses of the demonic beasts into the earth bloom to trigger corpse explosion. Tian was stunned by the scene. "This is how you speedrun? He doesn't waste a single second. It hasn't even been half an hour. This speed is insane." Amidst the screams of the monsters, the earth bloom was blown to smithereens. The skeleton warriors hurriedly carried the pieces of the earth bloom's corpse to the eternal earth dragon. Moyu's blue eyes flashed with a cold glint. "Let's go. Time to fight the boss." At this moment, the eternal earth dragon came into view. Faced with the warriors' fierce attacks, the earth dragon only showed suspicious eyes. The next second, the earth bloom suddenly exploded in midair, creating a violent tremor. The eternal earth dragon roared, ferociously raising its claws high, unleashing War Stomp. Moyu calmly stated, "Want to use skills? Don't even think about wasting my time." Moyu quickly increased the spirit energy in the chains binding the eternal earth dragon. At the same time, the skeleton warrior legion rushed to his aid. They continuously tossed the corpse pieces of the earth bloom at the eternal earth dragon. Moyu seized the opportunity, concentrating his spirit energy into his hand, muttering, "Explode!" Immediately, the corpse pieces of the earth bloom were detonated with corpse explosion. The earth dragon roared in pain. It glared at Moyu. "You damn human brat!" In the end, the eternal earth dragon couldn't withstand Moyu's relentless attacks and fell helplessly. The system UI rapidly updated. Killed Ancient Earth Dragon, EXP plus 5000. Received Earth Dragon Strongbow. Received Earth Dragon Crystallization. Received Earth Dragon Gem. Received Earth Dragon Heart. Loot skill granted additional Earth Dragon Strongbow. Loot skill granted additional Earth Dragon Crystallization. Loot skill granted additional Earth Dragon Gem. Loot skill granted additional Earth Dragon Heart. After taking down the Eternal Earth Dragon, Moyu told Tian, "Let's go, time for the next run." Tian was stunned. Holy crap, this dungeon clearing speed is too damn fast. Next, Moyu and Tian stepped through the door and left the dungeon, then both entered the dungeon again. Abyss of Suppressed Demons was baffled. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Didn't they just leave? It's only been half an hour. Even Jiang Wenshan was amazed. "This is the dungeon clearing efficiency of Chief Lin?" he said excitedly. "If that's really the case, we can at least go in 4 or 5 more times. In a few hundred years, the human race won't be lacking Earth Knights anymore. This time, an Earth Knight will definitely be born." The dragon race was also dumbfounded. Are they demons? Didn't they just enter the dungeon? Why are they out again? Moyu and Tian kept going in and out, making the demons dizzy. "They're in again? Has he cleared the dungeon again already? How can it be so fast?" "Whatever. Next time he comes out, we'll strike immediately. We definitely won't let him survive." At this moment, Jiang Wenshan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The atmosphere has changed. The killing intent is becoming clearer and clearer. It seems they're about to lose it. But come at us, we've been ready for a long time. Half an hour later, Moyu and Tian entered the dungeon again. The coordination between the two of them became even smoother. Tian cheered excitedly. "We were a bit faster this time. Maybe we'll break the 35-minute record." However, the pupils in Moyu's eyes suddenly contracted violently. He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Turns out Moyu saw the Eternal Earth Dragon standing right in front of the dungeon entrance. Unlike the previous times, the Eternal Earth Dragon was now fully awake, its eyes gleaming, staring intently at Moyu and Tian Tian. Tian's eyes widened, her lips moved. Huh? Why is it awake? Immediately afterwards, a bizarre aura suddenly enveloped the two of them. The eternal earth dragon's ferocious roar echoed throughout the dungeon. The terrifying pressure like knives cutting through them caused Moyu to exclaim, "This isn't good! Something's wrong with the dungeon!" His skeleton warriors were also knocked down. Only Moyu stood firm thanks to his bone armor. Even Tian Tian suddenly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. While Moyu was observing Tian Tian's situation, in an instant, the eternal earth dragon suddenly teleported right in front of him, the huge dragon eyes staring intently at Moyu, causing him to feel a chill. Next, the thunderous voice of the earth dragon resounded with majesty. "Hey, you human brat, you've gone too far!" With dragon eyes gleaming, the earth dragon closed in on Moyu, growling, "You humans always say no more than 3 times. How many more times are you planning to kill me?" Moyu calmly looked up and asked, "Are you the true, ancient earth dragon?" The earth dragon snorted coldly. "What did you say?" 2 streams of air blasted from its nostrils, shattering the bone armor around Moyu. He lowered his head slightly, gently reminding the earth dragon, "Esteemed existence, it seems you've broken the rules." The eternal earth dragon roared furiously again. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, flames of rage erupted from the earth dragon's entire body. Outside the dungeon entrance, a strange purple light radiated, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. "What's going on? Something happened in the dungeon!" Inside the dungeon, Moyun tried to maintain a calm demeanor. With the level of this core dungeon, an existence like, "You shouldn't be here," the eternal earth dragon suddenly laughed arrogantly. "Do you believe that with just one breath, I can burn you to ashes?" Moyu shook his head. "You won't kill me." The earth dragon unexpectedly lowered its head, opening its mouth wide. "What makes you so sure?" Moyu calmly pointed towards Tian Tian. "If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it just now, instead of controlling my undead legion and putting my teammates in a coma. I guess you're here to give me a warning." Hearing him speak, the eternal earth dragon chuckled. "That's right. I came to see who could make my avatar so miserable. Indeed, I don't intend to eat you. I'm here to make a deal with you." Moyu was curious. "A deal?" "Please, senior, speak." The earth dragon spoke slowly. "But you're not qualified to make this deal yet. When you reach the true central area of the upper realm, I'll be waiting for you there." After speaking, the earth dragon turned into golden and silver rays of light and slowly disappeared. Moyu muttered, "The central area of the upper realm? Could it be?" Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, his expression pensive. "The central area of the upper realm? Could it be the boss that Moyu mentioned? I didn't expect it to have intelligence." Moyu recalled the cold gaze of the ancient rock and secretly compared them. The earth dragon not only has intelligence, but its intelligence far surpasses the ancient rock. While Moyu was lost in thought, Tian Tian gradually woke up, rubbing her head. "What happened just now?" Moyu casually replied. "The dungeon mutated. The boss disappeared." Tian Tian was surprised. She quickly asked Moyu, "Are you okay?" Moyu indifferently replied, "I'm fine. The dungeon is over. Let's go out. We have to deal with the guys waiting outside." An idea popped into Moyu's mind. He quickly asked Tian Tian, "That's right. If you use your collection skill on the dragon race and demons, what will you collect?" Tian Tian honestly replied, "I don't know. I've never tried." Moyu suggested, "Try it when we go out later." Tian Tian agreed. "Okay." The space outside was silent, and the figures of Moyu and Tian Tian appeared. The demons and dragon race immediately shouted, "They're out! Attack! Kill!" Instantly, both the demons and dragon race rushed up to attack Moyu. Just as they were about to strike, Jiang Wenshan appeared, taking the lead. "Don't even think about it." The group defense skill was quickly activated. A solid shield radiating golden light, continuously blocking each fierce attack. Jia Lan Yayu also joined the battle. "Let me help you." Wide area defense. Moyu coldly opened his mouth, seeking death. The demons and dragon race shouted, "Kill that human! Absolutely can't let him take the heart of the earth back. Don't spare anyone. Kill them all." Meanwhile, Moyu indifferently ordered Jiang Wenshan, "Take them down." Jiang Wenshan replied concisely, "Roger." Immediately after, the shadow mages in Jiang Wenshan's legion raised the staffs in their hands. The mage shouted, "Prohibition!" In an instant, A beam of light suddenly shone down from above. At that very moment, a no-fly zone was formed. The demons and dragon race fell from the sky like rain. They panicked. Not good. Their mages have a no-fly skill, so what if it's no-fly? We can still kill them all when we get down. The no-fly zone can only last for a minute. As long as we hold on through this time, we still have an absolute advantage. Little did they know, as soon as they landed, they were surrounded by Moyu's deathly spirit energy. Waves of skeleton warriors unexpectedly appeared one after another, staring at the demons and dragon race with murderous intent. Moyu also seized the opportunity, raising the hand with the enhanced soldier drawing on it, his tone cold. If the no-fly time isn't long enough, then I won't give you the chance to fly again. After speaking, the Skeleton Legion was instantly infused with more vitality, their momentum even more surging. Deployed at the same time as the enhanced soldiers was also Tian Tian's group collection skill. Sparkling cold lights surrounded the demons and dragon race. They cried out in fear, "What is this? Why isn't it causing damage?" Amidst their screams, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages unleashed their ultimate moves, a terrifying power that directly annihilated all the remaining forces of the demons and dragon race. Jiang Wenshan was already accustomed to these shocking scenes. He calmly declared, "It's over." Jia Lanyayu asked him in confusion, "What did you say?" Jiang Wenshan slowly explained. Once team leader Lin uses the rune skill, the outcome is already set. It's a skill that can take down the Abyss Fire Spirit in one hit. Sure enough, after a violent storm, all the demon and dragon race mobs were destroyed, leaving not even bones behind. Jiang Wenshan thought to himself, using the enhanced soldier skill, not even corpse explosion is needed. The system quickly updated the information. Eliminated level 48 Abyss Demon. Experience plus 240,000. Military merit plus 1000. Eliminated level 48 Abyss Demon. Experience plus 240,000. Military merit plus 1000. Now, all that remained were the sparkling golden lights swirling around Mo Yu and Tian Tian. The system excitedly announced, Mo Yu has been promoted Lieutenant Colonel, with 1 star holding the badge. Tian Tian, standing next to him, couldn't help but marvel. The medal has been upgraded to Lieutenant Colonel. In an instant, Mo Yu was suddenly surrounded by brilliant light. He guessed, "Level up!" The system screen displayed. Name, Lin Moyu. Profession, Unique Necromancer. Level, 34. Title, Dragon Race Battle King. All attributes plus 500. Skill consumption minus 50%. Strength, 1526 plus 500. Constitution, 1526 plus 500. Agility, 1526 plus 500. Spirit 21, 630 plus 3500. Corpse Explosion level 5. Detonates the corpse, dealing 30% damage to enemies within 5 meters. Moyu was now very excited. Finally, the Corpse Explosion skill has leveled up. Thanks to the added effects of the talent, the damage range reaches 50 meters, and the damage is tripled. As long as there are enough corpses, who knows, I might be able to blow a hole through the abyss. Tian Tian's eyes widened. She blurted out, "I didn't expect the collection skill to be effective on demons and dragon race." The system continued to announce, acquired Demon Core Fragment through collection skill. Demon Core Fragment. After use, covers oneself with the aura of a demon for 1 hour. Acquired low-grade Dragon Race Blood Essence through collection skill. Low-grade Dragon Race Blood Essences can be refined into potions by alchemists or crafted into combat equipment by blacksmiths and artisans. Holding the Demon Core Fragment in his hand, Mo Yu couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Can cover oneself with the aura of a demon? This is really good stuff. If I want to enter the abyss someday, this will definitely be useful. I didn't expect the collection skill to get this kind of item. At this time, in front of the dungeon, the corpses of demons and dragon race were scattered everywhere. This frightening scene shocked Jia Lanyayu. Is it over just like that? Not even a minute has passed, right? Jiang Wenshan, on the other hand, remained calm. He said with a smile, Team leader Lin is most skilled in AoE attacks. The remaining members of Jiang Wenshan's team began to discuss with each other. I didn't expect that skill to be from a primitive rune. Too strong. I didn't expect that someone at level 34 would actually obtain a primitive rune. Their future is probably limitless. Mo Yu then tossed Tian Tian a glittering stone. She blankly asked, "This is..." Mo Yu calmly replied, This is a two-way positioning teleport stone. If you find the Demon Dragon Dungeon, let me know, let's stay in touch, I might need your help. Seeing Mo Yu turn to leave, Tian Tian watched him, her voice regretful. Are you leaving soon? Mo Yu calmly replied. The core dungeon has disappeared. I have nothing else to do here. I still have the mission my master gave me to complete. Goodbye. Tian Tian reluctantly watched Mo Yu leave. Seeing Tian Tian's cheeks flushed, Jialan Yayu stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with him? Tian Tian shyly waved her hand. What? Sister Yayu, don't tease me. Jialan Yayu teased her. Oh my, our Tian Tian is blushing. Jialan Yayu's words stirred up giggles from the sisters in the team. Tian Tian was flustered. Really, it's not that, it's just that his dungeon farming style is very unique, very exciting, it's just a little fascinating. Hearing her speak, Jialan Yayu was also curious. What kind of dungeon farming style? The sisters in the team also quickly gathered together, urging Tian Tian. That's right, tell us how you two cleared the core dungeon in 40 minutes. The fastest previous record was 6 hours. Tian Tian honestly recounted, it was like this. 10 days later, in the central area, Mo Yu was leisurely strolling. Deep in the forest, Mo Yu bumps into a demon. The demon instantly recognizes the insignia on Mo Yu's shoulder. A 1-star lieutenant colonel. Without hesitation, it flaps its wings and bolts. Mo Yu scratches his head, thinking, ever since I became a 1-star lieutenant colonel, I haven't been able to kill any demons or dragons. Did they broadcast my location to the upper echelons? The only problem is I can't fly, so I can't even chase after it. Meanwhile, outside the Succubus Queen's palace, space twists into a vortex. A colossal eye suddenly appears from the center of the spiral. It's the Flame Demon Lord. As soon as he arrives, he roars, Succubus Queen, get out here! The booming voice shakes the entire palace, and a stream of darkness appears. The Succubus Queen's figure slowly materializes, looking lazy as hell. Flame Demon, do you know the consequences of disturbing my sleep? The Flame Demon Lord is pissed. I don't give a damn about your consequences. I'm asking you, do you know Mo Yu is at Xuan Ji training camp? The Succubus Queen yawns. Yeah, so? The Flame Demon Lord interrogates her. If you knew, why didn't you tell me? You obviously knew. The Succubus Queen smirks devilishly. So what if I knew he was at Xuan Ji training camp? Why should I tell you? What are you to me? Unless you... Saying that, she suddenly jumps up. The Flame Demon Lord flinches back, on high alert. Seeing his worried expression, the Succubus Queen sneers. Look at you, with that tiny bit of courage daring to provoke me. I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'm keeping that eye of yours. The Flame Demon Lord is seriously triggered. He grits his teeth. If you knew Mo Yu was at Xuan Ji training camp, why didn't you send someone to kill him? Or, just give me the info on Mo Yu. The Succubus Queen's eyes flash, radiating murderous intent. You think I didn't send someone to kill him? Even Crimson Moon Demon and Abyss Fire Spirit were sent, but they still couldn't kill him. Saying this, she takes out a purple stone. You also know the rules of Xuan Ji training camp. If you've got the guts, do it yourself. With that, the Succubus Queen throws the purple stone at the Flame Demon Lord. The info you want is in there. Don't bother me again or I'll make you regret it. After speaking, the Succubus Queen returns to her castle, leaving the Flame Demon Lord with the purple stone. At the same time, Mo Yu cheers excitedly. Finally leveled up! The system UI updates. Name, Mo Yu. Class, Unique Necromancer. Level, 35. Title, Dragon Clan War King. All stats, plus 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%. Strength 1600 plus 500. Constitution 1600 plus 500. Spirit 230,000. Trait, Divinity Power level 35. The system continues to announce. Golden Skeleton Warrior, level 35. Strength 20,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 20,000. Skill. Berserk Aura level 3. Converts 400% of strength into damage to the target. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Golden Skeleton Mage, level 35. Strength 5,000. Agility 5,000. Spirit 25,000. Constitution 5,000. Legion member slots 0 350ths. Strength 6,500. Agility 6,500. Spirit 6,500. Constitution 30,000. Moyu gazes into the distance, muttering, I don't know how long I've been in this Xuanjiyu training camp. I'm starting to lose track of time. He calculates. 4 more levels. If I can't find the Dragon Demon Palace by level 39, I'll have to go back and prepare for class advancement and job promotion. Moyu suddenly thinks of Lin Mohan. I feel like my leveling speed is already fast, but it's still too slow compared to her. She's very likely to become the youngest god-tier powerhouse in human history. While Moyu is lost in thought, not far away, a beam of blue light suddenly descends from the sky, attracting Moyu's attention. He speculates. There's Dragon Clan bloodline aura. Could it be the Dragon Demon Palace? He quickly runs towards the blue light to check it out. Suddenly, Moyu stops. He raises his head, his pupils constricting, his lips moving. That's not right. Why isn't there a celestial phenomenon? Moyu carefully considers. Logically speaking, once the Dragon Demon Palace appears, there should be a celestial phenomenon, attracting all 3 races. But now, apart from sensing the aura of the Dragon Demon Palace, there's nothing else. His eyebrows furrow. Then there are only 2 possibilities. 1. The instance isn't fully formed yet, so the celestial phenomenon hasn't appeared. The second possibility, what's in front of me isn't the Dragon Demon Palace. Just then, Moyun sees a cluster of light with shimmering rainbows in the distance, multicolored clouds swirling together into a vortex. A stunning, magical scene. Moyu exclaims, What a coincidence! Something feels off, but no matter what, I have to get closer to take a good look. Thinking this, he slowly approaches the spiral vortex. Moyu's fingertip suddenly glows. It's detection. The detection turns into gentle breezes, flying directly into the multicolored vortex. Before long, Moyu realizes it's a barrier. A deep abyss barrier. Moyu's face shows confusion. His gaze suddenly stops on a stone emitting smoky vapor. It's a used dragon crystal, containing Dragon Clan breath. After use, there's a chance to awaken a talent. He's stunned. The Dragon Clan aura is coming from this dragon crystal. This is a trap. A sound comes from behind Moyu. He calmly glances back, and sure enough, the Flame Demon Lord is now in front of him. Moyu calmly says, Flame Demon Lord, so it's you. The Flame Demon Lord, in the form of a giant eye, roars angrily. Moyu, you're dead this time. Moyu sneers. You seem pretty confident, huh? This is the upper space, you can only send an avatar here. So what if there's a barrier? You think you could trap me to death here? In his heart, he feels puzzled. What is he planning? The Flame Demon Lord hears Moyu's nonchalant tone and flies into a rage. Brat, enjoy these last moments. I will completely obliterate you. Death. I, your lord, will personally watch you turn into a complete idiot and then be killed. Bam! Moyu's heart flutters slightly. Where is he getting this confidence from? Inside the barrier, dark clouds gather. Moyu says softly. Fog? He looks around, but his vision is now limited. Sweat involuntarily beads on Moyu's forehead. The barrier covers about 1 kilometer, but there are no monsters, just this fog. What is he planning to use to deal with me? He orders the Skeleton Legion, go see if you can break the barrier. Lin Mo secretly assesses that the 2 armor-clad skeletons don't react. It seems this fog is non-toxic and harmless. The fog becomes thicker and thicker, and the eerie laughter of the Flame Demon Lord echoes in Moyu's ears through the misty haze. The scene in front of him suddenly changes. Moyu wonders, what is this? A sharp pain in his brain causes Moyu to collapse, holding his head. It feels like I'm forgetting something. Suddenly, an ethereal light surrounds Moyu, transporting him to a strange dimension. Moyu keeps asking himself, what am I doing? Moyu looks down at his hand. I don't seem to belong here, but my memories tell me I'm just a student preparing. Gao Yang suddenly nudges him. Moyu, it's your turn. Go on. Xie Shu, standing not far away, mutters quietly. You dumbass. I've called you several times already. Why are you still spacing out? On the podium, Lu Yun's clear voice rings out. Next, Moyu. Moyu still can't collect himself. Strange. Why do I feel like I've already transmigrated? What have I forgotten? Moyu's surroundings suddenly warped. Dark clouds churned, Lightning flashed violently. Mo Yu's eyes lit up, muttering, "I feel like I've seen this before." Mo Yu felt a strange familiarity, yet it felt alien. No, this is beyond what he remembers. The skeleton warrior turned, its face contorted in rage, eerie blue light blazing from its sockets. It rode its mount as a bolt of lightning struck Mo Yu's position. Instantly, a myriad of shards, like tiny mirrors, scattered around him. Mo Yu's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his temples. He finally realized something, thinking, "This is the ancient trial grounds." He hesitated, raising his hands to examine the chi surrounding his body. Was it all a dream? In the dream, I forgot everything. If this continues, I'll become a total noob. Mo Yu warily assessed the situation, wondering, "My body is burning, but it doesn't hurt, it's warm. WTF is going on?" He finally realized it was soul fire, burning away massive amounts of unknown substances within his body. Amidst the raging green flames, Mo Yu concluded, "Everything I just saw was an illusion." He was shaken, thinking about Bai Yi Yuan. "I remember now," the teacher told me, "among the abyss demons, there's one extremely dangerous and mysterious type." His pupils constricted. Mo Yu tried to summarize. "They're called abyss illusion demons. Their bodies are tiny, and they live in swarms, with even a small swarm reaching millions. Once inside a body, they create illusions, invade the soul, and even erase memories, turning the infected into their puppets. These creatures look disgusting and mutated. They're too small and sneaky for even armored skeletons to detect." Mo Yu raised his hand, holding a blue light, thinking, "Lucky that undead maid showed up in that illusion, or else I'd be..." Raising his hand high, he shouted, "Soulfire ignition!" Dark, mournful voices echoed everywhere. "How did you find out? What is this fire? We're being burned alive!" Mo Yu decisively ordered, "Netherflame, get the hell out of here!" A dark eye with a terrifyingly contracted pupil sneered, "You stupid brat! I am Netherflame Demon Lord, born with the power to control fire. You dare play with fire before me? Pathetic!" Mo Yu didn't back down. He gritted his teeth, retorting, "Then just try me." With that, Mo Yu unleashed Abyss Domain. The Demon Lord was hit by the green energy from his hand. Within the Abyss Domain, inside a tower filled with eerie death energy, Netherflame Demon Lord sat atop, his body engulfed in blue light. His face was consumed by relentless flames. The skeleton mages below were sweating bullets, repeatedly asking, "Lord Demon Lord, are you all right?" Suddenly, a flame erupted before them. A dark voice, as if from the underworld, boomed with authority. "No one must know of this disgrace." Netherflame Demon Lord was furious. He rose from his throne, growling, "Mo Yu, I swear I'll kill you! If you have the guts, don't ever leave the ancient trial grounds." He raged, yelling, "Someone! Pass down my order!" A jewel with a violet glow floated in the air. On the other side, the system displayed information. Demon Lord Jewel. A jewel crystallized from the Demon Lord's power, containing the Demon Lord's strength. Mo Yu held the jewel, thinking, "Demon Lord Jewel, I'll keep this for now." The Abyss Illusion demons wailed under the blue flames, shards of mirrors scattering everywhere. Mo Yu sighed in relief after finishing. Lucky for that guy's help, or I'd have fallen for Netherflame's trap. However, something still bothered him. But what was that illusion? Mo Yu suddenly realized this was Mo Yun's teleport stone for him. Could it be she found the Dragon Demon Palace? Instantly, a blue light enveloped Mo Yu. It cautiously assessed the situation. Abyss power, dragon bloodline aura, and the aura of a dungeon. This is definitely the Dragon Demon Palace. Mo Yun appeared before him, a slight smile on her lips. A notification from the dungeon system appeared before them. Dragon Demon Palace. Level 53. Difficulty: Normal. Nightmare. Hell. Mo Yun turned to Mo Yu, casually asking, "See? I found it faster, right?" He quickly replied, "Thanks." Mo Yun happily responded, "No need to thank me. The dungeon's too high level. I'm not strong enough to enter. I know you'll grind it multiple times. If you have any spare dragon crystals, give me one or two." Mo Yu agreed. He said, "No problem." He raised his hand, saying, "All right, let me call one more person. Teleport stone, confirm location." Mo Yun blurted out, "Besides Yi Yi, who else can he summon?" Instantly, Tian Tian appeared in magical blue light. Turns out she's a master collector, so dungeon profits will be doubled. An imp on the other side immediately became alert, angrily yelling, "That's Lin Moyu!" Lord Demon Cube ordered, "Kill Lin Moyu on sight!" A dragonkin quickly responded, "My clan also has a decree. Lin Moyu must die." They formed a circle, charging at Moyu. One of them shouted, "Kill him!" Moyun stared at Moyu's back, shocked. What the hell did this guy do? How could he make the dragonkin and demons share the same hatred? Meanwhile, the demons and dragonkin charged, attacking Moyu amidst ferocious roars. "Kill him! Kill him!" Facing the overwhelming horde, Moyu remained calm. He used his spiritual powers to summon his undead legion. At the same time, Moyu ordered the skeleton mages to cast spells. In an instant, the magical power of the skeleton mages shone brilliantly. Hundreds of skeleton warriors charged into battle with the demons and dragonkin. Soon, the demons were incinerated, falling to the ground like rain. Witnessing the epic scene, Tian Tian exclaimed, "So OP." The imps and dragonkin were scared shitless, yelling, "Run! Get out of here! We're no match for him." After driving away the demons and dragonkin, Moyu turned to Tian Tian, saying, "Let's go, into the dungeon. They won't dare to bother us for now." Tian Tian nodded. Okay. The two quickly entered the dungeon. The demons and dragonkin could only watch as Moyu led Tian Tian into the dungeon. They anxiously discussed. "He wants to enter the dungeon. What to do?" One of them suggested. "We're no match for him. Why don't we just enter the dungeon too?" The remaining dragon race demons unanimously agreed to this bright idea. Moyun, seeing the demons and dragons whispering, wondered, what are they up to? Then, the demons and dragons lined up, following Moyu into the dungeon. This time, Moyun was shocked. What's going on? Why are they all entering the dungeon too? Moyun's pupils contracted. She muttered. Normally, outside the dungeon is a three-way battle, but now, it's changed because of Lin Moyu. Just then, a group of monster hunters arrived, looking around confused. Why are there so few people? Where are the demons and dragons? Are we the first wave? Lucky us. Moyun silently watched the group enter the dungeon, her expression thoughtful. This is the most people ever in the Demon Dragon's Lair dungeon in history. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Dragon's Lair dungeon, Tian Tian cheered excitedly. Our luck is insane. It's an ice demon dragon. Seeing Tian Tian's eagerness, Moyu asked curiously, "Ice demon dragon?" Tian Tian explained, "That's right. The environment of each entry into the Demon Dragon's lair is different," she added. "Sometimes it's a fire demon dragon, sometimes it's an ice demon dragon, and sometimes other elemental demon dragons. The demon dragons that have appeared seem to be around a dozen already," Tian Tian emphasized. "Among them, the black dragon is the most difficult, but the ice demon dragon we encountered is relatively simple." After listening to Tian Tian's detailed explanation, Moyu nodded. "I understand. You focus on the timing to use the seal-breaking technique for collection later." Tian Tian obediently replied. "Don't worry. Before long, a cave appeared before the two of them," Tian Tian said as she walked. "The demon dragon's lair doesn't have any small fries, just one boss. And if you kill the demon dragon, you clear the instance." Hearing Tian Tian's explanation, Moyu thought, "Only one boss? This is perfect for my playstyle." As soon as they entered the cave, gusts of cold wind blew wildly. Tian Tian hugged her shoulders and shivered slightly. "It's so cold!" At this moment, an ice demon dragon suddenly blocked the two of them. The system UI quickly updated. Ice demon dragon, hell level boss, level 55, strength 100,000, speed 60,000, spirit 120,000, constitution 160,000, skills, Ice Heaven Snow Earth Great Freeze, Super Ice Storm, characteristics, immune to water element damage, elemental damage reduced, physical damage 50%, curse effect weakened. Moyu secretly became vigilant. The stats are high, it's a very strong boss. Thinking this, he channeled powerful spirit energy into his palm. Summon my soldiers. Instantly, a powerful skeleton army appeared. The skeleton warriors quickly surrounded the ice demon dragon. Each squad of skeletons carrying shining broadswords bravely charged to fight the ice demon dragon. Suddenly, the ice demon dragon opened its mouth and unleashed Great Freeze. The temperature in the cave dropped sharply. All the skeleton warriors were simultaneously frozen, unable to move. Moyu and Tian Tian had protective armor on their bodies, so they could temporarily withstand it. However, the skeleton warriors were now being pushed down one by one. The undead general raised his staff high and used the skill Army Might, removing all crowd control effects from the Legion members, while boosting morale, only effective for abnormal status level 60. The ice demon dragon furiously flew up. From above, it roared fiercely, unleashing ice heaven snow earth. Instantly, heavy snow fell inside the cave, snowflakes like knives, shocking Tian. "It's snowing!" A thick layer of ice covered the skeletons, freezing them. Moyu looked up at the ice demon dragon flying high above. He gritted his teeth. "Not being able to fly is such a pain. I still want to grind a few more times. Can't waste time here. Continuing like this isn't the way," Moyu told Tian. "Back away a bit." Tian quickly replied, "Okay." Moyu then took out the death scythe. He shouted powerfully, "Come forth! Soul-devouring Bug King." A blue light radiated out, illuminating the entire area. The system notified. Soul-devouring Bug King. Soul level 50, Strength 40,000, Speed 40,000, Spirit 30,000, Constitution 50,000, Skills. Soul-devouring, Second Stance, Soul-shaking Roar, Characteristics. Ignores defense, ignores physical immunity, devours all things. Moyu ordered the soul-devouring Bug King, "Go, knock that thing down for me." The ice demon dragon's eyes suddenly lit up. The ice demon dragon immediately flew up, unleashing super ice burst. The ice accumulated in the ice demon dragon's cave suddenly exploded. Huge chunks of ice fell like rain. Below, Moyu's skeleton warriors had to endure these huge chunks of ice. The ice demon dragon suddenly spread its wings and flew up. The bone armor surrounding Moyu and Tian flickered slightly, and at the same time flickered. The ice on the cave continued to pour down violently. Moyu could only temporarily use spirit energy to reinforce the bone armor, barely resisting. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring Bug King did not hesitate, using the force to jump onto the wall, quickly approaching the raging ice demon dragon. In an instant, the soul-devouring Bug King's figure was right next to the frantically roaring ice demon dragon. "Jump!" The soul-devouring Bug King unexpectedly bit down on the ice demon dragon's massive body. Terrible pain from the wound was transmitted to the brain, causing the ice demon dragon to struggle in pain. It broke free from the soul-devouring Bug King's sharp teeth. Amidst the chaotic scene, the ice demon dragon roared, its roar tearing apart the silent space. The ice demon dragon's body continued to thrash, causing the ice to shatter into pieces. The ice fragments flew towards Moyu and Tian. Moyu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He was recalling the Undead Legion, while activating defense. Tian also quickly went into attack mode, trying to assist Moyu. The system then updated. 42 skeleton warriors have been destroyed. 25 skeleton mages have been destroyed. The ice shards like sharp knives flew straight at him. Thanks to the bone armor, Moyu was temporarily safe. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I managed to recall most of the Undead Legion in time, otherwise they would have all been wiped out." Tian was now on the defensive behind Moyu. She shouted loudly, "Let me help!" Then, Tian kicked off the ground and flew up. She finally approached the ice demon dragon. Without any hesitation, Tian unleashed a stun skill. There is a chance to stun the target for 5 seconds. The cooldown is 1 minute. For targets of a higher level than herself, the stun time will be shortened. After being hit by Tian's move, the ice demon dragon's head spun, and it felt like it was seeing a million stars spinning around. The ice demon dragon's body gradually staggered, as if about to collapse. Moyu snatches the opportunity. "Fast! Go, go, go!" He barks at his skeleton army. "Gotta milk this 5-second stun." Undead Squad deploys instantly. Moyu channels his mental power for Soulfire, while Tian activates her looting skill. Their teamwork completely neutralizes the ice demon dragon. A ground-shattering crash. The ice demon dragon collapses. The skeleton legion swarms the dragon, unleashing a barrage of critical hits. But then, the dragon's eyes glow. System notification. Stun effect expired. It weakly retaliates. Ice demon dragon's wings spread, looks like it's trying to GTFO. Moyu roars, "Dream on! Soul Devourer King, get M!" The Soul Devourer King rockets towards the ice demon dragon. The instant it's close, the Soul Devourer King clamps down on the dragon's neck. A stench of blood fills the air. The Soul Devourer King chomps down on a chunk of raw dragon meat. Cue the agonizing roar. The ice demon dragon's on its last legs. The skeleton army swarms, finishing the beast. The system displays Ice Demon Dragon eliminated. Plus 550,000 XP, acquired 4 dragon orbs. Looting skill activated, acquired 4 dragon orbs. Dragon orbs have a chance to awaken talents, no usage limit, but can only awaken 1 talent. Holding the hexagonal dragon orbs, Moyu smirks at Tian. Thanks to your skills, I'd be screwed otherwise. Tian beams. You forgot? I got this skill. Thanks to your earth gem. I should be thanking you. No time to waste, Moyu says. Let's keep going. Tian bounces with excitement. Let's go! They exit the dungeon. Outside, it's eerily silent. Tian is puzzled. Where is everyone? The sound of hooves echoes. Moyu, mounted on a warhorse, announces, You're finally out! All 3 clans entered the dungeon because of you 2. Luckily, no fights broke out. Moyu scratches his head sheepishly. Oh really? A glint of bloodlust flashes in his eyes. If that's the case, let's keep grinding this dungeon. Cooldowns reset. Moyu and Mutian re-enter the Ice Demon Dragon's lair. The moment they step inside, Tian shivers. Voice trembling. I think we just aggroed the black dragon. Moyu raises his hand, channeling his mental power. From the darkness, a pair of dragon eyes gleam with murderous intent, followed by an oppressive dragon aura. System provides intel. Black Demon Dragon. Hell level boss. Level 56. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 40,000. Constitution, 200,000. Skills, Earthquake Blast, Dragon Tail Sweep, Frenzied Charge. Traits, 80% elemental and physical damage reduction, massively increased curse resistance, and vitality. Facing the Black Demon Dragon, Moyu calmly summons his undead legion. Suddenly, his heart skips a beat. Moyu yells, Shit! Everyone, get out of the way! The Black Demon Dragon's eyes blaze. It charges ferociously into the undead horde, unleashing Frenzied Charge. A wave of dread washes over Moyu. He screams, Too late to recall them! The Skeleton Legion gets obliterated by the Black Demon Dragon's attack. System update. 18 Skeleton Warriors eliminated. 11 Skeleton Mages eliminated. The Black Demon Dragon's colossal form looms amidst the dust. Suddenly, the Black Demon Dragon emerges, unleashing Earthquake Blast. The cavern shakes violently. Moyu yells, Recall! The system denies his command. Recall failed! Amidst the chaos, the system displays 44 Skeleton Warriors eliminated. 28 Skeleton Mages eliminated. Moyu's brow furrows. Screw it! All in! The crimson pattern on the back of his hand glows, activating the troop enhancement skill. The Undead Legion's stats skyrocketed. Empowered, the Skeleton Warriors charge fearlessly, attacking the Black Demon Dragon head-on. Tian suddenly charges at the Black Demon Dragon, radiating a fiery aura. Moyu tries to stop her. Get back here! Are you suicidal? Tian ignores him, consumed by battle lust. Turns out, Tian's talent is combat instinct. Moyu realizes. No wonder she felt weird before. She's a battle maniac. Face to face with the Black Demon Dragon, Tian activates looting skill without hesitation. Tian's fierce fighting spirit is reflected in the Black Demon Dragon's eyes. Enraged, it unleashes Dragon Tail Sweep. Cold sweat pours down Moyu's face. He shouts, That boss is too fast. Even with combat instinct, she can't dodge that. Tian's eyes widen, pupils contracting. She's going all in. Stun it, damn it. Tian slams her mace into the Black Demon Dragon's tail. A deafening boom! Tian is sent flying, crashing into a rock wall. Her bone armor shatters. Moyu sighs in relief. Thank God for that bone armor. She won't be seriously hurt. The Black Demon Dragon is stunned by Tian. Moyu seizes the opportunity. What the actual FCK is this, luck? Gotta use these 5 seconds. Still in troop enhancement mode, let's go! Every skeleton warrior swarms the Black Demon Dragon, unleashing a barrage of critical hits. For 5 seconds, the Undead Legion delivers non-stop damage. Explosive flames, icy hailstorm, whirlwind vortex, 5 thunderstrike. Under the relentless assault of the Undead Legion, the Black Demon Dragon finally collapses, letting out a weak roar, and then the Black Demon Dragon's body crashes to the ground, G-G-E-Z. Tian cheered. We did it? Moyu smiled. Your skills really came in clutch. Tian grinned. I didn't think I'd get so lucky. System. Black Dragon eliminated. Plus 550,000 express. Dragon King certificate obtained. 6 Dragon Orbs obtained. Collection complete. 6 Dragon Orbs. Dragon King certificate. Soul Link. Certificate to enter the Dragon King's Hall in the lower level of the Xuanjiyu training ground. Holding the Dragon King certificate, Moyu muttered. What's this? A pass to the Dragon King's Hall in the lower levels of the Xuanjiyu training ground? Didn't expect killing the Black Dragon to drop this. Moyu clenched the certificate, voice icy. Since it's in the lower levels, I'll pay the Dragon King's Hall a visit when I get down there. Tian excitedly said, Let's keep going! We can definitely clear all the demon dragons in the Demon Dragon Hall. Moyu nodded. After returning to the dungeon, they arrived at the Wind Demon Dragon's cave. It was dusty. Tian shielded her face. She frowned. Looks like we're up against the Wind Demon Dragon this time? Sure enough, the Wind Demon Dragon appeared from the sky. Wings spread wide, creating powerful gusts with each flap. The skeleton troops struggled against the tornadoes, barely advancing toward the Wind Demon Dragon. The Wind Demon Dragon was covered in wind elemental armor. Tian, great hammer in hand, roared. Even the Black Dragon was no match for us. Die, you puny Wind Demon Dragon. The Poison Demon Dragon opened its maw, spewing a barrage of chaotic tornadoes. Tian and Moyu countered, but were knocked back, clutching their heads. Tian quickly jumped up, shouting, Stun! Tian raised her weapon, moving nimbly through the air. She sweated. It didn't get stunned, but my skills only got a 1-minute cooldown. Tian relentlessly attacked the Poison Demon Dragon. Stun! Stun! She fought with all her might, shouting, Stun it! Stun it! Stun! Stun! Tian slammed the Poison Demon Dragon's head. Stun! Success! She cheered. Got it! Moyu stepped up. My turn. He advanced, unleashing his power in a series of attacks on the Poison Demon Dragon's head. The beast immediately writhed in pain. Predictably, the Poison Demon Dragon fell. Tian smiled. I'm getting the hang of this. Let's keep going. Moyu replied, All right. They proceeded to take on the Poison Demon Dragon, then the Fire Demon Dragon, finally facing the Lightning Demon Dragon. They successfully defeated all 3 powerful demon dragons. Tian cheered. We've farmed the Demon Dragon Hall 8 times. Moyu replied, Thanks to your collection skill, we now have 72 Dragon Orbs. Moyun arrived on a white Qilin, looking down at Moyun. She urgently said, Get out of here! The dungeon's about to collapse! The demons and dragons will flood out soon. But Moyu didn't seem rushed. He nodded, saying there was no need to hurry. Moyun was stunned. You're planning to? Moyu held out his hand, a blue flame erupting. He was going to gatekeep. Moyu stood ready, surrounded by his elite troops. He told Tian, Remember to use your collection skill later. She nodded seriously. Don't worry, I won't miss a single one. The dungeon gate grew increasingly ominous. Moyu said, Sorry everyone, please leave this place. They asked. Why? We still have time for another run. A skeleton warrior behind him said, He's Moyu. They immediately changed their tune. Okay, we're leaving. Soldiers nearby were confused. Captain, why are we leaving? The captain replied, Because he's Lin Moyu. Another questioned, So what if he's Lin Moyu? He can't possibly block the dungeon gate. The captain said, You'll see. Moyu raised his hand. Get ready. They're coming. A barrage of magical light erupted, filled with oppressive power. Moyu raised his hand, activating a seal, and commanded his troops. A horde of skeleton warriors appeared, blue light flickering in their eyes. Tian went all out, using her AoE collection skill. Moyu followed up with Bone Spike. The demons panicked. What's going on? Before they could react, they were impaled. They screamed, Someone's gatekeeping! Just as the dragon race predicted, it was him, Lin Moyu. Moyun shouted, Human teams, evacuate! Human teams, evacuate! The two sides clashed, a chaotic battle. Dragons and humans fought in the mess. Moyu coldly said, It's been a while since we had an explosion this big. A massive explosion shook everything. The soldiers were stunned. So that was his plan. Witnessing Moyun easily destroy the demon army, they were in disbelief. One shuddered. Those were level 50 plus demons and dragons. How are they so weak? Another argued, no, Lin Moyu is just too OP. Just then, Mo Yun arrived on her sacred Killing Beast, casting a flight restriction spell. Then, a series of earth-shattering sounds echoed, and the earth trembled violently as demons and dragons screamed in agony. Moments later, the battle ended. Corpses of dragons and demons littered the area. Mo Yu held a dragon orb, saying, another 270 merit points. But this is the real jackpot. He calculated that the dragon crystals would help awaken his talent. Counting the previous 72, Ming now had a total of 273 dragon crystals. Mo Yu turned to Bao Tiantian and Mo Yun. Let's get out of here first. The two answered in unison, okay. Watching Mo Yu's dashing figure, a soldier whispered to his comrade, he killed so many dragons. How many dragon crystals did he take? His comrade immediately warned, don't overthink it. If you dare to have bad intentions, his skeleton army won't show mercy. Hearing about Mo Yu's undead legion, his face instantly paled, and he stammered, how would I dare? At this moment, in the forest, Mo Yu slowly sat down and said, everyone, use the dragon crystals to awaken your talents. Who's first? Mo Yun volunteered. Me! I didn't awaken any talent during my second job change, so it won't affect the dragon crystal success rate. The talent awakening rate for each crystal is around 10 to 15%. I wonder how many I'll have to use. With that, Mo Yun picked up a dragon crystal and closed her eyes. Instantly, the dragon crystal in her hand emitted a strange purple light, surrounding Mo Yun's entire body. The purple light from the dragon crystal was so bright that Tiantian had to shield her eyes. After a while, Mo Yun looked down, sadly saying, failed. Mo Yu calmly took out a dragon crystal and softly reassured Mo Yun. It's okay, there are plenty of dragon crystals. She politely replied, thank you. Mo Yu bluntly said, that's also thanks to your hard work. The third, the fourth, until the 16th dragon crystal. Mo Yun still couldn't awaken her talent. Suddenly, a burst of aura erupted from Mo Yun. She joyfully exclaimed, success! Mo Yun's entire body radiated a brilliant light. She had awakened the holy flame talent. Tiantian excitedly asked Mo Yun, what is it? What talent did you awaken? Mo Yun gently smiled and replied, I awakened the holy flame talent. From now on, my attacks will have a holy flame effect, greatly increasing my power, especially when facing abyss demons. Tiantian sincerely congratulated Mo Yun. This talent suits you so well. Mo Yun chuckled. Thank you, now it's your turn. Tiantian nervously picked up a dragon crystal, her lips moving. It's my turn. The dragon crystal in Tiantian's hand emitted a brilliant light. By the time she tried the MTH dragon crystal, Tiantian's entire body was enveloped in a sparkling aura. Mo Yun excitedly blurted out, got it. Tiantian has awakened the sure hit talent this time, her feet slowly touching the ground. Tiantian happily showed off to Mo Yu and Mo Yun. The talent I awakened is sure hit. During the effect's duration, all my skills will hit the target 100%, and the effect activation rate will also be 100%. Hearing Tiantian's words, Mo Yu thought to himself, if you combine this talent with her stun skills, it's basically a god-tier artifact for bossing. Tiantian then turned to Mo Yu, looking at him expectantly. Mo Yu, now it's your turn. Mo Yu slowly picked up a dragon crystal. He leisurely said, let me try. Mo Yu tried each dragon crystal until the 8th one, when an aura of death surrounded Mo Yu. System notification. Awakened talent. Lifelink. Summons within a certain range form a lifelink on all summoned creatures, sharing damage taken. Current range 20 meters. Mo Yu was momentarily stunned. So that's how it is. The skeletons within this range can only live or die together. His eyes gradually became sharp. If that's the case, as long as it's not a boss that can deal instant kill damage, the death rate of the skeletons will be significantly reduced. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Mo Yu. The system detected that the host has awakened a new talent. Starting talent optimization. Mo Yu was shocked. The system, it hasn't appeared since the job change. I didn't expect it to suddenly appear now. While Mo Yu was lost in thought, the system updated the status to talent optimization in progress. At the same time, the light emanating from Mo Yu was so intense that Tiantian and Mo Yun had to shield their eyes. Tiantian anxiously asked, What's happening? Mo Yun also felt extremely strange. Wasn't he about to finish awakening his talent? Why did it suddenly explode? Soon, the system gave the result. Talent optimized. Summoned lifelink talent. All life-linked summons share damage taken and receive the same healing. The corner of Mo Yu's mouth curved up. After optimization, all my skeletons are truly in this together till death do us part. This is truly a god-tier talent. Tiantian eagerly asked him, "What talent did you awaken in the end?" He calmly replied, "Life link between summons." Mo Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Such a strong talent? It's almost impossible to wipe out your summons now." Mo Yu's expression turned slightly pensive. "But if I encounter a boss like the ancient rock, I'll probably still lose." Thinking of this, he asked Tiantian and Mo Yun, "Where are you two planning to go next?" Tiantian smiled and said, "I have to go back to the Knight's Order. Sister Yewu and everyone need me." Mo Yun also added, "I'll stay here and grind for a while longer." After speaking, Tiantian returned to the order. Mo Yun rode her Kirin beast and left. Watching their figures, Mo Yu chuckled, "Hope to see you again." Holding the teleport scroll in his hand, Mo Yu calculated, "I should also go back to Shenxia to meet my master." Just then, a purple beam of light suddenly shot straight at Mo Yu. A stream of purple crystal energy pierced straight down towards Mo Yu. They aimed straight down at the base of his protective wall. This shot was no joke. A series of demons flew around in the sky, shocking Mo Yu. They were a group of elite demons. Based on their aura, they were all above level 50. He wasn't afraid at all, but rather quite happy. He didn't expect to be able to earn a bunch of military merit before leaving. Mo Yu began to activate his skill. Level 10 Deadly Smoke Ring, creating a toxic area within a 10 meters radius, dealing 100 damage per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. He was quickly enveloped in a green gas and thought, "Received a boost from the talent. My poison smoke can spread to 100 meters, dealing 1000 damage per second, and lasts for 100 seconds. The green gas shot straight up at the demons in the sky. It was a poison element skill. Red chains also shot up from there. It was a slowing curse. The demons, entangled by the chains, were bewildered. "This is a curse. My speed is greatly reduced. Is he human or a boss? Why can he use poison skills and curses at the same time?" A demon suddenly bit down on its arm, its blood splattering down on the demons entangled by the chains. Another demon saw this and shouted, "Zima, what are you doing?" Around that demon, red streams of blood surrounded it, and its voice was deep and hoarse. "I used another curse to suppress Lin Moyu's curse. My curse can only reduce defense. It doesn't affect killing him." Mo Yu wasn't scared at all, but steadfastly looked at them. "You're quite smart, but reducing your defense? Isn't that just asking for death?" The horde of demons appeared more and more aggressively. "Lin Moyu, you're dead meat. The Demon Lord has ordered, no matter what, we must kill you. Accept your fate and die." Suddenly, a stream of Mo Yu's power enveloped the demons, causing them to stagger. "What the hell is this?" His new move caught the demons off guard. Skeleton Immortal Flash! The lead demon was quickly eliminated, causing the remaining demons to seem to shrink back. "This is not good, run!" Immediately after, the body of the lead demon exploded into pieces. Mo Yu channeled more lightning and said, "Just to be safe, let's blow it up a few more times." Above, the demonic horde was in utter chaos. Moments later, a scene of devastation unfolded before Mo Yu. "Did they all die?" he muttered, surprised by the sight. The demon leader, barely alive and covered in blood, croaked, "So, it's you! A human!" His voice rasped. "Never thought you'd be this strong. No wonder the Demon Lord himself ordered your assassination." With his last ounce of strength, he roared, "If I can't kill you, I'll take you with me. Remember, the one who killed you is Hei Tian Demon Spawn." A surge of purple energy engulfed him. Mo Yu sensed the impending danger. "Crap! That purple energy is closing in fast." He was quickly surrounded. The crystal shards protecting Mo Yu shattered under the assault. He was struck hard in the back, leaving him no time to react. Massive boulders nearby crumbled to the ground. The land and sea were now covered in a chaotic purple hue. A majestic fortress emerged, towering beneath the sky. A blood-red eye appeared, and a deep voice boomed, "Who dares kill my son?" The Black Demon Lord appeared, summoning his power. In the name of the Haitian demon lord, I shall use the soul of the abyss as a guide. Rise again! From the depths of the purple sea, a demon slowly materialized. It knelt before the figure, reborn. Greetings, father, the black demon lord questioned. Who killed you? The demon truthfully reported. I self-destructed. The black demon lord remained composed. I see. A human necromancer, huh? Such a young talent is surely a treasure to the human race. Moreover, he bears the aura of a succubus lord. It seems another demon lord has taken an interest in him. He used his sharp claws to pluck a strand of his hair, a lock imbued with dark purple energy. Immediately, the demon seemed empowered, rising to its feet. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light. He has a succubus aura. Perhaps I should pay the succubus lord a visit. Beneath the rubble, a surge of power erupted. An army of skeletal warriors emerged from the dust and debris. Moyu, covered in dust and scratches, gasped. First time getting blown up. Thank God for the lifelink summoning skill. He glanced at his battered skeletal warriors, all heavily damaged. Moyu pulled out a teleport scroll, wearily saying, Time to head back. Moyu was quickly transported back to the academy. Meng Anwen had been waiting. You're back? Take a rest. Your master is at the Hall of Heroes. He'll be back later. Moyu respectfully replied. Yes, Lord Meng. Inside the hall, Bai Yiyuan immediately sensed his return. That brat is back. I'll head back now. Mo Xinghai chuckled. Good, he's back. Let's go together. I want to see just how talented your student is. Yin Yuan happily agreed. Alright, let's go. See what that kid picked up in the ancient training grounds? As soon as Moyu sat down, the figures of two people appeared before him. Assessing Xinghai at a glance, Moyu thought, a sacred lightning unicorn beast. Could this be Mo Yun's grandfather? The legendary human summoner Mo Xinghai? Yi Yuan grinned at Mo Yu. Good job, brat. Leveled up to 35. Mo Yu politely bowed. Greetings, master. Greetings, Lord Mo. Xinghai was slightly taken aback. You know me? Mo Yu quickly explained. You resemble Sister Mo Yun. I figured I wasn't wrong. Besides, there aren't many summoners who can accompany my master. Xinghai chuckled, pleased. Impressive eyesight. Inwardly, he was puzzled by Mo Yu's position. But this kid is only level 35, with a unique profession. Why does old Bai value him so much? After settling down, Yi Yuan immediately inquired, Tell me, what did you experience in the ancient training grounds? Did you get any good opportunities? Mo Yu honestly replied. Right after entering the ancient training grounds, I encountered the soul-devouring Worm King. The images of his experiences flashed through his mind as Mo Yu spoke. Both Yi Yuan and Xinghai were stunned by the information. You said you annihilated the soul-devouring Worm Mother and even killed the Earth-Vein Dragon God? Mo Yu replied earnestly, yes. The two exchanged astonished glances. Anwen, who had been listening, burst out laughing. Back then, you two led a whole group to fight the soul-devouring Worm Mother, only to be chased away by the soul-devouring Worm King before you even saw her. Unwilling to give up, you went after the Earth-Vein Dragon God and nearly died from poison. Recalling their pathetic state, Yi Yuan turned away, displeased. That's ancient history. Why bring it up? Xinghai awkwardly said, Indeed, old Meng, you're going too far. Mo Yu continued, recounting his encounter with Mo Yun. After that, I met Mo Yun and completed the fusion of the primal rune. She also obtained a primal rune, but we were attacked by demons right before completing the fusion. An image of them falling into a maze appeared. We entered the God's Choice secret realm and obtained the power of divinity. Yin Yuan listened thoughtfully. So this kid experienced so much in just 2 short months? Mo Yu quickly presented his spoils on the table. This is the Earth's core and the Earth treasure I obtained from the Earth's core instance. Anwen examined them. With these, our human race will have an Earth Night once again. Yi Yuan observed, marveling. It's been so many years since the human race had an Earth Night. Anwen turned to Mo Yu, speaking gently. Xiaolin, you've made a great contribution to the human race. You will definitely be rewarded handsomely for this. Mo Yu humbly replied. This is what I should do. He presented a dragon-shaped token on the table. This is the Dragon King certificate, the first received at the Dragon Demon Hall. It seems to allow me to enter the Dragon King Hall instance in the lower plane. Anwen pressed his advantage, jokingly saying, Your master can't help you with this. He's never even entered the Dragon King Hall. Yi Yuan was helpless before his friend's antics. Mo Yu realized something and continued to bring out his spoils. "Oh right, master. This is the remaining dragon essence." Yi Yuan was even more surprised. "Just how many times did you grind the dragon demon hall? Don't tell me you turned the dragon demon's lair upside down," Xinghai mused to himself. This kid. Behind Moyu, a dazzling lieutenant token appears, along with Yi Yuan's thoughts. 1-star lieutenant? Reaching 1-star lieutenant requires 1 million military merits. Just how many demons and dragons did this kid kill in the Xuanjiyu trial grounds? Xinghai is also shocked by this information. Holy crap, level 35 and already a 1-star lieutenant, unheard of. And Wen adds, "Don't even mention level 35. I've never even seen a level 45 with a 1-star lieutenant." Xinghai suddenly turns to leave. "Nothing interesting here, I'm out." Seeing this, Yi Yuan tries to persuade him. "Stay a little longer, the kid hasn't finished reporting yet." Xinghai says with some annoyance, "Screw that, I'm worried about my good granddaughter." After Xinghai leaves, Yi Yuan's face immediately turns serious. "Alright, that old fart's gone, now you can tell us the truth. What level of godly power did you get after entering the God Selection secret realm?" Moyu contemplates. "The peak of Divine Continent is too mysterious. Maybe I shouldn't tell my master." Immediately after, he casually says, "Level 1, Level 3. Yi Yuan, holding a teacup, says calmly, "Only level 3? Huh." Suddenly his eyes widen as if extremely shocked. The teacup in his hand falls to the table. Yi Yuan slams his hand down and stands up, saying, "Wait, you said, how much did you snatch?" Moyu innocently replies, 3? Yi Yuan is stunned, as if not believing his ears. How is that possible? Back then, I only reached level 5, already on par with the highest record of the human race. Moyu is also unclear about the situation. Scratching his head, he continues. "Actually, I've already raised it to level 35. Yi Yuan is dumbfounded, muttering, "He's a freaking monster." He holds his head and shakes it, then says to Moyu, "Alright, you go back and rest first. I want to be alone for a while." He quickly replies, "Yes." And Wen, sitting opposite, asks softly, "What's wrong? Shocked?" Yi Yuan closes his eyes and replies, "The student surpasses the teacher. The disciple is stronger than the master. Of course I'm happy." And Wen holds the teacup in his hand, saying honestly, "But your expression doesn't look like it." Yi Yuan explains with some exhaustion, "What do you know? It's just that this kid's strength is too strong. I don't know what kind of training to give him next." And Wen takes a sip of tea and says, "This is simple. Just let him walk the path you once walked. See how far he can go." Yi Yuan is stunned by An Wen's intention, and asks, "You mean, let him at the #1 fortress military training ground?" Moyu restores his skeleton army, taking this opportunity to upgrade all his skills. After a moment of effort, sweat trickling down his face, Moyu completes it. "Done. My contribution points have reached 6,000. Completely qualified to join the Creation God Academy. Maybe in the future I can fight alongside my sister." His skill is also quickly upgraded. Toxic Smoke Ring level 35. Creating a toxin zone within a 35 meters radius, dealing 315 points of damage per second, lasting for 35 seconds. Suddenly a familiar light appears. A teleportation formation. The letter of command seems to be extremely urgent. Military Order Level 1. All awakened under Level 40. Garrison the fortress. Must not leave. Prepare for battle. Military Order Level 1. All awakened level 40 to 60. Through the military teleportation formation to Fortress number 6. Military Order Level 1. All top tier awakened from level 60 and above, not yet having undergone the 3rd job change, through the military teleportation formation to Fortress number 7. Military Order Level 1. All peak tiers through the military teleportation formation to Fortress number 8. After receiving the information, Moyu approaches the soldiers and requests, "Take me to Fortress number 6. The guards quickly stop him. "Sorry, low-level awakener. Please stay and garrison Fortress number 1. Moyu raises the shining token in front of the soldier's eyes. "Am I qualified to enter?" He looks at the token in shock. 1-star lieutenant? The soldier quickly says respectfully, "Sir, according to regulations, you are qualified to go to any fortress." Moyu repeats his previous request. "Take me to Fortress number 6. The guards quickly receive the order. "Yes." At Fortress Number 6, soldiers are busily preparing. Fires lighting up a large area. A shining badge shines high above. Legion Overlords level 63. 3-star Lieutenant Ni Jun appears. Formation Grandmaster level 53, Zhang Tian asks gently. Ni Jun, do you know which demon lord this army belongs to yet? Ni Jun looks at the big picture in front of him and says, there are still no clues. Zhang Tian immediately reports. The enemy this time is quite mysterious. I have taken over the formation in the city, rest assured. Moyu quickly appears in front of the two, surprising them. Did this young man take the wrong path? Wait a minute, look at the rank. The shining token behind Moyu shocks the two of them. 1-star lieutenant? So young? Only level 35, Zhang Tian stutters. It's him. Ni Jun turns to ask him, Zhang Lao, do you know him? Zhang Tian recalls Moyu's appearance at that time, saying, I met him once. I presided over this kid's job transfer ceremony. I didn't expect that in just a few months he has reached level 35. This upgrade speed is truly terrifying. Seeing this, Ni Jun turns to observe Moyu in shock. What did you say? You mean he just transferred jobs a few months ago? A newbie awakener this year? In his heart at this moment, he is extremely unbelievable. Just a few months, and he's already reached 1-star lieutenant? How is that possible? Zhang Tian provides additional information. This kid is not simple. He is this year's national champion. Ni Jun says cautiously. I remember not long ago there was the youngest second lieutenant in the history of the human race. Could it be him? Zhang Tian looks at Moyu with some hope. I wonder what surprises he will bring in the upcoming Great War. Ni Jun begins to give orders to the soldiers below, activating Legion mode. Everyone quickly join the Legion. Information about the Legion is quickly announced. Legion Commander Ni Jun. Legion Overlord level 63. Deputy Legion Commander Zhang Tian. Formation Grandmaster level 53. Deputy Legion Commander Lin Moyu. Undead Spiritualist level 35. The soldiers quickly join the Legion. The Legion has been established. I am the Legion Commander. Military merits will be gathered to me. After the war, merits will be rewarded. The Legion has been established. Everyone has become teammates. Skills will not cause accidental injuries to each other. The Legion has been established. Anyone who fears the enemy and shrinks back will be severely punished. Immediately after joining the Legion, the soldiers began to discuss Moyu's background. Who is that Deputy Legion Commander? Only level 35? And he can also be a Deputy Legion Commander? That's right. Isn't level 35 coming here to die? Maybe he has connections and is here to freeload military merits. One soldier starts to say loudly. I remember, during the World Awakener competition, there was someone also named Lin Moyu, who broke the challenge record. Another soldier quickly interjects. I also remember, that person is indeed Lin Moyu, but at that time he was only level 27. How did he level up so fast? Some others seem not to believe it. If it's really as you guys say, then could he be a true genius? Won't it be clear when the battle starts? A powerful legion is approaching their fortress. Moyu quickly senses a familiar aura. This familiar aura is not from the abyssal demons, it's the dragon race. The demons fly in the sky densely. On the ground, the aquatic monsters also attack in large groups. Zhang Tian immediately shouts loudly. It's the dragon race's sub-dragon legion. I didn't expect that after being driven out of the original battlefield for thousands of years, the dragon race has found a way to return. Ni Jun calmly prepares to confront them. Dragon race are demons. They are all enemies of our human race. The dragon race's siege warship with a large ruby also appears. The aquatic monsters roar and clamor to kill. Ni Jun also quickly issues an order to the entire army. Entire army strengthen! The dragon race soldiers are extremely majestic in the overall view. A powerful young lady appears, with skills surrounding her. Moyu observes the situation unfolding and contemplates. Here comes more military merits. Zhang Tian points one finger, pointing a large streak of light forward. A large scepter suddenly appears immediately after, along with a majestic golden aura. The ruby on the warship also quickly lights up. The two power streams collided, creating a massive explosion. But that golden power stream was nothing compared to the crimson gem. Fail! Zhang Tian continued to set up formations around himself. His eyes were firm. The real show was about to begin. Attracted by the bright light, the demon horde immediately charged in. Golden rays of power also quickly rushed towards the demons accompanying the warship. As soon as the golden aura made contact with the Dragonkin army, a barrier prevented them from approaching. Seeing this, Nijun immediately warned. Careful, that warship is absorbing your power. The Dragonkin siege warship combines offense and defense, truly formidable. Zhang Tian calmly said. Let it absorb. When it starts attacking, that will be my chance. The warship sped towards the fortress. Zhang Tian's scepter seemed to be their target. As soon as the crimson power touched the fortress's boundary, it was blocked by a transparent barrier. Moyu and Nijun silently observed. Formations appearing from beneath Zhang Tian's feet gradually rose into the air. Under the influence of the formation, the scepter's immense power pierced through the Dragonkin's barrier. The crimson gem shattered. The immense power created a massive explosion, creating a bright flash in the sky. The Dragonkin warship was torn to pieces and fell into the sea. Zhang Tian laughed triumphantly. In the end, I still win. Then, he channeled his energy, using the last bit of the formation's power within the city. Zhang Tian roared, seemingly using his ultimate move to take down the enemy. Spatial lockdown. The massive formation spread throughout the fortress, covering the sky and obliterating the dense horde of demons. The sea monsters below seemed to have anticipated Zhang Tian's move. We knew you humans would use spatial lockdown. They took mighty steps onto the ground. The rampaging monsters rushed towards the fortress, shouting, Kill! The human race's city defense formation is broken. Kill them all! Moyu quickly calculated the numbers. About 10,000 enemies, each squad with 3 knights, 3 archers, 3 mages, and 3 healers. Combined with the Dragonkin's strong vitality, their long-term combat ability is formidable. Nijun quickly used his skill. Increased morale, eliminating fear, enhancing fighting spirit, and increasing attack and defense by 30% for 10 minutes. The soldiers readied their bows and arrows for a counterattack. Suddenly they were horrified by the scene before them. What? Who is that guy? Is he insane? What is he planning to do? Mo Yung unexpectedly burst out of the fortress. He landed outside the city, where the sea monsters were gradually approaching. The soldiers behind him watched Mo Yu with shocked expressions. Does he want to commit suicide? He's crazy! This guy is seriously insane. Facing tens of thousands of Dragonkin troops, what can he do alone? Nijun was puzzled by Moyu's actions. What is he planning? Before the 3rd job advancement, no matter how strong he is, he can't fight an entire army alone. Nijun worried and hurriedly said, No, I have to drag him back. Zhang Tian immediately stopped him. Don't rush, look! Nijun was shocked once again. It was Mo Yu, summoning a massive scythe with a ghostly aura. Immediately afterward, a mighty undead army appeared behind him. Nijun couldn't help but be amazed at the scene before him. He also has his own legion. The sea monsters erupted in frenzy. An undead legion! It's him! It's Lin Moyu! The Dragon King commands. Kill Lin Moyu, and you'll be rewarded with advanced bloodlines and a chance to enter the ancestral dragon pool. As if fueled by this, the sea monsters became even more ferocious. Kill! Kill Lin Moyu! Moyu quickly used his Poison Nova skill. If your dragon curse resistance is so high, then try this. The sea monsters were caught off guard and could only endure the pain. It's poison elemental damage. It hurts. The sea monster general immediately took action to heal. Immediately afterward, a barrage of spears was launched toward the city. The soldiers were a little frightened by the tense situation. How can we defend against this? Mo Yu used his power to freeze the spears and counterattack. The sea monsters' spears were immediately transformed into various different powers. They turned around and clashed with other spears, creating a chaotic scene. Dust flew everywhere at the foot of the city. The soldiers on the city wall were a little worried as they watched the scene before them. Lin Moyu is done for. He's too arrogant, even with a legion. He's still heavily outnumbered by the Dragonkin. No, look! The undead warrior army emerged from behind the dust like brave warriors ready to attack the sea monsters. He actually withstood that attack. It's unbelievable. How did he do it? Mo Yu simultaneously commanded and healed his legion. With the lifelink connecting the entire legion combined with the healing art of the undead general, as long as his soldiers aren't killed instantly, they will never die. He already had the next plan in his head. I just need to create a corpse. Immediately, the number 6 Fortress Legion received a notification. Vice Legion Commander Lin Moyu has left the Legion. This news caused a stir within the Legion. Left the Legion? What is he planning to do? Nijun racked his brains, trying to figure out Moyu's intentions. Could this kid be planning to annihilate the entire Dragonkin Legion alone? The merit points from this Dragonkin Legion would probably add up to 20 million. Moyu raised his arm, which had a formation imprinted on it, and shouted, "Power infusion!" This skill was quickly explained in 30 seconds. All basic attributes of the user and summoned creatures are increased by 200%, while all attacks deal 500% more damage. Cooldown, 1 hour. The undead warriors began to absorb essence. The sea monsters were also surprised by the growth of the undead legion. Damn it, why did these skeletons suddenly become so much stronger? Forget the skeletons, kill Lin Moyu. Right. If we kill Lin Moyu, those skeletons will die too. Looking at the situation before them, the sea monsters could hardly approach Moyu, but they really couldn't charge at him. A large beam of light suddenly shot straight down, and a sea monster was quickly attacked before he could react. It was a critical strike. Moyu coldly said, "The first corpse is here. The outcome is sealed." He coldly used the skill to make the corpse explode and said, "It's all over." Rays of light from the sea monster's body shot out like needles piercing through its corpse. The light shined straight onto the sea monsters, confusing them and hitting them hard, without them understanding what was attacking them. "What is this?" Li Yongxiao coldly smirked. "Let the fireworks begin." Immediately after, under the hazy smoke and mist, the entire horde of aquatic monsters got wiped out. The soldiers strained their eyes in disbelief. What kind of skill was that? One-shotting an entire dragonkin squad? The lucky aquatic monsters that survived frantically searched around. What the hell just happened? What skill did Lin Moyu use? Beneath the corpses of the aquatic monsters, red streaks of light began to appear, identical to the earlier bodies. The aquatic monsters seemed to foresee what was coming next, their mouths agape in horror. Beams of intense energy shot out from those light streaks, sweeping across the aquatic monster army. They were getting blasted away, group by group. The aquatic monsters finally realized the danger, scattering in panic. "No, run! He's a monster! A freaking monster!" The aquatic monsters screamed in agony as they seemed to be incinerated. Massive explosions occurred faster and faster, spreading wider and wider. Because of this, Moyu leveled up continuously. He was a little surprised by the speed, not expecting to gain 2 levels in rapid succession. Ni Jun was shocked by the extermination speed. "I never thought a lieutenant colonel could rank up this fast." Zhang Tian shuddered at the current speed. Is he going to become a divine general directly? Moyu's move had wiped out most of the dragonkin forces. Suddenly, the dragonkin scepter began to glow. Moyu sensed something was coming. Something's not right. Wang Weida appeared after the purple light. Under that purple light, Weida quickly summoned his formation. The surge of power swelled beneath Weida's scepter. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the energy surge. "A level 70 dragonkin war general," Ni Jun exclaimed in disbelief. "It's a level 70 dragonkin war general." Zhang Tian quickly provided intel. "This war general is equivalent to a human player who has undergone their 3rd-class advancement," Ni Jun said gravely. "Logically speaking, a level 70 dragonkin shouldn't be able to appear at Fortress 6. Zhang Tian seemed to have guessed the situation at the other fortresses. It seems the pressure on Fortress 9 isn't small either. The energy of the suppression formation is weakened, giving the dragonkin a chance to break through. Zhang Tian swiftly summoned a formation. "I've used the formation to request support from Fortress 8, but it'll probably take some time for a top-tier expert to arrive to assist." Ne Shun also began to calculate. Lin Moyu's skeleton legion isn't small. They should be able to hold out until then. The dragonkin war general charged ferociously towards the fortress, Weida's scepter shining brighter and brighter, the surge of power shooting straight into the dark sky, emitting a purple glow. The skeleton warriors below stood motionless, watching the beam of light, and then abruptly disintegrated under the effect of the purple energy. The formation in Moyu's hand also began to destabilize. "This is a summoning skill seal. My summoning skill is restricted and unusable." Ni Jun immediately recognized the problem. "Not good. Lin Moyu's summoning skill is disabled." Zhang Tian anxiously said, "I'll urge them to send someone ASAP." The soldiers stood within the safety circle of the fortress, worriedly observing Moyu alone outside. This is bad, isn't he a necromancer? The most terrifying thing is his summons, right? How's he supposed to fight without being able to summon anything? But look, Lin Moyu doesn't seem phased at all. Under the power of the scepter, the dragonkin war general seemed to have reached its maximum power. Moyu raised his lieutenant colonel scepter high. "Use divine general, no problem." The dragonkin war general flew high, aiming to finish off Moyu with one stomp. Die! Just as the force shot straight down, a power barrier once again protected Moyu safely. However, the barrier shattered immediately afterward, causing Moyu to marvel at the Dragonkin's strength. That's some OP attack power. He quickly used bone spikes. Giant earth spirals immediately erupted in front of the Dragonkin war general. However, the intense purple energy instantly pierced through and shattered the earth and stone statue. Even so, Moyu confidently stared at the war general and said, "Even without skeletons, I'll still kill you like usual. The strong soldier buff hasn't ended yet. The damage I've dealt is enough." Instantly, streams of jade-green energy entangled the Dragonkin war general. Under Mo Yung's control, the earth spirals that had previously been created instantly froze and pierced through the war general's body. Even though it was level 70, it was still far inferior to the monsters in the Xuanjiyu trial grounds. The Dragonkin war general clutched the earth spiral in front of his chest, rasping, "I will kill you!" A massive burst of light suddenly appeared, and now the war general was completely enveloped by the energy stream. Seeing the war general's stubbornness, Mo Yu could only feel helpless. What a stubborn bastard. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. The Dragonkin war general broke free from the energy stream and charged towards Mo Yu, shouting, "Let's die together!" Mo Yu's mind seemed to sense something unusual. This is bad. A powerful burst of light appeared behind Lin Moyu. The light was so intense that it spread everywhere. A massive explosion occurred immediately afterward. The massive explosion caused the nearby fortress to explode and collapse instantly. The dazzling light from the explosion terrified everyone present. They began to discuss incessantly. "I didn't expect the Dragon War General to self-destruct. It seems Lin Moyu really pushed it to the limit." But it's a pity. Is the youngest human race general at level 37 just gonna die like this? Lin Moyu is clearly extremely strong. Even with his summons restricted, he still has such powerful combat strength. Yeah, this is just too terrifying. At that moment, everyone was shocked, and some exclaimed, "Everyone, look!" At this moment, Lin Moyu emerged from the ruins with a majestic gait, without any injuries. Oh my god, Lin Moyu isn't dead. How did he do that? Even a level 60 player couldn't have escaped unscathed. Lin Moyu thought to himself, "This time, it's fortunate I have the life-linked summoning talent." The moment the explosion occurred, the damage was transferred to all my summons. But even so, my entire skeleton legion suffered heavy losses. I need to be more careful next time. If two Dragonkin war generals or top-tier demons self-destruct simultaneously, I might be in danger. He walked in front of everyone, and they all cheered, "General! General! General!" At that moment, two dark figures rushed towards where Lin Moyu was standing. It was Zhang Tian and Ni Jun. Lin Moyu respectfully bowed his head. "Grandmaster Zhang, it's been a long time." Zhang Tian smiled and replied, "Haha, not at all. Then this old man saw your extraordinary talent at first. I never expected you to become a divine general in the blink of an eye. This old man will have to call you General from now on." Responding to those words, Lin Moyu said with respect, "It's just luck. If someone else had hosted the awakening ceremony at first, perhaps I would have awakened to a different class." These words made Zhang Tian laugh. "Haha, you little brat. This old man is just a job change formation host." Ni Jun stepped forward. "The battle at our Fortress 6 has ended. May I ask where Divine General Lin will go next?" Lin Moyu asked in return. "What's the situation at the other fortresses?" Hearing this, Zhang Tian spoke up. "I just inquired. Things are still stable. Does Divine General Lin want to go and assist other fortresses?" Li Moyu gently smoothed her hair, embarrassed. "If things are stable, then my arrival will steal your merit points. I sincerely apologize for taking your contributions this time." The crowd responded. "Not at all, General Li. That's right, you killed all the enemies, General Li, so these merit points are rightfully yours." Just then, a large, muscular figure appeared, with a red glow radiating fighting spirit. "Where is the Dragon Clan's war general?" He scanned the surroundings. A light dust cloud hung in the air after the recent battle. He walked towards Ni Jun, who said, "The Dragon Clan's war general is dead." He was surprised. How did it die? How could you kill a Dragon Clan war general without even reaching level 60? Nin Jun explained that it self-destructed, forced into a corner by General Liu. This made him question, "General, aren't all the generals at Fortress 9? He then spotted Li Moyu, noticing the dazzling gold and purple badge, a general's insignia. He immediately saluted. Divine Knight Tongfeng greets General. Lin Moyu nodded. Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel Tongfeng. Thank you for your support. Tongfeng replied. I'm just following orders. With the general here, a mere war general is not worth mentioning. He thought to himself. But why does this general only have a level 37 aura? I get it. They're deliberately hiding their true level to appear weak. Later, Lin Moyu rested in his room thinking. In this battle, the opponent unexpectedly had sealing and summoning skills. This seems like one of my weaknesses. Maybe I should ask my mentor for a solution? Thinking so, he went to see his master and met Meng Anwen. Lin Moyu saluted. Lord Meng. Meng Anwen replied, Back already? Meng Anwen was surprised to see Lin Moyu had become a general. How? How did you become a general? Lin Moyu answered. At Fortress 6, after eliminating a squad of subdragons. Meng Anwen nodded in disbelief, sighing. This kid is indeed general material, he said. Your teacher has gone to Fortress 9, but will return soon. Just then, Bai Yiyuan appeared, exclaiming, Little Li's back! His face was shocked, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. What? Already a general? Lin Moyu began to explain. It's like this. At Fortress 6, Bai Yiyuan interjected, beaming, Well done, kid. Single-handedly wiped out a legion and pushed them back, hogging all the express and merit points. But don't feel bad. The human race needs true god-tier powerhouses. With a young general like you, they'll willingly give you their contributions, let alone you wiping out an entire legion. If anyone objects, don't bother talking. Just beat them down until they submit. Lin Moyu then asked about his worries. Master, at Fortress 6, my summoning limitations were exposed. Is there a way to remove them? Bai Yiyuan replied without hesitation. Of course, but your level isn't high enough yet. You need to reach level 40 and undergo the second job change. I'll take you somewhere. Bai Yiyuan took Lin Moyu to see Mo Xinghe, the Dean of Genesis Academy. Mo Xinghe quickly recognized Bai Yiyuan. Lao Bai. Bai Yiyuan quickly introduced. This old man is the Dean of Genesis Academy, Mo Xinghe, also the younger brother of Mo Xinghai, and level 89 old fart, just half a step away from godhood, and likely to become the Empire's 11th god-level powerhouse. Lin Moyu bowed to Mo Xinghe. Mo Xinghe looked at Lin Moyu and asked Bai Yiyuan, This is your disciple? Bai Yiyuan replied smugly, What do you think? Not bad, right? Not bad indeed. But it's not really above board for you to bring a disciple who isn't a student of Genesis Academy to openly steal our resources, is it? Mo Xinghe retorted. Bai Yiyuan waved his hand. What resources? My disciple is the national champion and a student of Xiajing Academy, fully qualified to join your academy. Check it out if you don't believe me. Mo Xinghe replied. Then let me see. Send me your disciple's info. Bai Yiyuan said smugly. Brace yourself, you might faint. Mo Xinghe thought to himself. That Lao Bai? Brace yourself? How much could it be? The screen began to display Lin Moyu's information. Name? Lin Moyu. Level. 37. Contribution points. 110,000. Mo Xing gaped, disbelief written all over his face. What? This year's national champion is already level 37? Why does he have 110,000 contribution points? How did he do it? Bai Yiyuan leaned on the table, looking at Mo Xinghe's incredulous expression. You know that old man took a disciple? Yes, I heard it's a super genius. He's only taken one disciple in his entire life, pouring all his effort into training them. His disciple is named Li Mohan, Lin Moyu's older sister. Mo Xinghe replied. Mo Xinghe was stunned, thinking, same family, same bloodline. If the older sister is this strong, the younger brother definitely won't be any weaker. Then, Bai Yiyuan turned to Lin Moyu. Kid, show them your rank insignia, scare him to death. Lin Moyu nodded and raised his hand, a golden light radiating powerfully. A dazzling gold and purple badge floated before his chest. Mo Xinghe's eyes widened, mouth agape, covered in cold sweat, stammering, Gee, General! Even though he doesn't have any stars yet, I'm level 89, and only have a 1-star general. Doesn't that mean this level 37 kid is on par with me? If all the contribution points were earned by him alone, then his actual strength is far beyond his level. In that case, 110,000 contribution points aren't that surprising. Wait a minute. Then he saw the primal rune mark on the back of Lin Moyu's hand. He survived the 10 days of extreme danger in the primordial training ground. Mo Qinghe left his seat. According to the Academy's rules, Lin Moyu is indeed qualified to join Genesis Academy, but he still needs to pass the test. He walked. Lin Moyu, follow me. Genesis Academy was incredibly vast. As they walked, Mo Qinghe explained the Academy's test rules. Coincidentally, Genesis Academy has a small test today. The students are taking the test. The top 3 academies have a small test every month and a big test every year. Failing the test results in immediate expulsion and a 5-year ban. Suddenly, Lin Moyu paused, as if seeing something. It was someone facing a simulated demon in the test. After a closer look, he recognized Su Cheng. Mo Qinghe informed Lin Moyu. Today's test is to last 1 minute against the opponent. Do you want to try it, Lin Moyu? Without hesitation, Lin Moyu replied, yes. After seeing Lin Moyu pass by, everyone in the hall started to discuss. Is that Lin Moyu? It really is him. Is he planning to join our Genesis Academy? Is he the reason our Genesis Academy is being laughed at? Su Cheng also saw Lin Moyu and frowned. Why is that guy here? It was Lin Moyu's turn to take the test. A teacher appeared and explained. You're currently level 37. We'll simulate a level 47 demon for you. Just survive 1 minute against the demon's attacks and you'll pass. Lin Moyu replied. Sorry for the trouble. A demon began to appear before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's appearance also attracted many people in the academy. This kid is really arrogant. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. They're all like that when they first arrive. They'll find out soon enough, just like Su Cheng. Legendary classes are a dime a dozen. I don't know why the dean personally greeted him. Lin Moyu looked at the simulated demon and recognized the abyssal demon blade, level 4. The demon's eyes turned red, and its sharp iron teeth prepared to attack Lin Moyu. Someone shouted, It's the abyssal demon blade! That's a tough abyss demon. Lin Moyu is finished. The teacher yelled, Test start! The demon immediately lunged at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu just raised his hand. Bone impale. Instantly, the demon was obliterated right in front of everyone. Lin Moyu walked over. Teacher, did I pass the test? The teacher was so shocked he was drenched in cold sweat, speechless. Passed. Passed. Everyone who had been dissing him earlier was now scared shitless by Lin Moyu's display. One shot? With a single attack? That demon was 10 levels higher. How long did it take him to kill it? 10 seconds? Others couldn't even last 10 seconds, and he wiped it out in less than 10. Su Cheng's face was covered in sweat, teeth clenched, full of resentment. He's gotten even stronger. The gap between us is widening. Mo Qinghe approached, congratulating him on passing the test. From now on, you're a member of Genesis Academy. Lin Moyu respectfully replied. Thank you, headmaster. The teacher, noticing Mo Qinghe's attitude towards Lin Moyu, secretly wondered. Why does the headmaster's attitude towards Lin Moyu feel so strange? He's not as strict as he is with other students. Even when dealing with the academy's teachers, it feels like they're talking as equals. Just who in the hell is this Lin Moyu? Waves crashed against the rocks on the beach. The moonlight shone brightly on the sea. The stars in the night sky twinkled together in their own way. Clouds drifted gently, creating a romantic scene that stirred the heart. Bai Yuan and Lin Moyu sat together on the beach, chatting and admiring the beautiful scenery. Kid Lin, aren't you going to ask why I wanted you to join Genesis Academy instead of Genesis God Academy like your sister? Lin Moyu softly replied, You must have your reasons. I trust you won't harm me. Bai Yuan slowly explained. Genesis God Academy has someone who took your sister as a disciple, their only disciple. If they've already taken her, they'll pour all their resources into nurturing her. All the resources of Genesis God Academy will definitely be focused on her. It won't be your turn. Although I have a lot of resources, it can't compare to that person. Especially since Genesis Academy has something very important for you. It can increase the rate of job sublimation in the 3rd job change. Lin Moyu asked. Doesn't job sublimation in the 3rd job change already have the elemental godstone? Bai Yuan continued to explain. The two don't conflict. The rates can stack. It's just that I don't know what that thing is. I only know it's a ray of light, located in the center of Genesis Academy, only opening at a special time. I can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourself. At this moment, everyone in the academy gathered on the beach. They lit a large bonfire and started discussing Lin Moyu. Senior, tell us about when you met Lin Moyu in the Xuanjiyu training ground. Ling Yizhan, sweating profusely, replied, "All right, let me tell you what he did in the Xuanjiyu training ground." A group of people gathered around Ling Yizhan, listening intently. You all know about the level 55 boss called the Great Earth Tentacle Dragon God, right? Everyone replied, "We know. Heard that boss is super OP." Ling Yizhan, cringing, recalled in fear, "Lin Moyu, he soloed the Great Earth Tentacle Dragon God." Hearing this, everyone was incredulous, shouting, "What? Lin Moyu soloed the Great Earth Tentacle Dragon God? Are you kidding me? Don't exaggerate so much." "Yeah, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death." Ling Yizhan, helpless, thought to himself, if they knew Lin Moyu soloed the Great Earth Tentacle Dragon God when he was only level 30, they'd probably believe it even less. Ling Yizhan began to explain. "I was like you guys at first, thinking he was just going to feed the mobs in the Xuanjiyu training ground. At that time, he had just received the primal rune and was being chased by demons. We were going to protect him, but he didn't need it. Not only that, but Lin Moyu later became the common enemy of the Abyss demons and the dragon race in the Xuanjiyu training ground." But this explanation didn't seem convincing enough for everyone there. They didn't believe in Lin Moyu's abilities. It's getting more and more exaggerated. He actually received the primal rune and persevered for 10 days there? It sounds more and more like a legend. Just then, someone ran over shouting, "Unbelievable! The Shinkixia Empire just produced a level 37 God General, becoming the youngest God General in history." This statement immediately stunned everyone, unable to believe their ears. Level 37? It wouldn't be a coincidence, would it? "Bro, what's the name of this God General?" The guy scratched his head and replied, "Seems to be Lin Moyu." Everyone was stunned for the second time. "Lin Moyu! It really is him! A God General! A God General! No wonder the headmaster personally welcomed him. So that's why." Lin Moyu's story quickly spread everywhere. Even people on the streets were starting to talk about it. "Did you guys hear? The Shinkixia Empire has a level 37 God General. The Shinkixia Empire has the youngest level 37 God General, who can even solo a demon lord. Have you guys heard?" In a small courtyard in the Shinkixia Empire, Meng Anwen calmly enjoyed his tea. "Aren't you going to step in and deal with this? If it keeps going like this, he'll be hyped up as a god." Bai Yi Yuan calmly replied, "I did it on purpose. Let them hype him up, the bigger the better. Last time, Manhwa suffered at the hands of the Deep Abyss Dark Demon, and I haven't let him know about this since I've been having him study at the Genesis Academy." Meng Anwen was silent. "Someone's behind this?" Bai Yi Yuan replied with a sharp look. "Yeah, someone wants to praise him to destroy him. Instead of stopping the rumors, it's better to fuel them, so exaggerate it to the point where no one believes it. Wouldn't the rumors be broken by themselves then?" Bai Yi Yuan's face was full of murderous intent as he clenched his fist. "Those rat bastards from the Worship Demon Society are crawling out again. If that's the case, I'll play with them." At the Genesis Academy library, where Lin Moyu was still diligently reading, so demons are divided into ranks based on bloodline, divided into 4 tiers. Normal demonic creatures, normal demons, elite demons, and demon lords. Moreover, they are classified into 4 levels: low-level demons, high-level demons, top-level demons, and demon lords. There are also some special types of demons, like deep abyss, dark demons, or abyss fire spirits, and more. Reading this, Lin Moyu started scratching his head because it was too complicated. It seems the abyss world is more complex than I thought. Lin Moyu remembered Mina, and another demon he had faced before. So those 2 demons belonged to the elite demon level. No wonder they were so strong. That top-level demon could even contend with the ancient rock. In the Abyss's 10 great demon lords ranking, the human race has only recorded information on 5. The 4th-ranked Night Demon Lord is actually the father of the Night Demon spawn. He closed the book he was reading. Lin Moyu thought, if he's the son of a demon lord, it seems he was reborn through a soul imprint. But if I can kill you once, I can do it a second and third time. He got up and returned the book to the shelf, took another book, and sat down to continue studying. I need to make up for a large amount of new knowledge to avoid falling into the trap of the Deep Abyss Dark Demon again next time. A month later, Lin Moyu was still diligently reading in the library when he suddenly heard a beep from his wrist. It turned out to be Mo Jinghe calling. "Headmaster, what's the matter?" Mo Jinghei's voice rang out from the other end. "God General Lin, Sorry to bother you, but can you come out here for a moment? At this moment, Mo Xinghe was standing in front of the library, attracting the attention of many people. Who is Headmaster Mo waiting for? Who in this academy can make Headmaster Mo wait? Could it be Lin Moyu? Seeing Lin Moyu come out, everyone started whispering again. It really is Lin Moyu. I wonder what the headmaster wants Lin Moyu for. The headmaster's expression looks so serious. How could it not be serious? I heard that the dragon race on the battlefield has become berserk, causing many conflicts. Lin Moyu approached. Headmaster Mo, what's the matter? Mo Xinghe began to speak. This time, I want to ask God General Lin for a favor, Mo Xinghe continued. Since the dragon race returned to the primordial battlefield, the dungeons have mutated. There are many dungeons in the primordial battlefield that resemble dragon race outposts, most of which are dragon race relics left behind after the Great War thousands of years ago. Unexpectedly, now that the dragon race has returned, these dungeons have mutated, becoming transmission bases for the dragon race. The dragon race army can pass through the dungeons and appear anywhere on the primordial battlefield. Only now did we discover that these dungeons were deliberately left behind by the dragon race king back then. To date, more than 1,000 human job holders have died. Lin Moyu's expression became serious. Can't the dungeons be destroyed? Mo Xinghe replied. We were a step too late when we realized the dragon race used special methods to reinforce the dungeons. They can only be destroyed from the inside. Lin Moyu asked. What do you need me to do? Mo Xinghe said. Enter the dragon race outpost dungeon, clear the hell difficulty, cooperate with the army, and destroy it together. Lin Moyu, with an icy face and sharp, murderous eyes. I understand. Let's go. At Primordial Battlefield Fortress No. 1, Lin Moyu and Mo Xinghe arrived at the entrance of the dragon race outpost dungeon. At this moment, they saw a person with a glittering gold badge on his arm already waiting there. He was Zhao Zhizhong, a level 70 Holy Sword Knight, a 3-star lieutenant colonel. He saluted Lin Moyu and Mo Xinghe. God General, Zhao Zhizhong began to report. 20 days ago, a dragon race troop suddenly rushed out of the dungeon. There were only low-level job holders around, and they were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. We have now surrounded the dungeon, Lin Moyu asked. Specifically, how do you need me to cooperate with everyone? Zhao Zhizhong replied. We've prepped 2 teams. One to hit the nightmare dungeon, the other, with 4 more guys, will run the hell mode with Li Fan. After clearing, we'll nuke the exit with the chain pivot and obliterate the whole thing. Li Moyu, holding the chain pivot, said, Got it. But hell mode? I can solo that shit. Li Moyu's words hit like a truck. Zhao Zhizhong's face went pale. Godly, that's a level 35 hell mode dungeon. Mo Xinghe chimed in. All chill. Relax, he always solos this stuff. Zhao Zhizhong, sweating bullets, said, All right. Godly, be careful. We'll speed things up and clear our dungeon ASAP. Li Moyu stepped into the dungeon, thinking, First time hitting a dungeon below my level. Let's see what this has become. Li Moyu entered the dungeon and selected hell difficulty. Seeing Li Moyu's choice, Zhao Zhizhong asked Mo Xinghe, worried, Godmo, is Godly really gonna be alright alone? Mo Xinghe replied, Trust me, he'll be the fastest to clear it. Inside, Li Moyu looked around, muttering, Back to the old stomping grounds. Feels different. Still remember that AOE stun skill. A status panel popped up. Mutated Azure Dragon Warrior, Elite Enhanced Hell-type Monster, Level 36, Strength 2.00, Agility 15,000, Spirit 1.00, Constitution 35,000. Still. Sweeping Spear. Trait. Affected by Dragon Power, 30% reduced physical and elemental damage. Li Moyu puffed up his cheeks, unimpressed. Thought it'd be tougher. Guess not. No sooner had he thought it, demons swarmed in, but they were total noobs. Li Moyu's follower warriors wiped them out in seconds. These warriors were like unstoppable arrows charging ahead, with Li Moyu tagging along. Suddenly, he spotted a wall, exclaiming, Huh? That wall's crawling with monsters. The Dragon Clan army spotted Li Moyu, eyes burning with hate. It's Li Moyu! Daring to solo? Asking for a death wish? Li Moyu surveyed the scene. So, the Dragon Clan's been garrisoning this place. He commanded his warrior legion. My warriors, slaughter them all. They were waiting for it. Li Moyu's legion charged straight for the Dragon Clan army at the main gate. The Dragon Clan got wrecked, screaming bloody murder. Only Dragon Clan corpses littered the ground. The fortified city gate crumbled instantly. Lin Moyu and his army stormed into the city. Inside, Lin Moyu approached a wall. He knew it. More Dragon Clan troops. Behind the wall, thousands of Dragon Clan soldiers formed a battle formation. Leading them was a Dragon Clan commander in full armor, his face twisted in a furious snarl. "The threat is here!" He raised his sword, roaring. "Kill!" The entire Dragon Clan army charged at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, understanding. So that's why they needed Hell Mode. This place is crawling with Dragon Clan soldiers. As a guardian of the outpost, these soldiers only needed an order to attack Lin Moyu. They surged forward like a storm, clashing head-on. In moments, Lin Moyu's army had killed a bunch of Dragon Clan soldiers. A red orb of light materialized in Lin Moyu's hand. He stared coldly at it, muttering, "Just need one corpse to win this." Lin Moyu unleashed Corpse Explosion. A massive blast erupted, decimating the Dragon Clan army. The Dragon Clan commander was in disbelief, gaping. "How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? Why doesn't our clan have any intel on it?" Lin Moyu explained with a chilling smile. "Simple. Everyone who's seen it is dead." Lin Moyu followed up with Bone Skewer, impaling the commander with thousands of bone spikes. The dungeon exit vortex appeared, and Lin Moyu realized. Exit vortex means my job here's done. He activated the chain pivot, thinking, just need the 2 nightmare and normal dungeons cleared. Outside, Xiao Zhixiang and Mo Jing, he saw a purple light, recognizing it instantly. "Purple light! Godly activated the pivot!" Mo Jing, he smirked. "Told you, you gotta trust the god." Xiao Zhixiang scratched his head sheepishly. "You're right. The god is the god. We can't even compare." The other 2 pivots are activated. The remaining 2 difficulties are done too. Alright, all 3 dungeon difficulties destroyed simultaneously. This dungeon will be erased completely. Just then, Lin Moyu saw the scroll at the dungeon exit emitting a blinding light. He thought, looks like they're done over there too. Time to bounce. As he tried to leave, a message flashed. Cannot leave the dungeon. He was confused. What's going on? Outside, Xiao Zhixiang and Mo Jing, he sensed something was up. Xiao Zhixiang's smile vanished, replaced by panic. Something's wrong. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? In a Mo Jing, he exclaimed. This is bad. Lin Moyu tried everything to escape, but nothing worked. Even high-level escape scrolls were useless. The whole dungeon was locked down. Someone wanted him dead. Suddenly, the dungeon began to collapse, everything inside shaking and floating into the air. Lin Moyu was sucked into an energy vortex. All boundaries shattered. He saw the other 2 teams who entered the dungeon. Those are the teams from the other difficulties? His bone armor lit up, blocking the waves of energy. He watched the others struggling against the energy, wanting to help but helpless. Damn it, I can't help them. The onslaught of energy was too much for the bone armor. He had to keep reinforcing it, or he'd be torn apart. Lin Moyu's eyes grew colder than ever. He thought, if I find out who's behind this, I'll kill them. In the next instant, a beam of intense energy slammed into Lin Moyu, shattering his bone armor. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth, enduring. This power rivaled a demon lord's strike. Lin Moyu was thrown into a void. Back at the courtyard, Meng An Wendan was calmly enjoying his tea when he sensed something. His face paled, his eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad! Something's happened to Lin Moyu. Bai Yi Yuan slammed his fist on the table, enraged. Where? Meng An Wen gave him Lin Moyu's location. First Fortress War Zone. Dragon Clan Outpost Dungeon. Bai Yi Yuan vanished instantly. In a flash, Bai Yi Yuan arrived at the dungeon, surrounded by a green aura, scaring the shit out of Xiao Zhixiang. A divine tier awakener. It's God Bai. Bai Yi Yuan surveyed his surroundings and snorted. HMPH, this is the place? Immediately, he clenched the dungeon vortex in his hand. He tightened his grip, and the dungeon vortex shattered instantly. This dungeon is completely wrecked. At this moment, Mo Xinghe realized the gap between himself and Bai Yi Yuan. Is this the power of a god-tier expert? Looks like I'm still miles away from old Bai. Bai Yi Yuan angrily appeared before the massive Xiao Zhixiang, demanding, who came up with the idea to have Lin Moyu help destroy this dungeon? Xiao Zhixiang was instantly scared shitless, cold sweat pouring down, eyes bulging, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Mo Xinghe stepped in to explain. Old Bai, don't make it hard on him. The intel came from Fortress 9, telling me to ask Lin Moyu. They even provided the access key. Bai Yiyuan's killing intent erupted, his eyes turning icy. Good, very good, Fortress 9. Didn't expect there were people there who wanted to screw over my disciple. Have I been out of the killing game for too long, that they think I'm old news? Rage flared within Bai Yiyuan, and a terrifying energy burst from his body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhisheng could only gape in terror. The wrath of a god-tier expert. Suddenly, Bai Yiyuan heard Mo Anwen's voice in his ear. Old Bai, chill out, Lin Moyu is fine. He's in the abyss. Bai Yiyuan seemed to understand something, and the fire in his heart subsided. He's in the abyss? I got it, I'll be right back. As soon as he turned around, Bai Yiyuan was consumed by fury. It must be those bastard demon sect guys. Didn't think they had people hiding in the military. And high-ranking ones at that. Suddenly remembering something, Bai Yiyuan asked Mo Anwen. Right, how did you know he was okay and went into the abyss? Mo Anwen remained calm as he enjoyed his tea. He has my abyss teleportation stone. Hearing this, Bai Yiyuan seemed a little calmer. So little Lin can be teleported back here anytime? Mo Anwen nodded. That's right, you don't need to worry. Besides, if he hasn't returned by now, he clearly has his own plans. At this point, Bai Yiyuan said, I understand, but what are you going to do about Fortress 9? Mo Anwen was silent, his eyes as cold as ice, and replied, Heh, I want to see who dares to reach their grubby hands in here. I'll chop them off directly. In the abyss world, everywhere was covered in purple flames. Looking around, Lin Moyu couldn't help but wonder, this is the abyss world? Far from what I imagined. Looking at the fragment in his hand, he thought to himself, a fragment of a demon core can help me avoid being detected by demons for 1 hour. He clenched the fragment in his palm. After an hour, the abyss teleportation stone's energy will be full, and I can return. He continued to walk forward, everything before him looking so strange. Turns out the abyss isn't just a barren wasteland. Suddenly, he saw demons surrounding a lake. The demons were increasingly startled, which startled Lin Moyu. Something's wrong, why are there so many demons? Have I been exposed? More demons continued to fly over, their numbers growing. In the middle of the lake, a huge beam of light suddenly erupted, spreading everywhere. This shocked Lin Moyu. The chi of the light element is too dense. Why is there a secret realm in the abyss, and even the aura of a dungeon? A series of demons simultaneously took flight and entered the secret realm. Lin Moyu continued to wonder. Don't demons hate the light element the most? What are they doing here? The light grew stronger, and in the blink of an eye, all the demons had flown into the secret realm. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. This power is unmistakable. This is one of the elemental dungeons. It's the light element. Didn't expect it to be in the abyss. Maybe I can obtain the light element crystal. Lin Moyu quickly stared at the lake in his mind, as if planning something. Moyu was inside the secret realm, surrounded by dazzling arrays of colored light. The system UI immediately appeared. Abyss fire mutation, light attribute, deep sea flame fusion of the light element, suppressing the demon's absorption of the body, improving the core essence, while also having a very small probability of evolving into a higher level demon, and also helping to increase the level. The evolution process requires enduring extreme pain, Moyu thought. As expected, they want to evolve. The demons hugged their heads in pain, and then they quickly rushed towards him. They threatened the human. How dare you come to the abyss? Moyu didn't reply, but just stood there silently, making the demons more and more agitated. Eat him! Eat him! Finally, a slight smile appeared on his dusty face. Immediately, skeleton warriors were summoned, and a stream of white light also appeared. The Light World dungeon opens. Level 40. Levels 35 and 45 can enter, with 3 levels of difficulty: normal, nightmare, and hell. Moyu confirmed that his guess was correct. It really is a light element dungeon? Around him, the demons were still screaming. Ignoring them, Moyu decided to make a choice. Select hell difficulty. The dungeon immediately opened, and he stepped in without hesitation. A huge golden eye suddenly appeared in the space. It must not belong to humans. Watching everything that happened, the demons were still happy. They laughed gleefully. Hee hee, we will evolve! But just when they thought they would catch Mo Yun as easy as pie, he had entered the dungeon. In the secret realm, they began to panic. "This is bad. Quickly inform the higher-level demons." A moment later, in the dungeon, Moyu encountered creatures that looked like humans. Their faces were unclear, and their bodies emitted a light element spirit light. Elite hell-level monsters. Level 41, Strength 5,000, Agility 30,000, Spirit 50,000. Skill: Intense light burst. Characteristics: Immune to light element and physical attacks. Reduces elemental damage by 90%. As soon as Moyu landed, they activated their skills. Streams of light seemed to cover the entire space. Moyu instinctively covered his eyes. The blinding self-destruction. The streams of light continued to surround Moyu in waves. This skill did almost no damage, but it greatly affected his vision. In an instant, he came up with a strategy. He can only rely on the skeleton warriors to advance. Saying that, he summoned the skeleton warriors. Thanks to the legion, Moyu finally found the way. It was a long staircase emitting a dazzling light, surrounded by tens of thousands of light arrays. In the distance, he saw a figure floating in the air. His whole body was white, and his body was wrapped in bandages. His wings were huge, and the majestic scepter in his hand was also white. Moyu wondered, "Is that an angel?" There were many light element spirits standing around the light staircase, and the reward information appeared. "You will receive an item every time you step up 100 steps." Moyu slowly walked up the stairs. He muttered, "It seems to be a trial-type secret realm dungeon for the chosen god. No need to fight monsters." He continued to walk, each step covered in dazzling clusters of light from the spirits. After passing the 100th step, something suddenly appeared in Moyu's hand. As he thought, you get a reward just by passing the challenge. A sparkling stone lay in Moyu's hand. It was a light crystal fragment. 5 light crystal fragments can be combined into a light crystal. He continued to walk, the clusters of light still chasing after Moyu, but he didn't care at all. And finally he whispered, "Got them all." Immediately afterwards, the crystal fragments flew into the air on their own, and then combined to form a beautiful stone. Light crystal can be combined with other elemental essences to form an elemental godstone, increasing the probability of job sublimation. The more elements, the stronger the effect of the godstone, or can be used alone, permanently increasing light element resistance. After use, it cannot be combined to form an elemental godstone. Moyu immediately shouted, "Combine to form an elemental godstone now!" The crystal in his hand flew up and slowly transformed into a polyhedral stone. Elemental godstone, fire, poison, and earth light elements. Used before the 3rd job advancement to increase job sublimation rate by 20%. Moyu is hyped AF, double the rate compared to the previous 3 elements. His eyes hardened. "I ain't at the top yet. Gotta be some good stuff waitin'." He stepped onto the light stairs without hesitation. Moments later, Moyu sensed something was up. Something's changing. A radiant sphere appeared in his hand. The light gem. Permanently reduces light elemental damage by 50%. Chance to gain a light-based skill, 1-time use only. "Knew it?" Moyu chuckled. Every elemental dungeon got its crystal and gem. He yelled, "Use light gem!" The light gem shattered instantly. At that moment, the angel raised its scepter, emitting a blinding halo. It slammed into Moyu, turning into radiant wings on his back, like an angel's. Moyu got the light blessing skill. Level 1. Immune to all debuffs for 30 minutes. All debuffs include curses, seals, silences, and binds. Cooldown: 12 hours. Damn, a free skill? Thanks, Angel. The angel stood silently, eyes closed, no response. The space was eerily silent. A wooden box appeared before Moyu. As soon as he touched it, the contents glowed brightly. Moyu got 2 items. A heart-shaped thing called Light Heart, which can awaken the light god, and a key. Key to the light temple? The real light temple key? He pondered. I got items to open the real fire temple and awaken the fire god. Is there a connection? Suddenly, the angel's scepter twitched. It raised the scepter and blasted a massive force towards Moyu. A scepter materialized in Moyu's hand. Monarch Scepter. Damaged. Legendary grade weapon. All stats plus 500,000. Holy SHT, talk about lucky. A legendary weapon. Too bad it's damaged and requires level 70. Useless for now. The space twisted. the entire dungeon vanished, signaling the end. Moyu stowed the scepter, eyes shining, no fear. Time to leave. Probably some demons waiting outside. Can't keep, I'm waiting, he smirked. The dungeon door opened. Demons were waiting. Heh, he's finally out. Kill him, let's eat him. The demons swarmed Moyu. Low-level trash below level 45. Their attacks didn't even scratch his defense. The demons were surprised. His defense is OP. Only level 37, but how is he this tanky? Crush him! Moyu narrowed his eyes. My turn? Space warped. The summoned skeleton warriors appeared, retaliating against the demons. Where did these undead freaks come from? They finally knew fear, no more arrogance. It's him. His summons. Why? Why are these undead so strong? Moyu watched them panic, whispering, Explode! He used corpse explosion level 6, detonating the corpses, dealing 35% of the corpse's HP as damage. A massive explosion erupted within 6 meters. The explosion obliterated a huge chunk of the demons in seconds. Moyu casually walked out of the smoke, leaving the skeletons to clean up. Time to deal with the stuff outside. But suddenly, a shockwave hit him from behind. Boss! A swirling purple flame, a bizarre black creature emerged from the flames. The Abyss Fire Spirit. The Abyss Fire Spirit immediately attacked Moyu, but to him, it posed no threat. So eager to die? Might as well give me another fire gem. Moyu unleashed a raging red flame, directly clashing with the Abyss Fire Spirit's purple fire. It shrieked in agony. Then it was burned away, bit by bit. Finally, only a wisp of purple smoke remained, destroying the Abyss Fire Spirit. Experience plus 1 million. Obtained fire gem. Moyu sensed something was off. The secret realm is collapsing. Gotta go. The secret realm space twisted and opened. Outside, a bunch of demons had no clue. The secret realm is disappearing? They're coming out? Darkness spread. The skeleton warriors marched out of the secret realm, one after another. What is that? So many skeletons? Moyu looked at them, eyes steely, hand ready to attack. You ain't getting away. The corpses of the defeated demons floated up. The survivors could only stare. Corpse explosion. Another devastating explosion. The explosion was too much. The low-level demons vanished. Sensing danger, the higher-level demons with all sorts of bizarre forms charged forward. Charge! Kill that human! Leading the charge was a monster resembling a bat, but with blood-red eyes and terrifying fangs. Abyss Vice Demon, level 49. Strength, 20,000. Constitution, 20,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 50,000. Skill, Sonic Blast. Trait, Light Elemental Resistance, minus 50%. All damage reduction, minus 30%. Life Enhancement. Looks like they're tougher than the trash demons. Still resisting the corpse explosions. Nice try, Moyu sneered. Then he reached out and used the skill again. Let's see how many hits you can take. Plenty of corpses around here. Gradually, the Abyss Vice Demons couldn't hold on. One by one, they fell. This pisses off the high-ranking demons. Kill him! We must kill him! Forget the skeletons, kill that human! Moyu keeps spamming skills. He's got this. Standing in the middle of the demon horde. Moyu ain't scared. Relax. None of you are getting out of this alive. Barrages of attacks rain down on the demons from Moyu, and they just stand there and tank it. Suddenly, a random attack hits his defense shield. Die! Moyu's caught off guard. Uh-oh. A swirling vortex of red appears, and inside is a scarier, different kind of demon monster. Abyss Sword Demon, level 55, Strength 50,000, Constitution 40,000, Agility 25,000, Spirit 50,000, Skill, Sword Aura, Trait, minus 50% Light Element Resistance, minus 30% Dark Element Damage. They lock onto Moyu and attack. Moyu quickly lifts the corpses into the air and throws them at the Abyss Sword Demons, but they block them all. Crap, can't throw corpses at them. Immediately, the Abyss Sword Demons retaliate against the skeletons, but naturally, all their attacks are blocked. Moyu thinks, if only I had an anti-air skill. Right now, neither side can do anything. Someone yells, "Fly up! That human can't do anything to us." Moyun's still figuring out a plan when he notices the demons flew in from that direction. Is there something there? Think fast! Act faster! Moyun decides to go check it out. Maybe he'll find the demon's hideout. He leads the skeleton army straight towards it. Waves of demon attacks keep slamming into the skeleton army, but it's like hitting a pillow doesn't do jack squat, leaving the Abyss Sword demons utterly confused. Is he even human? Feels like a world boss. Is our attack power too weak? Why can't we deal any damage? Since when did humans get a class this OP? Feels harder to deal with than the legendary Earth Knight. Someone spots Moyu's route. Not good. After him. Meanwhile, Moyu keeps charging ahead. Suddenly, the space in front of him opens up, and he's totally surprised. Turns out, it's a demon city, filled with death and gloom everywhere. So the Abyss does have cities. I can feel the demon's aura. Moyu stands before his skeleton army, grinning with confidence and swagger. Today, we siege the city. Hearing that, the demons freak out more than ever. Is he insane? How dare he? No human has ever attacked the Abyss City, not even the dragon race in their prime. We gotta stop him. But how? A demon guarding the city gate notices the commotion. The Abyss City is heavily guarded by an invisible barrier. Moyu notices the barrier and orders his skeleton warriors. Throw me over there. Without hesitation, the army immediately follows orders. From high up, Moyu jumps straight towards the Abyss City's barrier. His body touches the barrier like a thin film, and then Moyu easily passes through. The city barrier stands tall, untouched, and undamaged, without alerting anyone. The sword demons are worried. This is bad. The summoner got in. Doesn't matter if we stop his summons. Moyu commands. Return to the summon space. The skeleton army outside the barrier immediately disappears. Faced with that situation, the demons are sweating bullets. We're screwed. Then, he continues, calmly summoning. Come on out! A moment later, the inside of the barrier shakes, and the skeleton army swarms out. In an instant, the army ruthlessly destroys the demons in the Abyss City. Moyu smiles wickedly. Fresh corpses. He leisurely watches the scene unfold. To those terrifying demons, Moyu is the most terrifying existence right now. They're helpless. It's over. The skeleton army marches into the center of the city like they own the place. Moyu stares at the gloomy tower in front of him, filled with determination. I still remember the demons attacking the human city during the Awakener tournament. The Abyss demons attacked the city and slaughtered humans. Now it's my turn. He clenches his fist. No one gets out alive. Suddenly, Moyu sees a formation in front of him. The Abyss city's teleportation array. The demons used it to teleport between cities. An idea flashes in his mind. Can I use this teleportation array to get to other demon cities? Then he thinks of something. I got it. Hey, you thunder lizards, get over here. Moyu figures that he's human. Even though he has a demon core to disguise his aura, he definitely can't use the Abyss teleportation array. He can only use a demon to activate the formation. The formation spins, proving it's successfully activated. Not sure where he'll be teleported, Moyu decides to just pick a name that sounds like a city name. He's gone. The Abyss Sword demons immediately react. This is bad. He teleported away. Which city did he go to? Tell the Demon Lord. We can't let him keep rampaging. The formation teleports Moyu to another demon city. It looks like I picked the right one. Alright, come on out, my army. He immediately summons armored skeletons and skeleton warriors. Out of nowhere, a bunch of skeletons appear, catching the city gate guards completely off guard. What's going on? Where did those skeletons come from? The barrier's starting to crack. Moyu gazed at the cracks on the barrier, couldn't help but sigh. Feels like locking the door to beat a dog. The skeleton soldiers charged forward ferociously. Ah, a demon was taken down. It hurriedly shouted, "Enemy detected! An intruder!" A human dares to barge into the abyss. In a blink, the skeleton legion gained the upper hand. A demon, sensing danger, quickly alerted its comrades. Inform the Demon King, ASAP. Explosions rained down on the city's buildings. Soon, one by one, they were destroyed. The demons cried out in despair, "Run!" Many demons were pinned down by the legion. Unable to escape, they could only helplessly suffer. Moyu revealed a ruthless side. If we don't kill them today, humanity will suffer in the future. Kill them all! Inside the city, a massacre unfolded. Meanwhile, in the demon city's royal capital, directly controlled by the Demon King, his fury could be clearly heard. How dare they? A human dares to attack a city of the abyss. Issue my decree. After a while, all the low-level demons were defeated. Mokuyu pressed on. Next city! Suddenly, attacks rained down on the Skeleton Legion from above. As expected, high-level demons were here. Predictably, a swarm of Abyss Sword demons from this city appeared. But within this barrier, you can't escape. Those sword demons flew too high before, their exploding corpses unreachable. But now, thanks to the barrier, Moyu was like a fish in water. With just one explosion, the high-level demons were quickly annihilated like the low-level ones. He looked at the aftermath of the battle, without a trace of regret. When the Abyss demons invaded the human world years ago, did they ever think this day would come? A level-up notification sounded. Lin Moyu, level 39 Necromancer, finally reached level 39. He quickly used a formation to go to another city. But the teleport location changed? Looks like the demons realized what's up. They must have set a trap, he thought to himself. But Moyu wasn't afraid. He held the Abyss teleportation stone in his hand, full of confidence. HMPH. Let's see how deep this abyss really is. Even if it's a dragon's den, I'll charge in. He and his legion advanced. The formation immediately activated. Moments later, Moyu was in the Demon King's royal capital. Suddenly, a giant fist rushed towards him. Skill instantly activated. Damage redirection, lifelink summon. Moyu remained calm, summoning the Undead Legion, armored skeletons, and the Healing Legion appeared. With the Legion present, he finally had a chance to observe the enemy. His presence surprised Moyu. HMPH, didn't expect you to withstand my punch, he growled, revealing himself as the purple-winged Man-Bull King. The Demon King himself showed up? He pondered. No, that's not right. If the Demon King himself came, I'd be dead already. It's just an avatar. Human, what's your name? The Man-Bull King spoke. How could a level 39 noob massacre an entire city and withstand my punch without dying? Who are you? Why are you hiding your level? Looking at his avatar, Moyu calculated that if it's just an avatar, it's not without a chance. Plus, there are enough demons around. Maybe I can try a fight. Thinking so, he cast a skill. Army Enhancement. The Skeleton Legion immediately stood ready. He ignored him, causing the Man-Bull King to rage. He swung his giant fist towards Moyu. You dare to attack in front of me? Let's see if you can withstand this punch. He also swung his hand in response. Explode! The two forces collided, causing a huge tremor. The Skeleton Legion stood firm, and Moyu was unharmed. HMPH, you're still alive. Healing Legion. He chuckled. You're not qualified to kill me. The Skeleton Legion drew their silver bows and swords, ready to fight. The Man-Bull King roared, You dare to underestimate me. In that instant, his body overflowed with killing intent. He wanted to seal Moyu's summoning technique. Moyu quickly used Summoning Seal. Now I'm not afraid of the Summoning Seal anymore. Light Blessing grants immunity to all debuffs for 30 minutes, 12-hour cooldown. The two forces collided. He continued to use Corpse Explosion to counterattack. The Man-Bull King was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Why isn't the seal working? What level are you? You can't just be level 39. With that, he flew down towards Moyu. Die! He was only waiting for this. I was just afraid you wouldn't come down. My soldiers, gather the corpses! The skeleton soldiers carried the corpses to Moyu. At this moment, he fearlessly faced the Demon King head-on. He didn't stop, continuing to attack. Eat this! He unleashed a devastating blow on Moyu, but all the damage was redirected to the Skeleton Legion, damage redirection, lifelink summon, and he also used Healing Legion. Instantly, Kulu's injuries were healed. Then Moyu lifted the corpses and said, It's my turn! A thunderous explosion hits the Man-Bull King. His eyes full of murderous intent, he continues to swing. Die! A series of punches with massive damage fly straight at Moyu. His face is covered in wounds, fresh blood spurting from the corners of his mouth. But he doesn't stop taunting. Is that all you got, Demon King? Did you skip lunch? The Man-Bull King throws another punch. Die! The blow lands straight on Moyu, and a normal human would definitely be dead. But suddenly the Demon King realizes something is wrong. An explosion attacks him. Moyu is still alive, even fighting back, and by now the Demon King's face is covered in fresh blood. I don't believe I can't kill you! He strikes a fatal blow. Moyu was waiting for him to attack, and he uses the corpses to explode. Thanks for preparing so many demon-tier corpses for me. How does it feel to be blown up by your own kind? The explosion echoes through the heavens and earth. I must kill you. Finally, the Man-Bull King's clone is destroyed. Moyu stands up, his clothes torn to shreds. He sighs in relief, finally blowing up the clone of the purple-winged man-bull king. Suddenly he senses something. The Demon King's main body is coming. Moyu frowns. He has to take one last sweep before he arrives. He casts Toxic Aura. Casting Toxic Aura in a buffed state, its power must be extraordinary. Immediately afterwards, the toxic gas spreads. The demons scream in pain. The whole city seems to be flooded with toxic gas. Just a few seconds later, the Demon King's main body finally arrives. Seeing the demons withering from the toxic gas, the Demon King flies into a rage. He unleashes his ultimate move, Man-Bull Charge, his form transforming into a giant bull, radiating murderous intent. Moyu holds the stone in his hand. I'm not dumb enough to face the Demon King head-on. The Man-Bull King charges straight at where he's standing. But his body has already begun to teleport. A violent punch from the Demon King shatters the surrounding rocks. A moment later, Lin Moyu returns. A wave of killing intent engulfing the once peaceful courtyard. It turns out that the killing intent came from Moyu. What the hell did this kid do? Why is he exuding such terrifying killing intent? In the dark night, Moyu returns with his body covered in wounds. He kneels down respectfully. Moyu says, "Teacher Meng, I'm back." Yi Yuan frowns as he looks at him, his eyes as sharp as daggers piercing through the darkness, questioning with a serious tone. "What did you do in the abyss?" Moyu recounts briefly that he encountered an entity similar to the Man-Bull King. The battle was fierce, and finally he landed a blow to finish it off and win. An Wen is surprised by the story he just told, and asks again, "You killed a clone of the four-winged Man-Bull King?" Moyu replies, "Relying on the original rune and the newly awakened talent, as well as a large number of demon corpses, I killed its clone. But it also chose to fight me head-on. If it had chosen to sneak attack or run away, I would have died." Yin Yuan agrees with this, and is also amazed by his strength. That guy is really stubborn, only knowing how to fight recklessly, but even so, you're still kinda OP, kid. An Wen also agrees. That's right, you've opened a new chapter in history. It's always been the abyss, invading our human race, occupying cities and killing people. I didn't expect you to be able to do it now. The killing intent on Moyu's body is getting stronger and stronger, Yi Yuan says with concern. The killing intent is too strong. This is not good. It will have a great impact on your mental state. You are already level 39. Based on your current state, you don't need to do dungeons for the time being, you don't need to level up, and you can't do a second-class advancement. Moyu respectfully obeys, listening to all the teacher's arrangements. Yi Yuan instructs, "Now go read some books to relax. Go back and rest for a few days. You don't need to do anything, you don't need to think about anything. I will come to find you in 2 days." Moyu also respectfully replies, "Yes, then I will take my leave first." "Old Meng, are you really asking me to find that guy?" Yi Yuan says in a complaining tone. What did An Wen Fen Chen say? Is it because this little Lin can't let go of this bit of face? Yi Yuan slams his hand on the table, with determined eyes. HMPH, you've underestimated me too much. At Genesis Academy, a pair of feet walks in with a murderous aura, making everyone surprised. Whispers appear when Moyu appears, with killing intent surrounding him and a face that has been healed. Is that Lin Moyu? Is that him? But what did he do? Why does the killing intent on him feel so scary? Another friend also says in unison, that's right, I don't dare to look at him either. In the library, page after page is turned under the yellow light. Reading books can really relax the soul, Moyu thinks to himself. But he can't completely eliminate his killing intent. His killing intent is now growing stronger and stronger. Kill! Kill all the demons! He shakes his head wildly as if to dispel the thought just now. The reading room with countless books neatly arranged, the faint fragrance seems to have the charm to soothe the mind. 3 days later, Moyu is still focused on reading. The books he has read are stacked up and placed next to him. He receives a call from Yi Yuan with a short message. Come here quickly. Under a wall with tiled roofs. The two are preparing to leave. Yin Yuan says, Let's go. I'll take you to a place. The teacher puts his hand on Moyu's back. A green light appears. The sky is fiery red. There is no one around. Only animal bones. This place is called the Land of Blood. Just arriving here has made Moyu very surprised. His killing intent seems to spread in the fiery red sky. Yi Yuan sees Moyu's aura spreading wider and wider, and gently puts his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Do you know what this place is? Yin Yuan explains the place where the two are standing. This place is not in the human race, nor is it in the abyss, nor is it in the territory of the dragon race. Like the primordial battlefield, the ancient trial ground, it is an independent space called the Land of Blood. Moyu asks suspiciously, "Teacher, can this place remove the killing intent on me?" Yi Yuan replies, "It may or may not be able to, but there is a bloodthirsty old monster here that makes people annoyed." A voice echoes from somewhere, saying, "What the heck, Bai Yi Yuan? You're the annoying old man." The teacher seems to freeze when he hears that voice. Suddenly, a massive sword descends from the sky towards the two figures. Yi Yuan, seemingly enraged by the unexpected attack, yells, "You old freak! You dare hurt my disciple? I'll chop off your legs!" A golden aura engulfs his body. The sky seems to turn even more crimson. A shocking explosion erupts from Yi Yuan's power as he clashes with the mysterious force from above. Fragments of rock and debris scatter, hitting Moyu. The immense power leaves him in shock. Even the aftershock is comparable to the strength of his four-winged Man-Bull King clone. The attacker shows no signs of stopping, unleashing another sword strike. Yi Yuan angrily questions, "You old geezer, what the hell is wrong with you?" The clash of their immense powers creates a massive shockwave, terrifying Moyu. Is this the power of a god-tier expert? Yi Yuan refuses to yield, unleashing his full power in retaliation. But the blade continues its relentless descent. A shadowy figure vaguely appears in the sky, wielding the sword towards them. The crimson sky seems to be torn apart by the strike, scattering debris across the ground. At this moment, a change flickers in Moyu's eyes, as if his body has been taken over. Yi Yuan, his voice filled with anger, shouts, You maniac! I should have never come looking for you." Damn it. Moyu seems to have lost consciousness. Kill! So what if you're a god-tier expert? If you're my enemy, you die. The magic circle on his right arm glows, activating the strengthening soldier art. Countless skeletal warriors materialize from nowhere. Only murderous intent remains in Moyu's eyes. A dark figure appears in the space. An old man with his hair in a high bun and a long scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his lips remarks, "That little level 39 noob, his momentum is not bad." Moyu, seemingly consumed by murderous intent, casts the slow curse. Countless chains manifest and lash out at Guangsheng. Even he is surprised by the spell. A curse? Guangsheng cuts the chains with his hand. Unexpectedly, in that instant, Moyu unleashes Soulblaze. Invisible flames erupt, burning deep within Guangsheng's soul, causing him to scream in agony. Unable to endure the horrific torment, he clutches his face, stumbling and plummeting downwards. Guangsheng collapses, trembling all over from the pain. A direct attack on the soul? Before he can recover, he sees a green mist spreading, thick as venomous fog, emitting a deathly aura that shocks him. Poison gas, too? Streams of toxic gas weave and tighten, trapping Guangsheng like a carefully laid trap. Instead of anger, he finds himself intrigued by Moyu. This kid is interesting. A gentle hand rests on his shoulder, pulling Moyu back from his murderous frenzy. He blinks, his breathing steadies, and the savage look in his eyes disappears. Moyu worries about what just happened and begins to explain. "Master." Before he can finish, Yi Yuan interrupts. "Quickly, dismiss the skeletons." The skeletal warriors gradually vanish. And, in the distance, Guangsheng remains standing tall, with his hair flowing in the wind, his eyes sharp. Yi Yuan smiles faintly. "Old freak, we've fought, so come on out." He flies towards them, the remnants of the toxic gas still swirling around him. Guangsheng lands, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble violently, creating a powerful aftershock. He glances at Moyu and then turns to Yi Yuan, nonchalantly asking, "This is your disciple?" Yi Yuan replies, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" Guangsheng scoffs mockingly. "Not bad? Level 39 trash dares to attack a god-tier expert. Does he even know how to spell death?" Moyu remains silent, listening. Yi Yuan irritably says, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you not see what just happened?" Yi Yuan introduces the man. This old geezer is Yan Guangsheng, a level 95 god warrior. Upon hearing the name, Moyu immediately searches his memory. The Guangsheng I saw in books, he's on par with Bai Chen. He single-handedly faced 3 demon lords, killing 1 and severely injuring 2. I can't believe he's here. I can't believe I'm meeting him here. Moyu immediately bows respectfully. Junior Lin Moyu greets Senior Yan. Guangsheng replies dismissively. HMPH. Guangsheng frowns, questioning the purpose of the 2 before him, and asks Yi Yuan suspiciously, "What are you doing bringing your student here?" Yi Yuan calmly replies, "Can't you see? This kid knows too much about demons, and now he's been possessed by demonic energy, so I've come to ask for your help." Guangsheng immediately becomes angry, glaring and questioning. "Yi Yuan, you're aiming for that treasure, aren't you? Are you daydreaming?" Yi Yuan laughs and shakes his head. "It's just a piece of junk. It's useless to you anyway. Besides, a junior of our race is in trouble. As a senior, shouldn't you be generous and lend a hand?" Guangsheng sneers, crossing his arms. "If he were someone else's disciple, we could talk, but your disciple is out of the question." This response irritates Yi Yuan. "You're going too far. This kid Lin is a top genius of the younger generation. Don't you want to know where the demonic energy on him came from?" Guangsheng replies dismissively. "Doesn't concern me." But deep down, he hesitates. Level 39 with such terrifying demonic energy? That amount of demonic energy already surpasses this kid's rank. Yi Yuan ignores Guangsheng's attitude and continues. "This kid went alone into the abyss world, destroyed 3 demon cities, and even killed a clone of a demon lord." Hearing this stuns Guangsheng, and a voice echoes in his mind. "What?" To verify Yi Yuan's words, he turns to Moyu and asks, "You went to the abyss and wiped out 3 demon cities, and even killed a clone of a demon lord, really?" Moyu calmly nods, honestly replying, "Yes, I destroyed 3 demon cities and killed a clone of the 4-winged Manbull King. Before its main body arrived, I cast the toxic aura on the demon lord's city." These words make Guangsheng look at Moyu with different eyes. Toxic aura. Is that the poison attribute skill that affected me just now? Its power, I'm afraid even level 60 demons would have a hard time withstanding it. Seems like he isn't lying. This kid can't be called a genius anymore. He's a freak. At level 39, I definitely couldn't have done these things. I have to admit, this kid is even more outstanding than me, even more than Bai Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan says smugly, "Well, is a junior like that qualified for you to take out that item?" Guangsheng nods. "Give it to you then, but I have 1 condition." Yi Yuan replies. "Don't say 1, even 10 conditions are fine." He points at Moyu. "Just 1. I want this kid to become my disciple." Yi Yuan agrees happily. "No problem." The immediate answer shocks Moyu, and Guangsheng is equally stunned. Thinking Yi Yuan didn't hear clearly, he asks again, "Did you hear me clearly?" Yi Yuan answers cheerfully, "What's the big deal? It's normal for a genius to have multiple masters." Moyu waves his hand frantically behind him, but to no avail. Seeing this, Yi Yuan played along. "It's settled then. You're a god-tier powerhouse. Gotta keep your word." Guangsheng grumbled, realizing he'd been tricked. Damn it, got played by this bastard. He threw a punch at Yi Yuan, angrily saying, "Get lost." Yi Yuan quickly dodged, waiting for this, and said, "I'm leaving. Lin's kid is all yours." With that, he immediately dipped, leaving Moyu dumbfounded. Guangsheng folded his arms and ordered, "Brat, follow me." Moyu respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Yan." In the distance, a simple wooden house with a thatched roof appeared between 2 large trees, radiating tranquility in the desolate land. He said, "Live here for now." Most Yu replied, "Yes, Master. What about the killing intent?" Guangsheng waved his hand, throwing him a purple rhomboid stone, and said, "Channel your killing intent into this divine stone. As for controlling it, I can't teach you. You gotta figure it out yourself. You don't need to know about domains yet. The only thing you need to do now is learn how to control your killing intent." The screen displayed, "Domain Divine Stone. Can form a domain." Moyu gripped the stone tightly, determination surging in his heart. "Master Yan's killing intent is so strong, yet he can control it freely. There must be a way, I just haven't figured it out yet." Dense killing intent spread throughout the space. Waves of invisible pressure like cold blades brushed against the skin. His killing intent can even be externalized and materialized. Moyu thought to himself in amazement. He wondered, What exactly do I use to manipulate it? Moyu tried to calm down, feeling the killing intent in his body. His strongest attribute is mental power. Could it be that he needs to use mental power to manipulate killing intent? If Master can do it, I can definitely do it too. He made up his mind. The divine stone floated in the air, absorbing every wisp of killing intent from Moyu. Watching from the side, Guangsheng couldn't help but marvel. Using mental power to manipulate it? That's actually an idea. Hope this kid can pull it off. Moyu closed his eyes, focusing all his mental power on the surging killing intent in his body. From afar, Guangsheng quietly observed. It's been over half a day. This kid's willpower is indeed strong. No wonder that old geezer took a liking to him. 10 days later, killing intent surrounded Moyu's body. It was no longer scattered and aimless, but was revolving according to a certain pattern, like snakes coiling around his body. Moyu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light shining with pride. Success! The surging killing intent around him was gradually absorbed into the divine stone. System UI popped up. New skill awakened. Slaughter domain. Current level cannot be used. In the distance, Guangsheng was shocked. He actually managed to do it. Even for me back then, it would have taken at least 3 months to control my killing intent. To get this far in just 10 days. How strong is his mental power? Moyu turned to greet him respectfully. Master. Guangsheng's eyes were still fixed on him, nonchalantly replying, No need to be polite with me. Didn't you just get a domain skill? He nodded, a pensive look on his face. Yeah, slaughter domain, but I can't use it yet, Guangsheng explained. Of course, your level is too low. What you need to do now is channel all the killing intent in your body into the domain divine stone. When you fill it up, you can use this skill. With that, he turned and left. You continue. I have to leave for a while. He respectfully replied, Yes. He thought to himself, This kid is working so hard, I should do something too. Somewhere else, old Meng, do you think this Lin kid can succeed? Yi Yuan wondered. An Wen laughed, his tone full of confidence. You still don't trust that kid? Besides, with old Madman making a move, what do you have to worry about? Yi Yuan snorted coldly, looking displeased. He got another good disciple. An Wen happily replied, All right, prepare well for Lin's kid's second job change. When she comes back, she should level up. Yi Yuan nodded. Don't worry, everything's prepared. Just waiting for her to return. Another 10 days passed. Moyu was still focused on training, his mental power constantly circulating. The divine stone floated in the air, emitting a brilliant light, finally absorbing all the killing intent. He muttered to himself. Moyu gripped the stone in his palm, feeling the changes in his body. As expected, I'm no longer affected by the killing intent. This killing intent is completely under my control. Suddenly, Guangsheng's figure appeared in the distance. Master, you're back, Moyu said, but his eyes quickly froze. He returned with a body full of wounds, holding a bag covered in blood, making him think. The stench of blood is so strong, even stronger than in Devil City. Guangsheng coldly threw the bag at him, ordering, Eat it raw now. Moyu caught the bag without hesitation. Understood. Without a word of question, he tore open the bag and began to devour the raw, red meat. Guangsheng asked, Aren't you going to ask what kind of meat this is? Moyu calmly replied as he ate, You gave it to me, no need to ask. Guangsheng slowly explained. This place is called the Land of Tainted Blood, an independent space left over from ancient times. 10,000 miles away, there's a beast called the bloodthirsty python. What you're eating is its meat. Moyu was startled, thinking to himself, So, Master went to fight these beasts? His eyes rested on Guangsheng's body. The blood stains on his clothes made him worried, and he asked, Master, are you injured? He replied in a calm tone, not taking it seriously. The bloodthirsty python is a god-tier beast after all. To cut its flesh and get its blood, you have to pay a price. I've fought that thing countless times here for decades. I'm used to it. He was stunned, not expecting his master to fight a god-tier beast for his sake. Guangsheng looked at him, a knowing smile on his lips. Done eating? If you're done, get ready to enjoy it. Moyu repeated questioningly. Enjoy it? Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in his body, causing him to scream in agony. Arg! It hurts! It feels like thousands of needles are piercing my whole body. Kwang Sheng stood straight, coldly saying, "You've used a miraculous potion before, right? All attributes increased by 200 points. That's made with the flesh and blood of the bloodthirsty python. Of course, the effect is greatly reduced. To get the best effect, you have to eat it raw." The pain tore at every cell, causing Moyu to tremble and kneel on the ground. Kwang Sheng sternly lectured, "If you can't endure suffering, how can you become a powerhouse? This is the best bloodthirsty python meat, not some tiny miraculous potion that can compare. You'll be doing your second job change soon. Raising your stats now will greatly benefit your second job change." The system UI showed that his strength, constitution, agility, and spirit had soared. Moryu's whole body was filled with intense pain. He struggled to support himself on the ground, trying to steady his trembling body. Kwang Sheng continued to explain, "Your master will probably prepare something for you regarding nirvana crystallization. That old geezer is reliable. But you've been through the ancient trial field, right? Did you get the power of divine body? Did you get level 5? Moyu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said weakly, "I got it, level 39. Perhaps because his voice was pained, Kwang Sheng didn't hear clearly. "Only level 3? What a pity. Although each level is only 1% different, the gap between higher levels will only increase." Moyu's voice was weak, but he still tried to utter each word. "Master, it's not level 3, it's level 39. A clang rang out as the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Kwang Sheng was stunned, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "How could you do it?" he gasped, trying to maintain his consciousness, and replied, "I reached the end of the divine selection's secret realm." Kwang Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Good kid, and old Bai too. They're really good at hiding things." He pondered for a moment, then said, "Your level of divine power is so high. Then, there are some plans that need to be changed." After a moment of thought, Kwang Sheng suddenly turned and asked directly, "I'm asking you, are you afraid of death?" Moryu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know," he said with a sharp look. "Yeah, there's a great fear between life and death. It's all fake to say you're not, so I'll ask you again. If you could become a super god tier powerhouse with a mortality rate of over 50%, would you still be afraid?" Moyu thought, thinking to himself, "A super god tier powerhouse?" Moyu thought, "A super god transcendent powerhouse?" As soon as the idea flashed, he swallowed subconsciously. "Wouldn't that be even stronger than my 2 masters?" He took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and replied, "Maybe I'll still be afraid, but I'll try my best. If I fail, I'll accept death calmly." He seemed pleased with his answer, and asked again, "What if you have to face a life or death choice twice?" Moyu said without hesitation, "I will still be steadfast in my decision." A burning fire ignited in his heart. Even if he didn't know how strong a transcendent god-level powerhouse was, he would definitely become stronger. Kwang Sheng burst into hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Good, good. You suit my taste. Since your godly power level is so high, let me tell you about the plan I've prepared for you," he continued. "Also, blood python meat, but the effects are worlds apart. The best part is the python's brain, followed by the heart. The remaining parts are inferior. The human race hasn't obtained a python brain in a long time. And even the heart is extremely difficult to get. To become a transcendent god-level powerhouse, when you start your second job change, you must eat blood python meat again, taking advantage of its characteristics to greatly increase your attributes, and at the same time, during the job change, you must undergo job sublimation, and it's best to awaken new talents. That way your future will have the most solid foundation, but with it comes great danger. The odds of survival are only 50-50. It all depends on your luck." Moryu gasped, pointing at himself and saying, "Master, I believe in myself. My luck has always been very good." Kwang Sheng burst into hearty laughter. "Good, let's see. I will get you a python heart." With that, he laughed loudly and shot into the sky like a storm. In the blink of an eye, that figure disappeared into the distance, leaving only a shocking echo that sent dust flying. Moyu pondered. The blood python is an ancient god-level species. Even my master will be in danger? Thank you, master. he said in the direction he had just flown away. His strength, physique, agility, and spirit all increased by 1800. 7 days later, a figure appeared from afar. Kwang Sheng approached, his face covered in blood, breathing heavily, holding a delicately carved rectangular box in his hand. Without hesitation, the box was thrown into Mo Yun's cage. Kwang Sheng said to him, "The python's heart is inside. Remember to eat it when you start your second job change, but the process won't be pleasant. Just enjoy it slowly for now." He mocked him. "I don't even know if I'll be able to see your suffering face again." Suddenly, Kwang Sheng's expression changed. He turned to look into the distance, his eyes becoming deep. "Why are those guys here?" Mo Yu didn't understand what was happening, and asked curiously, "Master, what's wrong?" He snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt. "The old geezers of the Empire are here, wanting to take the python meat to make elixirs, but they're probably gonna have a bad time. Those beasts are pissed, their temper isn't good." With that, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Mo Yu. He felt his body floating in the air. "Let's go, take you to broaden your horizons." In the blink of an eye, the two of them shot away like a whirlwind. Mo Yu sighed inwardly. Is this the speed of a god-level powerhouse? In the blink of an eye, a giant ship floating in the sky appeared before him. On the deck, a series of figures in white robes stood neatly, their expressions serious. Kwang Sheng explained, "Those old geezers are the elders of the Empire." Mo Yu frowned. "Are they all god-level?" Kwang Sheng laughed, his tone full of mockery. "God-level my ass, just a bunch of fake gods," he replied. "Fake gods?" he replied. "Yeah, every single one of them is stuck at level 89, using drugs to get to level 90, unable to go any further, unable to fuse skills. Aren't they fake gods?" There's a huge difference between fake gods and true god-level powerhouses. Even though they're both level 90, a true god level can crush them all. One person can take on dozens without breaking a sweat. With that, the two descended onto the deck. The elders on the ship were overjoyed. "We greet Lord Kwang Sheng." Kwang Sheng ignored them and said nonchalantly, "Yeah, you guys go ahead and fight. I'll just bring my disciple to watch." Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the ranks, her blue shoes lightly touching the wooden floor, making a very soft sound, but enough to attract attention. It was a girl with soft platinum blonde hair. She bowed respectfully and said, "Jiao Jiao greets Lord Kwang Sheng. I often hear my father mention your great name." The screen displays, "This is Dongfang Jiao, the princess of the Divine Empire, the youngest daughter of Dongfang Yi." Kwang Sheng's tone was still indifferent. "What's there to mention about me? Are you going to recount the story of me teaching him a lesson, beating him until he cried for his mommy?" She paused slightly at those blunt words, but still replied politely, "How could that be? My father said, you are the pillar of our empire." Kwang Sheng didn't answer, nor did he bother to care. He swept his eyes over the old geezers standing behind and said, "You guys came here to get python meat for her." The others seemed a little hesitant, but still bowed and said, "We hope Lord Kwang Sheng will facilitate it." Kwang Sheng agreed to let it go. All right, you guys do your thing, don't mind us." Feng Zhao frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the young man standing behind Kwang Sheng. "He seems to be about the same age as me, yet he's been accepted as a disciple by Kwang Sheng. Is his talent that amazing?" But before she could think too much, a sudden whirlwind swept over. Kwang Sheng instructed, "Be careful, the blood python is here." The blood python brought its fangs towards the ship. He instructed Mo Yu, "We're just watching." A brilliant golden barrier quickly enveloped the ship. On the ship, a series of moves were launched like arrows of light, tearing through space and heading straight for the python. The successive attacks collided with the huge body, creating strong tremors. The hard, steel-forged scales began to crack. The blood python's roar tore through the sky, carrying rage and pain. The entire ship shook violently. Mo Yu was secretly shocked. Is this the power of a god-level monster? With his eyesight, he couldn't even keep up with its attack path. The blood python's attack shattered the barrier around the ship like broken glass. One of the elders spoke up. "I will reinforce the barrier." A dazzling golden sword tore through space. The sword shot towards the python like lightning descending on the world. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning exploded in mid-air, straight down towards the python, causing it to roar in pain. But the elders didn't stop. Streams of magic power condensed, turning into a series of attacks, charms, surrounded the blood python. A terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the entire space. 4 rays of light shot out from the ship. In midair, 4 elders in white quickly formed a formation. Moyu watched with bated breath. Is this a battle of top-level awakens? Kwang Sheng instructed. Just observe, don't pay too much attention. The battle of god-level powerhouses isn't just like this. The reason why god-level powerhouses are called god-level powerhouses is because they don't need anyone's help, they don't need to form a team, and can still unleash their full power. It's too early to tell you now, when the time is right, that Bai Yiyuan will teach you. Moyu unconsciously recalled in his memory, his master Bai Xian always acted alone, never teaming up with anyone. Meanwhile, the battle between the elders and the python was becoming increasingly fierce. A dangerous blow struck towards it. Seeing the python's weakness, one of them shouted, "Opportunity!" From the ship, a giant sword condensed from spiritual power shot out, slashing straight into the python's body. A sharp slash cleaved off its tail, blood splattering everywhere. Kwang Sheng explained slowly. The flesh of the bloodthirsty serpent, once congealed, eliminates impurities and retains only the essence. Even though the serpent's tail is of the lowest quality and has a mediocre effect, this piece of meat is enough for 5 people to eat. Having lost its tail, it became extremely ferocious, its eyes bloodshot as if it had gone mad. Seeing this, Moyu asked, "Looks like they might actually kill this bloodthirsty serpent?" Kwang Sheng replied, "No way. If they're slow, they might even lose their lives here, unless they beg me." Then he laughed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts of panic erupted. The old guys who had been attacking with all their might suddenly turned tail and ran. "Hurry, run!" they urged each other hastily. Fang Zhao stood on the boat in a panic. Wasn't the situation looking pretty good just now? Even killing this bloodthirsty serpent wouldn't have been difficult, so why the sudden retreat? The serpent's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. It roared, shaking the entire blood-red sky. The old guys hurriedly urged, "Faster, faster, faster!" One person said, "This is already the fastest speed." The barrier, which was already fragile, was now like a tattered cloth trembling before the terrifying power pressing down. Kwang Sheng was excited. The game's about to begin. Want to bet if they can escape? Cracks spread across the barrier, unable to hold on any longer. A strong fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Moyu recognized the smell of blood, and suddenly felt very hungry. Level 96. Gluttonous Blood Serpent. The serpent stared at the boat with a bloodthirsty gaze. Its claws firmly grasped the boat in its palm. Fang Zhao gripped the boat tightly to hold on, exclaiming in horror, "What is that?" The old guys also turned pale, their voices trembling. "How did it get here so fast?" "We're done for. Quickly beg Kwang Sheng for help." Kwang Sheng laughed. "Didn't I tell you? They can't escape. Bloodthirsty serpent meat isn't that easy to get." "Oh well. They are people of the Divine Hall Empire, so I'll have to step in and save them this once." With that, he soared away. Kwang Sheng appeared in midair, his eyes bloodshot, delivering a blow down on the serpent. The old guys cheered joyfully. "We're saved. Kwang Sheng is making a move. We're saved, so we're safe now." The serpent, even after taking a fatal blow, still refused to fall. It retaliated with its own power. A furious counterattack from the serpent roared straight towards Kwang Sheng without hesitation, but Kwang Sheng didn't panic at all, attacking while searching for the serpent's weaknesses. Seeing an opportunity, Kwang Sheng unleashed his move. A barrage of attacks rained down on the serpent's massive body. The serpent roared furiously, its eyes bloodshot. The serpent didn't retreat, it poured all its strength, every muscle on its massive body tensing, launching an attack towards him. Kwang Sheng didn't flinch, attacking continuously without interruption. This shocked Moyu. Is this the combat power of a god-tier powerhouse? No need to wait for skill cooldowns, just use any skill you want, each with the power of a forbidden spell. Moyu stood still, an indescribable horror rising in his heart. Under the power of these skills, I'm afraid my bone armor, lifelink, or damage transfer skills would be useless. Even if I had countless skeletons, they would be wiped out in an instant. I can't believe I once attacked a being like that. Fang Zhao also couldn't hide her panic. Is that the Kwang Sheng that my father mentioned? I didn't expect him to be so strong. The battle continued. Kwang Sheng's attacks like a storm, each slash aimed at the serpent's weaknesses. It refused to give in. Opening its mouth, a burst of blazing flame shot straight towards Kwang Sheng. Sheng withstood the blow with just the hilt of his sword. Another spark shot towards him, startling Moyu. That strike carried a terrifying power. Sheng struggled to resist, his eyes changed, and he let out a grunt. Sheng destroyed the serpent's attack, launching another strike towards it. Yellow liquid splattered, falling to the scorching earth. The wound on its body cracked open, revealing raw flesh. Moyu thought to himself, "That's a wound caused by Master, so the serpent heart meat that Master gave me was taken from such a terrifying boss." Suddenly, Sheng reached out towards him. The two of them shot out of the boat. He laughed and said, "That guy's gone crazy, let's get out of here. That little one is called a bloodthirsty serpent, and the big one has evolved into a gluttonous blood serpent." After explaining, he turned to ask him what he thought about the battle. "The battle just now, what do you think?" Moyu spoke his thoughts. "That bloodthirsty serpent is stronger than the ancient rock I met in the Xuanjiyu training ground. I just don't know which is stronger, it or the ancient earth dragon." Sheng was startled and asked, "Ancient earth dragon?" He paused and asked, "You've met it?" Moyu replied, "Does Master know it?" Sheng looked at Moyu and suddenly opened his shirt, revealing a long scar stretching from his shoulder down to his stomach. "You see this? This scar has been with me for so many years." Moyu wondered in his heart. Shouldn't it be easy for a god-tier powerhouse to heal a wound? Why did Master keep this scar? Then he continued slowly. "I've challenged the ancient earth dragon 3 times. The first time I was level 69 with teammates of comparable rank. Entering the central area, we overcame countless obstacles, defeated countless bosses, and finally arrived before it. But at that time, no one dared to attack. It just glanced at us from afar, and everyone was so scared that they retreated. The second time, I was level 89, just 1 step away from God tier. I found a space-time pathway, and once again returned to the upper central area. It casually swung a claw, and I was immediately blown out of the central area. But this time, it didn't leave a wound. It wasn't until the third time, when I was level 93, and officially became a god-tier powerhouse, and came to the upper space to prepare to take revenge, that I found it again." But speaking to here, he sighed. "Still, with just 1 move, I failed again. This time it said to me, 'Only 3 words. You're too weak.' That freaking monster can even talk." Moyu thought to himself, "I didn't expect that earth dragon to be so strong. Even my master is no match for it." Sheng asked, "Right, how did you encounter it?" He recounted the whole situation of meeting the boss to Sheng. The thing is, it was the first time he met a talking boss. Sheng explained, "The higher the boss's level, the higher its intelligence. But as far as I know, it's the only one that can talk. If that being wanted to trade with you, it must have taken a fancy to something on you. When you're strong enough, take a trip to the central area." The two returned to the original house. Sheng said, "All right, I've finished what Bai Yi Yuan asked me to do. You should go back now. This place isn't suitable for a long stay. When you get back, don't forget to pour killing intent into the divine stone domain. I've been wasting this thing for years. I hope one day you can make good use of it." Moyu listened with a smile, thinking to himself, "This divine stone domain is definitely not ordinary. Master has really sacrificed a lot for me. I don't understand why he chose to live in seclusion in such a remote place." Hot tea was poured into the cup. Moyu respectfully said, "Disciple Lin Moyu, please have some tea," which surprised Sheng. The big shot. "Very good, no wonder Bai Yi Yuan thinks so highly of you." Then he raised the teacup to his mouth and continued to give him some instructions. "All right, go back and quickly complete the 2nd-class advancement." Moyu bowed respectfully and replied, "Disciple takes his leave. It's been a long time since I've seen the sunlight of the human world," he thought to himself. Feng Zhao was slightly surprised to see Moyu. Did he also return from the Bloodbath lands? She walked towards him, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said in an arrogant tone, "What's your name?" Moyu just glanced at her and said nothing, then he turned and left. That action made Feng Zhao and the old geezers with her a little embarrassed. Feng Zhao said in an annoyed voice, "This guy is so rude, he has no manners at all, relying on being a disciple of Sheng to dare to ignore this princess." The old geezers appeased her. "This young man has an arrogant personality, but to be valued by Sheng, he must be a top genius," she said irritably. "Never mind him. Let's level up." The old geezers continued. "Princess, You have eaten the bloodthirsty serpent, and the national leader has almost finished preparing the succession ceremony. Now you can take the time to level up. In another place, An Wen was thinking, the killing intent on his body has disappeared, and it seems that his stats have increased a lot. It seems that old Kwang really cares about him. He said, Master, I'm going to prepare the second-class advancement ceremony for you. It will probably take a few more days. Take the time to level up and come back when you reach level 40. Moyu respectfully replied, Yes, I'll go right away. In the dungeon lobby where the crowd gathered, the atmosphere was more lively than ever. Feng Zhao appeared in the crowd, her eyes scanning the information board of the Aqua Shrine at level 37. She thought to herself, I'm level 36 now, so attacking the level 37 dungeon is just right. As long as I find a decent team, with my strength, I can definitely clear it easily. Looks like there are quite a few people who want to team up with me, huh? Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the hall, attracting everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd shouted in surprise, Lin Moyu! It's Lin Moyu! Feng Zhao thought, why is this guy here? Immediately, everyone was in an uproar. It's Lin Moyu! He's back! What Lin Moyu? That's General Lin, who single-handedly eliminated the enemy in the Azure Dragon Legion, the youngest god general of the human race. In another corner, two people were talking excitedly. Invincible among players of the same level, even when fighting above his level, he's still invincible. The other person said, I guess after General Lin's third-class advancement, he might even be able to fight the Demon Lord alone. Feng Zhao was shocked when she heard this, thinking to herself, so that's Lin Moyu. Feng Zhao blocked Moyu's path, her eyes probing. You're Lin Moyu? No wonder you were accepted as a disciple by Kwang Sheng. Moyu pretended not to hear and replied indifferently. Sorry, please move aside, I want to level up. She was stunned by his indifferent reaction, then said angrily, How can you talk like that? Moyu sighed helplessly and replied, I'm really busy leveling up. Can you wait until I'm done before talking? Feng Zhao saw an opportunity when she heard this. You want to attack the Aqua Shrine? I'll team up with you. Moyu shook his head. I'm going solo. She said anxiously, You'll level up very slowly if you solo on normal difficulty. He replied, I'm going solo on hell difficulty. Feng Zhao found it unbelievable. Who are you kidding? You can solo hell difficulty? Aqua Shrine level 37. Dungeon record. Nightmare difficulty. 1 hour, 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Moyu thought to himself, There's no hell difficulty yet, so I need to upgrade the dungeon first. He turned around and said to Feng Zhao, You're planning to attack the Aqua Shrine? I advise you not to go in for now. The dungeon might upgrade later. She asked in confusion, What does dungeon upgrade mean? Then he touched the barrier, and his figure disappeared. This shocked Feng Zhao. He actually went into the dungeon alone? The crowd immediately whispered, General Lin has always been a solo god. Moreover, the last time the Fire God Palace dungeon upgraded was also thanks to General Lin, right? He even carried 39 people to clear the Tyrant Desert dungeon. I wonder what kind of terrible record General Lin will set this time. Feng Zhao was shocked and asked, So his legend has spread? And everyone knows it? Soloing the Tyrant Desert alone, just how strong is he? Aqua Shrine. Spirits gather around the courtyard, and lotus buds have bloomed on the lake. The screen showed, Spring Spirit, Enhanced Elite Monster, Level 37, Strength 14,000, Agility 6,000, Spirit 1.00, Constitution 1.00, Skill, Surround. Trait. Water Element Immunity, Physical Damage Immunity. Moyu thought to himself. Water Element and Physical Damage Immunity. Then only non-water-based skeletal mages can deal damage to them. He cast the Art of War. An army of skeletal warriors appeared. The two sides fought extremely fiercely. The army was divided into various routes, all heading towards the center. The pillars couldn't withstand the impact of the battle, and gradually cracked. He pondered. These pillars seem to record some story, without any difficulty. Everything in the courtyard area has been wiped out. Suddenly, the water in the lake moved, creating a large whirlpool. He wondered, could it be that I have to jump in there? Without hesitation, he jumped right into the center of the whirlpool. Moyu continued to swim deeper, and the screen showed, the dungeon has been upgraded, and the current difficulty has been adjusted to hell level, he thought. Sure enough, it's the same as the Fire God Palace last time, After quickly clearing the monsters outside, the dungeon will upgrade. Water flowed out of the fountain, and changes also took place outside. Everyone shouted, "Look, the Aqua Shrine!" This state is exactly the same as last time in the Fire God Palace. The dungeon has been upgraded. General Lin has once again upgraded the dungeon. From now on, the Aqua Shrine will have an additional hell level. Feng Zhao was shocked. A hell level dungeon, she didn't believe it, and then approached the dungeon gate. Aqua God level 37. Difficulty options: normal, nightmare, hell. She was shocked. There really is a hell level? Feng Zhao recalled, so he wasn't lying. He's really soloing the hell difficulty dungeon. How on earth does he do it? I really want to know everything about him. Underwater, a blow towards the city. A sharp trident shot straight towards Moyu with terrifying speed. At the same time, countless soldiers rushed from all directions. He immediately retreated, creating a barrier to block the blow. This damage is not low. It really has been upgraded to hell difficulty, he thought to himself. In the distance, countless tridents continued to appear, aiming straight at his skeletal warrior army. They fired with terrifying speed, tearing the air. The skeletal warriors fell one after another. The defense line began to show signs of weakening. Suddenly the screen showed Healing Legion. The city was crumbling after fierce attacks. Inside the hall, a majestic throne appeared. Beside it was a mysterious trident, emitting a cold aura. The screen showed Aqua God's trident, phantom clone, Moyu, then commanded the legion to advance, thinking to himself, were those attacks just now all from it? A huge trident rushed over again. The cue ball attack swept across the battlefield. The skeletal warriors disappeared one after another, but not giving the opponent a chance to overwhelm, Moyu immediately launched a series of powerful moves, making the battle even more intense. Water spirits tried their best to block the sword attacks from the skeletal warriors. In another corner, the guardian beasts in the courtyard frantically charged at the skeletal warriors. A ferocious beast bared its fangs at Moyu. The skeletal warrior clashed with the water spirit. Moyu immediately commanded the skeletal warrior to engage, launching a fierce counterattack to regain the upper hand. The trident reappeared at the throne. The screen displayed Water God, Fragmented Avatar, Level 41, Strength 6.00, Agility 1.00, Spirit 1.00, Constitution 4.00, Skills, Howl of Water, Eternal Freeze, Trait, Damage Immunity, Water Element reduces physical damage by 50%. The Water God sat with her eyes closed on the throne. She opened her eyes and looked at Moyu. He thought to himself, finally, the boss! The Water God fiercely counterattacked, trying to overwhelm Moyu with brute force, but her strength gradually waned, her body riddled with injuries. The Water God roared, raising the trident. A burst of spiritual water elemental power erupted. Eternal Freeze! A chilling wind swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the entire skeletal legion. Moyu chuckled softly. Strong aura, but unfortunately the power is mediocre. If I was still level 30, it might be difficult. Suddenly, the ice on the skeletons shattered. A weapon glowed. Legion Skill removes all abnormal statuses from the legion and increases morale. Only effective against abnormal statuses below level 60. The legion broke through the ice and advanced valiantly. The Water God continued to use other moves. Giant pillars of water erupted, engulfing the skeletons. Suddenly, red chains appeared. Blazing red chains emerged from the void, binding the Water God. She screamed in pain, freeing the legion. A moment later, the tidal wave vanished instantly. The Water God shrieked in despair and gradually faded away. The screen displayed Defeated Water God Avatar. Experience plus 41.00. Receive 2 clear water crystal fragments. Clear water crystal fragment. 5 fragments can be fused into a clear water crystal. Moyu held the 2 crystal fragments in his hand, saying, still 50% experience short. Maybe I need to grind a few more times. It just so happens that I also need the clear water crystal to fuse the elemental godstone, but it's a pity I haven't received the water element gem yet. His eyes widened in surprise. The trident glowed in mid-air. Moyu wondered, what's that? He touched the trident. The screen displayed Water God's key. Key to unlock the true Water God Shrine. Clear water gem. Permanently reduces water elemental damage by 50%. Has a chance to receive a water-type skill, only effective on first use. Moyu thought to himself. So it was here. I almost missed it. I already have the water god shrine key, so this place must have an item to awaken the water god. Suddenly something emitted a blue light, attracting his attention. Water god's flute can be used to awaken the water god, he quickly calculated in his head. So I've collected enough items of the 4 elements. Out of the 5 great elemental instances, I've now cleared fire, water, light, only wind and lightning left. I wonder what magical changes will happen after collecting them all, Moyu muttered to himself. Use the gem before going out. Outside the instance, a bell rang, signaling a new milestone. The bell is ringing. Sure enough, Lin Shenjiang is creating a new record again. I don't need to look at the first result, it's not accurate anyway, Feng Zhao asked curiously to someone next to her. Why is that? The person replied, Of course, it's because Lin Shenjiang breaks his own record every time. And this is just the beginning. It's far from his limit. Hearing this made her feel dizzy. Water God's Courtyard Level 37, Instance Record 1. Lin Moyu, 48 minutes 22 seconds. 48 minutes soloing hell difficulty, and achieving such a result is not his limit? Moyu gradually appeared in the faint light. Without hesitation, he entered the instance again. This time it was still hell difficulty. Outside, the atmosphere immediately exploded. Lin Shenjiang is going in for the second time. Alright. Place your bets. Let's see if Lin Shenjiang breaks the record by more than 24 minutes. Or less than 24 minutes this time. 1,000 points per bet. Everyone place your bets quickly. Feng Zhao stood silently in the noisy crowd, stunned by the scene. Even instance records can be bet on? Lin Moyu, what exactly did he do before? Water God's Courtyard. Moyu looked at the Clearwater gem in his hand, a look of regret on his face. Too bad. The Clearwater gem can't help me awaken a new talent. It's better to clear the instance quickly. In hell difficulty, the frequency of monster spawns and the experience gained are greatly increased. With my instance clearing speed, I can definitely reach level 40 in a few hours. Moyu raised his hand, commanding the legion. Let's go! 5 minutes later, Moyu struggled to swim deep underwater, passing through whirlpools. The courtyard was destroyed, no longer as magnificent as before. He thought to himself, It seems the important items were taken by me on the first clear. Others can't get the Clearwater gem, Water God's flute, and key anymore. The Water God reappeared, with a stronger aura than before. She fiercely unleashed her attacks on the Skeleton Legion. Immediately, a series of water spirits appeared, forming a giant defensive wall. However, before Moyu's overwhelming power, they were quickly crushed. People outside shouted, The record is broken again. How many minutes? Water God's Courtyard Level 37. Instance record Lin Moyu, 22 minutes 58 seconds. Haha, I bet right, it's indeed within 24 minutes. Feng Zhao was extremely shocked. 22 minutes? This is hell difficulty. Can he really solo hell difficulty? Feng Zhao approached the instance portal, a look of hesitation on her face. She was extremely skeptical in her heart. Could it be that the difficulty of this instance isn't as hard as I thought? If he can do it, maybe I can too? Feng Zhao approached the instance portal, choosing hell difficulty. 2 minutes later, she stepped out, panting, her whole body drenched in sweat, her face pale. Someone asked caringly, Are you okay? That person is Moyu? His appearance shocked Feng Zhao. Why did he come out of hell difficulty without a scratch? He looked at her calmly, his voice still indifferent. Are you all right? She replied, I'm fine. Moyu seemed to see that she was normal, and said, That's good then. Feng Zhao turned around wanting to ask something. Moyu didn't say anything more, just turned and walked straight into the instance portal. This made her sulky. HMPH, that guy? I must find out how he clears the instance. 20 minutes later, Moyu returned once again. Seeing this, she shouted loudly, Lin Moyu! He looked at her, his expression still indifferent. What's wrong? Feng Zhao pleaded, Can you lead me to clear the instance once? Just once. Moyu replied, With your status, it shouldn't be difficult to form a party, right? Feng Zhao panicked and said, I want to know the scene in the Water God's Courtyard after leveling up. Lead me to clear the instance once, and I'll lead you to the Empire's database once. There are many people who want to see the information in the Empire's database, even many things that the Mad God doesn't know. Moyu was shocked. The Empire's database, This condition is acceptable. Seeing his wavering, Feng Zhao quickly persuaded him. You definitely won't lose out, okay? He asked again. Just once? She firmly said. Just once. The screen displayed, You have invited Dongfeng Zhao to join the team. He said. Let's go then. Feng Zhao was stunned when she entered the instance. This is the water god's courtyard? Hell difficulty? She turned around, shocked to see something. It was a legion of skeletons appearing. They were frantically destroying the water spirits. Seeing her standing still, Moyu urged, What are you standing there for? Let's go. Feng Zhao, seeing this, replied softly, Ah, yeah. The two of them crossed through the area of the water spirits. Feng Zhao asked him in surprise, Are those all your summons? Moyu said indifferently. Within the Empire, you can find out with an investigation. Below is the water god's courtyard boss, she exclaimed. We're already at the boss? I feel like it hasn't even been 5 minutes. We've just been running straight here, without encountering any obstacles. Suddenly, Moyu sped down into the water, saying, Go down. We're gonna fight the boss. She replied softly, Okay. Under the water, a familiar figure appeared. The water god. The trident in the water god's hand flashed a brilliant blue light, covering the surrounding water. Fang was endlessly shocked. This is the boss of the water god's courtyard? She thought to herself. The aura is too strong. Moyu used his move again. Blazing red chains appeared again, tightly wrapping around the water god's body. At the same time, the skeleton warriors also coordinated the attack. Magical flames blazed fiercely underwater, engulfing the water god. Fang Zhao was shocked. Is it over? The screen displayed a notification that they were leaving the instance. Your team has disbanded. He turned to her and said, The instance is cleared. Remember your promise. At the Empire's data warehouse, Feng Zhao was attentively reading information about Moyu. An old man said, Princess, this is all the information about Moyu. Page after page of the file was flipped through. Her eyes widened more and more, filled with shock. How is this possible? He's only reached level 39 in just over half a year, since he changed classes. This leveling speed is too terrifying. But what shocked her even more was his record. Top scorer in the national exam, champion of the professional challenger competition, breaking a challenge record that no one had broken for hundreds of years. Isn't he a disciple of the Mad God? Why does the information say he's a disciple of the White God? Could it be that he has 2 masters? What kind of monster is he? While I was leveling up, such a terrifying figure appeared in the Empire? Moyu went home and sat on his bed. On the mattress were crystal fragments. Grinding the instance a dozen times, I finally reached level 40. The crystal fragments floated in midair, the blue light shining stronger and stronger. First, fuse the clear water crystal. Then fuse it into the elemental godstone. The crystal fragments glowed in midair. Elemental godstone. Fire. Poison. Earth. Light. Used when changing class for the 3rd time, increases the probability of profession sublimation by 20%. The crystal fragments slowly fused together, and then were absorbed by the elemental godstone. Elemental godstone. Fire, poison, earth, light, water. Used when changing class for the 3rd time, increases the probability of profession sublimation by 25%. Name: Lin Moyu. Class: The Only Necromancer. Level: 40. Title: Dragon Clan War King. All stats plus 500. Skill cost reduced by 50%. Strength 4006. Constitution 4006 plus 500. Agility 4006. Spirit 26. 830. C 3500. After eating the serpent's flesh, my stats have skyrocketed, definitely outclassing other players of the same level. Time to prep for the 2nd class advancement. Moyu enters the house. Yi Yuan greets him respectfully. Master, the teacher replies. You've arrived? Not bad level up speed. Let's go, I'll take you to advance your class. Master has prepared everything you need. With that, the two disappear. The desolate wasteland, swirling sand and wind, a barren scene with not a soul in sight. He looks around, sensing the energy around him. The elemental energy here is intense, Yi Yuan explains. This is the desolate wasteland, possessing the most primal source of energy, with all kinds of elements. Advancing your class here will be most effective. This land is home to a type of monster called desolate beasts. But don't worry about them, just focus on advancing your class. Master will take care of the rest." With those words, Yi Yuan raises his hand high, a powerful aura erupts, the ground shakes, unleashing a shockwave across the area. This is the second-class advancement formation, drawn by a God-tier formation master. Moyu immediately recognizes two crucial items placed in the center of the formation: Nirvana crystallization and mermaid tears. The ground gradually trembles. The formation slowly activates. He takes a deep breath, sits down in the center of the magic circle, closes his eyes, and enters a meditative state. A massive surge of energy quickly floods into his body. He grits his teeth, enduring it. He can feel the power surging relentlessly into his body, stats constantly increasing. Time to chow down on the serpent heart meat. He ravenously devours the meat. As soon as he swallows, an explosive burst of power from deep within spreads throughout his entire being. Muscles tense, meridians violently vibrate. Internal organs feel like they're being swept by a tornado. Waves of agonizing pain crash over him. Veins bulge on his neck, eyes bloodshot from the torment. The power radiates throughout the entire formation. Yi Yuan stands far away. Lin's class advancement has begun. But at this moment, a strange sound echoes from afar. "Finally here!" the teacher thinks to himself. Thousands of chains reach towards the sky. Moyu stands in the center of the formation, his body covered in bloody threads. Suddenly, desolate beasts appear. Yi Yuan immediately recognizes the danger, roaring, "Get back!" The two sides clash fiercely. The teacher uses all his strength to attack the desolate beasts. "Get lost!" But it only retreats a few steps and immediately lunges forward. Sharp claws tear through the air, aiming straight for Yi Yuan. Pairs of red eyes gradually appear in the dust cloud. Another horde of desolate beasts emerges. Yi Yuan frowns. Perfect timing! Unleashes a skill towards the desolate beasts. Wave after wave, desolate beasts relentlessly advance towards Yi Yuan. The desolate beasts become increasingly ferocious. Yi Yuan gathers his strength once more, unleashing a skill. A series of desolate beasts are sent flying. Suddenly, a roar echoes from somewhere. Yi Yuan immediately turns his head, his expression turning serious. Crap, why did the Desolate Beast Lord show up too? The Desolate Beast Lord possesses an imposing presence, followed by a series of desolate beasts. The Lord lets out a deafening roar. Immediately, the surrounding desolate beasts are as if stimulated, eyes filled with murderous intent, simultaneously charging towards Yi Yuan. A majestic winged white tiger is staring towards a mysterious dark shadow. Then suddenly it rushes over with a face, wanting to eat him alive. Bai Yi Yuan thought. The characteristics of these desolate beasts is that they cannot be killed. There's no way to attack them, I can only push them back. He quickly calms down, and then said seriously, "Get out of here!" with a strike that brought extremely strong fire damage. The white tiger grew small horns, and roared loudly, when many cracks appeared, and nullified Yi Yuan's attack. He was exhausted at this time. "Old Meng, help me!" Upon hearing the two words help, a dazzling light appeared from the black tower at the top of the tower. The light from the tower sneaked into the winged white tigers, and their white feathers flew everywhere. A purple damage like a sharp sword raged towards the winged white tigers. The attack was so powerful that one of the winged white tigers there was slashed until blood splattered and fell backwards. But before the attack could finish off the tigers, they were surrounded by an extremely dark black power. Yang Guangsheng laughed wildly. "Bai Yi Yuan, I've won this time." He once again swung his sword hard to create a source of purple damage, and rushed towards the winged white tigers again. After Yan Guangsheng took this terrifying attack, he left the ground and appeared in the air to float with Bai Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wondered, "Why are you here?" Yan Guangsheng said with a smile, "That punk Lin is also my student. Of course, I have to be present when he advances." While they were chatting, the winged white tigers quickly went berserk like they had taken steroids. "Careful, more desolate beasts are coming, and they're even stronger." The two of them are in combat mode together. Yan Guangsheng laughed disdainfully. "HMPH, my killing intent can't kill them, but injuring them is no problem." The two of them mobilized their strength and rushed towards the wild beasts. Elsewhere, it was already late at night. When Lin Moyu was cultivating, red lines appeared on his face, and he was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. But around Lin Moyu there were two extremely strong golden halos. In another place, the sky turned blue, mixed with extremely terrifying black marks. In the middle of the sky there was a white circular hole that was sucking in those black air currents. A man holding a staff appeared with murderous intent, and the idea of darkness enveloped him. He summoned a swarm of bats like small spaceships, waiting for orders to be ready for battle. The dark mage raised his staff to show his authority. A group of soldiers on the ground cheered non-stop. The mage's staff gathered red circles but carried extremely great damage. He continued to destroy everything around Lin Moyu, causing him to look up, not believing that he finally had such terrible power. An extremely large destructive force exploded the rocks where Lin Moyu was sitting. At the same time, Lin Moyu broke through, with many different colors around him. His eyes were as bright as car headlights. His mouth was so wide open that he could swallow a house. Lin Moyu's rainbow light spread across the sky. The gems around him also emitted sparkling light. Yan Guangsheng was shocked when he heard the loud noise. Class transcendence, he thought to himself. Others see only 3 colors when they transcend for the first time. But this kid has 7. Is this the only class? Lin Moyu also felt the same way. I can feel my power getting stronger and stronger, and my stats are constantly leveling up. Lin Moyu is immersed in white light. The white light covers Lin Moyu, causing him to gradually fade into the white light. Bai Yi Yuan was surprised. Awakening talent? The kid has awakened a 3rd talent. Even Yan Guangsheng couldn't believe it. What? Does that mean that if you use a divine stone talent during class transcendence, you can still awaken another talent? Does this guy want to be the first player to have 4 talents? The system appears to explain. Received Spirit Link Summoning Pet. Necromancer Lord and Summoned Pet establish a spirit link together. When the Necromancer Lord's spiritual power is exhausted, the Summoned Pet will transfer its spiritual power to compensate. Lin Moyu has awakened a life link since awakening, and now he has awakened a spirit link. The spiritual power of Summoned Pets is extremely strong. With this talent, wouldn't my spiritual power be replenished infinitely? The system appears, checking that the host has received a new talent and is optimizing it. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "Can this talent still be optimized?" The system announced that the talent optimization was completed, and the lifelink talent and the spirit link talent were successfully fused. Received the unique god tier talent, Complete Link Steal, performing a complete link with the summoned pet, also taking damage, recovering, and sharing divine power together. Lin Moyu couldn't believe his eyes. I never thought that both of my talents would combine into a unique god-tier talent. From now on, I and my summoned pet are officially linked together. The system also appeared. 2nd class transcendence success. Class sublimation success. You have sublimated into the Necromancer Lord and awakened the new skill Blood Curse. Checking that the host has successfully transcended to the 2nd class. Optimizing and fusing skills at the same time. Optimizing and fusing the Venomous Star Pellet. Optimizing and fusing the Slow Silence Curse. Space goes silent. Bai Yi Yuan happily. Looks like the kid has successfully transcended to the 2nd class. Before he could be happy for long, the wild beasts suddenly went crazier. They growled angrily. And what was special was the appearance of another winged white tiger, the Desolate Beast King. Fragments flew everywhere. A shirtless man and a group of assassins suddenly appeared along with the ruins of stone. Bai Yi Yuan was in a hurry. "Old Meng, let's go quickly." Hearing this, the black tower under the golden light and the iron chains swayed under the eyes of everyone around. The winged white tiger did not let it go and spat out a red power. The attack went straight at Old Meng. Suddenly, Old Meng got rocked by that attack. A brick courtyard full of cracks, remnants of an intense battle. Just then, Bai Yi Yuan and Old Meng escaped Bai Hu and returned home. Bai Yi Yuan worried. "Old Meng, are you okay?" Old Meng rubbed his temples. "Just got blasted by its spit. I'm fine." Yan Guangsheng was still salty. "Wait till I level up twice more. I'll unleash even stronger killing intent to deal with them." Bai Yi Yuan wondered. "Moyu, how's your class advancement going?" Moyu emanated the blue-black killing intent of the blade. "Icy. Let me check." He internally assessed. "Should also see what new skill my skills have fused into." System UI popped up. Name: Lin Moyu. Class: Unique Undead Monarch. Level: 40. Title: Dragon Clan Battle King. Strength: 2925. Constitution: 23,925. Agility: 23,925. Spirit 53, 255. Equipment Donatus Scythe. Unique attribute 50% physical damage reduction. Elements poison, fire, light, water. Mythic power trait LV40. Divine Continent top tier unique item unavailable. Summoning space 396 hundredths. Skeleton warrior count 200. Skeleton mage count 190. Talents unique all-around growth, unique all-around linkage. Passive skill status immunity, damage transfer. Active skill soul flame LV40. Corpse explosion LV6. Bone armor LV40. Bone spike LV40. Decay curse LV40. Venomous testicular bomb LV40. Soldier skill rune. Slaughter wolflord unavailable. New skill acquired. Summon skeleton marksman. After reviewing everything, Moyu couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, "Quite a few of my skills have changed, like Light's Blessing evolved into status immunity, and there's a new type in the Skeleton Legion." The system continued. Divinity power LV40. Upon leveling up, all stats increase by an additional 40%. Spirit recovery speed plus 4000%. Stamina recovery speed plus 4000%. All-around growth skill effect increased by 10x. All-around linkage. Initiate all-around linkage with summoned creatures, sharing damage, recovery, and spirit. Immunity to all negative statuses. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the mage is transferred to summons. Corpse explosion LV6. Exploding corpses deal 35% of the target's max HP as damage within a 6 meters radius. Decay curse LV40. Enemies within 100 meters have their movement speed reduced by 200%. Damage taken increased by 30%. Lasts 1 minute. Bone armor LV40. Provides 4000 defense to summon skeletons. Skill can also be used on others. Bone spike LV40. Launches bone spikes to attack enemies. Number of spikes depends on the skill level and the user's spirit. Soul flame LV40. Burns the target's soul, inflicting burn wounds. Potency depends on the skill level and the user's spirit. Venomous testicular bomb LV40. Performs a strike on enemies within 100 meters, dealing 4000 damage per second for 100 seconds. Soldier skill rune. All basic attributes of summoned creatures increase by 200% for 30 seconds. All additional attack damage increases by 500%. Cooldown is 1 hour. After seeing Moyu's stats, Yi Yuan was stunned. These stats are higher than some legendary class awakeners at level 60, even rivaling some bosses. Plus, this talent is perfect for his new class. No wonder it's a god-tier talent. His spirit seems limitless. No one his age can surpass him. Old Meng was shocked. His summons must be buffed too, right? Summon them and show us. Without wasting time, Moyu was sharp. Yes. Appear, Skeleton Berserker. Summoned Skeleton Berserker LV40. Summoned a Platinum Grade Skeleton Berserker. Platinum Grade Skeleton Berserker level 40. Strength 5000. Agility 5500. Spirit 5500. Constitution 5500. Skill Berserker Onslaught LV1. Deals 500% damage to the target. Cooldown is 10 minutes. The big shots were astonished. The stats are insane. Even bosses aren't that high. I can feel how terrifying he is. Moyu. Appear, Skeleton Archmage. Skeleton Archmage. Level 40. Strength 12,500. Agility 12,500. Spirit 75,000. Constitution 12,500. Skill Elemental Burst. Deals mixed elemental damage to enemies. Potency is determined by spirit. The big shots burst out laughing. With the gem that is the Skeleton Warrior here, the Skeleton Mage isn't that strong, but these stats far exceed other mage classes. Keep in mind he can summon a legion of mages. How can those hundreds of noob skeleton mages compare? Moyu coldly said, "My legion has a new member. Appear, Skeleton Marksman." The Skeleton Marksman's appearance was terrifying. Moyu's eyes sharpened. "But I can't level it up yet. I'll get it to platinum later." Yi Yuan proudly said, "This is a congratulatory gift for you. It was originally other items, but this is probably what you need most now." Mid-grade Cooling Amulet. Reduces the cooldown time of dungeons below LV70. Uses remaining 30/30ths. Moyu. Thank you, teacher. I'll go clear more dungeons then. Yi Yuan watched his back. Worthy of being my student. Kuang Sheng grumbled. Get lost. He's my student now. The sky transitioned to another day. At the dungeon hall, amidst the incessant screaming, Lin Moyu swaggered in. The crowd on the stands discussed animatedly. Lin God General is back. No way. Lin God General has advanced to 2nd class. OMG, is he going to set another record? System notification. Whirlwind Plains, Dungeon Level 42, levels 37 to 47 can choose normal or nightmare difficulty. A spatial gate appeared before Lin Moyu. His gaze focused on the nightmare selection. Then he entered, without hesitation. The crowd outside was speechless. Lin God General entered the Whirlwind Plains. This elemental dungeon is gonna level up again. Elsewhere, Moyu had his hands in his pockets. This dungeon is quite chill. Then he summoned green energy, and the sky turned gloomy as the skeleton mage appeared. Moyu stared intently. Not bad, my legion is really taking shape. The system UI appeared. Wind Sprite Elite, Enhanced Elemental Monster, Level 40, Strength, 20,000. Agility, 30,000. Spirit, 30,000. Constitution, 30,000. Skill, Whirlwind Shadow, Trait, Wind Element Immunity, 50% physical damage reduction. The skeleton marksman raised his bow and fired fiercely into the smoky space. The smoke frowned slightly. Moyu was pissed. Once I master my skills, I'll come back for revenge. Several hours later, 4 hours later, Moyu opened his eyes. Finally done. Appear, my marksman. The sky darkened, and the crowd outside was in an uproar. What's going on? Why hasn't Lin God General come out yet? That's right. It's been 4 hours. The nightmare record is only 2 hours. Did something happen in the dungeon? A powerful dark figure appeared. It was the platinum-grade skeleton marksman. Level 40. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 30,000. Constitution, 30,000. Skill. Soul Lock passive. Attacks are guaranteed to hit. Moyu. Attacks will always hit. Finally a way to deal with those flying abyss and dragon clan bastards. But first, I need to clear this dungeon. The marksman drew his bow. Each arrow was enormous. Those in the air were surprised, creating swirling tornadoes everywhere. Eliminated LV-43 Wind Sprite. Experience plus 860,000. Moyu nodded. Not bad. Now I can seriously grind this dungeon. Too much time wasted escaping and starting over. The crowd outside was excited. Lin God General is out! What's going on? Lin God General clearly advanced to 2nd class. He should have cleared the Whirlwind Plains quickly. That's right, this dungeon shouldn't be a problem for Lin God General. Plus, the dungeon hasn't leveled up yet. What's going on? Back to Moyu, who was excited. Go forth, my soldiers! A legion of incredibly powerful skeletons appeared with overwhelming dominance. Moyu shouted, Charge! Ku! Then he closed his eyes to visualize the strategic map. The wind sprites scattered. The fight was intense. An hour later, a blonde girl was worried. What happened? Why hasn't the dungeon leveled up yet? The person beside her scratched his head. Looks like Lin God General isn't omnipotent. There are things he can't do. Others joined in with disdain. Even though he has the rank of God General, his actual strength is definitely inferior to a real God General. Meanwhile, back where Moyu was fighting, Moyu was excited. Is this the last monster? System warning. Dungeon difficulty has increased. Now hell. Moyu smirked. As expected, the wind element dungeon is different from the previous ones. You have to eliminate all the monsters to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, a tornado 1,000 times larger than before appeared. It seems that before was just the outer part of the real wind elemental dungeon. Moyu was amused. First time walking on the wind, the feeling isn't bad. Moyu's heroic steps couldn't be stopped by anyone. The sky was still, and the spatial gate appeared, carrying an extremely strong gust of wind. Everyone cheered. The dungeon leveled up. As expected, Lin God General is the best. The tornado slowly dissipated. Moyu was unshaken within the tornado, and he gently landed on the ground. So this is the real Whirlwind Plains. His weapon never left his side. Moyu's gaze stopped. Focusing on what was in front of him, it was the Whirlwind Spirit Monster. Elite Hellgrade LV-44. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 10,000. Constitution, 50,000. Skill, wind enhanced tech attack. Trait, physical damage immunity. Moyu thought, if it's immune to physical damage, then I can only let the Archmage take the stage. Go! The Archmage used Elemental Burst, a powerful move hitting the center of the whirlwind spirit. Moyu yelled, quickly clearing the monsters around it. The Archmage raised his weapon for another attack on the whirlwind spirit, but the space suddenly went still. Moyu channeled energy to jump. Arriving somewhere, Moyu stood before a huge black figure. It seemed to be the boss of this whirlwind plains. Wind God Mount Leader. Hellgrade LV 47. Strength, 60,000. Agility, 70,000. Spirit, 25,000. Constitution, 50,000. Skill, wind enhanced attacks. Trait, physical damage immunity. 50% elemental damage reduction. Moyu scoffed. Only level 47, I can probably beat it even without my second class advancement. Kill it quickly and move on. Then he closed his eyes, first restricting its movements. System notification. Elder's Curse afflicts enemies within 100 meters, reducing enemy speed by 200%. Increases damage taken by 30%. Lasts 1 minute. Scarlet chains wrapped around the lion's body. Moyu ordered a berserker onslaught. The entire legion advanced towards the desperately struggling lion. After a while, the lion stretched its legs out and fainted. When it dipped, it dropped mad loot. Vortex Gem straight up gives you minus 50% win DMG taken, perma. Chance to snag a wind skill. And the Wind God's Shi Shen is the key to waking up the Wind God. Wind God Key? That's your ticket to the real Wind God Temple. 3 years of grinding Vortex Cubes can fuse into a Vortex Gem. Just gotta keep at it and rack up enough Vortex Gems. Easy peasy. The whole stadium's going wild. System notification pops. Hell Mode Vortex Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu. 3 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds. The bell's ringing. Li Shenjiang's just smashed another record. No sweat, it's just Moyu's first dungeon run. Everyone knows he's only competing with himself in these things. Moyu walks out stone cold, and the crowd roars, Li Shenjiang's out! Looks like the temple bell's gonna be ringing again soon. Hell Mode. Skull wrapped in barbed wire, purple skies. Moyu's hyped. Alright, let's speedrun this. Rainbow-powered energy surges, and the warriors rush in. The sky's silent. Moyu's hands are in his pockets, looking like a total Chad. The sky darkens. Moyu leaps high, looking epic. Still got his hands in his pockets, no fear, and says, we meet again. System announcement. Hell Mode All-Wind Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu, 40 minutes, 38 seconds. The crowd outside's losing it. No surprise from Li Shenjiang. Nearly 4x faster. I bet this isn't even his limit. System notifications spam. Hell Mode All-Wind Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu, 27 minutes, 15 seconds. Hell Mode All-Wind Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu, 21 minutes, 47 seconds. Hell Mode All-Wind Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu, 19 minutes, 26 seconds. Hell Mode All-Wind Plains Dungeon Record. Lin Moyu, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. Everyone's in disbelief. Am I tripping? Dungeon clear in just 15 minutes? That record's gonna stand for a century, easy. The temple bell's been non-stop since he started. My head's gonna explode. Moyu strokes his chin. Any way to make this even faster? Or maybe just skip the XP grind and rush the boss? Hell Mode Speedrun selected. Elsewhere, the sky's clear. Someone's shouting, Lao Bai, Lao Bai. Tyran's stoked. The kid just smashed another Hell Mode record, didn't he? Yi Yuan's blunt? So? It's not the first time he's broken a record. Tyran's serious. Nah, this is different. Remember that guy from Jiajing Academy 6K years ago? Man Anwen, Lao Ning? You mean Senior Jiang Yi? Tyran nods. Yep. Senior Jiang Yi was the head of Jiajing 673 years back, a rank 98 light swordmaster. With his talent and 2 ascensions, he was the closest anyone ever got to Super God tier. Back then, a massive battle went down at Outpost 9 in the Deep Abyss, with almost 100 demon lords popping out. Humanity was on the brink. Our God tier experts only numbered around 20. God Yi single-handedly took on half the demon lords, and even killed over 30 of them. That battle's considered the cornerstone. But God Yi died there too, sadly. But the demons didn't know he was dead. so they didn't dare to make any sudden moves for hundreds of years. Man Anwen sighs, and Tyran adds, before his death, God Yi sealed his power in a secret realm, which is inside the dungeon temple. He set a rule. Meet the conditions, and you can enter the realm. Yi Yuan's curious. Lao Ning, you're saying the kid met some condition? Tyran confirms. Yep, the rule was to clear a hell mode dungeon in under 10 minutes, and he aced it. Moyu holds out his hand. This run's not bad, but why is there a secret realm entrance here? Someone calls out to him. Moyu turns around on reflex. Was that Teacher Bai's voice? This is a secret realm left behind by the former head of Jiajing 6k years ago. But no one's ever entered it. Could be good luck. Could be a death trap. Your call on whether to go in. Moyu's stunned. Seriously? A secret realm from the previous head? And even you can't figure it out? He thinks for a sec, then decides, I'm going in. He dives into the realm. Clear skies appear. Scenic Enghia than secret realm with a waterfall. Moyu scans his surroundings, and instantly a hidden weapon shoots at the back of his head. But Moyu's got the reflexes of a god, and leaps away. The weapon hits a rock and explodes. A figure with a sword looks serious, like a general. He points his sword at Moyu. Moyu's lips move, and chains burst from his body. Skulls appear too. The mysterious man doesn't flinch, charging up a massive attack. When he unleashes it, Moyu's chains shatter. The man dashes at him. Moyu summons a fire spirit. The man frowns. A soul attack? The attack engulfs the man. The mysterious man's sword energy surged with blinding light. The beams of light shot towards Moyu, but his attack powerfully blasted towards the mysterious man. The golden beams hit Moyu, but he was protected and unharmed. The mysterious man leapt high, swinging his sword down in an earth-shattering strike. Seeing how strong the attack was, Moyu's eyes narrowed, and he struck the mysterious man with 2 bone thrusts. After Moyu's attack passed through, the mysterious man's soul seemed to dissipate. Moyu muses. It's a secret realm left by the old head. Can't be this simple. There's got to be something else waiting. Just as he thought, a figure in the distance holds a sword, looking like a total badass. The man shouts, Want to pass? Kill me or be killed. I'm a rank 49 sword god, you noob. Moyu gets serious. Another light ring appears. Without letting his opponent wait, he makes his move. Beat one, and another pops up? Fine, I want to see what the hell this secret realm's hiding. Come out! Soul-devouring Bug King. System info. Soul-devouring Bug King. Level 50 soul. Strength 40,000. Agility 40,000. Spirit 30,000. Stamina 50,000. Skills. Soul Devour. Second form. Soul-shattering Scream. Ignores defense and physical damage resistance. Devours everything. Moyu scoffs. Ain't got time to waste on him. The sword god's still yelling. I said you want to pass? Kill me, or be killed. Not letting him stall, Soul Devour unleashes soul-shattering Scream, deafening the sword god. Seizing the chance, Moyu leaps up, weapon in hand. The sword god can only grit his teeth in anger. Then he clutches his head in pain. You won't get through! I'll kill you! Bury you here forever! Soul Devour doesn't want to hear his trash talk, so he grows huge and lunges. Elsewhere, Moyu's just passed the rank 47 sword god, and his face freezes. Another one, saying the same thing as the last one. Want to pass? Kill me, or be killed. I'm a rank 59 sword god. Moyu notices the rings on his hand, and realizes, another pair of light rings, huh? Then he shouts, Appear! Earth Underworld Dragon God! Earth Underworld Dragon God! Level 55 soul. Strength 100,000. Agility 100,000. Spirit 60,000. Stamina 100,000. Skills. Deadly Bone Poison. Cleaving Slash. Traits. Poison Immunity. Reduces physical and elemental DMG taken by 30%. The rank 59 sword god can't believe his eyes. What, the Earth Underworld Dragon God? Without letting him protest, Moyu unleashes powerful blows with Cleaving Slash, knocking him back. He grits his teeth, trying to withstand the massive power, then walks away coldly. Take it from here, Dragon God. The Dragon God opens its maw and roars. Soon after, green smoke rises from the area. Moyu keeps walking coldly, arriving at another part of the secret realm. The wind howls, and some houses are smoking, probably cooking food. Seeing the peaceful scene, Moyu's suspicious. Is this the end? But then, another one like the others suddenly appears on a roof, saying the same line. "Wanna pass? Kill me, or be killed. I'm a rank 65 sword god." Looking at the number of rings on the guy, Moyu figures, looks like he's the last sword god. Alright, then Moyu's just gonna summon his whole damn soul army. He uses strong soldier. A red circle covered in patterns appears on his hand. The souls get ready and receive the overflowing power. The sword saint didn't flinch, charging in relentlessly. The golden bracelets on his wrists expanded. He was summoning his mighty troop of soldiers to attack Moyu. Moyu watched warily, thinking to himself, this clone technique is kinda sus. My soul flame can't lock onto his main body. Both sides clashed. The destructive power was immense. Moyu smirked. You wanna play numbers with me? Ziz! Boom! One by one, the clones exploded into nothing. Enraged, he unleashed a new move. Sword Chi Tides. A dazzling golden light enveloped him. He used the technique one sword to sweep across. The sword's mana was so high it reached the sky, pinning Moyu into a corner. However, Moyu quickly used a shield to protect himself. His opponent started cracking. Moyu sneered, useless. With the armor of lamenting bones, full movement, skill link, unless it's a demon lord level attack, you can't one-shot me. The healing squad from Moyu's troop. My troops are back to full health already. Moyu's eyes turned fierce. Thunder Origin, Curse of Decay. Dark red chains wrapped around his sword. The sword became more and more constricted as he tried to make it bigger. The guy struggled in desperation, gritting his teeth. He can break my one sword to sweep across? Not letting him yap, a barrage of attacks landed, ending with a fatal blow, and he returned to the earth. The soldiers met the same fate, going to the afterlife. After a while, the sky cleared. Moyu, hands still in his pockets, remained cold. The soul-devouring Bug King and Earth Dragon God were also done. Next, there probably won't be any more enemies, right? In a remote but peaceful village, Moyu played with the blue magic he created. Suddenly, he stopped at a simple house with golden light in front of it, like fireflies during the day. He approached the house and forcefully opened the door. Inside the house, a white-haired man was meditating. It was Jiang Yi, the dean of Xiajing Academy. Seeing someone enter, Jiang Yi smiled kindly. Please, sit. Moyu didn't hesitate and sat down to talk. Jiang Yi praised. Not bad for a young man. Moyu replied. Compared to God Yi, I'm still far behind. Jiang Yi chuckled. No need to be humble, you're much more outstanding than I was when I was young. Meeting you, I'm relieved about the human race now, Moyu responded. The human race may not be able to destroy the abyss demons, but it's enough to resist them. Jiang Yi was puzzled. Destroy the abyss demons? Impossible, forever impossible. Moyu replied dryly. Our strongest human is already a super god level official. Jiang Yi mysteriously said. When you reach my level, you'll know why I say that. When you reach my level, you'll know why I say that. Hearing those words, Moyu couldn't help but think. God Yi must know some secrets. Even my teacher doesn't know? It seems the abyss isn't as simple as the human race imagines. Jiang Yi reassured. Your level is low. No need to worry about these things. But you're outstanding. Extremely outstanding. Not only did you pass my test, but you exceeded my expectations. So, I'm preparing to make a deal with you. This is a severed finger of a god. A severed finger of a god? Moyu was incredulous. A god? Jiang Yi said calmly. Of course, you don't need to use it for now, but with it, entering the god level will be much easier, even with a chance to become a super god. Consider this my reward, Moyu asked. So, what do you need me to do? Jiang Yi slowly opened his mouth. Take this pearl to the space above the Kangjiyu training ground, and personally hand it over to the boss of the central area. Moyu wondered. God Yi said, could it be the ancient earth dragon? I didn't expect this deal to involve it. Then Moyu said, I understand, I will hand over the item to it. Jiang Yi smiled. No rush. Wait until your strength is enough. The central area isn't that simple. I've waited for 6 years. Waiting a few more years won't matter. Moyu wondered. Senior God Yi, why don't you let the god-level powerhouses help you? Why choose me? Jiang Yi asked back. Them? They're not qualified to talk to it. Going there is just asking for death. You're different. You have this qualification. Don't let anyone see the things in the box. Especially the severed finger of a god. Its temptation is too great. and will cause you fatal trouble. Whether it's the Abyss or the Dragon Race, even humans will do anything to get it." The space flashed brightly white. Moyu said, "Senior God Yi, rest assured I remember everything." Quote, then disappeared. Elsewhere, the sky was clear. Moyu was teleported out. "I need to find my teacher." Outside, Yi Yuan was worried. "We can't probe the situation in the secret realm. Will little Lin be okay?" Quang Sheng worried. "That kid will definitely be fine. You have to have some confidence in your disciple, okay?" Both said together, "He's out. How was it?" After telling the three seniors what happened in the secret realm, Moyu begged, "Please help me keep this safe. It's not safe to keep it on me." Old Meng was stunned. Such mental power. No wonder Jiang Yi said it would cause a struggle for god-level powerhouses. Moyu worried. "I feel this power is very similar to the killing intent on teacher Quang Sheng." Quang Sheng was stunned when his name was suddenly mentioned. Then Quang Sheng laughed loudly. "Good kid. Truly a word to awaken the dreamer." "It seems my path to becoming a supergod isn't far away." Yikyuan frowned. "It seems you've finally returned to the central area of the Kangjiu training ground. Then take this chance to level up your strength a lot. You're the top scorer of the whole country, possessing the qualification to enter the God Jia Tower once. Now it's time for you to venture out a bit, right?" Moyu's face was serious. Behind him was a red area with long chains, with no end in sight. Moyu pondered. "From the beginning, many people have told me about the importance of the God Jia Tower trial. Finally, this time has come." At the same time, Yi Yuan sternly folded his arms. In front of him was a glowing book. Yi Yuan instructed, "Know yourself and know your enemy. You'll win every battle. Let you grasp the characteristics of major occupations. Summarize the advantages and disadvantages to improve your combat experience and combat skills." Then, Yan Guangsheng also continued to instruct Moyu. "Kid, your master completed thousands of battles in the God Jia Tower back then. I suffered. You have to be mentally prepared." Hearing that, Moyu seriously replied, "I'm not afraid of suffering." A voice rang out. Then, An Wen continued to instruct with a serious expression. 3 days later, the God Jia Tower will officially open. Your trial will begin. Take this opportunity to grasp the characteristics of the occupations. The sky was still clear, and the sunlight filtered through the trees, shining on the courtyard. Moyu's voice rang out. Yes. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, in an open area by the sea, crowded with people, seagulls were still flying above. The area was Jiajing Academy Square. At this time, a tower gradually appeared, accompanied by flying dust. The red light on the top of the tower radiated, causing the surroundings to be dyed red. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. "God Jia Tower! God Jia Tower has descended!" Dust and stones flew everywhere as the tower gradually descended, obscuring the surrounding scenery. The discussions continued. "I didn't expect to see the God Jia Tower with my own eyes, one of the 3 god towers of the God Jia Empire." Another voice continued. "I heard the God Jia Tower only opens once a year, and only releases 500 entrance tickets at a time." Then another voice rang out. "I heard that even the Empire can't interfere with these 500 slots. They are completely controlled by the Jiajing Academy." At the same time, Xia Shui, Zuo Mei, and Feng Shu all stood in the crowd looking towards the tower. Xia Shu admired. "The God Jia Tower trial. The entire empire is fighting for 500 slots. Perhaps everyone who enters is a genius." Hearing her say that, Feng Shu became serious. No matter what the occupation, having the qualification to enter the God Jia Tower is the most outstanding genius. From a distance, a group of people in armor gradually approached, their faces showing seriousness. Exclamations rang out again. "It's the military!" Another person said, "I heard that the military also got 100 slots this time." Yet another voice rang out. "These people hold the front line, blocking the abyss. Demons are true heroes." As if seeing something, Feng Shu became happy. "That's my brother. His occupation evolved into Holy Light Swordsman, a legendary level occupation. Zhong Teng, he has won many military merits in the army, and is now an 8-star lieutenant." At this time, the soldier with blue hair in the ranks was solemnly advancing. Behind him appeared the badge, symbolizing his rank. At this time he was still constantly sighing. "I didn't expect my brother to get a slot." Then Xie Shu said, "One day we can do it too. The 4 young ladies won't lose to anyone." Of course, That guy is an exception. Hearing that, Feng Shu replied, "Perhaps only Lin Moyu can do it." At this time, Zuo Mei pointed in one direction in surprise. "Look, it's Lin Moyu." At the same time, Moyu slowly walked from afar. Behind him was a skeleton warrior radiating a blue aura. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Oh my god! He has also completed the occupation promotion." Moyun's face was full of seriousness as he continued to move forward. The badge symbolizing his rank appeared, radiating a dazzling light. Seeing the badge, all the soldiers in the ranks were shocked. Then, they all saluted, as he continued to advance towards the ranks in the amazement of the surrounding people. The soldier with blue hair in the ranks showed a proud expression. "Welcome, God General." Moyu continued to walk slowly through the solemn ranks of the military, towards the tower hovering in the distance. Then, he reached out and touched the foot of the tower. At that time, a beam of light appeared around Moyu. Witnessing what was happening, Jie Shui was shocked. I didn't expect him to reach this level in such a short period of time. The distance between me and him seems to be getting further and further. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appears mid-air, announcing, "Today the Divine Descent Tower opens with modified rules. Only those whose names are called enter. The rest wait outside. Beginning now, first up, Lin, Muli Academy." As the name echoes, a green light engulfs Li Lin. To everyone's shock, his stats appear on a screen. Li Lin, TIER 45 Archmage. Next, a string of data materializes in the dark space of the Divine Descent Tower. From it, Lian Lin takes form. Mo Yu's inner voice booms. "Meng Qian and Sensei want me to fight 500 class holders?" He gazes at his hands, declaring, "Come forth, my warriors." Instantly, Mo Yu transforms into a carbon copy of Li Lin. He's bewildered. "I can't summon undead. My class is now a tier mage? Only M-tier level?" A disembodied voice chimes in. "Trial rules. Defeat your opponent to score points. More wins, more points." Before Li Lin stands Mo Yu, mirroring him. Li Lin scoffs. "A puppet? My power's been nerfed to M-tier. The opponent can't be too OP." He summons a staff radiating jade green light. He points the staff forward, the jade light swirling into a vortex at the tip before launching. The screen displays Frostbolt. The Frostbolt slams into Mo Yu, his face contorted in pain. Mo Yu thinks, "Damn, I'm used to bone armor and dodge tanking. Haven't felt pain like this in ages." Li Lin fires again, enveloped in the emerald glow of his signature move. The screen flashes. Frostbolt. Li Lin smugly thinks. The puppet's reaction is sluggish. Victory's mine. The Frostbolt pierces Mo Yu, causing his body to dissolve. Mo Yu gasps. "Ugh! Am I dead?" Mo Yu's digital body crumbles to dust, the space silent for a beat. Then, the dust coalesces, reforming his original body. Mo Yu exclaims, "I lost? And this time I turn into a tier 12 mage?" Seeing this, Li Lin gathers energy in his hand, staring at Mo Yu with disbelief. "Weird, this puppet's kinda weak. 2 frostbolts and it's done? It didn't even dodge. Is this really a trial?" As Li Lin charges up, Mo Yu clenches his fist, seemingly understanding something. He proclaims, "I get it. Meng Qian wants me to ditch my old style, to study the opponent's class traits, habits, and tactics. As I am now, I can only tank 2 or 3 hits, max." Instantly, Mo Yu sidesteps the incoming attack. A beam of light sears through the space he just occupied. After dodging, Mo Yu focuses his energy into the staff in his hand, his gaze locked on the enemy. He unleashes the energy, sending a surge of power rocketing forward. Li Lin dodges, an interested smirk spreading across his face. "Just an appetizer, huh? Now the real challenge begins." Elsewhere, a screen displays Mo Yu's fight. Yi Yuan watches intently, impressed. "Not bad. Mo Yu's improving fast. His comprehension is insane." A fur-clad figure, with a high ponytail chimes in. "He's even better than you were back then." Yi Yuan responds with unwavering confidence. "Hopefully Mo Yu won't be broken by constant defeats. I believe in him." Back in the arena, Mo Yu gathers energy around him, declaring, "I'm now a tier 26 mage. I've got a good grasp on this class." He charges forward, his body wreathed in blue energy. Lin immediately raises his hand to block the incoming blast. Both unleash their skills. The blue energy blasts collide in a stalemate of light. Lin curses inwardly. Crap! The puppet's mimicking my style way too fast. Beating it is getting harder. Gotta change things up, he bellows. Tidal havoc! A raging tidal wave instantly materializes before Lin. The screen announces, Tidal havoc. A devastating tidal wave that obliterates everything. Lin exhales. Sweat dripping. Relieved. Nailed it. Moyu, in his puppet form, just stands there as Lin cheers. I have become a tier 32 mage. Standing before Moyu, Lin is confident, sure of victory in this battle. Moyu just coldly swings his weapon and attacks Lin. This blow caused a violent earthquake in the surrounding area. Lin was surprised. He jumped high from below, but he was still not surprised by that blow. Isn't this my fighting style? Lin looked at the Moyu puppet, who was working hard to prepare for the next attack, and exclaimed, As expected of the trial of the Tower of Gods, the learning ability of this puppet is too strong. It has even begun to far surpass me. At this moment, Moyu was using Lin own move, Tidal Havoc. Seeing this, Lin panicked a little. This is not good. An impossibly high tide attacked Lin. The power of this blow was even greater than Lin's previous blow. Lin was stunned by this blow. He panicked and shouted, It's over, but nothing can be changed. Moyu's attack completely submerged Lin inside and knocked him down. Opening his eyes, Lin had been returned to the indefinite world of the tower. He was stunned and shocked, not believing what had just happened. I lost! Moyu and the puppet Lin stood in the fighting world, sighing in his head. Fighting with this friend helped me understand the professional characteristics and fighting skills of the Ba Dao mage. Is this what Master was talking about? I don't know what the next person will have. What is the career? The announcement from the Tower of Gods echoed outside. The second person, Xingfeng Academy, Xiang Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan stepped forward and was teleported inside the tower. Her attributes also appeared. Xiang Xiaoyan, level 45 Wind Mage. At this moment, she had been teleported inside the fighting world, where Moyu was still waiting. At this moment, he had also changed his appearance to Xiaoyan's puppet, and was looking forward to the upcoming battle. When Xiaoyan saw Moyu, she began to use the wind blade technique, creating strong gusts of wind around her, and it seemed to be a trial of fighting against a puppet. Many crescent-shaped wind blades were fired to attack Moyu. Just like the first time he faced Lin, Moyu completely avoided it and chose to take the attack. Xiaoyan smiled confidently with a sure win look. This puppet is nothing special, and boom! Xiaoyan was teleported to the same place as Lin, because she also lost. Xiaoyan sat on the ground and hugged her head and sighed. Why is this happening? I lost to a puppet. Lin turned to ask Xiaoyan, How many levels did you resist? Xiaoyan just slumped and replied, Level 32. Lin smiled secretly in his heart. It seems it's not my problem. Xiaoyan was still constantly lamenting. That puppet's learning speed is too fast. Suddenly a third person was teleported to the two people, causing both of them to be a little startled. Xiaoyan was surprised. I know him. Level 46 Flame Mage. The three of them, two standing and one sitting next to each other, were silent, just collectively depressed. At this time, Lin gave his opinion after observing the first game. I don't know if you have noticed it. The next match is still very fierce. Lin continued to give his opinion. That puppet's fighting style has merged with my professional characteristics. I have a bold guess. The mage just turned around and asked, How do you say that? Lin held his head and smiled awkwardly. It is said that God-level experts can not only understand themselves, but also understand other professions. Now that I just saw it, it really is like that. We are probably just sharpening stones for Lin Shenjiang. Xiaoyan was shocked and exclaimed, You mean that puppet is actually Lin Shenjiang? Then the trial of training in the Tower of Gods this time is actually because the few people were guessing lively when the tower praised them all. You people are still considered smart. Don't spread this matter outside. Many battles inside the Tower of Gods are still taking place. Everyone who enters the tower has a different profession, but the common point is that they are all extremely powerful. Everyone does their best to fight for this battle. Everything became a trial dummy for Moyu to practice and level up his skills. Moyu, in his swordsman puppet form, thought to himself, Fighting so many class holders has deepened my understanding of classes. It also made me realize one truth: no class is perfect. No matter how strong a class holder is, there will always be weaknesses. Moyu, in his undead form, continued to think. Even my Necromancer class, the Undead Duchess, has imperfections. But classes can be imperfect. Class holders can strive to develop in that direction. That's the foundation of a god-tier powerhouse. Yi Yuan watched the match on a screen and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad, much stronger than Yan Fengzi back then." An old man beside him replied, "Much stronger than you back then too." The other person calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "As long as he can grasp the characteristics of the classes, then this trial tower of Xia is considered complete. Let him enjoy it for the next 10 days. 10 days later, the people outside the tower began to wait for those who had entered to appear. One person said, "It's been 10 days already." The surrounding people began to discuss. Why hasn't anyone come out? What exactly happened in the tower? Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared, causing everyone to raise their hands to shield themselves. Stepping out of the light was Moyu. One person quickly shouted, "Look, Lin Shenjiang is out." Another person asked, "Where are the others?" At this moment, all the people who had entered the tower were also teleported outside. "They're out too!" Everyone outside was shocked when they saw the expressions of those who had just left the tower. Their expressions are so strange. What exactly happened in the tower? Yi Yuan was standing facing a wall, surrounded by quiet trees, when Moyu suddenly approached, startling him. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said, "Moyu is back. How do you feel?" Moyu looked at the palm of his hand and replied, "Extremely good. A huge harvest. Even my perspective on the world has changed. If I apply all the combat methods I learned to the Undead Legion, perhaps my Undead Legion can take this opportunity to achieve sublimation." Yi Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "With your current situation, plus my preparations, you can reach the level of me and Yan Fengzi in the future. But if the goal is super god tier, it's still not enough." Moyu replied coldly, "I will continue to work hard." Scene change, Moyu went to meet Xieshu's group. Xieshu cheered happily when she saw him. "Dumb Lin," Moyu replied. "Long time no see." Xieshu looked surprised. "It hasn't been that long actually, but I didn't expect you to be so strong already. Looks like this miss hasn't worked hard enough." Feng Tu patted him on the shoulder in agreement. "That's right. Not long ago, everyone participated in the Qi competition together. Only half a year since we last met, and you've already become a Shenjiang." Moyu simply replied, "Just a coincidence." The pair. From afar, a girl with blonde hair and luxurious clothes looked at him with surprise. Each of her steps caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise, "Ah, that's Princess Dongfang Zhao, right?" She elegantly stepped in front of him, respectfully lifted her skirt and greeted him formally. "Dongfang Zhao greets Lin Shenjiang." At this moment, Moyu's eyes also noticed this girl. His eyes sharpened. "What's the matter?" Feng Zhao said expressionlessly. "Thank you Lin Shenjiang for taking me to sweep the dungeon last time. The matter with Lin Shenjiang is ready. When is Lin Shenjiang free?" Moyu immediately replied, "Let's go now then." He thought to himself, "I can find out about the Dragon King Palace, and news of the dungeon, and those ancient earth dragons, and ancient Luthian birds." Feng Zhao smiled brightly. "Okay, then I will lead the way for Lin Shenjiang." Moyu and Feng Zhao walked forward side by side. Behind them, Xieshu blushed in surprise. "That's Princess Zhao? So beautiful." Moyu and Feng Zhao teleported to the royal family's archive. Feng Zhao explained, "This is the secret archive managed by our royal family. Inside there are many ancient secrets. Even Lin Shenjiang's teacher has never seen them." She continued, "I hope Lin Shenjiang doesn't spread the content he sees outside, including to his teacher." Moyu replied coldly, "Okay." Feng Zhao led him to a door. "In addition to taking you to see the archives, I also want to make a deal with you." Moyu put his hands in his pockets and said casually, "Go ahead." She then made an offer. "Our royal family has a level 45 dungeon, but only normal and nightmare difficulty. We've never been able to clear the dungeon on a higher difficulty. Can you help us?" Moyu thought to himself, "A level 45 dungeon is worth trying." Then he replied to her, "Then let me try." Feng Zhao replied happily, "That's great. Just name your conditions." She turned to the back and said loudly, "Li Jia Jia, it's me opening the door." The door behind was opened. A purple smoke and lightning bolts created a terrifying pressure that gradually appeared before their eyes. Standing before the terrifying pressure, Moyu remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared, blocking his vision. Before Moyu's eyes were many meteorites carrying strong electric currents. The pressure made him exclaim in surprise. It's actually an elemental electricity dungeon. His eyes couldn't help but be surprised. Cold sweat flowed out. He didn't expect it to be in the hands of the royal family. Moyu turned back and made a request. My request is very simple. If the dungeon levels up, I want to sweep the dungeon a few more times, and before I sweep enough, this dungeon must not be allowed for others to enter. Fang Zhao was so surprised that her eyes widened. Just that? No problem. Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind. No way! The person who shouted was Princess Dongfang Zhao's older brother, Dongfang Shun. Kid. He angrily shouted, "Since when did my royal family's dungeon become controlled by outsiders?" Fang Zhao angrily shouted back, "Where did this stray dog come from? You're talking nonsense." Fang Shun was equally angry and replied, "Zhao, since when did you get involved with this kind of scum?" Moyu listened silently without saying a word, his face grim as he gathered strength in his hand, preparing to attack. Fang Zhao saw that the situation was not good, and shouted loudly towards Moyu, "Don't!" Moyu swung his hand towards Fang Shun. A powerful emerald green force shot straight at him. Fang Shun lay down and screamed in pain. "Ah, that hurts." Seeing the scene before her, Fang Zhao was so scared that her eyes widened. Cold sweat poured down like rain, unable to utter a word. From behind, the royal knights rushed in aggressively. The leading knight shouted, "Who is hurting the prince?" Suddenly, a purple energy barrier appeared, stopping him, forcing him to struggle to raise his shield to defend. Fang Zhao angrily shouted, "Stop it! Do you not want to live anymore? All of you back down!" But it was too late. Moyu immediately erected a stone wall around them, preventing anyone from disturbing him. Sharp thorns almost pierced the royal knight's body, causing him to panic in extreme fear. Fang Zhao was even more frightened and thought to herself, "This guy is too scary. I can never offend him in the future." Fang Shun struggled to get up, angrily cursing, "Bastard, how dare you treat me like this!" From above, a series of electric meteorites were rushing towards Fang Shun. Suddenly, an old man with a fierce face shouted from above, "How dare you dare to attack the prince in the secret land of the royal palace?" Fang Zhao rushed to explain, "Uncle Lu, you've misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding." Meanwhile, Moyu just glanced and silently assessed. Level 70 is not unkillable. Fang Shun angrily shouted, "Uncle Lu, kill him quickly, kill him. Dare to attack me, doesn't even look at what he is." Moyu just coldly didn't reply, releasing power towards Fang Shun, creating a mystical green light. That terrifying power caused Fang Shun to collapse to the ground, unable to scream in pain. Old Liu, triggered AF, unleashes his power, aiming straight for Moyu. "You're asking for it." Fang Zhao, seeing the tension, yells to stop him. "Uncle Liu, he deserves it." Old Liu, now even more pissed. "Zhao Sher, you're defending an outsider? No matter who he is, challenging royalty gets you wrecked." Fang Zhao jumps in front of Moyu, panicking. "He's Lin Shenjiang, disciple of Mad God and White God." The higher-ups collectively lose their minds. What? Lin Shenjiang? Even old Liu stutters. Disciple of Mad God and White God? Mo Yan stays silent, just icy stares. Behind him, the purple military badge. Old Liu keeps rambling. "It's the purple military badge. A god general, equals to a god rank powerhouse. And disciple of those two. We almost messed with a god general." Everyone above instantly bows before Moyu, hand on chest. "Greetings, Lin Shenjiang." Then old Liu whips around, screaming at Fang Shun. "You dare call a god general a stray dog? You got a death wish. Even the emperor treats a god general with respect. Who the hell are you? No merits, no contributions, just your prince status. Who gave you the balls to insult a god general?" Fang Shun can only gape, eyes wide with shock. "Gee, god general." Fang Zhao just glares coldly. "Good for nothing, get lost." Then spins 180, all smiles, bowing to Moyu. "Sorry, Lin Moyu, so sorry. Hope you didn't mind the clown show." Moyu, face like thunder, responds, "Do you agree to my previous condition?" The gorgeous Fang Zhao points towards the dungeon. "Of course. I guarantee no one will bother you while you clear it." With the mess sorted, Moyu approaches the dungeon Fang Jiao assigned. A green aura envelops him protectively from behind. Inside, the dungeon is nothing but rocks and electricity, enough to disconnect anyone IRL. The raw electric power slams into Moyu, forcing him to stop. He raises his head, surprised, observing the surroundings. The dungeon's electricity is spiking, Moyu mutters. According to Dong Fangjiao's info, these are basically thunder-based monsters. A swarm of lightning orbs surges towards Moyu. He continues. Those are lightning sprites and lightning orbs. Moyu's eyes gleam with a mysterious blue light, surrounded by a protective energy. He thinks, based on past experience, to level up the dungeon, you gotta clear a huge number of monsters in a short time. Maybe the royal family tried this, but they're too slow. A powerful undead legion appears around Moyu. If that's the case, let's try my method. He grips his weapon. Elemental monsters, immune to physical attacks. A stat panel pops up. Soul Devourer King, Soul level 50, Strength 40,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 30,000, Constitution 50,000. Skills. Soul Devour, Second Form, Soul Shaking Scream. Traits. Ignores defense, ignores physical immunity, crushes all. Moyu's bone monster is absorbing his power. Perfect! The Soul Devourer King ignores physical immunity. He points forward, commanding his monsters to crush the Thunder Sea. The bone monster, empowered by Moyu, charges ahead. Swarms of other monsters follow, attacking the thundering sea. Countless lightning orbs hurtled towards the bone monster, a crushing force approaching. It unleashes a mighty roar, creating unimaginable destructive force. The thunder monster retaliates, firing a barrage of lightning bolts at Moyu's forces. A volley of arrows is launched, countering the thunder monster's attack. But the thunder monster's power seems overwhelming, suppressing Moyu's soldiers' attacks. Moyu leaps off a cliff, ignoring the intense battle. I'll leave this to my soldiers. 10 minutes later, in a desolate area, Moyu's eyes widen in surprise. Just like Dongfeng Jiao said, entering this ravine leads to a fork. His face darkens. The elemental thunder monsters in the fork are even stronger. The team always gets wiped here. Moyu has an epiphany. I get it. A team has 6 classes. 6 forks here mean each person needs to clear one themselves. No wonder they always fail. Moyu casually puts his hands in his pockets, strolling forward, flanked by 2 massive, powerful soldiers. He smirks confidently. Coincidence, this is a piece of cake for me. Moyu stands at the fork, his massive undead army splitting up, moving into all 6 directions to annihilate every thunder monster within the dungeon. He stands still, doing absolutely nothing, surrounded by an eerie silence. Another 10 minutes pass. He smirks. Just as I predicted, the undead legion cleared all the monsters in the forks. The dungeon is leveling up soon. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground around him. A powerful bolt of lightning slams down from the sky, obscuring everything around. A colossal fortress appears before Moyu. Thunder City. Outside, a huge earthquake. Meteors are being drawn into the dungeon by the lightning. Seeing this, Fang Jiao blushes excitedly. It leveled up. The dungeon really leveled up. Cut to the royal palace. A magnificent castle. Dongfeng Yi, Emperor of the Divine Jia Empire, is visibly worried. He is ushered in by his guards. Dongfeng Yi asks, "What happened?" Feng Jiao, flustered, replies, "Father, the dungeon leveled up." After understanding the situation, Dongfeng Yi's expression turns serious. So that's it. A promise is a promise. Let God General Ling clear the dungeon without interruption. He adds to Moyan, also send the princes to the military for extra training. The dungeon leveled up. Current difficulty. Hell. Bizarre power surrounds Moyu. A beam of light suddenly drops from the sky, filled with crimson lightning. It's a lightning jade, permanently immune to 50% electric elemental damage, with a chance to learn electric skills. Moyu just stares at it, unfazed. He slowly reaches out and touches the lightning jade. As he touches it, Moyu's power and the lightning jade become one. A pair of wings suddenly sprout from his back, gaining the skill Lightning Wings, able to fly for 1 minute, 10-minute cooldown. Moyu grins. Only 1 minute, but I can finally fly. He spreads his wings wide. Just need to test the speed. Thousands of lightning bolts appear in the sky. The wings allow Moyu to fly insanely fast, almost like teleportation. He flies back and forth with dizzying speed. Next, gotta collect enough crystal shards, keys, and awakening items. Suddenly, something hurtles towards Moyu from afar. It balled up like a giant cotton ball. Then it fully revealed itself. A Hellgrade Ape Warlord, level 40, Strength 60,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 10,000, Constitution 60,000, Skill, Lightning Twin Claws. Thundering Blows damage type, receives 50% reduction from electric element and physical damage. Speed enhancement, vitality enhancement. It suddenly roared as if to pounce on him. It zoomed towards Moyu, but he quickly used the Curse of Aging. And so, the Ape Warlord was chained up completely. A blue power erupted. Elemental Burst. Soul Lock. It was pinned down by that blue power. Moyu's face turned serious. Descend, Soul Knightification. Let my warriors send you off. Not only is the Lightning Ape restrained, but now it's being attacked by blue magic. The Lightning Ape could only flail in despair. Suddenly, a dried corpse warrior appeared out of nowhere, followed by thousands of dried corpse warriors advancing towards the Lightning Ape, rampaging and bombarding it. Moyu wondered, why didn't this boss attack me first, and instead just let me take the lightning orb? He seemed to realize something. Could it be? So he used his wings to rush forward. He saw the power pack. It could indeed be used to awaken the Thunder God. Moyu picked it up. He had the awakening item, now he just needed the key. He walked over. It was already over on this side. Killed the Ape Warlord. EXP plus 220000. Received Lightning Crystal Shards X4. 5 small shards can combine into 1 complete crystal. Suddenly, Moyu shouted, something's wrong. Thousands of dried corpse warriors were pushed back towards him. His eyes widened. It was a sword full of magic stuck in the ground. Moyu stared at it with a worried expression. He had absolute vigilance towards the thing in front of him. Moyu slowly pulled the sword out. He and the sword became one. Was this a god? A large man appeared. Thunder God. A blue tiger also charged forward. King of the wild beasts. Even teacher and senior man couldn't defeat it. A man and a beast charged at each other, clashing and creating an explosion of power on both sides. The Thunder God unleashed a powerful blow towards the opponent. The white tiger growled. It was still fierce, fighting back against him. Both charged into battle, evenly matched, and unable to gain the upper hand. The tiger seemed to have the advantage. It endured longer and defeated the Thunder God at the last moment. Moyu was shocked by the scene before him. The Thunder God is dead? Such a powerful god was killed by the king of the wild beasts just like that. Yeah. Moyu decisively pulled out the sword. He swore to himself, if I have the chance in the future, I will awaken your master. A ray of light flashed, tearing through the dark space. The large sword in Moyu's hand instantly became tiny, fitting snugly in the palm of his hand. Thunder God's sword. The sword of the Thunder God. The key to opening the Thunder God's palace. He made a deep promise, with a determined will and conviction. Don't worry, I'll do what I said. In front of Moyu, Fang Zhao and the Emperor were already waiting for him there. Moyu respectfully bowed to greet the Emperor. The Emperor was surprised by his exceptional talent, and couldn't help but admire him. No need for formalities. I've heard many legends about Lin Shenjiang recently. I didn't expect you to be so young and talented. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Moyu replied modestly. The Emperor overpraises me. On this occasion, the Emperor also had a few words to say to him. Regarding Dongfang Xun, I, on behalf of the imperial family, apologize to Lin Shenjiang. He generously allowed Fang Zhao to follow the suggestions you made. If Lin Shenjiang has any requests, please speak directly to Zhao Zhaozhao. As long as it's within the capabilities of the imperial family, we will definitely fulfill it. Moyu was not arrogant. He was very righteous. Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask. The Emperor was very pleased with his attitude. Excellent. From now on, the imperial family and Lin Shenjiang will be good friends. Well, you two young people can talk freely. Fang Zhao was grateful for Moyu's actions. Lin Moyu, thank you. It's nothing, he replied coldly. I got what I needed too. Moyu turned to leave, carefully reminded. I still need to run the dungeon a few more times. In about 3 hours, your people can enter. Fang Zhao shyly said goodbye to him. Moyu continued his monster-slaying grind. It was very fierce and violent, but it didn't faze him. 3 hours later, Moyu finished slaying the monsters and calmly walked out. I'm done. Feng Zhao gently suggested to him. Okay, then let's go find old Lu. Maybe he knows the book you're looking for. Fang Zhao led the way to find him. She called out loudly, "Old Lu, Lin Shenjiang is done with the dungeon." When they reached the designated location, both of them were surrounded by a beam of light. They were instantly transported by a space gate. In just a moment, both of them arrived at his house. "Old Lu," Fang Zhao introduced Moyu to him. "Uncle, this is Lin Shenjiang, the one I told you about before." Old Lu smiled kindly and joked with her. "Zhao girl, really now, my memory isn't that bad yet. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard from Zhao girl that this young man became a divine general at only level 37. Old Lu used magic to move the books on the shelf down, to Mo Yun's surprise. He reached out to try to take a book. Old Lu was also very generous, letting him choose freely. With the identity of Lin Shenjiang, he could read the ancient books here at will for as long as he wanted. Mo Ju was not polite and thanked the senior. He carefully read the newly received books. Zhao Feng paid attention to his concentration. Her eyes became very sweet. She looked on with satisfaction. Old Lu noticed Fang Zhao's intention. He said softly, "This girl." Mo Yu is still focused on every page of the book. He's reading and secretly searching for useful information, as expected of the ancient books in the Empire's secret vault. They record many secrets that even the Xiajing Academy doesn't have. There's even information about righteous gods and divine-level mages from the Abyss. I wonder if he can find information about the character in that ancient trial field. 2 hours later, Mo Yun stopped reading. Fang Jiao approached him, concerned. "How was it? Did you get anything?" Mo Yu seemed satisfied, but he still had some regrets. Dead for brag. "It was alright. There's definitely a lot of information you can't find outside." "Regret what?" Fang Jiao asked, surprised. Mo Yu quietly closed the last book, explaining, "Couldn't find what I wanted." Old Lu, seeing his difficulty, offered to help. "Oh? Even the Royal Secret Archive doesn't have it? What does Lin Chen want to find? Maybe this old man can help." Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yu sincerely expressed his desire. "I want to know about the desolate wasteland and information on the boss at the center of the upper core area of the Xuan Ji training ground." Hearing what he wanted, Old Lu's expression turned serious. He stood up abruptly, looking very different. "Looks like Senior knows something." Old Lua brought out a sealed book. He told Mo Yu the truth. "What you want to know isn't for ordinary people to see, not even Zhao Zhao is qualified." Mo Yu accepted the precious book, politely thanking him. "Thank you, Senior. Wenbei will remember this favor." Old Lu stroked his beard and smiled kindly, taking the book back. Mo Yu painstakingly spent time studying it. The more he read, the more he realized important facts. What? That thing in the Xuan Ji battlefield is connected to the desolate wasteland? It even killed a lot of wasteland beasts. From what he learned, Mo Yu concluded a main point. Wasteland beasts aren't unkillable. You just have to be strong enough. Mo Yu sighed, sadly closing the book after a long time reading. Although the Royal Secret Archive had many secrets, he still couldn't find information related to that thing. He stood up decisively, but didn't forget to thank old Luke for lending him the book. "Finished reading, thanks." Fang Zhao's eyes lit up, excitedly. "Okay." The two politely stood up and greeted him before leaving. "Elder Lua, we won't bother you anymore. I'll take Lin Chen away now." Fang Zhao enthusiastically volunteered to lead the way. "Let's go, this is the Royal Secret Archive. Without me, you'll probably get lost." They stepped into the space teleportation gate. Mo Yu's eyes were full of determination and will. 5 minutes later, but they still hadn't reached their destination, Fang Zhao became anxious. "What's going on? Why haven't we teleported out yet?" He also realized the severity of the problem. "The teleportation has been going for 5 minutes. We've probably left the Divine Jia Empire already." The two were instantly moved at breakneck speed. Fang Zhao fearfully covered her face. The space in front of them stunned them both. Fang Zhao realized this place in horror. This is the Rotten Corpse Realm. How could we get to the Rotten Corpse Realm? A terrifying monster saw her, running quickly to scare her. To resolve the situation, Mo Yu unleashed countless ice spikes to take it out on the spot. He asked in surprise, "Why are we here?" Fang Zhao was also stunned. "I don't know." Mo Yu was curious about this place, so he asked her to explain it. "Tell me, what is the Rotten Corpse Realm?" Fang Zhao recounted what she knew about the place. It said that this used to be a small, ancient world in a great battle. Someone released a skill here, causing the whole world to mutate, And finally, everyone in this world turned into rotten corpses. Absolutely, don't get bitten by the rotten corpses. Otherwise you'll be contaminated by the plague and turn into one of them. The sky began to rain, accompanied by lightning tearing through the sky. Moyu looked up, surprised that it was raining. Seeming to sense something unusual, he created a shield to block it. There's something wrong with this rain. Feng Zhao next to him was also struggling with the rain pouring down on her. Moyu also thoughtfully created a shield to protect her. Feng Zhao was temporarily safe, breathing a sigh of relief. Thanks. Moyu tried a few methods but couldn't get the desired result. Even the Abyss Darkstone teleportation can't be used. It seems the Rotten Corpse realm is more special than I thought. He turned to her and asked how to escape. If you know the Rotten Corpse realm, you probably know how to leave, right? Feng Zhao relied on what she had been taught to tell him. My father once told me that the reason my Dongfang clan can become a royal clan is because we have the important responsibility of guarding the Rotten Corpse realm, and the center of the Rotten Corpse realm has a mystic realm, in which there is a teleportation formation. It can return to the human race's world. Moyu found her incomprehensible. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Zhao said shyly. I was just scared and forgot. The sky rained even harder, the rain pouring down frantically. Horrifying monsters also groped and crawled on the ground. They were like soulless corpses, low-level Tier 5. Moyu summoned his spiritual pet, preparing to defeat the monsters. His spiritual pet advanced towards them like a storm at his command. It used its weapon to eliminate them one by one. Moyu, thinking the situation was resolved, proposed to Feng Zhao, let's go. She didn't rush, but told him to witness a strange phenomenon. Wait a minute, look quickly. The monster that was split in half earlier could now be revived. Not only that, it could also combine into a creature many times larger. Feng Zhao fearfully hid behind Moyu. Those rotten corpses can't be killed. He became suspicious. Something's not right? Moyu quickly realized the problem. Indeed, these things have no souls. My soul fire can't lock onto them at all. Not only that, even exploding them is ineffective. He widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that they are just corpses? Moyu was very confident in his theory. He firmly said to Feng Zhao, I don't believe there's anything in this world that can't be killed. We just haven't found the right way yet. Moyu tried switching to the trident with a powerful spirit stone. He gambled on using the trident to attack the monster creation. But Moyu was a little disappointed when the situation didn't change significantly, and he didn't gain any experience points. Looks like my guess was right. They aren't living beings, but real corpses. He glanced at Feng Zhao, a strange thought rising in his heart. We were teleported out from the secret archive. The only ones who could tamper with our teleportation are people from the royal family. It seems that inside the Dongfang clan, they aren't completely united. Feng Zhao spoke up, sincerely expressing her thoughts. I think the one who tampered with the teleportation formation is likely my third uncle. He's a top-tier rank 81 awakener, very strong, and his position in our Dongfang clan isn't low. His name is Dongfang Tuo, the biological father of Dongfang Shun. Moyu glanced at her, then asked with a hidden meaning. He sent me here. Isn't he afraid I'll survive and get out? Feng Zhao didn't expect this. Maybe he doesn't even think we can survive. Looking at the gloomy scene here, she wasn't sure about her previous guess. This is the Rotten Corpse realm. Even a god-tier powerhouse could fall. Moreover, even if we are lucky enough to survive, there probably won't be any evidence. Moyu denied what she said. Sometimes, you don't need evidence. He turned to look at Feng Zhao and warned her first. I hope that when I survive and return to settle accounts with him, Dongfang family, don't stand on the wrong side. Hearing Moyu's threatening words made Feng Zhao feel scared. She thought to herself, although no one has ever dared to threaten my Dongfang family like this before, if Lin Moyu dies in the hands of the royal family, the military will probably completely riot. To make him be more lenient with her family, she reluctantly made a credible guarantee. Lin Moyu, I will definitely give you an explanation that saves face for the empire. When we return, give me a chance. Mo Yan turned serious, coldly telling her. Then we'll see if this handover can satisfy me. A massive lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the newly resurrected monsters. Their corpses began to undergo a significant transformation. Unexpectedly, the monsters weren't negatively affected at all. They even leveled up. Low-grade ghoul, level 10? This is evolution. This lightning actually evolved them? Mo Yan remained unfazed, calmly assessing the situation. This ghoul realm is fraught with danger. One misstep could mean death. But perhaps it also conceals some great opportunities. Despite the treacherous terrain and harsh climate, Mo Yan kept his immediate goal in mind. Still, finding a way out should be the priority. 2 days after the two entered the ghoul realm, Fang Yi and the great ministers were in court, discussing the matter. He sternly asked everyone, "Has everything been thoroughly investigated?" The ministers fell silent, no one daring to speak up. One of them hesitated, unsure how to begin. He finally mustered the courage to report to Fang Yi, "We've had Grandmaster Zhang Heyu investigate the teleportation array. He'll be here immediately." As soon as he was mentioned, he arrived. Zhang Heyu, an 89th level formation master. Fang Yi, seeing Heyu arrive, immediately called out, "Grandmaster Zhang!" He impatiently asked Heyu, "Well, any results?" But Heyu delivered the emperor some bad news. He sighed, "I'm sorry, I couldn't find any clues. The perpetrator is highly skilled. The teleportation array is now a complete mess. I can't unravel it." Fang Yi became extremely panicked upon hearing this. "Is there no other way?" Heyu subtly hinted at someone. Perhaps that person would have a solution. The emperor eagerly asked, "Who is it?" He gave the emperor a brief introduction to the mysterious person. Meng Anwen. Known as An Shen, he commands the divine Xia arts. Not only is he a dual-class god-rank powerhouse, but also the #1 formation master and the #1 alchemist of the human race. Fang Yi grew anxious, seeing this spark of hope. He decided, "I'll go invite him immediately." No sooner said than done. He decisively used his lightning power to depart, arriving at Anwen's residence in a flash. As he was practicing his cultivation technique, he received a report. "An Shen, Dongfang Yi has arrived to visit. Please come out to meet him." Several people outside gossiped. The sovereign of divine Xia, Dongfang Yi? What major event would cause the sovereign to seek out An Shen? Fang Yi waited patiently for Anwen. He finally appeared. He abruptly asked Fang Yi, "What brings Sovereign Dongfang here?" Fang Yi humbly bowed, "Greetings, An Shen." The two conversed for a while, explaining the disappearance of Lin Moyu to Meng Anwen. Anwen was shocked after hearing his account. "What? Disappeared?" Fang Yi confirmed it. "That's right. Someone tampered with the teleportation array. We can't find any clues." Anwen requested that the sovereign lead the way. They began to teleport from Anwen's residence to the location Fang Yi indicated. In an instant, they arrived at the place they were looking for. Anwen took one look and immediately drew a conclusion. Indeed, it's been tampered with. Moreover, the perpetrator is quite skilled, completely disrupting the array's pathways. Fang Yi worriedly asked Fang Fa, "Can it be rearranged?" Anwen casually replied, "It's not difficult." He began a display of masterful divine power, completing it in short order. He proclaimed, "Done!" Fang Yi pleaded with him once more. "An Shen, can you investigate where my daughter and General Lin went?" An Shen closed his eyes, sensing, "Let me see the last teleportation destination." After making a determination, Anwen exclaimed in shock, "No way. It's the ghoul realm that your Dongfang clan has guarded for generations." Fang Yi was also alarmed upon hearing where the two were lost. What? How could they have gone there? The ghoul realm's passage is supposed to be sealed. Anwen wisely realized it immediately. So that's it. They used a seal-breaking firestone to temporarily break the seal, and then performed a random teleportation. Fang Yi instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed, "A seal-breaking firestone. That's not an item of the human race, but an artifact of the abyssal demons. Could there be a member of the demon-worshipping cult within my Dongfang clan?" Anwen coldly stated, "The demon-worshipping cult." He bluntly declared to Fang Yi, "Sovereign Dongfang, if Moyu can return safely this time, then you may remain as the ruling imperial family. If anything happens to him, the divine Xia Tower will personally descend." Anwen dared to warn him so sternly. The fist of Bai Shen, the Tao of the Mad God, the war formations of the army. I don't think your Dongfang clan wants to see any of those, right? He didn't hesitate to mention his relationship with Moyu in front of Fang Yi. Moyu is a disciple of Bai Shen, and my Mad God isn't just anyone. His adopted son is also the only disciple of that person. You know who I'm talking about? The threats sent shivers down Fang Yi's spine. If Lin Moyu dies, my Dongfang clan will likely be buried with him. The king with long hair and a face suddenly panicked, his eyes wide with fright. Anshen, my daughter, is also trapped in the ghoul realm. I'm also very worried. But there's really no way to enter it right now. Then rays of light shone around the two, inviting Anshen along. The image of a large, sharp object surrounded by golden light appeared. The entrance to the ghoul realm, located beneath the imperial family's underground chamber. Anwen stared at it. This is an ancient god-rank formation. The old man standing beside him readily replied. It was left behind by our predecessors. Then, a soul formation magic circle appeared from Anwen's hand. The light grew larger and brighter. The system UI appeared. Soul formation. All god-rank formations possess their own soul. The higher the level, the longer it exists, the higher the spirit formation's intelligence. An invisible entity spoke. Respected God-rank formation master, welcome. I am the spirit formation of this demon sealing formation, responsible for guarding the ghoul realm's seal, preventing the ghoul horde from invading. Anwen was taken aback, hurriedly asking, I want to enter the ghoul realm. Can you teleport me there? The invisible entity quickly retorted, impossible. The ghoul realm's gate only opens once every 100 years. During the sealing period, no one is allowed to enter. His face became serious, tensing the atmosphere. He looked straight ahead. What if I must enter? The dense light grew even more intense. If you force your way in, the formation will self-destruct, using all its energy to reinforce the seal. Anyone below the demigod level is absolutely forbidden from entering. He looked up at it. How much longer until the next opening? It continued. 3 years, 12 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds. Hearing the answer, Anwen was enraged, grinding his teeth. 3 years? By then, their bones will be cold. The light gradually faded over time. Anwen frustratedly roared. If someone uses another method to mistakenly enter the ghoul realm, how would they return? It promptly replied. In the center of the ghoul realm, there is an exit. If they are of the human race, they can leave through that path. The sky turned gray, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. Good. If anyone exits through that path, tell me. A burst of light erupted forward. As you command, respected God-rank formation master. Hearing this, his eyes became sharp and full of ferocity. Now I can deal with the traitors in your clan. The old man became a little worried, sweat rolling down his cheeks. His eyes widened. And then the two arrived at a place enveloped in soft blue light. The air tenses up. Anwen's eyes are bugging out. Anyone who's used the Firestone Rupture leaves abyss trace, guaranteed. The old geezer's eyes dart around, thinking, this is Dongfeng Tuo's crib. Then he tells the guy, Anshen thinks there's abyss energy here. Anwen instantly fires back, correct. Suddenly, a voice booms from the distance, freaking him out. Dongfeng Tuo, get your ass out here. They stare dead-ass at the chair with someone in front. A geezer's back is to them, as he says, Dongfeng Tuo, you know what you did? Immediately, the old man grabs the mysterious figure's shoulder. Dongfeng Tuo! But flips him around, and it's not a real person. It's a puppet. He stutters. He's using this puppet to hide his scent and movements. The old man throws his hands up, disbelief plastered on his face. He's gone. Anwen clenches his fist. I'm issuing a warrant with the military to the Empire. You handle this, and if anything happens to Zhao Yu, then he zooms out Fanta there. A scene of a gloomy castle appears, bathed in a creepy red glow. People see it and start freaking out. What the hell's going on? One guy's jaw drops. That's god-level power! An old dude with a receding hairline is sipping tea when his face scrunches up in utter dread. Upstairs, a chain is hooked to the balcony railing. Then, a golden light flares up like a burning flame. The old dude just stares up at it all. System UI pops up. Dongfeng Zhan, god-level powerhouse of the Dongfeng family. Next to him, a young man stands frozen. Divine Tower Descent. When did we piss off Anshen? This Anshen's warning shot. Back to the old man with Anwen, his brows furrow, his eyes screaming dread. Find Dongfeng Tuo. Alive or dead? He pauses, then yells, investigate the whole damn family. A rainy, gloomy scene appears. They've been searching for 2 days. Moyu tilts her head, then puts something in her pocket. Is she saying her class is Holy Shield Warrior? Fang Zhao grins, showing her teeth, cheeks flushed. Yep. It's a rare, unique class passed down in the royal family's bloodline, like how the Ni family has the Overlord Legion. The Holy Shield Warrior is exclusive to our Dongfang family. She looks down, face getting all shy. People with this class have some skills of both knights and warriors. Defense is almost as good as a knight of the same level, while attack power can rival a berserker. It's an OP class. Then her face drops. He looks away. But standing before Lin Moyu, what class can claim to be strong? Even though I'm proud of being a Holy Shield Warrior, I still need him to protect me to survive in the rotten corpse realm. They both stare into the distance, at the image of lifeless people reaching out in a sea of lightning, everyone screaming in despair. System UI. Low-level rotten corpse, level 15. Moyu glances like she's noticed something, thinking, they're evolving again, huh? He looks straight ahead, face cold. I want to try getting struck by lightning. Fang Jiao freaks out, mouth agape. Huh? What did you say? His body gets wrapped in swirling blue light and rushes forward. It's nothing. You wait here for me. Don't move. Sweat starts dripping from her. Are you insane? Get back here. Ignoring her, Moyu sticks to his plan, hoping his guess is right. Lin Moyu, with zero hesitation, charges straight ahead and gets his hair fried. Just when it seems like he's toast, a surprise hits. Gained Genesis Lightning Bolt, plus 100,000 experience points. Reading that message, he stares at his hand in disbelief. After looking back and forth, Lin Moyu finally understands. So that's it. Getting struck by lightning gives you experience. No wonder those rotten corpses are evolving. Too busy talking, he doesn't notice a monster sneaking up behind him. And a girl stands in the distance, silently scoping out Lin Moyu from head to toe. There's experience in the lightning, but he's not affected. Hearing the strange voice, he turns around and asks, "You want to try too?" Hearing that, Dongfang Jiao forces a smile, refusing quickly. "No way, I can't handle the damage from the lightning and rain." Shutting her up, Lin Moyu continues his exploration. The experience from these Genesis lightning bolts might be small, but if accumulated, they might have some magical effect. If that's the case, falling into the rotten corpse realm might not be all bad. In another corner, his stubbornness amazes someone. It's been days, and every time he runs into these storms, he deliberately gets struck by lightning, and it doesn't affect him. Maybe he's the only human who can do that. Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded mansion, an unexpected figure appears. Their appearance immediately puts the guards on high alert. "Who are you? Do you know the penalty for trespassing on the royal family's property?" Ignoring them, Lin Mohan summons two familiar swords. Without a word, she raises her hand and sends those two to the afterlife. Afterwards, Lin Mohan glares at them, warning, "If anything happens to my little brother Xiao Yu, the Dongfang family won't need to exist anymore." Back to Lin Moyu. He and Dongfang Jiao finally reach the central area. Looking at the massive tornado in the middle, Dongfang Jiao is stunned. Countless monsters crawl up from below. Seeing them, she's terrified. Be careful. These rotten corpses are weird. When she gets a good look at what's charging up, Dongfang Jiao is even more horrified. Abyssal Hellhound, level 40 rotten hellhound. But before it can do anything, it gets slashed down by his soldiers. And there's another monster in the distance. Not just abyssal monsters, but even dragonkin. Looks like we're getting close to the center of the rotten world. Unlike her, Lin Moyu notices something else. Why is most of the storm's lightning concentrated there? Without overthinking, he powers up before leaving, reminding her, "It's dangerous inside. You wait here for me." Without another word, Lin Moyu zooms off, leaving Dongfang Jiao surprised again. Wings like lightning. That's so OP. When did he awaken a flight skill? He quickly arrives at the central area. Lin Moyu raises his fist, grinning confidently, then explodes. Tons of notifications pop up. Gained Genesis Lightning Bolt. A moment later, a blinding light radiates everywhere. He's not thinking twice. He rushes towards it. As soon as he steps inside, Lin Moyu finds a strange scepter. Genesis Scepter. Existence. Can restore the Genesis Scepter by absorbing Genesis Lightning Bolts. After reading the intro, he snatched it up, surprised. This is gear from the ancient era's battles. With that, Li Fan held it up high, suddenly realizing, I get it now. I need to use my body as a medium to transfer the lightning of creation to the Scepter of Genesis. I don't know how much lightning it needs, but guess I'll have to tank some damage to make it happen. Outside, Dongfang Jiao witnessed something strange. The fog was clearing. As soon as she said that, Li Fan appeared beside her. "Are you okay, Mr. Li?" He replied curtly. "I'm fine," Li Fan suggested. "Let's go." I feel like we can find the exit soon. The two then continued their journey. As he walked, he assessed the situation. He'd been in the corpse world for over a month. Even though he couldn't kill the zombies, he'd managed to level up to 41 thanks to the lightning of creation. Too bad the scepter of Genesis was still dead silent. After a while, the two arrived at the bone grounds of the corpse world. Observing the scene, Li Fan warned, "Be careful. We might have entered the territory of high-level zombies." As soon as he said that, a tentacle burst from below, quickly wrapping around one of his soldiers. Not wanting his comrade to be captured, the one beside him immediately used explosive element. Instantly, the rank 60 rotten octopus was blown away. However, a few seconds later, a green mist covered everything. "Toxic zombie! Your skull is poisoned!" Even so, the troop next to him, with the ability to remove all status effects, quickly came to the rescue, trying to detoxify. But life ain't a fairy tale, it failed the check. Witnessing this, Li Fan was surprised. The toxicity level exceeds 60. According to Dongfang Jiao, if the zombie poison isn't neutralized, it'll accumulate forever. So now there's only one way. Recall the skull. Chapter 181. A berserker skull has been unsummoned. Li Fan turned back to remind Dongfang Jiao. "We need to hurry. These zombies are unkillable. If this drags on, it'll be a pain." Done, the two tried to dash forward. Suddenly, a tentacle full of suckers swung through the air, unleashing a powerful attack. The two were completely surrounded by the annoying tentacles. Just then, the zombies started their new wave of attacks. Just like that, the zombies' attacks blocked the tentacles, cutting them into pieces. Li Fan said seriously, "This is too slow." At that moment, a pair of dark wings appeared. Without hesitation, he picked up Dongfang Jiao, shocking her. Then he used his speed to dash, landing on the giant tentacles for support. Li Fan unleashed power greater than ever before. Around the mountain, the aura of battle spread. After getting outside, Li Fan landed on the ground and put Dongfang Jiao down. The girl, shaken by his power, blushed and looked up. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I was a burden." Li Fan's eyes sharpened, and he said seriously, "It's nothing. Wait for me here." Then he flapped his wings and flew up again. He raised the scepter, unleashing immense power, followed by system notifications. Gained 2 million Genesis Lightning Express. 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 Li Fan, Undead Legion Master, level 42. But Li Fan wondered, "With this Genesis Lightning, I've already leveled up twice. Why isn't the Scepter of Genesis restored yet? How much more lightning does it need? What kind of weapon is it, anyway?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the scepter. It escaped Li Fan's hand and began to mobilize spirit energy. Li Fan couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming, "Secret realm!" Before him was a blurry spatial gate, and he was engulfed in the new light. This is the secret realm of Genesis. Lin Fan stood in a refreshing space of grass under the morning sun. He couldn't help but exclaim happily, "The air here is so nice, much better than the corpse world." Then he strolled through this refreshing secret realm. Soon, a semi-underground path appeared, with green vines wrapped around the columns, looking very dreamy. Li Fan continued to walk down that path. Later, he came to a giant statue of a goddess, with large vines at her feet emitting a strong aura of growth, and Li Fan's scepter was floating between the two. After a while, it landed in the goddess statue's hand. Immediately, the statue transformed into a beautiful woman of flesh and blood. The woman said, "Hello, human. I am the former god of life, this is the old god of life." Li Fan was shocked to hear that she was once a deity. The god of life continued, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a sight. This might be my last time. Human, you were able to come here. You must have seen the scene outside, right?" So the world outside isn't originally called the corpse world. It's called the Genesis world. But a god destroyed my world and turned it into a dead zone. Killed everyone from the 3 races. Also killed me, and killed himself as well. Li Fan's eyes sharpened, and he asked directly, "Respected god of life, who is stronger, a god or a human's god-level powerhouse?" The god of life smiled kindly. "If they're both called god-level powerhouses, then they're naturally the same level. That includes the demon king of the abyss, the dragon king of the dragon race. Gods are divided into 3 levels: low, medium, high. I am a high-level god. In your human terms, I'm probably equivalent to a level 97 god-level powerhouse. Li Fan muttered to himself, calculating. Senior Meng Qian and the two teachers are already level 95 god-level powerhouses. They're the top of the human race, but a single level difference at the god level is huge. I'm afraid the three of them combined aren't a match for the god of life, but even such a being died. What exactly happened back then? The god of life tossed the magic scepter into the air. The source of the Great War back then is this. I wasn't originally the god of life. I only became the god of life after obtaining the scepter of Genesis. Li Fan once again opened his eyes wide in shock. This is something that can make someone the god of life? This is probably an equip comparable to my Dana set. The god of life then created a surge of primal power. Thank you for bringing the scepter of Genesis here so I have the chance to see these flowers and plants one last time. The scent of flowers, the life scepter's core, is MIA. Maybe you can find it and restore the complete life scepter. You know, it's god tier stuff. If humans can understand its power, they might become god-level powerhouses. I'm at the end of the line, kid. Let me give you one last gift. Bam! Power surrounds the life god. This is a fake life core. My last bit of strength made it. If you restore the life scepter and come here, I trust you'll use it well. Li Fan gets a fake life scepter, 3 charges, and 3 uses of god-level power equal to a rank 90 human. Li Fan's like, can I save you? The life god just says, become a god and find out. Poof! Life god's gone. The space around him is collapsing, like a badly coded game. Li Fan zooms back to the corpse world. Dust explosion! A scream! He whips around. Dongfeng Zhao's getting wrecked by something nasty. Ling Fan instantly summons bone armor. Clang! Bone armor appears, covering Dongfeng Zhao and blocking the attack, but the power shatters it. Boom! The explosion rocks the area. Dongfeng Zhao's standing in the dust cloud, confused. I'm okay. She sees Li Fan flying over and freaks. No! It's Corpse General Li Fan from the secret realm. He lands and asks, what happened? I found the exit, but there's a ton of strong dragon and corpse demons here. She blurts, where's the exit? Li Fan points to a light source. It's over there. He scoops Dongfeng Zhao up again. No! Don't fly, she yells. He's all, huh? Then, a huge, black hand appears above Li Fan. He summons bone armor ASAP, his eyes widening as he sees a giant, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes. This is a rot dragon of unknown level. Li Fan grits his teeth. Even if I don't know its level, it's definitely over rank 80. I can't handle this, period. The rot dragon opens its disgusting mouth and unleashes a wave of filth. Dongfeng Zhao yells, dragon breath! Li Fan clenches his jaw. Gotta stall for time. He throws up barriers of power, summons his undead warriors to take the hit. Ding 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 system messages. 45 skull berserkers destroyed. 27 skull archmages destroyed. 23 skull marksmen destroyed. Li Fan's face is grim. How long can I last? And then, his eyes widen in disbelief. Another giant monster, even more grotesque, appears with a gaping maw in its stomach. A rot demon of unknown level. It roars and unleashes a blast of power even stronger than the rot dragons. The area shakes. Li Fan's summons are bound by spirit energy chains and then explode. System messages. 33 skull berserkers destroyed. 12 skull archmages destroyed. 18 skull marksmen destroyed. Skill activated. Heroic strength. Within 30 seconds, all base stats are increased by 200% for the user, and all summons, all outgoing attacks damage are increased by 500%. Cooldown, 1 hour. Li Fan books it with Dongfeng Zhao, thinking, at least for 30 seconds. The skull's defense will spike, hopefully enough to hold them off. He asks, can you open the barrier? Dongfeng Zhao replies, yeah, but it takes time. Explosions keep going off behind them. 28 skull berserkers destroyed. 15 skull archmages destroyed. 19 skull marksmen destroyed. Dongfeng Zhao starts working on the barrier. I need 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. Li Fan's stunned. 1 minute? I don't know if I can hold on that long. Countless rot monsters with glowing red eyes are closing in. They're snarling and looking terrifying. Some are getting impatient and stomping forward. Dongfeng Zhao grits her teeth, pushing herself. Faster! Gotta go faster! A huge hand reaches down for Li Fan, who makes a decision. Do I have to use the life scepter already? Suddenly, a blast of power severs the giant hand's wrist. A swordsman appears, and Li Fan thinks, he's human. Lin Fan's shocked. Is he protecting me? No, he's protecting humanity. His body's rotting, but his will is strong. The lone swordsman faces the rot monsters, his slashes splitting them in half. Dongfang Jiao yells, Almost! Almost there! But more monsters are swarming in behind them. Li Fan thinks, they're after the life scepter. It's so obvious. More swordsmen appear, swinging their blades in the air, creating a dangerous net. They step up to face the monsters, blocking their attacks. Ling Fan's blown away. These guys are ancestors of humanity. Their will transcends life, transcends time to protect future generations. Dongfang Jiao opens the barrier and shouts, It's open! We can leave the corpse world! Li Fan says to the human ancestors, If I ever get the chance, I'll return to this place and revive everyone. Even Dongfang Jiao will be shocked. Then, the two stepped into a stream of light, disappearing within it. Above a sharp mountain with a mystical power, golden light appeared in the sky. The human race is being teleported back from the corpse realm. And Meng Anwen quickly appeared, followed by the others. An Shen, you've actually arrived. He immediately asked, Who are you teleporting out? One person replied, A man and a woman. The image that appeared was Lin Moyu and Dongfang Jiao. He exclaimed, Zhao Er. Song Meng Anwen breathed a sigh of relief, then returned to seriousness. This time, consider yourselves lucky to have preserved the Dongfang family. I will withdraw the Tower of Divine Punishment, causing the remaining people to panic. After speaking, Meng Anwen disappeared again, transitioning to a massive mansion. 5 minutes later, Lin Moyu and Dongfang Jiao emerged from the teleport. Dongfang Jiao hurriedly ran forward, calling out, Father, father, I thought I'd never see you again. Tears streamed down her face as her father hugged his daughter tightly and reassured her, It's all right now, everything's fine. Lin Moyu, standing behind, coldly spoke, This time, the Dongfang family must give me a reasonable explanation. At this moment, a bald elder replied, Divine General Lin, rest assured, this time it's our fault. We will definitely explain things clearly to you, and we will offer corresponding compensation. The elder in armor added, Divine General Lin, your sister has been waiting for you for a month. Do you want to go see her right away? He was stunned and exclaimed, Where is she? The bald elder replied, Right outside the Imperial Palace, let me take you there. Lin Moyu summoned his dark wings and flew up. No need, just tell me the address, I can go myself. Moments later, he flew to the outside of the Imperial Palace, and Lin Moyan, who was standing there, quickly turned around. Lin Moyu landed, smiling and calling out, Sis! Lin Mohan ran over and hugged him tightly, joyfully exclaiming, Zhao Yu, I knew you'd be okay. He gently replied, Of course I'll be okay. Otherwise, how would you know I fell into the corpse realm? She was so moved that she hid her tears. I don't know anything about the corpse realm. It was my master who calculated that you might be in danger, so she told me to come here. You don't know. When you were in trouble, my masters almost crushed the entire Dongfang family. Hearing this, Lin Moyu scratched his head awkwardly and said, So the masters already knew. Lin Mohan thought to herself, Now that Xiao Yu is strong enough and has the support of his masters, maybe I don't need to worry all day long anymore. Then she wiped away her tears and instructed, All right, seeing that you're safe makes me feel relieved. Go see the masters, they're very worried now. He asked in surprise, What about you? Lin Moyan casually replied, I have to go back and grind levels. What else? Guarding you here for a month and couldn't level up? My master is probably about to die of anger. After speaking, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Lin Moyu smiled behind her, thinking, Her master is really strict. On the Dongfang family's side, Dongfang Jiao recounted everything that happened in the corpse realm. Her father stroked his beard and sighed. So Zhao Er was able to survive and return, thanks to Divine General Lin. The bald elder continued, He's really too composed, far surpassing ordinary people. Not only could he survive leaving the corpse realm, but he also found an opportunity. Even if we entered the corpse realm, I'm afraid we wouldn't necessarily return alive. Rest for a few days first. In a few days, Zhao Er will go find Divine General Lin with me. After returning, Lin Moyu was continuously interrogated by his three masters. He eagerly poured tea for his masters, and Yan Guangsheng spoke up. So you're saying the goddess of life entrusted you with the scepter of Genesis? And if you find the core of life, your chances of becoming a super god are very high. Meng Anwen retorted, I don't think that's a good thing. External objects can be used, but you can't rely on them. Bai Yi Yuan then put on a calculating expression. Old Meng, you with the Tower of Divine Punishment don't have the right to say that, but you're not wrong, Xiao Yu. The most reliable thing is always your own strength. Lin Moyu solemnly replied, Don't worry everyone, I won't rely on external objects. Then he wondered about something else. Master, can people be resurrected after death? He probably wants to resurrect the human race's predecessors. Chapter 184. Bai Yi Yuan replied, If they left behind a soul imprint, then there's still a chance to save them. But powerful god-level experts, once they die, they're dead. There's no chance. Lin Moyu was confused. Why can't god-level experts be saved? Yan Guangsheng chuckled with his chin in his hand. You'll understand later. Although I don't know what you experienced in the rotten corpse realm, you don't need to think too much about it now. Those things are still very far away from you. Bai Yi Yuan continued. This time, consider yourself lucky, kid. Remember to restrain yourself a bit in the future. These 2 days, Dongfeng Yi will definitely come to the door to apologize. The Dongfeng family is royalty, so they definitely won't lack good things. When the time comes, your teacher will help you get a big score. Meng Anwen casually instructed. Just rest these few days. Your teacher is the best at this scamming stuff. Lin Moyu helplessly replied, Yes. Later, at the Xiajing Academy, Lin Moyu was walking down the street, muttering to himself. Is there really no way to save those predecessors? Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder, and Ning Yi's beautiful face appeared. Lin Moyu exclaimed, Why? Why? She hooked his arm and said with a bright smile, Hee hee, I've finally completed Grandpa's mission and can come see you. Grandpa took me to a place to grind levels, and now I've successfully done my second job advancement and class evolution. Ning Yi, level 40 Nightwalker. Then she pulled Lin Moyu's hand and ran. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I want to hear the story of what happened to you, and I have so much to tell you too. Their hands clasped tightly together. Later, the two went to a high place to admire the warm sunset, and they were extremely happy. Listening to Lin Moyu's story, Ning Yi went from surprise to stunned. Then, she was happy to tears. Afterwards, she leaned on Lin Moyu's shoulder, looking very peaceful, transitioning to 2 days later. While walking, Ning Yi said, It's been so long since you took me to run instances. So nostalgic. The two of them entered the main hall, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Divine General Lin is back! Who's that? She's so lucky to be able to run instances with Divine General Lin. Which instance is Divine General Lin gonna go to this time? Hearing this, Ning Yi smiled and said, You're really amazing. Now everyone looks at you differently. He seriously said, Compared to the human race's forefathers, what am I? She confidently affirmed. I feel that you will definitely surpass them in the future, defeat the dragon race, and cleanse the abyss. Lin Moyu changed the subject. Let's choose a suitable instance to grind levels. Ning Yi looked at a portal and calculated. Then let's hit the Highland Beast God. That instance gives a lot of experience, which is very suitable for level 40 to 50 job class players to grind. In the instance hall, there are 2 large-scale instances. Besides the Desert Tyrant before, the other one is called the Highland Beast God. Lin Moyu immediately agreed. Okay. Then let's choose the Highland Beast God. After speaking, he reached out to a large purple ball. The information appeared. Highland Beast God, instance level 45. Maximum number of entrants, 50 people. Instance record. Genesis Academy, 6 hours 29 minutes 18 seconds. Creation Academy, 6 hours 52 minutes 1 second. Yanhuang Academy, 6 hours 53 minutes 31 seconds. The other students were very shocked when they saw this, making a commotion. Divine General Lin wants to challenge the Highland Beast God. Oh my god! Could it be that the record for large-scale instances will also be renewed by Divine General Lin? That girl is so lucky. Divine General Lin is actually taking her to run instances. Divine General Lin can even solo the Desert Tyrant. The Highland Beast God definitely won't be difficult for him, right? Then Lin Moyu and Ning Yi entered the portal together. A group emerges from the portal, and the chatter starts. It's the Flamewind Academy squad. Oh snap, it's the Beast God's Avatar Refresh Day. Flamewind got cockblocked by Genesis Academy last time. Genesis Academy's squad arrives. Here comes the Genesis Academy crew. Looks like a three-way brawl for the Avatar's loot. Heard. You can score mad benefits by taking down the Avatar. Wonder who'll snag it first? But Lifan's in this instance. Who ends up as Monster Chow remains to be seen. I'm riding with Lifan. Me too. But he's up against the top dogs from all three academies. Cut to inside the Beast God Highlands instance. Ning Y is vibing. Phew, been grinding too long. Time for some R&R. Lifan's conjuring power. Let's get this bread. Unrolls a scroll. Ning Y's knee-deep in snacks, looking like a total snack herself. Let's roll, I'm locked and loaded. A scythe materializes. Lifan. Rise my legion. Soldiers pop up like crazy. Ning Y's jaw drops. Where the hell did all these guys come from? Guess I'm just here for moral support, huh? A massive army swarms. Cue the system notifications. Slain Highland Dire Wolf LVL 46 plus 92 OKXP. Acquired high-grade wolf pelt X1. Slain Highland Gazelle LVL 45 plus 9 OOKXP. Acquired high-grade fleece X2. Slain Highland Dire Wolf LVL 46 plus 92 OKXP. Acquired high-grade wolf pelt X3. Slain Highland Dire Wolf LVL 46 plus 92 OKXP. Acquired high-grade wolf pelt X3. Slain Highland Gazelle LVL 45 plus 90 OKXP. Acquired high-grade fleece X2. Ning Y's munching away, leveling is way faster than solo. Suddenly, Lifan scoops her up, bridal style. Found it, let's bounce. Ning Y's blushing, I'm flying. In the short time we were apart, he's become OP. She blissfully closes her eyes, leaning into him. Linefern lands near a massive cliff. Beast God Highlands has 4 areas. Mobs get tougher, but the real loot's in the final zone. Beast God Highlands. Zone 2. They touch down, and roars echo from below. Grah! Lifan's eyes narrow. Guess our luck ain't great. Ran into a boss as soon as we hit Zone 2. Highland Giant Tiger. Elite Enhanced Boss LVL 47, STR 60K, AGI 30K, INT 10K, VIT 80K. Skills: Roar, Tiger Claw Crush. Lifan's unimpressed. What a pain in the ass. He commands his soldiers forward. A million blades slice at the giant tiger. Slain Highland Giant Tiger, plus 1.41 MXP, acquired Giant Tiger Sword. Giant Tiger Sword, Platinum Weapon. All stats plus 1200. Sword type skill DMG plus 50%. Ning Y's eyes widen. Since when did Moyu get so freaking strong? He just soloed an elite boss. Lifan turns back. Let's get to the final zone ASAP. Ning Y. Okay. They book it. Ning Y explains. This massive instance is called Beast God Highlands because it contains a Beast God avatar. Legend says beast gods are divine beings, and their avatars refresh every 3 years. Rewards depend on clear time. Last time, Genesis Academy cleared it in 40 minutes, and got a beast god bone fragment. Apparently they made a boss accessory with it. Lifan's calculating. Rewards scale with clear time? Time to go full throttle. Cut to them standing before another area. Beast God Highlands, Zone 3. Giant snakes everywhere. Ning Y shivers. So many snakes. Lifan scoops her up again and dashes across. Lifan's soldiers handle the snake buffet. Slain White-Eyed Poison Serpent LVL 47 plus 94 OKXP. Acquired Tier 3 Snakehide. Slain White-Eyed Poison Serpent LVL 47 plus 94 OKXP. Acquired Tier 3 Snakehide. The Genesis Academy squad reaches the bridge. Their leader barks orders. Move it, people! Can't let Genesis or Flamewind steal the kill. Genesis got the jump on us last time. This is our revenge run. Let's go! The Genesis crew storms across the bridge. Cut to a fancy office, where VIPs are watching the instance on monitors. Genesis Academy's dean, Mo Xinghe, smirks. Genesis Academy won last time, it's our turn now. Bright Dawn Academy's dean, Luo Gaoxuan, replies casually. It's clearly Flamewind's turn. Next to him stands a woman with long black hair, Flamewind Academy's dean, Luo Yan. Someone zooms in on another player. Li Fan's carrying Ning Y on the screen. Ning Tairu explodes. That little punk! Put her down, now! Luo Yan gasps. Li Fan's in Beast God Highlands? And he's almost cleared Zone 3. Luo Gaoxuan adds. Looks like Li Fan might take the top spot. Wonder how long it'll take him to down the avatar. Mo Xinghe's calmer. The record's 37 minutes, but I have a feeling Li Fan's gonna obliterate that record. Back inside the instance, Li Fan and Ning Y land. Beast God Highlands. Zone 4. Ning Y states. The difficulty of Beast God Highlands is almost all concentrated in this fourth zone. Everyone calls the fourth zone the boss plateau, because there are no normal monsters here, only bosses. They cross a bridge, and find themselves standing between two giant creatures, a tiger and a snake. The bosses are quickly taken down by Li Fan's soldiers. Slain Highland Great Tiger LVL-47, plus 1.41 MXP. Slain Abyss Canyon Serpent LVL-47, plus 95 OKXP. Then, another snake and a grizzly bear appear. Li Fan realizes. So that's the catch. The mobs in Zone 4 are made up of bosses from the earlier zones. Haven't mobbed in a while. Time for some action. He splits his soldiers into 3 groups and sends them into the woods. Luo Yan wonders, what's Li Fan up to? Luo Gaoxuan's curious. How's he planning to handle the bosses of Zone 4? You have to be super careful in Zone 4. Even Genesis Academy takes 2 hours to clear it. Luo Yan asks Ning Tairu. Elder Ning, how long do you think it'll take Li Fan to clear Zone 4? He replies seriously. If that brat gets serious, about 10 minutes. Luo Gaoxuan and Luo Yan gape in disbelief. 10 minutes? No way. Ning Tairu says nonchalantly. Just watch. Inside the instance, the soldiers scatter, and the Highland bosses give chase. A squad of soldiers lured them to the edge of the grim abyss. Lin Moyu was already standing there, declaring, "Come on!" A group of soldiers drew their bows, and an arrow shot forth, piercing the eye of a Highland bear. The entire horde of leaders became even more enraged. Then they were met with a dense rain of arrows from above. Lin Moyu conjured a blood-red orb and declared, "Time for a gorgeous, long-unseen explosion." He immediately activated the corpse explosion skill, putting those leaders in critical danger. Moments later, blood-red explosions erupted, followed by huge plumes of smoke and dust rising into the sky. Luo Gaoxuan exclaimed in shock. This? From the start of the attack, it's been exactly 10 seconds, right? Is it already done? Luo Yan also found it hard to believe, even adding, it wasn't even 10 seconds. Even for me, this is the first time I've seen this kid slay monsters. I can't believe his speed is this insane. Suddenly, Luo Gaoxuan flashed a sly smile. I want to invite General Lin to join my Genesis Academy. Luo Yan frowned, glaring at him. No way. Your Slaughter God Academy already has enough geniuses. General Lin is most suited for our Yanhuang Academy, he retorted. Our Genesis Academy is #1 among the 3 great academies, so no matter what, he should come to us. Luo Yan calmly said. Haha, if General Lin goes to Genesis Academy, will there even be resources left to share? Besides, who even recognized you as the top among the 3 great academies? At this moment, Mo Xinghe was standing to the side, sweating buckets. The other 2 noticed and spoke in a deep, synchronized voice. Mo Xinghe, is something off with you today? He scratched his head, giving a sheepish laugh. Actually, General Lin has already joined my Creation Academy. Both exclaimed in shock. What? Luo Yan frowned and asked. Since when? Mo Xinghe, it's actually been a while. Luo Gaoxuan questioned. Spill it. What dirty trick did you use to con General Lin into joining? Mo Xinghe, hearing this, angrily retorted. What do you mean, con? It was clearly Bai Shen himself who brought General Lin. At this moment, Ning Tairu suddenly roared. Everyone shut up! The true form of the beast god is about to emerge! On plateau number 4, Lin Moyu was standing before a colossal stone statue. A surge of power began to emanate, spreading up towards the sky. That was the true form of the beast god. Lin Moyu started sweating profusely. No, I've seen something like this before. Recalling his time in the corpse realm, he had seen it just in time. In the rotten corpse realm? I've encountered it before. The space began to violently tremble. From the cracks on the stone statue, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. The true form of the beast god had awakened, appearing as a hairy gorilla, with sharp fangs and blood-red, ferocious eyes. No mistake about it, the one I met in the rotten corpse realm. I'm afraid this is the true form of the actual beast god. Its attributes are appearing. True form of the beast god. Enhanced leader type. Level 55. Strength, 120,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 50,000. Constitution, 130,000. Skills, world-ending staff, sweeping 1,000 armies. Traits, 30% physical and elemental damage reduction. Enhanced attack power. Enhanced speed. Lin Moyu assessed. Its attributes are insanely strong, even surpassing bosses of the same level from the trial grounds of steel. But after encountering it in the rotten corpse realm, why would I be scared? He wondered. Ning Yi at this moment exclaimed in disbelief. The true form of the beast god! Lin Moyu's eyes glinted with excitement, asking, Yi, the faster I kill it, the better the rewards, right? She replied, yes. Moyu raised his hand. Then, if I wipe it out quickly, I wonder how many rewards I'll get. Immediately, he simultaneously cast two skills, Weakness Curse and Soul Flame. The true form of the beast god was instantly enveloped in dark, shaggy fur, its body tightly bound by chains. It roared, struggling to break free. Under a 200% growth buff from the Reinforced Legion, my spirit attribute has surpassed 150,000, and Soul Flame's damage has massively increased. Faced with that binding, the true form of the beast god struggled even more wildly, causing space itself to ripple. The soldiers' bows were already aimed, releasing arrows at it. The true form of the beast god's body was peppered with arrows like a porcupine. It slowly began to collapse from the pain. The soldiers seized the moment, charging forward. Sharp blades hacked directly at the true form of the beast god, followed by another volley of arrows embedding themselves deep into its flesh. Massive gouts of blood sprayed into the air, then it transformed into a bright stream of power, soaring into the sky. Ning Yi, yet again, was incredibly dumbfounded. This? Am I dreaming? Outside, the deans of all three academies exclaimed, Old man Ning, did you accidentally open the wrong video? General Lin truly lives up to his name. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've seen something so unreal. Ning Tyurian seriously reminded them. What happened today must not be spread outside. You all know the current situation. If this news leaks, those people might not care about anything, and just move to assassinate that kid Lin. All three responded in unison. Understood. Inside, Lin Moyu was standing in the middle of a large orb. He reached out and touched a beam of light. Immediately, items appeared. Obtained. Beast God's leg bone. Obtained. Beast God's essence blood. Tyrion saw this and excitedly shouted, Beast God's essence blood! Chapter 187. At this moment, the large screen disappeared. The three deans looked at Old Man Ning in confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu was thinking, Beast God's essence blood can only be used by physical-type professions, this Beast God's leg bone. Although it can't compare to my divine finger bone, its effect is probably almost the same. Too bad it's useless to me now. Thinking this, he tossed the item to Ning Yi. Yi, you take it. She quickly waved her hand, refusing. I don't need it. With you here, I don't need to fight anyway. Lin Moyu immediately came closer, gently patting her head. Just take it. We have better treasures. Ning Yi blushed. All right, I'll keep it for you for now, and return it when you need it. Suddenly, a shout rang out. You stinky brat, get your hands off her right now! Ning Tyrian appeared, seething with anger. Grandpa! Ning Yi called out. Lin Moyu calmly asked. Senior Ning, why are you here? Old man Ning asked back. Kid Lin, did you just get the Beast God's leg bone and Beast God's essence blood? Do you even know the value of those two items? Lin Moyu replied, Heard that? He starts analyzing. Divine beast bones, especially from the legs, can help demigod-level powerhouses quickly grasp and increase their chances of becoming god tier. As for divine beast blood essence, Direct use can boost job advancement success by 15% at Tier 3. But it can be made into God Blood Elixir, doubling the promotion rate. Lin Moyu's like, Ning Sr., you came to me for a deal? He crosses his arms. Exactly. To make God Blood Elixir, you need other treasures and a suitable alchemist. One essence can make 3 portions of elixirs. This old man will handle the rest. No need for you to worry. You take 1 portion, I take 1, and the alchemist gets 1. Deal? Lin Moyu's thinking. Damn, alchemists are expensive AF. Ning Sr. ain't gonna scam me though. So he replies, deal. Ning Tairen's hyped. Good kid. Then he's all. But who's the God Blood Elixir for? He's smug. I only have 1 granddaughter. Who else would it be for? MC internally screams. No frickin' way. That beast blood was originally for her. The vial of essence is presented. Ning Yi happily says, Grandpa, here. Ning Lao's shocked. Yi, why do you have the beast blood? She smiles. Huh? Moyu was gonna give it to me. Now that he and Grandpa are partners, I'll give it to you. Ning Tairen's petrified. You mean the beast blood was yours? Ning Yi explains, I was just holding it for him. He gets close to Lin Moyu, pointing, You sneaky brat, you tried to play me. MC's all clueless. You didn't ask, though. Ning Yi chimes in, Grandpa, the leg bone helps with godhood. Moyu needs it too. He says, HMPH. Since this punk's giving it all to you anyway, I'll take it as his pre-wedding gift. She blushes. A pre-wedding what? Grandpa, seriously? Lin Moyu teases. Yi, looks like Ning Sr. traded you for a beast bone. Making her even more flustered. Stop it! Outside, Ning Tairen's radiating smug satisfaction. Ning Lao's back. The 3 guys are anxious. Ning Lao. The treasure Lin Moyu got from the beast god's true form. Could it be? He holds up his hand, confirming. Yup, the leg bone and the blood essence. The 2 items appear. Luo Gaoshuan's sweating buckets. Lin God's luck is insane. With these, he can achieve godhood. Luo Yan retorts. Luck? Nah, Lin God's just OP. Ning Tairen crosses his arms, all smug. God this, God that. They're in my hands now. Luo Yan smells something fishy, asking, Ning Lao, did you make a deal with Lin God? Ning Lao's startled, denying it. One thing at a time, shut your mouth. Luo Yan's confused by the reaction. Luo Yan gets serious. Ning Lao, can we see the leg bone? You know we're all stuck at demigod level. The other 2 are surprised and hopeful. Ning Tairen waves his hand generously. No biggie, just look at it here. Return it later. The 3 shout, Thanks, Ning Lao. The 3 deans sit down and start cultivating before the beast bone. Mo Jinghe unleashes golden power, sweat pouring, veins popping. Ning Tairen notices something, paying attention. HMPH. Mo Jinghe's closest to godhood among these guys. Could it be that Mo Jinghe, sitting in that powerful aura, is undergoing a transformation? Suddenly, his eyes burst open, and spiritual energy surges into the sky. The light is visible from outside, followed by a joyous announcement. A God-tier aura. Ha! Humanity has another God-tier powerhouse. Mo Xinghai rushes over when he sees the God-tier phenomenon. Xinghai's becoming a god? Mo Xinghai's becoming a god. He beat us to it. He's really becoming a god. Mo Xinghai lands next to Ning Tairen. He says smugly, Hurry up and thank your old man. If I hadn't gotten the beast leg from that Lin kid, would Xinghai become a god so fast? Mo Xinghai calmly says, I see. Looks like we should thank Lin God then. Ning Lao's annoyed. Thank him for what? Thank M.E. On the other side, Mo Xinghai is still immersed in endless power. Done. Humanity finally has another god-tier powerhouse. Over here, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi have left the dungeon. The announcement changes. Divine Beast Highland Dungeon Record. 1. Lin Moyu, 3 hours, 12 minutes, 38 seconds. 2. Creation Academy, 6 hours, 29 minutes, 18 seconds. 3. Genesis Academy, 6 hours, 52 minutes, 1 second. Lin Moyu's kinda bummed. Only 3 hours? Ning Yi asks, You're not satisfied even though you're twice as fast as other academies? Lin Moyu doesn't answer, logging back in and continuing the dungeon. I'll do it faster this time. And he disappears. People outside start gossiping. Lin God's back in the dungeon. What a legend. Taking a girl and setting new records. This is just the beginning. The next record will be even more insane. Every time the true form of the divine beast gets updated, it gets farmed by the 3 major academies. Finally, we get to see their disappointed faces. Yeah, their expressions must be priceless. Lin God's score will leave them in despair. Inside the Divine Beast Highland, Lin Moyu picks up 555, telling her, "Hold on tight, we're going straight to the 4th Highland." She looks down worriedly. "What about the bosses in the previous Highlands?" He reassures her, "Leave some bones to deal with them." Soon, the two arrive before the true form of the Divine Beast. Divine Beast Phantom, World-Class Leader, Level 52, Strength 100k, Agility 80k, Spirit 4000, Physique 100k, Skill, Army Sweep, Trait, Enhanced Vitality. A giant, hairy ape appears. Lin Moyu's eyes sharpen, creating power. "No time to play around, I'm speedrunning this." He calmly stands before the giant beast. On the other side, the Creation Academy team arrives before a true form of the Beast God. Creation Academy's leader, Fang Chao, excitedly says, "Finally, we can subjugate the Beast God's true form. We didn't make any mistakes in the first 3 Highlands. This record will be ours." The Beast God emits a powerful aura. Fang Chao's face pales. What's going on? Why is it just the phantom of the Beast God? Where's the true form? Did the other 2 academies steal it? He couldn't believe it. "No, absolutely no Fing Wei. They can't be faster than us. Whatever, just kill the Beast God's phantom first, then we'll check outside." The Genesis Academy team was no different. Lang Yizhan exclaimed, "Why is it the Beast God's phantom again?" The Yan Huang Academy team echoed, "Why the Beast God's phantom? Did we fall behind by a step?" Outside the dungeon entrance, Lin Moyu led Ningyi out, looking at her, coolly saying, "Our speed this time should be fast enough." Her eyes shined with adoration. "I just felt like I cleared the dungeon on a roller coaster ride. How could it not be fast? Go on, you can level up in peace now." Then, the 2 vanished from the gate again. The onlookers scratched their heads in confusion. Am I seeing this right? That's the record Divine General Lin just updated, dying to see the faces of the 3 major academy teams when they see this new record. 3 hours later, a team appeared before the dungeon entrance. Fang Chao hastily rushed to check the rankings. Then, the 2 other academy teams quickly logged out. The 3 gritted their teeth, glaring at each other. "HMPH, hurry up and check the board, see who defeated the true body." Lang Yizhan was shocked after seeing it. 9 minutes and 43 seconds. He scratched his head, chuckling in admiration. As expected of Divine General Lin, truly despair-inducing. Fang Chao, still unwilling, chased after him. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone get a score like this? So what if he's a Divine General? He must have used some kind of cheat. Lang Yizhan insisted with conviction. "Let's head back. Divine General Lin's record is absolutely legit." Someone behind him sighed. "Lang Yizhan, I didn't expect you to be a fanboy of Divine General Lin. Is he really that OP?" Lang Yizhan, with a face full of admiration and respect. "Leader, meeting Divine General Lin was like seeing the light." The person heard this and waved his hand. "All right, let's head back." Right at that moment, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi had already logged out from the dungeon entrance again. Fang Chao caught sight of them behind him. He turned around and interrogated, "You're Lin Moyu, the youngest Divine General." Another nervously reminded, "Fang Chao, what are you trying to do now?" Someone else beside him smirked slyly. "That idiot Fang Chao, this is going to be a good show." Lin Moyu asked back, "Who are you?" The other introduced himself. "My name is Fang Chao from Genesis Academy." "Lin Moyu, I'm asking you, how did you clear that dungeon? How could you get a score like that?" His voice was full of sharp accusations. Ning Yi snapped angrily. "Are you out of your mind? How we clear dungeons? Why should we tell you?" Fang Chao stubbornly insisted. "I'm asking him, not you." Lin Moyu's eyes flashed chillingly. "I have no obligation to tell you anything. And listen up, know your place. Don't talk to me like that." Fang Chao grew even angrier, pointing his finger. "I am a genius of Genesis Academy, and I'll become a Divine General sooner or later. You don't want to answer my questions. Is it because you used some shady tactics that you don't want others to know about?" Ning Yi glared and snapped. "You," Lin Moyu calmly and coldly replied. "Then wait until you become a god, and then talk to me. Now please move aside. Don't block my grind." Fang Chao's face darkened. "I just want to ask you a few questions. Once you answer, I'll naturally move." Looking at you, maybe you only became a divine general by pure luck. Ning Yi couldn't hold back anymore. This is the Dungeon Hub, an academy, not your playground to act entitled. Feng Chao stubbornly gritted his teeth. I've already said it. Answer my question, and I'll move. Lin Moyu's sharp eyes focused as he extended his hand, unleashing blood-red power. You seek death! Immediately, Feng Chao was engulfed by that extremely dangerous power. He was standing in a deadly space, filled with binding chains. Following that, monsters were closing in. They opened their jaws, ready to pounce and bite Feng Chao. He screamed in terror, only to be bitten on the neck by the monster. Then, others gradually crawled closer, as if to tear him apart. In reality, Feng Chao was drenched in sweat, his hands flailing on the ground. Lin Moyu, hands in his pockets, looked down and casually asked, "Is that all the guts you have?" Feng Chao was pale, panting heavily. Was that an illusion just now? How could that be? A teammate came to support him. Let's head back first. While Feng Chao was still recovering from the shock, the Genesis Academy members helped each other leave, leaving the Yanhuang Academy members bewildered. What just happened? Why did that guy suddenly collapse? Lang Yizhan replied, "Looks like he was scared shitless." On this side, Lin Moyu looked down and said, "Forget him. Let's continue clearing dungeons and leveling up." Ning Yi smiled brightly, excited. Hours later, Feng Chao, still unwilling, loudly accused, "Dean, how can Lin Moyu clear dungeons so fast? He must have used some despicable tricks." Luo Gaoxuan said in a deep voice. "Who is Lin Moyu? He's a divine general. His status is equivalent to a god-tier expert. Do you think being a divine general is that easy? He's killed more dragonkin and demons than you've ever even seen. Even I have to respectfully call him Divine General Lin, who gave you the guts to call him by his name and talk smack behind his back." Feng Chao panicked. "Dean, I couldn't believe it. What? Even the Dean has to call him Divine General Lin?" Luo Gaoxuan pointed a warning finger. "Shut your damn mouth right now. Listen closely. Divine General Lin clears dungeons by legitimate means. All three of us Deans witnessed it personally. Not only is he fast, he even annihilated all the monsters in the dungeon. Do you know how long it took Divine General Lin to defeat the Beast God's true body? Insta-kill! If he really used despicable tactics like you said, do you think we wouldn't notice?" HMPH. Feng Chao trembled. His heart again began to panic. How foolish was he to question Divine General Lin face to face? Luo Gaoxuan covered his face in helplessness. "You are also a genius of Genesis Academy, but you have too huge a gap with Divine General Lin. One of the main reasons is that you're too arrogant, looking down on others. Let's end this discussion here. Go prepare a bit, then lead your team to the ancient Kang training grounds to temper yourselves." He panicked again. "But Dean, in a few days, Genesis Academy's ancestral land will open. If we miss this opportunity..." The Dean crossed his arms, coldly snorted. HMPH, the ancestral land will open again eventually, right? My decision is final, you make your arrangements. Feng Chao could only reply, "Yes." 10 days later, still in the Beast God Plateau, Ning Yi exclaimed, "After 10 days of dungeon crawling, I finally leveled up to LV 44. Lin Moyu LV 45, Spirit Mage. Ning Yi LV 44, Nightwalker." Just then, Lin Moyu's communication device buzzed. Bai Yuan called from the other side. "Stinky brat, get over here." He replied, "Yes." Then the two figures quickly appeared before their masters. As soon as he arrived, his eyes widened in shock. This is the aura of a god tier. Ahead, Mo Xinghe was sitting there with a newfound power. He bowed quickly in congratulations. "Congratulations, Dean, on breaking through to god tier," he chuckled. "All right, Divine General Lin. This time, it's thanks to your beast god Legbone. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't have reached god tier so quickly." Bai Yuan also chuckled. "Brat Lin, the reason we called you here this time is because Genesis Academy's ancestral land is about to open. Coincidentally, you're also a member of Genesis Academy, so Dean Mo has decided to let you go there." Mo Xinghe continued. "That's right, the ancestral land will open in a few days. And this is a good time to tell you a few things to keep in mind. There are many creatures in the ancestral land. They aren't aggressive. Remember, don't kill them. Approaching the core of the ancestral land, you'll find a bunch of trees with edible fruits." "Stuff your face!" It'll help you. After that, you enter Phase 2, a state of enlightenment. What you'll actually learn varies from person to person. Past that, and you're on to Phase 3. Info on Phase 1 is scarce, but based on past experience, it's probably linked to your Phase 2 enlightenment. Legend says there's a Phase 4 after Phase 3, but those few who make it through Phase 3 don't remember entering the ancestral land. So, the specifics? We have no freaking clue. The creation ancestral land opens once every 5 years. This time, 30 people, including you, are participating. How much you gain depends on you, player. Lin Moyu gratefully replied. Thank you, Director Mo. Next to him, Ning Yi smiled brightly. 2 days later, a surge of power erupted on the mountain. Birds soared in that surge of spirit energy. Everyone gathered, with announcements blaring. The ancestral land is open! People from all the big factions are here. Ji He, this Feng Wu, Feng Chao's brother, standing next to Lin Mohan, thought gleefully. Didn't expect to enter the ancestral land with Goddess Mohan. Gotta make a good impression. He's level 61, a legendary tier Holy Light Knight. Seeing his brother, Lin Mohan called out, Zhao Yu! Zhao Yu! The haughty squad assembled. Lin Moyu wondered. Sis, you're entering the ancestral land too? Aren't you past level 70 and already did your 3rd job advancement? She chuckled. Who said you can't enter after level 70? Then she put her hand on Ning Yi's shoulder. You must be Yi, right? Xiao Yu mentions you all the time. Thanks for taking care of Xiao Yu. Ning Yi was flustered. No problem. He's the one who carries me when we grind levels. Lin Moyu greeted Mo Yun. Long time no see? Seeing Lin Moyu surrounded by babes made the bystanders jelly. This kid's got it made! How? Who the hell is he? Just then, a shocking wave of pressure crashed down. Mo Yun exclaimed. The ancestral land seems to be opening. The ancestral land opened. A gate appeared, revealing a jade green light inside. This life aura. Lin Moyu's expression turned serious. It's just like the creation scepter. Could the heart of life be in the ancestral land? Mo Xinghe seriously instructed everyone to enter the ancestral land one by one. A few guys wore sinister expressions, looking ugly and despicable. Inside the ancestral land was a fresh, radiant space, bathed in sunlight. A blonde dude named Li Feng, level 56, a legendary tier holy mage, smugly took off. Ladies and gents, I'll take the lead. Below, a group of people stood watching. Suddenly, Li Feng froze mid-air. Mo Yun watched, confused. Weird. Didn't the Lai family tell him? You can't fly here. Li Feng plummeted. Ouch. Below him sat a translucent bunny. Li Feng crashed down, crushing the bunny. The bunny's shadow started to morph. Then it turned into bubbles floating away. He had no idea what happened, struggling to his feet while yelling in pain. What kind of freaky place is this? And I can't even fly. Lin Mohan warned. He killed an animal here. We should stay away from him. Feng Wu, his cheeks flushed, sidled up to her. Miss Mohan, let's go together. Lin Mohan coldly replied. No need. Zhao Yu and I are going together. Lin Moyu called out. Sis, let's go. She walked over. The 4 of them looked up at the sky. Feng Wu frowned, annoyed at Lin Moyu for getting to hang with his goddess. Like, if this dude simps for Lin Mohan, shouldn't he befriend Lin Moyu to get in her good graces? Why the hostility? Makes no sense. Lol. As the 4 walked, Lin Mohan warned. Be careful not to harm any living beings here. Ning Yi wondered. What happens if you kill too many? She chuckled. You turn into an animal and stay here forever. Hearing that, Ning Yi covered her mouth in fear. Just then, Lin Moyu stopped Mo Yun from stepping down. Careful! Under Mo Yun's foot was a bug. She jumped back, looking worried. Thanks. He explained. My spiritual power is pretty strong. I'm more sensitive to living things than most. Lin Mohan pulled out a compass and seriously announced, Follow me! And the 4 of them continued in one direction. Hours later, still inside the ancestral land, the 4 of them walked into a cave, passed through the tunnel, and emerged into a forest full of ripe fruit. Lin Mohan said, The teacher told me that the ancestral land's fruit is tiered. The stuff here is probably top tier, with the best effects. Ning Yi hugged a pile of high-level fruit, eating and handing some to Lin Moyu. He took a golden fruit, took a bite, and his info appeared. Lin Moyu class. Unique tier Undead Monarch level. 45 2.13% Strength seal. 100 Constitution seal. 100 Agility seal. 100 Spirit seal. 100 Skills seal. None. Lin Moyu, calmly eating fruit, suddenly blurted out, "My stats and skills are sealed." Ning Yi looked down in confusion. How was that possible? He kept eating, and the notifications continued. Strength seal. 200 Constitution seal. 200 Agility seal. 200 Spirit seal. 200 Skills seal. None. When Lin Moyu finished the fruit, Strength seal. 300 Constitution seal. 300 Agility seal. 300 Spirit seal. 300 Skills seal. None. Ning Yi anxiously asked, "How do you feel?" He replied, "Not bad. One fruit boosted my total 4-dimensional stats by 800 points. Hearing that, Ning Yi started gobbling them down. Then what are we waiting for? Eat up! After some exploring, the crew finally sat down to rest. So full! I just ate a few fruits and I'm stuffed. The other two girls chuckled, teasing Ning Yi. Lin Moyu, eating peacefully, suddenly noticed something. In the distance was a tree with a strange shape. He squinted, trying to observe the strange fruit called the prime fruit on the tree. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Moyu pointed and asked his companions, "Sis, what's that prime fruit?" Following his gaze, Lin Mohan couldn't hide her surprise. So, this fruit is still here. Many people ate the prime fruit and exploded before. The teacher guessed it was because its attributes were too much, and people couldn't handle it. Hearing this, Lin Moyu suddenly became determined. If that's the case, the effect of this fruit must be OP. Sis, I want to try it. Without thinking, she stopped him. "No way! It's too dangerous." Knowing his sister was worried, he stated again, "I'm sure I can handle it. Plus, the teacher in the Hall of Souls left me a soul seal. It won't hurt anyone." Faced with his younger brother's unwavering assertions, Lin Moynihan felt helpless. After much deliberation, she reluctantly agreed, but set a condition. "Then give it a try. But if you fail and get revived, stay home and behave. No more dangerous adventures outside." "Fine. I don't even want to look at you." Lin Moynihan stood up and left. "Go ahead. And if you actually fly, I'll keep your corpse safe." With permission granted, Lin Moyu quickly stepped forward to pick the fruit. Instantly, countless vines appeared all around. This bizarre phenomenon put Lin Moyu on alert. A phenomenon or an illusion? Seems like this thing is indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and took a bite. After the first bite, Lin Moyu started coughing violently. "So bitter! 4 dimensions plus 198. After dealing with the fruit, he came out, and the 3 girls immediately rushed over to ask, "How does it feel?" In response, Lin Moyu suppressed the feeling in his throat and answered honestly, "Although the attribute growth is significant, it's really outrageous." Ning Yi, upon hearing this, quickly stepped forward to help. "This isn't worth it." Lin Moyu quickly took it and bit off a few pieces, but before he could even chew, he had to spit it out. "No way. Everything is becoming even more bitter now, but the effect is amazing. My 4 dimensions have increased by 2,000. After a struggle, Lin Moyu felt better, and then realized in surprise. Moreover, the sealed attribute skills are being reorganized under the situation, and the power of the fruit is constantly washing over my body. If it weren't for the Undead Legion to take the damage for me, even I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just then, a tremor came, alerting everyone. "What's going on? It seems like there's fighting outside." Lin Moynihan sensed something strange and reminded everyone, "Be careful, let's go out and see." Outside, a group of people were bowing their heads before Zhu Yuesheng. Lin Moynihan's group quickly appeared, assessing the situation with a glance. "You're surrounded and attacked, your skills are sealed, and they haven't eaten the fruit yet." The one tormenting the ordinary soldiers was Zhu Yuesheng, a level 40 Holy Word Knight. He seemed to be enjoying what he was doing. The fruit is delicious. Without attributes, you can only feel what it's like to be slashed by someone. Even though he was being beaten continuously, the man showed no fear. Who doesn't have some background coming to the ancestral land? Zhu Yuesheng, do you really want to become my enemy here? Hearing these words, Zhu Yuesheng sneered. Still have time to worry about useless things? Think about your own life and death. I can't watch anymore. Lin Moyu loudly demanded to stop. Seeing who had arrived, the man rejoiced. God General Lin. As soon as this name was uttered, Zhu Yuesheng's eyes turned red with madness. "I've been waiting for you for half the day. Lin Moyu!" With that, he unleashed his power and blew away the soldier. "Finally, everyone's here. The cat-and-mouse game should end now." After speaking, Zhu Yuesheng raised his sword and used a freezing halo. Instantly, the people around were frozen in place. The girls shared the same fate. Only Lin Moyu was unharmed. Looking at the scene around him, he was puzzled. "Zhu Yuesheng, am I mistaken?" Seeing that he was unharmed, Zhu Yuesheng was a little scared. "I didn't expect God General Lin to remember a small character like me." Witnessing that attitude, Lin Moyu was a little annoyed. "Can you give me an explanation? Why did you become a lackey of the Demon Worship Society? Did you become a lackey? Or are all the Zihu family now lackeys?" Being exposed, Zhu Yuesheng didn't bother to hide it anymore. How could you see through it? Seeing him admit it so readily, the anger in him erupted. "I've killed so many demons. I'm too familiar with the aura of demons. The stench of demons on your body makes me want to puke." These words successfully enraged Zhu Yuesheng. "What lackey? Don't make it sound so bad. I and they are just in a cooperative relationship. Fortunately, with their help, I was able to second job change into a mid-tier legendary class. Holy Word Night!" With that, he used all his might to shout, throwing everyone into distress. After doing so, Zhu Yuesheng proudly showed off. "See that? This is the Holy Word Night. Words become law, you eat the fruit. In front of me, you are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered." The person who was being beaten continuously by him earlier was already on the verge of death. A few people who were still standing firm were frightened by this scene. "Zhu Yuesheng, are you crazy? Even if you really kill us here, we have soul-planting seeds, and we can revive after death. When we get out, you and the Zhu family will be doomed." This reaction satisfied him greatly. "Do you think I'm stupid? How could I give you a chance to revive? Soul annihilation barrier. It can destroy the souls of the dead." A few seconds later, a barrier was erected, and Zhu Yuesheng then continued to manipulate psychologically. "Are you afraid? Are you trembling? You will die immediately." After a bunch of nonsense, he looked at the three girls in front of him, licking his lips sinisterly. "And you, before killing you, I want to play with you a little." Hearing those confident words, Lin Moyu smiled. "Just based on you?" With that, he took out his familiar weapon and slowly stepped forward. Seeing this action, Zhu Yuesheng sneered. "Lin Moyu, are you crazy? A mage like you actually wants to fight me with a weapon?" Without saying much, he rushed up to attack directly. "Originally, I wanted to save you for last to kill, but now I've changed my mind." No sooner said than done. Zhu Yuesheng used all his strength to raise his sword. "Die!" Instantly, a golden sword slash headed straight for Lin Moyu's head. However, before he could do anything, he was blown away by the passive skill. Shift harm. Passive. Comprehensive linkage. Witnessing this phenomenon, he was scared and sweating profusely. What's the situation? I just missed. How can he be unharmed? Unable to accept the truth, Zhu Yuesheng attacked again. "No way! Die! Cross slash!" Even so, Lin Moyu remained unharmed. At this point, he officially felt uneasy. What the heck? Even so, Zhu Yuesheng didn't give up and unleashed his strongest move. Holy Fire Halo! Holy Fire Halo! A wave of light covered the place, causing the people around to writhe in pain. Quickly drink recovery potions. Can God General Lin withstand it? While everyone was struggling, he still stood upright. A moment later, the light gradually dissipated. Even his ultimate move was pushed back. Zhu Yuesheng was in despair. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? He was so scared that he started to hypnotize himself. You didn't eat the fruit? That's not right, you ate it, otherwise you would definitely summon those damn skulls. Why can you ignore my halo after eating the fruit? Why? Hearing those rambling words, he gently declared, "Without the undead legion, I can still kill you." These words made Zhu Yuesheng, who was backed into a corner, retort, "Arrogant talk. What can a mage like you use to fight a knight like me in close combat? Yes. If the skills can't hurt you, then I will personally take you down." No sooner said than done. He slashed again. Die! Instantly, Lin Moyu blocked with his weapon and rushed up to give him a slash. Directional origin. One hit, and Zhu Yuesheng doubted his entire existence. What? Why is his close combat skill above mine? He's clearly a mage. The people outside who witnessed this scene cheered excitedly. God, General Lin, go for it! You must finish off this bastard! Ignoring the noise, Lin Moyu focused on the dude in front of him. Good thing the teacher knew what was up and had him train in the Godfall earlier. After munching on the stat fruit, his stats finally hit 10,000. Not OP, but good enough. After a bit of back and forth, Zhu Yusheng quickly backed off. He sized up Lin Moyu, thinking, okay, I'm losing, but I know one thing for sure. This guy ate a stat fruit. He's stronger than me now. Knowing the truth, he still tried to force it. Holy Annihilation Sword Slash. Instantly, a massive power surged. The Holy Annihilation Sword Slash was unleashed. Watching this, everyone started panicking. Can God General Li withstand that attack? His stats are sealed too. After putting his all into it, Zhu Yusheng smugly thought about what was coming. Die! That raw power came crashing down on his head. Not seeing any movement, Zhu Yusheng was hoping, yes, he's probably on his way to meet his maker, right? But life ain't a fairy tale. Lin Moyu popped out of nowhere and landed a fatal blow, and it was him who went down. Only after a wound appeared on his stomach, Zhu Yusheng refused to accept reality. This can't be happening. Seeing that he wouldn't believe it, Lin Moyu added another hit, using the weapon that the boss dropped earlier. Finally! It was useful! At this point, he officially fell, and at the same moment, countless swords flew and impaled Zhu Yusheng. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still refused to accept the truth. No, you can't kill me. Saying that, but only a few seconds later, Zhu Yusheng tremblingly begged, don't hurt me. Lin Moyu, please don't finish me off. I don't want to die yet. I'm still useful. I can tell you information about the demon worship cult. Lin Moyu didn't care about these words. He was just a dog of the demon worship cult. What secret information could he know? Saying that, he sent him straight to hell with one blow. The soldiers were also freed. Freed from the restraints, everyone came forward to thank him. Thank you, God General Liam, for saving us. God General Liam is truly amazing. Even under the circumstances where his skills and stats were sealed, he still finished off that beast. Yes, otherwise we would all be dead for sure. Surrounded by those words of gratitude, Lin Moyu smiled and said politely, we're all of the same race, no need to be polite. These humble words made the soldiers even more excited. God General Li, rest assured, we won't let the Zhu family off easy when we get out of here. Li Mohan also came forward to tease her little brother a bit. Xiao Yu, you look so badass now. I don't even know whether to call you Xiao Yu or God General Li now. Hearing those words, Lin Moyu laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. This clueless look made everyone laugh. Sis, stop teasing me. Having dealt with one problem, the three continued their journey. Li Mohan was the one who spoke up first. Going past this bridge will be the second stage of the trial. Starting from here, we will have to fight on our own. How far we get will depend on ourselves. Good luck then. As soon as she finished speaking, he was the one who chose to go first. Then I'll go first. Very quickly, Lin Moyu's figure disappeared behind the mist. The three girls then followed one after another. At this time, at the place of Zhu Luosheng's corpse, the ground began to crack. From within, a vine appeared, tightly wrapping around his corpse. The ground then gradually returned to normal. At the same time, Lin Moyu had arrived at the place of the low-level skill stone tablet. He quickly went to the stone, observing more carefully. Skill. Basic wind/sword technique can cut through the wind. Not even a few minutes of observation passed before a strange phenomenon occurred. The patterns are moving? Does this trial want me to learn the skill on it? Lin Moyu then noticed something. Quickly turning his head, it turned out that behind him were countless similar stones with different functions. Wind/skill, wood/skill, stone/skill. Here he was given three choices. Skills about flexibility, dexterity, and power. He went to the stones, focusing on analyzing. Although I'm just a mage, I have at least a little experience from the Godfall Tower. Learning swordsmanship probably won't be too difficult. As peaceful as it was on Lin Moyu's side, everyone else was tearing their hair out. Damn it, why a wood sword? I'm a mage! It wasn't just the brown-haired guy. At the Gale Peak, someone was desperately hugging a stone and wailing. How could this be? Could it be because I carelessly killed some animal? And so countless lamentations rang out. How am I supposed to learn this? Back to Lin Moyu. After a while of analysis, he made his decision. I've learned wind/. Let's see what this trial is about after all. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure gradually appeared behind the mist. The person then walked up to him in a fighting stance. Lin Moyu calmly took out his sword. So it wants us to rely on the skills we learned to attack the puppet. As soon as he finished speaking, the person launched a preemptive strike, putting him in an awkward state. This speed! Its agility stat must be at least 1500. He then blocked the moves while analyzing the situation. I get it. This second stage wants us to rely on the swordsmanship we learned to attack the puppet in a situation where our skills and stats are sealed. After feeling more fluid movements, Lin Moyu had a bold guess. So those who ate more fruit here will have higher stats, making it easier to deal with the puppet. Its stats aren't very high, not much different from a person. Talking a mile a minute, he lost his guard and was knocked away. But I have to admit that the stat fruit gives a whopping 10,000 stats. However, Lin Moyu quickly counterattacked. Wind slash! It was thanks to that attack that the stone was broken, giving him a new skill. Too easy, plus 500 stats. But not everyone was as chill as him. After finishing stage 2, Lin Moyu went to another place, only to receive earth-shattering news. Already at stage 3? You have forgotten the wind slash skill. Immediately after that announcement, he raised his hand and rubbed his head, gently sighing. So that's how it is. The skills learned from the previous stage will be forgotten. Henry, Headmaster Mo, even said that those who reach the third stage won't remember anything anymore. Once again, Lin Moyu had to face 4 stones with 4 different skills. Bullet skill, wind blade skill, ice arrow skill, lightning ball skill. After reading those names, he couldn't hide his satisfaction. I didn't expect it to be mage-type skills. This time it's right up my alley. It was thanks to that confidence that the training dummy was quickly defeated. Done! Successfully leveled up, Lin Moyu was bursting with excitement for the next journey. Next is the 4th stage, plus 100 stats. At this time, the first person was pushed out. Seeing who that person was, an elder worriedly came forward. Feng'er, you were eliminated? How is it? Are you okay? When he was able to recover, Li Feng raised his head and frantically announced, Grandpa, something happened at the ancestral hall. These words successfully attracted the attention of the others. Without waiting too long, Li Feng said a long story. Zhu Luo Sheng of the Zhu family joined the demon worship cult, becoming their minion. He didn't eat the fruit in there, but waited for us to finish eating so that our skills and stats would be sealed before he struck. Moreover, he even used the soul extinction barrier, making it impossible for us to be resurrected through the soul imprint. Hearing what Li Feng said, Ning Tianran jumped up. What? He then couldn't contain his excitement, and stepped forward to confirm, making Li Feng's grandpa step in to stop him. What did you just say? Old Ning. Don't rush, let Feng'er finish. Asked like that, Li Feng panicked and recounted what happened. Zhu Yuesheng wanted to wipe us out, but luckily Lin Chen showed up in time. He fleeking reversed the situation and finished off Zhu Yuesheng. Otherwise, none of us would have survived to get out. Hearing these words, the anger in Ning Tianran exploded. The Zhu family has some flicking nerve. Not only him, but Mo Jinghe also couldn't contain his anger. Daring to kill human geniuses in my creation ground, the Zhu family is seriously courting death. Speaking of which, the group quickly turned their heads. However, behind them was already empty. The Zhu family was guilty and had already retreated. Witnessing everyone's furious appearances, Mo Jinghe quickly spoke to reassure them. Everyone, rest assured, they won't escape. Wait until the trial ground ends and we'll mess with them. This statement caused quite a stir among those present. The Zhu family really ate a bear's gall, actually colluding with the demon-worshipping society to kill people in the Academy's creation ground. This time the Zhu family is done for. Before they could talk more about this issue, there was movement at the gate. Just got eliminated. Mo Xinghe looked at the people inside who were discussing and speculated. Eliminated 20 people, so now there are only 10 people left in the trial ground. Back at the Holy Land, Lin Moyu proceeded to the next trial. This time it was archery skills, and soon he defeated the training crowd and then leveled up his 4-dimension stats by 1500 points. After walking a bit further, Lin Moyu encountered a strange beam of light. Light? Witnessing that strange light, he became serious. Teacher Bai Chen once said that the Creation Academy has a beam of light that is extremely important to me. It seems that this is it. Finding what he needed, Lin Moyu quickly entered the mist. Before, from the moment he felt the power of light, this light, could it be the light of life? Forget it. No more guessing. As long as I go to the end, the answer will naturally be revealed. After entering, the scene inside surprised Lin Moyu. Huh, just a stone stele. He quickly stepped forward to read the description of the stone stele. Minor healing skill. A basic healing skill that can perform healing on targets, restoring vitality. After reading, Lin Moyu confirmed his thoughts. It seems that my guess was not wrong. The trial of the creation ground is not just 4 stages. Each time you reach a platform, you will face skills that are increasingly difficult to learn, and puppets with higher attributes. The difficulty of the challenge will constantly increase. For us with sealed attribute skills, this is not only a test of comprehension ability, but also a test of practical combat ability. Just as he finished speaking, the aura behind him began to become strange. Seeing the person fighting 3 people alone, Lin Moyu quickly guessed. So this time, let me use the skill to maintain its life, testing my spiritual power. Without another word, he raised his hand to use his power to heal that person. Outside, Ning Yi and the others had also left the Holy Land. Seeing his granddaughter appear, Ning Tianran quickly stepped forward to ask, "Hello, Senior Ning." Yi. Yi, how do you feel? Asked like that, Ning Yi smiled brightly and replied, "My strength, agility, and spirit have all increased by 3,000 points, and my physique has even increased by 7,000 points." Hearing this result, he breathed a sigh of relief. Based on past experience, this harvest was already extremely good. Mo Xinghe at this time also stepped forward to analyze the situation. Eliminated 27 people, 1 death. Now there are only those 2 sisters left in the trial ground. Back to Lin Moyu. He once again leveled up his 4-dimension stats by 3,000 points. I can't even count which platform I've cleared. Done. That strange light appeared again at the end of the road. Only the distance between me and that light is indeed getting closer and closer. Following that light, Lin Moyu sighed. So warm. What is this after all? Immediately after, that light became even more dazzling, and he was taken to a strange space. Lin Moyu walked to the only person present, and that person quickly turned his head. Wait a moment. There is still one person who hasn't arrived yet. He then saw something and widened his eyes in surprise. That is, it turned out that Lin Moyu noticed the stone on the other person's forehead, the life core. At the same time, Lin Mohan came from somewhere. As expected, Zhao Yu is still 1 step faster than me. After stretching, she took out a luminous stone and handed it to that person, the life star ore. This is what the teacher asked me to give back to you. The thing that he promised you has been done. I hope you can also abide by your promise. That person quickly took the stone and gave Lin Moynihan something. Feeling the power erupting, she smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you." At the same time, the square stone also lit up. My transaction with that person has been completed. Done. That person went straight to the main issue. Now it's your 2's trial, only 1 spot, you 2. Hearing this, the 2 sisters had the same idea. No need, just send me out. I'll save this opportunity for him. Her refusal surprised Lin Moyu. Sis, what do you mean by this? Silly little bro. Witnessing that surprised reaction, Lin Moynihan comforted. This opportunity is even more important to you. For me, a 3-cycle cultivator, it's very ordinary. Moreover, I've already gotten what I needed. These words made Lin Moyu doubtful. Sis, the other person also spoke up. That's right, she's not lying to you. She got something better. Done. Lin Mohan left. Zhao Yu, rest assured, I will also have the path that I need to take. I'm not intentionally giving it to you. Before leaving, she joked, "If I lie to you, I'm a puppy." As soon as Lin Moynihan left, that person led him to somewhere. She has given up the reward. Now you are the only master. Please follow me. That person, while leading Lin Moyu to the reward, also analyzed the results that he used and also managed to survive through all the trials. In the past 1,000 years, you are the most qualified person I have ever met to obtain it. Without exception. Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling light enveloped him. That person went to the side of that light and bowed his head to remind. This is what you need. As for whether you can get it, it depends on your luck. Lin Moyu quickly went inside to enjoy the warmth of that light. The seals on my attributes and skills have all been removed. The attribute points I got in the trial ground have all been added to the 4 dimensions attributes that I originally had. After a while, a scepter appeared. It then approached Lin Moyu. The white-haired person widened his eyes in fear when he saw that thing appear. At the same time, A strange phenomenon occurred. The gem on the scepter was absorbing another gem. Witnessing this scene, that white-haired person knelt down respectfully. This thing is the Scepter of Creation, core damaged, mythic grade weapon with all attributes plus 40,000 points, above level 90, can use the Light of Life, can perform comprehensive healing on the target. The Light of Destruction can deal fatal blows to the target. Lin Moyu took the scepter in surprise. It's no longer a fake core, but has become a damaged core state. This proves that my guess was not wrong. The creation ground is indeed related to the Scepter of Creation. If I can restore the core, it will recover and become a true mythic-grade weapon. Without another word, he was taken aback by the strange state of the person next to him. "What's wrong with you?" Asked like that person respectfully replied, "Little servant greets master. You possess the Scepter of Creation. You are the master of this servant." This statement surprised Lin Moyu. "You know about this Scepter of Creation?" "Yes, master." Without another word, that person stood up and respectfully placed his hand in front of his chest, saying everything he knew. "I have always been looking for the successor of light. Until I met you. You possess the Scepter of Creation. You can become the next term's god of life." These words made him frown. "But I am a human. I never thought about becoming the god of life." Despite many questions, Lin Moyu still left that place. Seeing him appear, Ning Yi quickly stepped forward to hug him tightly. Ning Tianran also quickly stepped forward to ask, "Brat, how was it? Did you get that thing?" He replied proudly, "I guess you could say I got it." Lin Moyu then said some information about his stats. Each dimension attribute increased by 12,000 points, stamina plus 30%. Hearing this, the elders couldn't hide their joy. "Good kid, your stats might be double that of other awakeners at your level." Lin, what are your specific stats right now?" In response, he summoned his info panel with insane stats. Name: Lin Moyu. Class: Unique rank 45 Necromancer. Spirit: 83, 110. Everyone was shook. AF. WTF. A mid-tier legendary class awakener at level 45 barely breaks 80k total stats, and you're 10k higher? Your power is higher than warriors. Agility exceeds assassins. Are you even a mage anymore? Good thing I wasn't born in your era. Bai Yiyuan was bursting with pride for his student. "You little punk, I was looking forward to conquering the abyss with you at God rank and showing those noobs what's up. And teaching those damn brats a lesson." Hearing his teacher's intention, Lin Moyu smirked. "Bet." Before the two could do anything, another person pointed out the elephant in the room. "But the Zhu family, the cult of the Dark Church, has been getting bolder lately. They think they're untouchable by infiltrating all factions. Time to reel in the big fish." Just then, his watch beeped, and a familiar face popped up. Yo, Lin Jr., got time?" Seeing who was calling, Bai Yiyuan teased, "You little stud. Not bad with the ladies." Not teasing his student anymore, he shooed him away. "Alright, go do your thing. I've got my own business to handle. Later." After everyone left, Bai Yiyuan turned to someone beside him. "Alright, Lao Meng, hand over the list." Holding the paper, he grinned evilly. Nice. After reading, Bai Yiyuan gathered his crew. "Let's go. Haven't thrown down in a while? Time to warm up." Meanwhile, at the Demon Subjugation Tower in City Number 9, a dispute erupted among the God Knights. "Bai Yiyuan, what the hell is wrong with you?" "Bai Yiyuan, Meng Anwen, why are you bringing the Demon Subjugation Tower to City Number 9? Wang Lin, a 3-star God General. Rank 92 God Knight. Wei Kang, a 3-star God General. Rank 92 Star Warrior. He Shize, a 4-star God General. Rank 93 God Mage." Asked this, Bai Yiyuan chuckled. "What's wrong? Haven't I been to City Number 9 in a while? Don't you know why I'm here? Hand over anyone I call out." This confidence spooked them. "Are you saying there are traitors to humanity in our City Number 9? Exposed, the group panicked slightly. "But Bai Yiyuan, do you have any proof?" Not letting things be exposed, he snapped, "Just based on the piece of paper in your hand?" Seeing their lack of cooperation, Bai Yiyuan threatened with force. "My word is proof. I'm about to go on a rampage. Let's see if you dare stop me." Faced with that pressure, everyone was scared. Just then, Ye Hao, level 95, 5-star God General, appeared, smoothing things over. "God Bai, no need to get so angry. If God Bai is here, you must have solid evidence. Go ahead." Bai Yiyuan was taken aback. "Old Ye, didn't expect you to be in City Number 9. Old Ye extended his hand. God Bai must have investigated thoroughly. It must be correct, please. Then, Bai Yi Yuan transformed into a stream of power, blasting towards the city. Yeah. He stood amidst that powerful fire energy, unleashing it as the soldiers below panicked and ran, while Bai Yi Yuan's power transformed into a giant fist slamming down. And so, screams of agony echoed throughout the city. He quickly returned to his original position beside Meng Anwen. Yi Yuan casually said, "The traitors on the list have all paid the price." Next stop, Azure Branch number 8. Meng Anwen also questioned. "Right, Old Ye. The demon subjugation tower still doesn't have an owner?" These words stunned everyone who heard them. Old Ye's expression turned gloomy. "Anwen, what is the meaning of this?" Meng Anwen calmly looked behind him. "Nothing. Just protect the demon subjugation tower well. Its owner is coming soon." A new wave of energy appeared, confusing everyone. What did he mean? Was he talking about Lin Moyu? Old Yi suddenly closed his eyes, saying with resignation, "God General Lin is a talented young man. If he can master the demon subjugation tower, that's naturally a good thing. I haven't been able to do it. After so many years, I was just one step short. If he can do it, then let him do it, so what? Remember, no matter how we fight, it's all for humanity." Everyone else responded in unison. "We understand." Cut to High City. At the Zhu family, 666 appeared with a serious expression. He stood from afar and saw the large forces gathering on one side. At this time, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qingtian, looked into the distance worriedly. "This lineup, I fear something big is about to happen." Then a sudden burst of power appeared in the Zhu family. Zhu Qingtian, as soon as he saw who it was, cupped his hands in salute. "Old Ning, may I ask what crime my Zhu family has committed?" 666 then threw a book over, startling him. "Old Zhu, please see for yourself." Zhu Qingtian quickly flipped through the contents inside. As soon as he finished reading, his eyes widened, veins popped on his forehead, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? How can this be?" Zhu Qingtian's hands trembled. 666 then spoke. "It seems that even you have been deceived. You've dedicated yourself to the country, developing the Zhu family to its current scale, but now..." He loudly apologized and affirmed, "My descendants are incompetent, Old Ning. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you an explanation." 666 calmly replied, "That's for the best. I believe Old Zhu will handle this well." On this side, Gi Giyiq sought help from Senior Shu Han. "Senior, what can I do for you?" She replied. "Lin Jr. wants to ask you for a favor," he said seriously. "Senior, just tell me straight." Shu Han smiled. "Follow me." A moment later, she led Gi to a place with dark chemical vials. Shu Han opened the door to a room. As soon as it opened, something assaulted Gi's nose, startling him. This familiar smell. Shu Han turned back and asked, "Lin Jr. has probably guessed it already?" He wondered why there was a corpse rot smell here. At this moment, Lin God General appeared inside Dongfang Jiao. "We meet again." Then her expression turned serious. "God General Lan, do you still remember? I told you before, hoping you could help remove the corpse rot poison. This is my mother. Since I was very young, she was poisoned by corpse rot while guarding the seal of the corpse rot realm, and has been unable to detoxify ever since." As she spoke, a woman appeared with a face already stained with corpse rot. Gu looked down at her with a somewhat helpless look. "I sympathize, but I don't have the ability to save her right now." Shu Han then spoke. "Lin Jr., you misunderstood. We just want to ask Lin Jr. for help." Just then an announcement sounded. "Grandpa, God General Lin is here. He's here. He's here." From the stairs, an old man with white hair and beard, half of his head bald, was struggling to walk down. "This is the God-ranked pharmacist named Xu Ping." Gi exclaimed in his heart in shock. "He's actually a God-ranked pharmacist." Then he quickly saluted. "Greetings, God Pharmacist." He waved his hand. "Don't call me God Pharmacist. This old man doesn't deserve that title at all." Song Xu Ping went straight to the point. Zhao Princess said, "Your summon can resolve corpse rot poison, and it so happens that I have a skill that can analyze other people's skills. God General Lin, would you mind letting me analyze your summon a bit? To find the source of resolving the corpse rot poison." Guiqiu quickly raised his hand, creating a surge of dark power. "No problem." Immediately, a giant soldier appeared. Shu Han covered her mouth in shock at the sight, while Shu Ping sighed inwardly. That's a powerful summon. Then a surge of power enveloped him, along with the soldier, who was also surrounded by that power. Shu Ping closed his eyes, starting to focus, sweat pouring down. Dongfang Zhao anxiously asked, Elder Shu, how is it? Can you analyze it? He disappointedly replied, This skill is extremely special, yet it cannot be analyzed. This is the first skill this old man has ever encountered that even a god-tier expert can't analyze. Hearing this, Dongfang Zhao fell into despair. What do we do now? Gi looked regretful. Although I really want to help you, my current level isn't high enough yet. Sorry. Then he turned to Yao Shen. Senior Yao Shen, if there's nothing else, Wen Bei must take his leave. Shu Ping replied, We've really troubled God General Lin today. Hanner, see God General Lin off for your grandfather. Then the two of them stepped out of the room. Dongfang Zhao burst into tears. Grandpa Yao Shen, can't my mother really be saved anymore? Elder Shu helplessly said, Corpse rot poison is the most bizarre poison I've ever encountered. Until now, other than God General Lin's summon being able to dissolve it, there's no other way. Dongfang Zhao covered her face, sobbing. Is there really no other way? Elder Shu replied, Perhaps we can only wait for God General Lin to break through to the god tier level, but at his rate of leveling up, it won't be long. Outside, Shu Han saw Gui Q Gi off and said, Sorry, junior brother Lin, it was hard on you to make a trip. He replied, It's nothing. When I have the power, I will save her mother. I have to go grind levels now. As he spoke, he waved his hand and turned away, the scene changing to the dungeon hall. Gi quickly arrived here. Looking at a dungeon entrance, Gi calculated. With the existence of the Highland Beast God, I'll level up very quickly at this stage of level 50. I'll clear level 50 first. After calculating, he quickly disappeared outside the gate. At this time, a team in black was following Gi's movements, signaling to each other. Confirm Lin Moyu has entered, right? Confirmed, let's move. They appeared fanatical. Bai Chen and An Shen aren't in the academy, they're still slaughtering our people. But it's also our opportunity. As long as we can kill Lin Moyu here, we won't suffer a loss. As they spoke, they manipulated a strange purple stone. That power infiltrated the dungeon gate that Gi had just entered. At this moment, a cloud of strange energy appeared in the dungeon hall, and that demonic energy was becoming increasingly powerful. The people inside noticed it. What's going on? Why is there the aura of a deep abyss demon? Everyone frantically shouted warnings. Not good, that's a deep abyss magic stone. Those people are from the Demon Worship Society. They want to deal with God General Lin. A big problem has occurred. Quickly notify the instructor. Then they turned and ran to report to their superiors. At this time, a guy appeared and shouted, Calm down, what are you afraid of? He summoned a small purple stone, then crushed it. Immediately, another surge of power released from the group. The guy's expression became fanatical and greedy. Isn't it just Lin Moyu about to die? What are you all so nervous about? As long as he dies, Jiajing Academy will definitely be heartbroken. Not good? He's also a member of the Demon Worship Society. Just like that, countless rays of power filled the space of the dungeon hall like a net, rising into the air, creating a barrier that separated it from the outside. The space inside became chaotic, and angry voices rang out. How dare you cause trouble in my Jiajing Academy? You're courting death. Gi, who was inside the dungeon, seemed to have heard the commotion and turned around. A strange deep abyss power is flooding in. His eyes became sharp. Deep abyss fire in the dungeon. How can deep abyss fire appear? Following that power were several deep abyss people. Each of them had bright eyes and faces full of resentment, as if they wanted to tear him apart. These people are students of the academy? No, they're people from the Demon Worship Society. They're here to kill me. The moment those people saw Gi, they rushed to attack. He was now surrounded by them. That light seemed to thickly coat the space. They set up a strange magic circle beneath the ground. One of them frantically looked up at the sky and shouted, Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon Lord to descend. Then the others did the same. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon Lord to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon Lord to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon Lord to descend. Burn my body, sacrifice my soul, summon the Demon Lord to descend. Thus, those bodies began to burn, and gradually disappear into the space. They transformed into strange streams of energy that gathered in one place in the middle. The entire dungeon was now filled with the aura of the deep abyss. Within that dense power, a giant eye appeared. That eye began to open, immediately flashing with a powerful killing intent. Yi was dripping with sweat. Looks like they've planned meticulously, just waiting for me to enter the dungeon to kill me, preparing for a last stand. As he spoke, he took out a stone. All of his teleportation items had become ineffective. Only the deep abyss teleport stone could still be used. Suddenly, a giant, sharp hand appeared in the space. After a moment, a fiery body became clearer, called the Flame Demon Lord. Gi stood before that demon, as small as an ant. The Flame Demon Lord grinned hideously. Hee, Lin Moyu, this time you can't escape. Gi glared resentfully. Flame Demon, is that you? The Flame Demon Lord's body began to darken. Gi calmly analyzed the situation. That's not right. Although the clone is much stronger than the Manbull Demon Lord, it doesn't have the aura of a god tier. As if realizing something, he grinned. Flame Demon, is it because the power of the sacrifice isn't enough, and you're also suppressed by the dungeon rules? This body of yours seems to have some weaknesses, it replied, sensing his insight. You've seen through it all, but so what? Even if this body of mine can't unleash even a fraction of its power, killing you is still a piece of cake. You think so? Sneers Quake coldly. The abyss power is spreading. A level 46 plateau wild wolf spawns. After inhaling that abyss power, the plateau wild wolf mutates, becoming more ferocious with razor-sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes. Level up to 52 GGEZ. While dealing with the toxic aura, Quake speaks. You can't kill me here. Calculating. Why the hell did he pick the Divine Beast Plateau? This whole place is my weapon. Seeing him flap his wings and fly away, the Flame Demon King roars. HMPH, wanna run? Dream on, noob. You ain't escaping. I'll incinerate you to ashes. He unleashes a barrage of power straight at Quake. The damage is insane. He has to dodge like crazy. His situation is critical, but he remains calm. Eyes sharp, he calculates. To kill the Flame Demon, he needs to rely on these two skills, Lock On and that buffed soldier. Must find an opening for a one-hit kill. Can't let him react. Let the Skull Legion aggro the monster. Ming will go all out to keep him busy. Plan set. He summons a colossal buffed soldier. Go! Quake commands the soldier to block the Flame Demon King. The soldier opens its mouth and lets out a massive roar, forcing the demon to halt in its tracks. He reaches out with a disdainful tone. Where did this little insect come from? Annoying. He crushes the soldier's neck. Immediately, the buffed soldier begins to burn in his hand. Quake. Glances back. Even though the soul-devouring Worm King's strength is lacking, it can only buy him a little time. How long can the earth-shaking dragon god stall him? The Flame Demon King stops chasing. He sighs. This brat has quite a few tricks. He's about to teleport when a giant centipede whips him. Instantly, the Flame Demon King grabs the centipede and hurls it away. The giant centipede begins to crack. The Flame Demon King smashes it repeatedly. The centipede has completely lost its combat power. Its pupils flash. Then, it reaches its limit and explodes in space. The Flame Demon King deals with it and quickly resumes his pursuit. Quake, what's wrong? Can't fly anymore? Now that's surprising. Not only do you have flight skills at this level, but you can also summon so many undead. Why should I let you live? The longer you live, the more disadvantageous it is for my abyss. Must eliminate you early. Quake is being bombarded. The Demon King lives up to his name. Even the soul-devouring Worm King and the earth-shaking dragon god couldn't stall him for long. Suddenly, his eyes widen, pupils constricting. The Flame Demon King's massive fist comes down. Quake can't dodge in time and is crushed into the ground. A shockwave erupts, dust flying everywhere. Quake coughs up blood from the attack. Is this the power of a Demon King? The Flame Demon King continues to attack. Finally, down. Die! Before Quake can even stand up, he's taking more hits. Just then, chains shoot towards the Flame Demon King from the dust. His body is bound by those chains. This is the weakening curse skill. The Flame Demon King struggles to break free, roaring, Bastard! I'll tear you to pieces! Terrifying pupils appear behind him, and those attacks pierce through like arrows. After regaining control, Quasi gets up, trying to dodge the remaining attacks of the Flame Demon King, but he gets slashed across the face. Quay quickly summons his bone armor, then follows up with the Soulfire skill. Soulfire lunges and gnaws at the Flame Demon King's head. He speaks, "Indeed, you're getting stronger too fast. Letting you grow will definitely make you a great enemy of the abyss." Nearby, the buffed soldiers are still dealing with the mutated wild wolves. Quay sees it. The time is probably almost here. The legions have probably collected enough corpses. The soldiers carry the corpses of the wild wolves, Quay decides. The opportunity has arrived. One side, the soldiers are carrying piles of monster skulls in droves. The buffed soldier unleashes an attack called Military Might. A wave of power is unleashed. The Flame Demon King squints disdainfully, sending summons to their deaths. Instantly, parts of the ground explode with thunderous sounds. White bones shatter in the air. 22 Skull Warriors are destroyed. 60 Skull Warriors are heavily injured, and the Healing Legion quickly appears to rescue them. Those shattered bones begin to reassemble. The Flame Demon King laughs mockingly. Haha, even with healing skills, how long can your summons endure? Suddenly, he is startled when he sees wild wolf heads being thrown at him. Immediately, the heads activate their self-destruct sequence. An explosion blasted straight into the Flame Demon Lord's face, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. He emerged, unscathed, scoffing. Weak. Too weak. So your skills are nothing special. I was being too cautious. The bodies of other Highland Hellhounds began detonating in mid-air. Another massive cloud of dust erupted. The Flame Demon Lord, now impatient, roared, "Lin Moyu, you damn bug! Prepare to meet your demise." Lin Moyu. Roaring, the Flame Demon Lord unleashed a surge of power. Instantly, nearby soldiers were incinerated in the flames. Loss report. 56 Skull Warriors eliminated. GQ continued summoning, re-entering the battlefield. "My warriors, you only get one shot. You have to land a killing blow." He held a magic circle in his hand. The opportunity within the 30-second window of the buffed soldier skill. Buffed soldier. For 30 seconds, all base stats of the user and summoned units are boosted by 200%. All attacks deal an extra 500% bonus damage. Cooldown. 1 hour. All stats up 200%. The Skull Warriors have been turned into buffed soldiers. Another wave of attacks continued. The Flame Demon Lord kept blasting out fierce flames. "This little bit of damage won't kill me. You should just obediently die," Gyuaq calmly retorted. "Of course I know it won't kill you." In his heart, he calculated that the buffed soldier enhancement was his real killing move. His strength had leveled up more than just a little recently. Suddenly he exclaimed, 30 seconds! Kill! Soulfire! Immediately, the Flame Demon Lord's body was enveloped in the power of Soulfire. The Flame Demon Lord felt the pain and began to scream. "Ah, it hurts! What skill is this? Why does it hurt so much?" Gyuaq focused on charging forward. His time was limited, he had to make good use of every second. Blood-red pupils were still present, surrounding the Flame Demon Lord. Meanwhile, Gyuaq recklessly charged toward him, despite facing a dense barrage of attacks. His eyes were full of determination. Then, another huge explosion erupted in front of Gyuaq. He said, "First, I'll weaken your recovery ability, then summon the bone armor, and then continue to use Venom Essence Bomb." The Flame Demon Lord, now submerged in the dust, still stubbornly said, "You actually have poison skills, you damn insect." Gyuaq responded by continuously using Soul Lock Elemental Explosion. His attacks began to affect the Flame Demon Lord. "Ah, kid, you've completely angered me." Things are getting more and more chaotic. Gyuaq hurriedly turned around to observe the situation of his soldiers. 15 seconds left. These Skull Warriors are my real killer move. The Flame Demon Lord began to take notice. Not those annoying insects again. Damn it, these skulls keep draining my power. Then he threw another punch down below. The system appeared. Berserk Annihilation, dealing 500% of the user's power in damage to the target. Cooldown. 10 minutes. The Flame Demon Lord began to falter. He stood there frozen. The soldiers, wielding their weapons, rushed forward. He immediately used his ultimate move. Attacks descending on the soldiers. "Get out!" Gyuaq once again summoned the Healing Legion. "Heal! We absolutely cannot let the skulls die here, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain." The wounded soldiers were quickly regenerated. Then together they charged towards the Flame Demon Lord and used Berserk Annihilation. Suddenly, a moment of silence passed. Gyuq's eyes widened in shock. An unprecedentedly powerful attack erupted. The Rocky Mountains exploded, the soldiers were sent flying into the air, a column of smoke rose from the ground like a giant mushroom. Gaikyu thought to himself. No experience points returned. He's not dead yet. The cloud of dust gradually dissipated. Seeing his opponent, he spoke again. So this is your true form. Flame Demon, your current form is really too ugly. He laughed sinisterly and roared, "Hee, Lin Moyu, die!" Then came a giant vortex of power heading his way. He shouted in horror, "Not good." That attack landed on Gaikyu, shattering his bone armor. He tried to resist. "Damn demon! Finally use that move! My comprehensive link might be able to withstand it." In the thick cloud of dust, the Flame Demon Lord looked incredulous. "This is impossible! Why aren't you dead yet?" Gaikyu's armor was burned away by the previous attack, revealing a scratched body. Looked up. "Flame Demon, you should go now." The Flame Demon Lord roared unwillingly. "No, Lin Moyu, I use the soul of this clone to curse you. Curse you to never be able to level up. Curse your skills to be sealed. Curse! This is a god-level curse. No one can remove it for you. Even if I can't kill you, I'll ruin you. In your future life, you will definitely remember the favor bestowed upon you by this lord." Following the curses of the Flame Demon Lord, eerie powers crept into Gaikyu. He stood there silently accepting it. Then he used immunity status. A stream of fresh power erupted. "Too bad, Flame Demon. I can immune any curse." Killed the Flame Demon Lord's soul clone. 10 million experience points. Sergeant's badge +1. Then Gaikyu was immersed in a golden stream of spirit energy that was constantly leveling up. He smiled contentedly. "I didn't expect Flame Demon to come and give me experience, letting me directly level up to level 48. Then he quickly logged out of the dungeon. As soon as he came out, Gaikyu was shocked by the devastated scene before his eyes. The dungeon hall was now a pile of rubble, with smoke still lingering. He quickly asked an injured person lying next to him, "What happened? Did the demons come here?" The dude rushes in, reporting, "General Lin, battle's over. The Demon Worship Society infiltrated the academy, and they've all been dealt with." Gaikyu chillin', like a villain, no need to stress, spill the deets. He's like, "8!" Cutscene to the Abyss world. Blood-red space with a freakin' firestorm raining down. A demon freaks out, abyssal fire rain? What's up with Lord Flame Demon? Just a blob now, Flame Demon is back. Clutching his head, he's fuming. Gee, you trash insect. You made me lose nearly all my soul power. I almost lost my Demon Lord status. Lin Moyu, you will die by my hand. Flashback to 2011. The Xia Empire's purge of the Demon Worship Society lasted over half a month. A bizarre castle appeared in the deepest part of the abyss. Demon Lords galore in the waiting hall. Black Heaven Demon Lord wants the tea. Second Demon, you know why His Majesty summoned us? Second Demon already sus. Probably related to the humans, recent moves. The Xia Empire's Demon Worship Society is getting rekent. Flame Demon looking pissed. Eyes blazing like hellfire. Sword Demon Lord and 100 Arms Demon Lord are also in attendance. A massive energy engulfs the castle deep within the abyss. The supreme ruler is none other than the Abyss Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor emerges from the green smoke, his power resonating. He takes his rightful place on the throne. The Demon Lord's gotta show respect. Greetings, Your Majesty. His eyes are bloodshot, looking savage AF. The other Demon Lords don't dare look up. The Demon Emperor speaks up. Second Demon. She panics, hearing her name called. Yes, he's playing 4D chess, recent movements. Especially the Xia Empire wiping out the Demon Worship Society. What are your thoughts? Second Demon bows down, helpless. Bai Yi Yuan, Meng Anwen, and the Xia Empire's tower took action together. The attack was too sudden, we had no time to react effectively. The Demon Emperor grinds his teeth. You're saying? Facing the humans, sweep, you did nothing. She tried to pass the blame like a hot potato. No, Your Majesty. Bai Yi Yuan and Meng Anwen left Xiajing Academy, so I had the Demon Worship Society try to assassinate Lin Moyu. That scrub Flame Demon swore he'd kill Lin Moyu, so he took the mission. Flame Demon is seething but helpless. You witch! His rage flares as the Demon Emperor calls his name. Flame Demon has to swallow his pride. Your Majesty, straight to the point, did you get Lin Moyu? Sweat drips as he reports, I was careless and miscalculated. I couldn't kill Lin Moyu. Please forgive me. Energy bursts from Flame Demon's body. Even the Demon Emperor can't accept the L. The Demon Lords are silent, 'Cause things ain't looking good. The losses of the Demon Worship Society I don't care about. Just some boring pawns. He's got a quest for them. I've summoned you all because I have an important task. They listen intently. 1. Prepare for war. Defend the Abyss entrance. The Dragon Clan is mobilizing. A great war is coming. 2. A Terra Knight will emerge among the humans. I sense that disgusting aura. Find him and kill him. He smirks evilly. And find Lin Moyu. Kill him. Don't let him reach third transition. Moyu TPs to his master. After the Demon Worship Society continuously swept the Divine Beast Highlands for half a month, he's now level 50. The old man with white hair is hyped. General Lin is back. He asks to leave. If that's the case, General Bai, we'll take our leave. We won't bother you two. Yi Yuan promises not to pursue the matter further. Eastern Nation Lord, I appreciate your intentions. What happened before wasn't your fault, no need to mention it again. The two return to the Eastern Empire, reporting for duty. He can't hide his excitement. As expected of royalty. So frickin' rich. I've gathered materials for half my life, and it's not even close to what they gave me. And Wen isn't surprised. They came with sincerity this time, clearly valuing Lin. Ying Yuan grins. Of course he's my disciple. He's curious about the loot. So happy. What did the Dongfang family give? He flexes on Mo Yu. Not only did they replenish the materials you used for second transition, they even prepared almost all the materials for your third transition. I'll keep the other stuff for now, but there's something you can use now. The manuals in the jade emit a radiant glow. They float up, dozens of intermediate flash skill manuals. Yi Yuan confidently says, You're already level 50, time to unlock some new skills. A blinding light shines from the skill manuals, enveloping Mo Yu. Dark wings sprout from his back. System notification. Received skill. Wings of the Undead. Wings of the Undead level 1. Grants flight ability to self and summons for 1 second. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed, and the shorter the cooldown. Cooldown, 1 hour. Yi Yuan is shook. Flight skill? Even An Wen is stunned. Looks like it's not over yet. Message pops up. Detecting that the host has awakened Wings of the Undead, the system is merging and optimizing the skill for the host. It's fast AF. Skill fusion complete. He transforms according to the system's instructions, receiving a new skill. Lightning Undead Wings. Lightning Undead Wings level 1. Grants flight ability to self and summons for 10 seconds. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed, and the shorter the cooldown. Cooldown, 1 hour. The Wings of the Undead gradually disappear from Moyu's back. He clutches the skill manual in his hand. The system really plays favorites with Mo Yu. He receives the skill, Shackles of the Dead. It gently reminds. Host has awakened Shackled Skull. The system is optimizing skill fusion for the host. Message spam. Fusing with Weakening Curse. Skill fusion complete. He just stands there and already gets results. Acquiring the new skill. Skeletal Prison. Mo Yu only has eyes for the glowing skill book. The system announces good news. Acquired new skill. Elemental Witch Summon. This is a legit warrior. Notification panel updating. Host has awakened Elemental Witch Summon. The system is optimizing skill fusion for the host, fusing with Undead General Summons. System delivers the hype. Acquired new skill. Witch General Summon. Mo Yu asks for permission to grind. Teacher An Shen, I'm gonna level up this skill and come back. With my 10-fold talent buff, my skill will definitely be OP. Yi Yuan agrees without hesitation. Go. We're all looking forward to seeing your skill in action. He bows politely before teleporting. Mo Yu reappears in the arena. 6 hours later, he's itching to see. Back already? How did it go? Show us your results. Mo Yu replies decisively. Yes. System updates current status. Name. Lin Moyu. Class. Only Undead Princess. Level. 51%. Strength. 48.55. Constitution. 48.055. Agility. 48.055. Spirit. 103.110. New skill added. Level 50 Undead Lightning Wings. Grants self and summons 50 seconds of flight. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Yi Yuan is caught off guard. Flight is OP, and even his summons get temporary flight. System provides another insane skill. Level 50 Skeletal Prison. To bind enemies. Bound enemies can't retaliate. Damage taken increased by 30%. Duration: 1 minute. Binding time varies based on enemy level. Number of bindings can change. He easily guesses Moyun's intentions. A crazy control skill. With this kid's methods, once he locks down an enemy, it's insta-kill. Yi Yuan senses the terrifying power in the air and officially introduces Platinum Grade Witch General, level 50, Strength 16,000, Constitution 16,000, Agility 16,000, Spirit 180,000. Skills: Legion Buff level 5, Legion Heal level 5, Legion Aura level 5, Witch Aura level 5, can buff elemental auras on all Undead Legion members. Different elemental auras have different effects. And Wen thinks for a long moment before speaking. Elemental auras. Lin kid, summon your summon and try out that skill. Believe in your ability. The scepter unleashes the move. System displays description. Fiery Blaze Aura inflicts fire damage to enemies within a 10 meters radius. His eyes widen. This skill is straight up broken, directly giving solo skeleton warriors the ability to AoE. Mokyu remains unnaturally calm. The system calls out the next power. Light of Victory Aura. He presents the utilities succinctly. Light of Victory Aura increases resistance to light element damage and increases attack power against dark-type monsters. He's knowledgeable. Not just Fiery Blaze and Light of Victory, the Witch General can also unleash Windstorm, Freeze, Earth, and Lightning auras. Yi Yuan isn't surprised. Correct. Although your skeleton self isn't buffed, with the Witch General, it's basically an all-around buff to your Undead Legion. An Wen praises Moyu profusely. Even though he's only level 50, his strength is equal to a level 70 third-class job holder. If this old man hadn't witnessed his growth firsthand, I wouldn't believe someone like him existed. He humbly bows in thanks. Luckily, I had the tutelage of you two seniors. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have achieved what I have today. He always believed in Moyu. You brat, it's because you're strong enough to turn our resources into your own power. If it were that useless trash, Zhu Yanjiesheng, he would have died countless times already. An Wen asks for his opinion. Moyu, what are your plans for the future? Moyu is bursting with enthusiasm. I think it's time to return to the Kangoo Trial Grounds. A desolate scene one day later. Kangoo Trial Grounds. He uses magic to teleport here. Moyu knows his purpose for coming. Back here again. First, gotta check out my skeletons. He tries to maintain focus to summon his skeletons. The system gives a special introduction. Platinum Grade Berserker Skeleton. Level 50. Strength 105,000. Agility 105,000. Spirit 105,000. Constitution 105,000. Skill Rampage Strike Level 2 inflicts 600% of self-strength as damage to the target. Cooldown 10 minutes. Another one appears nearby. Platinum Grade Archmage Skeleton. Level 50. Strength 25,000. Agility 25,000. Spirit 150,000. Constitution 25,000. Skill Elemental Explosion inflicts mixed elemental damage to the target. The last one isn't bad either. Platinum Grade Marksman Skeleton. Level 50. Strength 75,000. Agility 150,000. Spirit 75,000. Constitution 75,000. Skill Soul Lock. Attack is guaranteed to hit. Moyu is secretly overjoyed but doesn't say it. Not bad. Way stronger than last time I was here. Finally, I can get my revenge. Undead wings help him move, advancing towards the central area. Moyu is flying in the sky when he suddenly stops. Turns out a battle is happening in front of him. Moyu realizes at a glance from afar, that's Mu Tiantian's skill, right? Tiantian gasps as she swings a huge hammer at the enemy, her face smudged from the heat of battle. Mu Tiantian, level 60, Master Collector. The Abyssal Sword Demon level 60 can't help but laugh. The Abyssal Blade Demon level 61 looks excited. We're finally about to wipe out these delicious humans. The Sword Demon wants to kill Tiantian to vent his anger. Die! Yeyu charges forward with a shield. She bravely blocks the enemy's attack. Holy Shield Defense! The Blade Demon doesn't care about being blocked and delivers a heavy blow to Yeyu. She's not strong enough to stop the Blade Demon. Tiantian takes the opportunity to stun it with her hammer. The Blade Demon loses consciousness, feeling dizzy. She shouts, "Sister Yeyu, take everyone and leave, I'll hold them back." Yeyu absolutely refuses to abandon her comrades just to escape. Tiantian, what are you saying? If we're going together. Tiantian wants her to think about the important mission. Hurry, my skill can still control them for a while. If we keep dragging this out, we'll all die here. Sister Yeyu, you have to be responsible for their lives. Tears stream down Yeyu's face as she makes her decision. Go! She and her teammates quickly leave. The sword demon and blade demon hastily chase after them. Don't run! You're all food for me! Tian went all out, lifting the giant hammer to knock it senseless. The attack sent them spinning through the sky. She was determined. If you're asking for death, then I'll take care of you first. Facing the demon's ferocity, she had no hope, nowhere to dodge. This might really be where I die. Tian was constantly worried. I wonder how far Sis Yayupu and the others have run. Suddenly, a man's figure appeared in her eyes. A small detail that helped Tian recognize it was the bone armor. It turned out Moyu came to protect her. Let me test my new skills on you guys. Bone prison. The knife demon sneered as he opened his mouth. A level 50 punk with a flight skill? So what? Just some extra food for me. The bone skill was unleashed in the space, quickly binding the two demons. What is this? Why can't I move? The skeleton warrior appeared like a general on the battlefield. Its weapon was ready to defeat the demons. The knife demon and sword demon screamed. Damn it, what is this skill? Why can't I move at all? The skeleton warrior quickly crushed them in a flash. Tian was speechless. Lin Moyu, thank you. You saved my life again. Moyu had a good idea. Thank me? Then do something practical. I'm heading to the central area. Come with me. She happily agreed. No problem. Tell Tian in advance to prepare herself. This time it might be more dangerous than before. Aren't you afraid? She put her trust in Moyu's strength. I'm not afraid. With you here, I won't die. He turned and left. Then let's go. Tian followed Moyu. She felt confused. But how did you become so OP? Those two demons didn't even have a chance to fight back in front of you. The skeleton's power is truly amazing. Time silently slipped away. 5 days later, Tian recognized a familiar location. This is where you died last time. I even made a tombstone for you. Moyu didn't know what to say to her. I didn't die. He still remembered it vividly. Back then, the ancient Rokak used a black meteorite, almost annihilating my undead legion. Tian immediately understood. Are you talking about that? She and Moyu stood in the void. Tian stood behind him with her hammer, ready to support. His legion worked together to defeat the boss. The system indicated the monster's status. Ancient Rock, Lord Tier Boss, Level 67, Strength 300,000, Agility 1, 500,000, Spirit 200,000, Constitution 1 million. Skills: Fire Breath, Explosive Flames. Trait: Fire Element Damage Immunity. Fangs, Ignore Defense. This was within his expectations. Damn it, it leveled up too! Its exclusive move is only 1. Explosive Flames. Moyu sprouted undead wings. He tried to keep his distance from the ancient Rokak's attack. Moyu's legion was severely injured in the battle with the ancient Rokak. A source of energy was directly transmitted to the soldiers. The system has dispatched a healing legion. The legion quickly regained its strength, charging forward like arrows. He unleashed a powerful move. Double Bone Prison. The two bones stretched for miles. It managed to bind the ancient rock in time, allowing the legion to focus its power to attack it. Many arrows were fired. The ancient rock screamed miserably as it was controlled. The power of the bones couldn't hold on any longer. The energy within it exploded, confusing the legion. The ancient rock couldn't take it anymore. The power of the scepter was unleashed. Lightning halo. The skill circle surrounded them. The skeleton warrior was full of confidence. It couldn't escape the move Moyu unleashed. He knew every step by heart. Today is not like before. This time, it only took a minute to injure it so badly. Cleared the humiliation from before, it must be undergoing nirvana. The ancient rock spread its wings and flew into the sky, easily blowing away the legion. Tian pointed forward, warning. Lin Moyu, be careful above. Moyu focused his attention on it. The ancient rock curled into a ball and rolled to the ground. Moyu was itching for it. It's finally here. That skill almost killed me last time. The Legion couldn't charge in to attack the ancient rock. He carried Tian Tian and ran away, dodging it for now. She was sweating profusely from the surrounding fear. Something had just fallen to the ground, causing white dust to fly into the sky. The warrior's wings shattered instantly. And Tian Tian fell to the ground. Moyu struggled to sit up and observe the surrounding situation. Lightning bolts kept striking the ground. Moyu stared at the strange ball. The system updated the current status. Ancient Rock, Lord Tier Boss, Level 67, State. Nirvana Rebirth. Currently in an invincible state. Moyu wasn't in a hurry to win. As expected, it's Nirvana. But once you finish your Nirvana, I'll come back and kill you again. Its wings had opened. 5 minutes later, a message was sent from the system. Ancient Rock, Lord Tier Boss, Level 68, Strength 310,000, Agility 160,000, Spirit 210,000, Constitution 160,000, Skills, Fire Breath, Explosive Flames, Trait, Fire Element Damage Immunity, Fangs Ignore Defense. He wasn't surprised at all. After undergoing Nirvana, he's even stronger now? Chi imprints appeared on Lin Moyu's hand, but so what? I've said it before, I'll kill you again. Warrior soldiers. The skeleton warriors are ice cold. They're zooming like shooting stars towards Moyu and where she's standing. He's got his own plans. Getting ready to cast the collect skill. Tian Tian supports Moyu's decision. Good, don't let it off easy. Ossuary imprisonment. The ancient rock is bound by the ossuary skill. The arrows are programmed to hit their target, which is it. She slams the hammer down hard. Collect! Moyu doesn't reveal any emotion, but a moment later, he's freaking out. Moyu rushes to hug Tian Tian. A surge of insane power is coming. 42 berserker skeletons destroyed. 25 skeleton archmages destroyed. The magic power is insane. Lin Moyu hugs Mu Tian Tian tightly. 19 skeleton archers destroyed. He looks confused. Why another Nirvana? It can Nirvana more than once? From within the smoke, a bizarre monster appears. It's an ancient rock boss, a level 68 Lord tier, undergoing its second Nirvana rebirth. It's currently in an invincible state. Lin Moyu is stunned. Is this even possible? Is it gonna Nirvana a third and fourth time or what? His expression turns resolute. If that's how it is, then I'll kill you one more time. Suddenly, a violent vortex appears in the sky, revealing sharp claws and feet. Both of them are shocked. Lin Moyu wonders, what is that? He tries to stay calm and looks at Dan Tan. Then he casts a defensive skill. Ossuary imprisonment. Earth Dragon Antares raises its foot, wanting to block it. Dream on! The cavalry charges, but it easily destroys the ossuary imprisonment. Countless bone fragments shatter into pieces. Witnessing this, Lin Moyu is astonished. Could it be that that one has intervened? He raises his hand and shouts, "Cease fire!" Earth Dragon Antares' giant foot grabs the ancient rock. The scene is now incredibly majestic, with powerful forces and blazing flames. Mu Tian Tian can't help but be stunned. Lin Moyu, what was that just now? The aura is terrifying, he calmly explains. Remember the ancient Earth Dragon boss we cleared last time? That's its true form. The two quietly stand before the profound pressure. Shuhan's face reveals utter horror. At this moment, Lin Moyu readies his weapon for battle. The fiery foot is high above. He's shocked and wide-eyed. Then, they were caught in its hand. The space shines. Earth Dragon Antares pulls them in. A dangerous gaze lurks in the shadows. Suddenly, they're transported to another world. Lin Moyu sits blankly in the middle of the forest. This is the center of the core area. It suddenly appears. You've finally arrived. What took you so long? He bows respectfully. Senior, my leveling speed is already very fast. Just then, Xiao He flies by. Seeing this, Lin Moyu is surprised. So it's your pet. Acting brashly, Earth Dragon Antares swats at it. Xiao He, shut your mouth. Then, it turns and continues. Take it out. I can sense that you have what I need. He presents the precious box. Yi Shen told me to bring this to you. It laughs heartily. To think that little human brat is now called Yi Shen in your mouth. Earth Dragon Antares throws the divine object into its mouth. Rest assured, this king will of course keep his promise. It decides. Now you are qualified to know this king's name, brat. Turns out it's Earth Dragon Antares, a great world level boss, level 100. The rest of the stats are unclear. Lin Moyu is extremely anxious. A level 100. Great world level boss. This is the first time I've seen such an existence. It lowers its head and asks, "Brat, are you surprised? You should feel honored. Not many get to know this king's name." Then, Earth Dragon Antares spreads its fiery phoenix wings. "Alright, brat, next I want to make a deal with you. Trust me, you won't regret it." Lin Moyu is curious. "What deal? Tell me." It touches an invisible and mysterious space. A mysterious source of energy appears before him. It says that in the lower space of the ancient trial field is a place called Thunder Rift Valley. After you arrive at Thunder Rift Valley, find this piece of crystal. With that, Earth Dragon Antares bestows upon him a tear of blood. Lin Moyu reaches out and catches it. "Tell you what, drip it on the crystal, then bring back what's inside the crystals." He's puzzled. "Your strength is so great, why don't you go yourself?" Earth Dragon Antares replies regally. "This king doesn't go. Naturally there's a reason. This king's deal will definitely not make you suffer." Lin Moyu's face is determined. "Alright, I agree. But with my current level, I can't go to the lower space yet." They seem to be having a harmonious conversation. It calmly replies, "No rush. Then let's talk about your benefits." Flames burst from its entire body. "How about I give you a set of legendary grade equipment?" Standing before such a great being, Lin Moyu is completely calm. "Don't need it. Being too reliant on external equipment is not beneficial to my cultivation. Moreover, I can find this kind of external equipment myself." The Earth Dragon Antares was shooketh. First time someone rejected him? Did I hear right? You're saying you don't want it? This is a whole set of legendary gear. Your puny human race barely has any. Lin Moyu straight up refused. "Nah, I'm good. Don't really need it. Got my trusty Dat Hat Blade and Rebirth Staff, plus the Mystic Divine Continent Cauldron in my gut. Legendary gear is kinda redundant." Clang Antares. Claw tapped the stone floor. "Unbelievable. Doesn't want the gear. Let me see what else I got." He offered what he thought was pure gold. "Your LVL50, right? How about a piece of the bloodthirsty mongoose's heart meat? Massive stat boost. Totally OP for your level." But nah, the dude just waved it off with a smile. "Already had some back when I was second advancement. My mentor hooked me up." Antares sniffed the air. "Huh. Faint scent of bloodthirsty mongoose. Your mentor's legit." After getting rejected a bunch, the dragon was getting a headache. This ain't working, that ain't working. Gotta think. How about an elemental godstone? Boost your chances for job advancement at third advancement. Or a heavenly fortune godstone? Too bad, the dude had it all. Got that too. Antares was done. "Just tell me. What do you need? What are you lacking?" Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. "Got a few questions that have been bugging me. Mind if I ask, senior?" Antares, being the generous big shot, agreed. "Small potatoes. Shoot. Straight to the point. I passed through the corpse realm once, and that corpse poison is nasty. Can it be cured?" The Earth Dragon's single eye snapped wide open. "You know about the corpse realm? And you went through it? And you're still alive?" "Nothing escapes that sniffer." Antares nodded. "Yup, you do have the stench of the corpse on you. Plus you went through the secret realm of life." "Damn, the Staff of Rebirth fell into your hands? No wonder you don't need legendary gear." Lin Moyu pulled out the staff. "Knew I couldn't hide it from you, senior." Seeing the staff's fishtail design, Antares burst out laughing. "Lol, those noobs fought to the death for the life god's divine seat, only to die in the corpse realm. Serves? Am right." Suddenly, his vibe changed. Cold, golden eye locked onto Lin Moyu. "I can answer that question. Corpse poison is incurable. Once you're infected, even a god-tier powerhouse is toast. And the stronger you are, the stronger the poison gets. It's a forbidden skill, capable of wiping out everything below super god level." Lin Moyu was shocked. "Corpse poison is truly incurable? Does that mean my corpse demon lord is the only being who can get rid of it?" Antares waved a claw. "Alright, next question. Chop chop." He asked the second question. "Senior, can a dead god-tier powerhouse be resurrected?" The dragon thought for a sec, but answered straight up. "Back in the day, gods could just plant a soul mark, and their soul would automatically return after death. Bam! Resurrected! But beyond god tier, the soul mark is useless. Resurrecting them is a huge pain, but not impossible. Only I have the power to revive god-tier powerhouses, like Jia Yi, that LVL-98 half-step super god from your human race." Lin Moyu had an epiphany. So the deal between the righteous God and you is resurrection? Time for the third question. Lin Moyu spoke up. Senior, can the wild beasts in the desolate void be killed? This kid kept surprising the old dragon. Little brat, you even know about the desolate void. How many secret realms have you been to? He had no choice but to be honest. Did my second advancement there. Even met the wild beast king. The earth dragon sounded impressed. Your mentor's got balls of steel. Must be strong to survive an encounter with the wild beast king. Of course wild beasts can be killed. You just need enough pure power. Lin Moyu pondered. Purity, huh? Bai Chen is already LVL 95, and his power isn't pure enough. Just how pure does it have to be to reach super god level? He couldn't help but ask. Senior, how can one become a super god? Antares didn't expect that. Super god? You're only LVL 50 and you're already thinking about this? Think carefully. If I answer this question, I won't answer any others. He was adamant. This is the question. Please, Senior, give me something to aim for. Antares didn't refuse. Since you're so persistent, I'll tell you. Once your power level reaches 99, there are 3 paths to becoming a super god, he patiently explained. First, the easiest. Use a top-tier material to set up a super god formation, and boom, super god. Second, similar to the first, borrow some mythical items, and you can become a super god, like the staff of rebirth and descent in your hands. Third, the hardest. Comprehend everything to the limit and max out one attribute to insane levels. Then you can become a super god. Lin Moyu's mind was blown by this new knowledge. Senior, are the 3 types of super gods different? Antares roared. The surrounding heat intensified. I said this was the last question I'd answer. Luckily, the kid quickly bowed respectfully. Senior, you've lived for so long, you know everything. Surely you won't hold it against a junior like me, right? The dragon seemed pleased by this display of humility. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly tell you, the super god who breaks through by mastering their own attribute is the strongest. Second is the one who fuses with treasures. The one who breaks through using a formation is the weakest. Lin Moyu thought to himself, Master was right. Borrowing external objects won't make you the strongest. You have to break through using your own attributes. Antares abruptly spread his wings, urging him on. All right, I've paid my dues. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand. Senior, wait a sec. I have one more request. The bright eyes of the apex predator narrowed. What now? The tiny human Lin Moyu dared to threaten him. Senior, I gotta go to a dangerous place like the burial lightning ravine to get something for you. Surely a few questions ain't worth my life, right? Antares squinted, displeased. Little brat, greed will get you killed. Lin Moyu didn't flinch. You said it was an equal exchange. The deal doesn't seem fair to me now. Plus, you could kill me easily if you wanted to. Antares raised a claw, waiting. Speak your mind. Lin Moyu's voice was clear. Senior, I hope that after I retrieve the item from the burial lightning ravine, I can get some materials that I can use. Materials that probably wouldn't be useful to you anyway. The earth dragon's sharp teeth grinned. That's it? If you can get what I need, I'll not only give you the materials, I'll throw in an extra goodie. Lin Moyu smiled. He knew he'd achieved his goal. Deal, Senior. We've reached an agreement. The dragon's wings slashed the air, creating a howling wind. Then I'll take you out of here. A blue light enveloped him, but his instincts screamed that something was wrong. Then, Antares' mocking voice echoed, You little punk! Trying to push your luck with me? You think I'm that easy to trick? The surroundings instantly shifted to a massive primeval forest. He realized he was in the lower level. Crap! Lin Moyu was on high alert. He'd been teleported straight to the lower level. Antares' voice still boomed. Little brat, you dared to lie to me. You're the first one in 1,000 years. This is the lower level. Since you're here, fulfill your promise. I'll even give you a dragon scale. It can take you out of the lower level, but it can only take one person at a time. Lin Moyu glanced at the girl next to him. Only one person can leave? That means if I teleport, Mu Tian will be left behind. This guy is a jerk. Looks like I need to get what he wants so he can take me back. He reached into the air, touching the purple circle. He smiled, unsurprised. Even though teleportation is useless, the abyssal teleportation stone still works. In an emergency, I can teleport to the abyssal world and escape from this lower level. Just then, Mu Tiantian woke up, interrupting his train of thought. Huh? Why was I sleeping? She quickly realized the surroundings were unfamiliar. Where are we? Lin Moyu calmly stated. We're in the lower level of the ancient training ground. Mu Tiantian looked at him, bewildered. No way! Isn't this place only accessible to people near level 70? Lin Moyu didn't want to explain. He tossed her the dragon scale. Don't worry about the reason. The point is, we're in the lower level now. It might be dangerous. Take this dragon scale. It can take you out of here. Mu Tiantian looked worried. What about you? If I take the dragon scale, what will you do? He lied casually. Of course I have one too. Run immediately if there's danger. I might not be able to protect you, got it? Hearing this, her expression hardened. She gripped the dragon scale tightly. I understand. I'll run immediately if there's danger. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. They quickly stabilize and jump onto the large leaves, GTFO. The moment they leave, the vines writhe like they're alive. While running, he quickly notices the abnormality. He instantly unleashes bone fangs. They pierce through the vines, hiding beneath the giant mushrooms. But then Li Yongxiao realizes, damn, even his reinforced bone fangs can't penetrate these vines. Without waiting for his reaction, they keep crawling right under their feet. Li Yongxiao quickly scoops up Mu Qianqian to dodge. He leaps away the instant two vines smash into the spot he just vacated. Mu Qianqian screams in terror. How are there so many? Before them are countless vines, way more OP than they are. He tries to keep calm. No surprise, it's the lower realm. Even the stats of regular monsters are on par with upper realm bosses. Looks like they're like rank 70 humans who can job advance. This level is a huge divide for all living things. He sets foot on a lush green leaf. He can't fight carrying someone. They're forced to face an entire forest. This is GG for pretty much any class, but for him, it's a feng shui paradise. Countless skeletons are summoned, ready to face off against the vines. The vines, carrying overflowing death energy, a stark contrast to the lush plants, lash out with attacks so fast they're almost invisible. His skeletons go ham, hacking away at the vines. They stand on the leaf. The explosions around them don't affect them. After a while, the leaves on the vines are all gone. The leaves suddenly become like missiles. Li Yongxiao quickly pulls Mu Qianqian away. GTFO again. Those attacks were way too close. Li Yongxiao's face darkens. No wonder they're rank 72 monsters. The attack power is on another level. His bone armor can only withstand maybe 2 more leaf strikes before it's toast. He grits his teeth and runs. But the explosions are getting closer. This isn't sustainable. Elemental aura. A skeleton raises its bone sword, casting a series of skills. Other skeletons are summoned to face the rain of leaves. They don't have any awareness or fear. They charge in. The colliding leaves create explosions that block their vision. The result? The vines are wrecked, giving him tons of express. After a moment of danger passes, the place is still ablaze with fire and smoke. Mu Qianqian is shaken. How is he so OP? Even in the lower realm, just being near him makes her feel safe. As soon as she thinks that, Li Yongxiao gets blasted away. It all happened in a split second. Neither of them realized it. His armor is completely shattered. He's shocked. What the hell was that? His bone armor didn't even block a single hit? A giant treant has appeared before them. It was the one who just attacked. Chapter 208. The treant that just appeared is called the Colossal Leaf Mother Tree. Unbelievable. It's a great, world-level boss. Only one thought runs through Li Yongxiao's head. Without hesitation, he grabs the dazed Mu Qianqian. He dashes away, even though countless somethings are rushing at them from behind. It's an upgraded version of those young leaves from before. The skeletons once again step up to protect their master. But this thing's level is even more insane. The skeletons are instantly vaporized. They're all destroyed by the terrifying power of the great world-level boss. Li Yongxiao doesn't give up. He summons more imprisonment skeletons. The bones wrap tightly around the vines to restrict its movement. But with just one strike from the mother tree, all the bones on it are blown away. What? The imprisonment skeletons couldn't even last a second? He really senses things are going south and urges her, use your scales to escape this place now or we're both dead. Mu Qianqian knows there's no time to hesitate. She immediately uses her dragon scales and disappears on the spot. Li Yongxiao also quickly escapes the boss. What did the ancient earth dragon bring me here for? Does he think I'm not dying fast enough? What does he gain from killing me? Looking back at the place they were just at, he's relieved. Lucky he has flight skills, or there's no way he could have escaped the colossal leaf mother tree's attack range. He's flying in the air when something whizzes past. That pressure makes Li Yongxiao shudder. He quickly lands. In the night sky, the silhouette of something dragon-like appears. He hides under a leaf, not daring to breathe. It doesn't seem to have noticed him. Maybe his aura is too weak. What kind of hellhole is this? Why are there bosses everywhere? The lower realm his teacher mentioned doesn't seem this dangerous. Currently, Bai Yi Yuan rubs his face slightly. Old Meng, I'm a little uneasy. Can you help me sense him? Meng Anwen takes a sip of tea. Got it. He has the teleportation stone I gave him. I can sense his location through the lower realm pagoda. The moment he focuses, his face turns pale in shock. Crap! Little Ai is still in the lower realm. Bai Yi Yuan jumps up in surprise. Can you sense specifically where he is in the lower realm? Meng Anwen raises his hand to calm him. Don't panic, let me sense again. With that kid's strength, even if it's the lower realm, as long as he doesn't go to that special place, he'll be fine. Then he's astonished again. That kid seems to be near the savage continent. Bai Yi Yuan is incredibly anxious. He urges, take me to the lower realm quickly. That kid hasn't really explored the entirety of the lower realm. Now isn't the time for him to go there. The savage continent is a monster paradise. Bosses are everywhere. It's too dangerous. Contrary to his hurried attitude, Meng Anwen is very calm. What are you panicking for? Don't forget. The reason why he went to the Kangoo trial ground was to find that person for a trade. Besides, even the two of us can't take him to the lower realm. How could he cross the boundary wall with his own strength? Hearing that, Bai Yi Yuan calms down. So, that kid appearing in the lower realm was that person's doing? He looks contemplative. That's right. Even something we can't do, only that person could take Little Ai to the lower realm. So we don't need to worry about that kid's safety. Yugo might mess up that person's plan. Hearing that, they both sat down again, waiting calmly. Hopefully, if Lin Xiaozu completes the God of Righteousness request, our human race might have another half-step super god soon. Back to the lower level space, where Lin Moyu is struggling to survive. Here he can't move freely, always having to sneak around. I must be careful. Absolutely can't let the monsters here discover me. Suddenly, several pillars of light shot straight into the sky in front of him. That's when Lin Moyu jumped high to scout. As soon as he stepped up, he was struck by a strange, bubble-filled lake, also emitting a mysterious green color. Lin Moyu felt panicked. Where the hell is this? The scent and scenery made his mind dizzy. That toxic lake revealed a bit of weirdness and abnormality. Lin Moyu couldn't ignore this. He sent the skull to observe. As soon as he finished speaking, the skull rushed straight in. On the way, there were snakes blocking the path. They bared their fangs and hissed warnings, their eyes full of the danger of cold-blooded creatures. But the skull wasn't afraid, and just flew through. It plunged straight into the toxic mist. At this time, he also realized the snakes' actions. They didn't dare to approach this toxic lake. What exactly was inside? The skull got inside, it reached out and touched it. The feedback immediately transmitted to Lin Moyu. The skull is being poisoned. He then ordered the skull to crystallize the deadly poison in this lake. This poisonous water is actually all crystallized, deadly poison. Before he could get excited, the ground suddenly shook. Standing in the air and observing, he just felt confused. What's going on? Chapter 209. Strange waves of toxic mist rose. Meanwhile, the snakes waiting on the edge also became active. They all headed into the lake, making Lin Moyu feel strange. These snake-like monsters gathered near the toxic lake because there was a treasure inside? Suddenly, the lake surface swirled, forming bubbles. The lake surface suddenly exploded. The toxic water splashed out. Then countless things were launched around. Seemingly stones crystallized from deadly poison. Lin Moyu quickly realized the snakes' intentions. They seemed to be competing for the crystallized, deadly poison. One quick-mouthed snake got one, but it was bitten by another. The poisonous vapor was scattered by the wind. Lin Moyu called out to the skull, taking the opportunity to collect some crystallized, deadly poison. The ground shook violently again for an unknown reason. Immediately afterward, a huge creature appeared behind Lin Moyu. The snake's eyes widened, locking onto its prey, and then it suddenly opened its mouth and lunged. The prey it was aiming for was Lin Moyu's minion. In just one bite, The berserker's skull was annihilated. He frowned uncomfortably at the serpent. Seriously, you don't talk about martial ethics when attacking. Sure enough, the all-around Link talent is completely ineffective in the face of absolute rank suppression. The serpent spat out another attack. This time it aimed straight at the toxic lake. The water surface burst open to reveal something inside. The information of that thing was displayed. Toxic blood essence of a god. Using the poison system class can greatly increase the probability of class sublimation when reaching the 3rd class advancement, and can also be used to enhance poison system skills. Lin Moyu's eyes widened in horror. It's actually the blood essence of a god. Teacher once said, anything related to gods is extremely precious. He looked awkwardly at the giant serpent. That boss was still eyeing it. Steal it or not? Without waiting a second to think, he rushed in, going all in. Behind him was the world-class toxic snake boss chasing his ass. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow everything. Lin Moyu didn't give up, summoning the bone prison. Don't even dream about it. The bones locked the world boss down. It immediately broke free, looking terrifying because someone wanted to steal the item it was aiming for. He knew he couldn't restrain it. Although the bone prison couldn't even last a second, it was enough. The toxic snake once again opened its mouth, wanting to swallow him whole. Lin Moyu summoned another large army of skull troops. He quickly gave the order, attacking its eyes, blocking its vision. Countless fireballs were launched. The toxic snake really couldn't avoid them, and Lin Moyu was able to snatch the god-tier item. He immediately stored it in his inventory. The snake's eyes widened, a brilliant gold in the mist. It was really angry with this lowly thing in front of it. It rushed over and smashed down, thinking it had successfully swallowed Lin Moyu. Suddenly, smoke came out of its mouth, unable to hold it in. The toxic snake spat out countless skulls along with him. He had summoned strong troops, his tone serious. I want to leave, you can't keep me here. Power from his hand was transferred to the other skulls in the formation. He imposed the soul fire on the skulls. This time, the humble appearance disappeared. He regained his confidence to challenge the world boss. Don't you like swallowing my skulls? Swallow one more time and see. Chapter 210. At this time, countless soldiers faced that giant monster. It bared its teeth with sharp and terrifying fangs. At the same time, it continuously released streams of green toxic gas. The body of the venomous serpent monster twisted in the air for a while. Then it keeps spewing toxic gas at the soldiers. They're all getting hit by this ultra-poisonous SHT, but they immediately unleash a savage barrage of attacks. Elemental Blast. The continuous assault is hammering the giant venomous snake, driving it even more insane as it spits poison everywhere. Soldiers are getting melted. Lin Moyu calculates. Got the loot. Time to bounce TF out of here. He tries to fly off, but other venomous snakes start chasing him. He's feeling himself. Can't handle the boss? Please, I'll stomp these noobs. My buff ain't over yet. Lin Moyu unleashes a blast of ice power at the red snake. BAM! It's instantly frozen solid. Lin Moyu yells, Skeletal fangs. While it's slowed, he launches a weapon, piercing its body. Blood splatters, and a notification pops up. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million. Now that he's got a corpse, Lin Moyu cooks up his signature move. Corpse explosion! Boom! The area below is engulfed in a blood-red explosion. Massive AOE damage. Then, Lin Moyu turns back to the remaining big venomous snake, his eyes cold. Here's a spectacular explosion for ya. More massive explosions erupt, and the system pings non-stop. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million. Killed level 75 5-step venomous snake. Experience plus 4.5 million. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million, etc. The shockwave slams into the snake. It's drowning in pain. More familiar XP notifications. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million. Killed level 75 5-step venomous snake. Experience plus 4.5 million. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million. Killed level 75 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.5 million. Killed level 72 venomous snake. Experience plus 4.32 million. And so on and so forth. Basically, he's racking up a ton of points. Then, a glorious notification. Level up! Lin Moyu is visibly shocked. How many snake monsters did I kill to actually level up? Name: Lin Moyu. Class: Unique Necromancer. Level: 51. He's floating in the air. Here we go again. What's happening now? A terrifying tremor threatens to tear apart the surrounding space. The intense power forces Lin Moyu to retreat to safety. What is that? Some kinda mechanism in the lower levels? Eventually, the shaking stops, leaving behind small pieces of rock floating in the air. Lin Moyu sweats bullets. That was terrifying. If I hadn't leveled up, I'd think I was hallucinating. Why is this poison lake still here? Shouldn't it be gone? He lands on the ground next to the massive toxic lake. Lin Moyu activates his immunity and dips a finger into the lake. Got my immunity up so I can shrug off this poison. Seeing no problems, Lin Moyu wades into the lake, waist deep. Toxic fumes rise and cling to him. This is where those ultra-poisonous crystals came from. The surface of the poison water starts to surge violently. Lin Moyu's entire body floats among the crystals. After a moment, he swims to a large hole from which sharp rocks are flying out. What the hell is in this cave? Lin Moyu frowns, clenching his teeth, and then dives through the hole into a long tunnel. A moment later, he crawls out of a hole on the other side, still covered in poison. Emerging, Lin Moyu spots a large stone block, a coffin. He approaches and looks down into the coffin, his eyes widening in shock. No freaking way. The guy inside is the poison god in hibernation! This is the poison god's tomb, a man with long silver hair. There's a large black mark on his forehead. Lin Moyu stares in disbelief. No wonder the toxic lake spewed out the poison god's essence. He was hibernating here. Judging by the unhealable wound on his body, he's probably almost dead. Suddenly, the poison god's eyes snap open, pure white. Lin Moyu jumps back, startled. He's still alive? A wave of power emanates from the poison god. No way, he's been hibernating here for countless years. If he could survive, he would have already. It's just my intrusion triggering his remaining will. Realizing this, he gets pissed and reaches out, channeling power. You decrepit old coot, if you're dead, stay in your damn coffin. He activates both Strength Boost and Soul Fire, and the poison god's body suddenly transforms into a liquid mass of pure poison. Lin Moyu exclaims, "Called it! I knew it! He's just a dying wisp of a soul hanging on." The body of poison starts to dissolve, each part fading into the air. The coffin is now empty, and notifications pop up. Killed the poison god. Level +1. Killed the poison god. Soldier star medal +1. Killed the poison god. Poison immunity element maxed out. Killed the poison god. Acquired intermediate godhood. Killed the poison god. Acquired the poison god's divine position. Mid-tier divinity. Absorb it. Become a god. Or grasp its power to become a god-tier powerhouse. The god of extreme poison's godhood. Fuse with it, and become the next god of extreme poison. Lin Mouser's eyes widened in disbelief. WTF? Then, a sword appeared behind him, along with the notification, "Level up!" Name: Lin Mouser. Class: Unique Undead Monarch. Level: 52. Lin Mouser closed his eyes, sensing the spiritual world around him. Divinity Stone Domain. Mid-tier divinity, the god of extreme poison's godhood. A golden throne appeared, shining brightly. That's the godhood and divinity? Lin Mouser's gaze sharpened. A mid-tier god's godhood. If he wanted, he could become the new god of extreme poison. But his goal has never been about becoming some god. He just wants to become a super god-tier powerhouse. Above the poisonous lake, some force pressed down. Not just there, outside the city, Meng Anwen and Bai Yiyuan stood on a rooftop, observing the situation. Divine rain, a god has fallen, and it's a mid-tier one. Inside the Abyss region, the demons are also sensing the anomaly. A god fell? Who the hell did it? A fire dragon covered in spikes appeared. Sensing the commotion, it stirred and roared. An Abyss demon warned, "Quiet down, you noisy bastard!" The surrounding areas were continuously bombarded by the power. The fire iron monster was confused. Why did a god suddenly fall? Meanwhile, Lin Moyu had swum back to shore, drenched in poison. If others knew I possessed a complete god's corpse, they'd go absolutely insane. Fused the all-wind crystal he got from the wind elemental dungeon with the lightning crystal from the Dongfang family's lightning elemental dungeon. As he spoke, he brought out the items he just obtained. Primordial Godstone. fire, poison, earth, light, water. Use during the third-class advancement to increase job sublimation ratio by 25%. After fusion, it became Elemental Godstone, fire, poison, earth, light, water, wind, lightning. Used during the third-class advancement to increase job sublimation ratio by 35%. Having completed the fusion, Lin Moyu put it away. Then, he looked at the poisonous lake and speculated. Looks like this poisonous lake is about to disappear. Maybe those snake monsters won't get any lucky encounters here. Then, he flapped his wings and flew away. I should go complete the ancient earth dragon's quest. It's too dangerous here, full of bosses. Better get out of here ASAP. He sped away, completing the quest. Looks like he entered a different area. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Moyu landed on the ground. Suddenly, he frowned in alarm. Weird. What's this feeling? Unexpectedly, a creature appeared, startling him again. A green octopus with strange fur on its tentacles. Then, countless horrifying tentacles surfaced, churning the water. Lin Moyu's face paled. Why is there this kind of monster in the grasslands? Whirlpools began to appear in the water, waves crashing against the shore. Then, the octopus monster, now dark brown, emerged from the water. It jumped out of the water, soared into the air, then slammed back down. It's a gigantic octopus! Lin Moyu standing there was like an ant to it. He looked down, startled, at the dense foliage beneath his feet. Suddenly, a soldier needs a chisel weapon underneath. There was such thick ice underground. So the octopus monster was drinking water just now? Was this area once the sea? He kept wondering. An explosion erupted nearby. Some guys were attacking the octopus monster. Who the hell is fighting? Aren't these the Shenkexia Empire's awakened? The octopus monster lay slumped on the ground, green liquid flowing from its wounds. Some people were collecting the liquid like blood. A group of people were flying in the sky, the Eagle Union. The leader shouted, "Is the purified water collected yet?" The subordinate replied, "Collected." The leader yelled, "Good! Distribute the purified water. It greatly reduces the weakening effects of the poison. This time, our Eagle Union will definitely slay the extreme poison flood dragon to wash away the shame." Observing the situation, Lin Moyu thought, so these guys are preparing to subjugate the extreme poison flood dragon. Too bad you guys are too late. The extreme poison flood dragon has already been swallowed by the earth and is nowhere to be found. The Eagle Union group continued to move, setting off towards the poisonous snake grounds, charging in to kill, then blasting off like rockets, looking super badass. Lin Moyu watched them and thought, looks like this is probably a human awakener's active area. Maybe I can find people from the Shenkexia Empire. Cut to an hour later, Lin Moyu flew to a place where groups of people gathered. The armored people all looked fierce and bloodthirsty.
Landing smoothly, the Galen Guild quickly noticed our boy. One of them, seemingly the leader, looks surprised that this young guy even knows who they are. Lin explains that he had met with Rain on the upper level, which instantly cheered the man up. He pulls Lin into a hearty hug and proudly announces that Rain is his little sister. He introduces himself as Leon, a level 82 Holy Word Knight. The dude was much outgoing than he expected, but Lin doesn't mind it at all. In fact, he promptly introduces himself too. However, the moment he mentions that he's only level 52, the whole group freezes in disbelief. Leon quickly asks how someone so underleveled even made it into the lower level. Scratching the back of his head, Lin remarks that it's a long story. Meanwhile, the rest of the team stares at him like he's some kind of miracle. After all, a level 52 rookie showing up alone in a place like this and surviving is just absolutely wild. Leon exclaims that Lin just made history, noting that in the 2 years they've been down here, they haven't seen anyone below level 70. This kinda explains why they didn't recognize his name at first. Anyway, Lin admits it was all kind of an accident that brought him here. Leon then declares it's lucky that he ended up here and adds, if it had been the giant leaf forest or serpent land, then he'd find himself in a lot of trouble. Leon suggests Lin tag along with them for now. Once they finish their mission, they'll escort him back since Galen has a base nearby with a teleport array. Lin doesn't mention that he's already been to those places. Instead, he figures this is a good chance to learn more about the lower level. Shortly after, while flying towards their destination, Lin seizes the moment to ask Leon about the layout. As it turns out, the lower level is split into 4 continents. Supposedly, they used to be one massive continent until a great war shattered them apart. Now they're separated by the ocean, with the center where the final battle took place, and now known as the Devouring Void. The continent they're on is called the Barbaric Continent, located in the south. After Leon explains the layout of the other continents, Lin asks if he knows where Thunder Burial Canyon is. Leon immediately maps out the best route if he wants to get there. However, Lin would need to cross 2 continents if that's the case. Fortunately, Galen has a teleport array in one of them, which will get him halfway. Unfortunately, the next continent has no such convenience. Leon admits that crossing that sea won't be easy, and he can't guarantee success. However, he had a backup plan, which offered to try and find a team that could take Lin the rest of the way. Lin expresses his thanks and really starts to like this guy. According to everything he's heard, Lin is now at the very southern edge of the lower level, while his destination is all the way north. Because of that, he just can't wrap his head around why Antares insists on sending him here of all places. Suddenly, Leon stops Lin in his tracks. He firmly tells him to stay back, saying they had found their target. Meanwhile, right ahead was a massive, ugly fish, and on its head was a strange, glowing bulb, almost like a lantern. Without hesitation, the team drops to the ground and swiftly gets into their battle formation. Lin, hanging back at the rear, watches as Leon's whole demeanor changes. No more laughter, just pure focus. He loudly announces the start of the raid. The monster is quickly aggroed, and the glowing bulb on its head begins to shine brighter. 2 of the mages immediately launch control spells, but both fizzle out. They quickly realize that the creature is immune to control effects, which means they can't interrupt its casting. Lin, using his detection spell, identifies the ugly fish as Lanternfire Fish, a level 83 boss with some nasty stats. Meanwhile, the bulb grows brighter and brighter until it suddenly explodes with a deafening blast. At the same time, a massive protective barrier forms around the team. Leon, veins popping, grits his teeth and shouts for the team to keep attacking. The mages begin chanting, and soon, massive tornadoes tear across the battlefield. Lin observes their flawless teamwork and concludes they've got this under control, and from the look of it, he probably doesn't need to jump in. Then, out of nowhere, a golden aura erupts in front of Leon. He slams his weapon down, sending a powerful strike straight into the creature's bulb, cutting it right off. He then turns back and sharply instructs the team to keep the thing out of the monster's reach. The boss, now weakening, starts to falter. Lin knows it's only a matter of time before it falls. However, his expression suddenly shifts, then warns everyone to be careful. Instinctively, they all glance up, but it is too late. A powerful spell comes flying straight at them and detonates right in the middle. The explosion throws them off, just long enough for the monster to snatch its bulb and run away. In a fraction of a second, the boss was already gone, disappearing into the distance before anyone could react. Everything happened too fast. Leon clenched his fists and commented that this was all Black Dragon Society's doing. He growls that they've just made a huge mistake. Above them, a group hovers in the air. One of the guys with a twisted grin casually announces what a shame it is. They almost had the boss, and then poof, gone. Probably gonna take them a while to find it again. Leon, clearly irritated, demands to know if they're declaring war. But the guy waves it off, calmly stating they have no plans for war. Instead, he chillingly clarifies, they're here to kill them all. Leon scoffs, then asserts that a bunch of nobodies like them aren't worth worrying about. But then, with a cold smirk, the guy pulls out a stone. He admits that on their own, they wouldn't stand a chance, then asks Leon what about this too. Leon is furious after finding out the guy was holding an abyssal stone. He roars at them for collaborating with the abyssal demons, spitting that they've betrayed the human race. The guy shrugs it off, explaining it's just a business deal, saying they get what they want, demons get what they want. Without another word, he crushes the stone. A vortex instantly tears open, and from it steps a succubus, none other than our old friend Mina. Lin, meanwhile, watching everything unfold, is slightly surprised to see her here. Leon glares at her and bluntly asks if they've all gone insane. After all, if even one of them escapes and brings word back to the human world, the entire Black Dragon Society would be wiped out. No one answers him. Instead, Mina tosses the group a flirtatious glance and playfully remarks that she'd never want to hurt her dear Leon. She claims she's only here to negotiate. Meanwhile, her charm ability floods the area. One by one, members of the team fall under her spell. Within moments, everyone except Leon stands dazed. Even Leon feels his blood heat up, but he grits his teeth, lets out a fierce battle cry, and slams his weapon into the ground. The impact roars through the air, snapping the others out of their trance. Gasping for breath, they blink in confusion, shaken by how easily they lost themselves. Mina sighs with admiration, declaring that Leon really lives up to his profession. She even purrs that she absolutely adores him. However, she quickly adds with mock regret that the rest of his group doesn't seem quite as sturdy. With a teasing breath, she exhales a wave of charm energy, and just like that, all of the men fall back into a trance. This time, it's worse, much worse. The team spirals into madness, completely losing themselves. Even Leon breaks into a cold sweat. He can feel her power battering his mind. If this continues, then he'll be reduced to her mindless puppet. But then, unexpectedly, Lin makes a move. Mina doesn't react at first. Honestly, she barely notices him. To her, a low-level nobody like that isn't even worth a glance. However, the moment she does recognize who it is, she gulps nervously. She then freezes, voice trembles as she stammers out, "Why is he here?" Lin, on the other hand, stays relaxed. He casually greets her, even throwing in a breezy, "Long time no see." Mina stares at him like she's seen a ghost. She awkwardly said the same thing, but the fear is clear on her face. After all, this is the guy who once took down a clone of the Flame Demon Lord. Fighting him was out of the question unless one of the Demon Lords shows up. With Lin stepping in, the pressure on the team drops instantly. Leon blinks in surprise, then asks if Lin knows her. Lin shrugs and casually remarks that they've met. He tells him that Mina tried to kill him back then, but it didn't go so well. Looking at her again, Lin raises an eyebrow and playfully asks if she wants to try again. Who knows, maybe this time she'll succeed. Mina panics, then waves her hands rapidly and backs away, practically begging. She swears she's just a harmless little succubus, and this is all a misunderstanding, and she would never have the thought of doing such a thing. But Lin just grins and replies that they won't know unless they try, right? Mina, of course, isn't that stupid. She knows full well she doesn't stand a chance against him now. All she wants is to get as far away as possible. Cursing the Black Dragon Society under her breath, she realizes they nearly got her killed. Frantically, she pulls out an abyssal stone. Biting her lip until it bleeds, she drops a few drops of blood onto its surface and crushes it. And she even began praying, hoping she could get the hell out of this place fast. A swirling vortex opens in front of her, and without wasting a second, it begins to pull her in. But just as she's about to vanish, a soul flame crashes down on her head, ringing a scream from the vortex before she disappeared. Lin sighs with mild regret, observing that she escaped rather quickly. Leon, meanwhile, was frozen in disbelief. A top-tier demon had bolted at the mere sight of Lin. Even the Black Dragon members, still groggy from her charm, woke only to find Mina gone. Meanwhile, rest of the Galen Guild staggered back to their senses. Lin returned to Leon's side and asked bluntly if he should just kill these scums. Leon declared that colluding with demons made them traitors, worthy of death. But then he hesitated. After all, that guy over there was the guild master's son, who obviously had a soul imprint. Killing him here would mean nothing, and he'd just revive. Clearly, he's slightly worried about the retribution that might follow. Lin, meanwhile, asks him what if he can make sure that doesn't happen. Leon processes this for a moment, then slowly breaks into a cold grin. If that's the case, he remarks, then go ahead and kill them all. However, Lin stopped him, assuring him he'd handle it alone. The young brat, oblivious to their conversation, just sneered at the level 52 nobody stepping up. He still couldn't understand where Mina had gone, but he assumed Lin was walking to his own death. But our boy wasted no words and unleashed skeletal prison. Immediately, massive bone shackles snapped shut, locking every Black Dragon member in place. Shock spread across their faces as they realized they couldn't move. A gust of wind swept, and the next thing they saw was countless skeletons walking their way. If he's going to kill, then he's going to wipe them out completely. He activates mighty soldiers. Meanwhile, the skellies had them completely surrounded. Then, with a single command from Lin, they all surged forward at once. One of the skellies swung its axe and sliced the man clean in half. But in the next second, his body scattered into a pile of talismans, then quickly reformed into a new body. The dude clearly hadn't expected our boy to actually attack, let alone want to kill him. However, the fact that he almost shit his pants against someone much lower in level left him both furious and humiliated. Lin recognized the skill right away, remarking that it's probably substitute death. A high-level Onmyoji skill, quite troublesome to deal with. Then, out of nowhere, a Shikigami appeared behind him, axe raised high and ready to strike. The sudden attack made him slightly surprised, but the blow didn't even budge his skeletal armor. He scoffed, almost bored, muttering how weak it was. Nonetheless, the skellies got to work and smashed the Shikigami apart in an instant. Lin, already feeling restless, decided it was time to finish things quickly. He unleashed Soul Flame, and the man screamed in agony, demanding to know what kind of flame it was. But the only answer he got was in the form of a skeletal mage's elemental explosion. With a blast, he burst apart once more into talisman scraps, only to reappear nearby. Yet the soul flame somehow clung to him, still burning at his very essence. He panicked, confused why his substitute death skill couldn't shake it off. But the truth was simple. That is, because the flame wasn't targeting his body, but rather his soul. With a sharp command, Lin had the skeletal sharpshooters raise their longbows. The arrow flew straight through the man's body. For the third time, his substitute death skill triggered, and now he was at the edge of his limit. Fear finally showed in his voice as he pleaded, insisting they were both human, that they could talk this out. Lin only gave him a cold glance. To him, anyone who had dealings with the abyss no longer deserved to be called human. He thought it better that the man just die and see how many more lives he could burn through. Another wave of soul flame engulfed him. The man shrieked, begged, and wailed until his voice broke off. His body plummeted from the air, hitting the ground hard, never to rise again. This was the first time Lin had gone this far against another professional. A cold smirk tugged at his lips as he turned to the rest and announced it was now their turn. The Black Dragon Society members stood frozen, too terrified to speak. But Lin showed no mercy, and soon their corpses piled up around him. The members of Galen could only watch in shock, still unable to believe one person had wiped out the entire Black Dragon Society. It felt like a dream. Meanwhile, Leon, wide-eyed, asked if Lin was really only level 52. Lin answered firmly that he was. Feeling a little speechless, Leon scratched his head, baffled at how someone at that level could be so powerful. Lin simply smiled, offering no explanation, knowing they would eventually get to know him a little better once they returned to the human world. After everything was settled, Lin shifted the topic and reminded them about the lanternfish they were supposed to hunt. He suggested they keep going, but Leon shook his head and said it wouldn't work. He reasons that the fish had already hidden under the thick ice, and it wouldn't be found anytime soon. Still, he looked unwilling to give up, clenching his teeth as he muttered how they had waited 3 whole months for this chance, only to have it ruined by those scum. So that was why they had been so furious earlier. Lin understood, but he was curious and asked why they needed the lanternfish in the first place. Leon explained that someone in his guild had suffered injuries. Some strange poison had invaded the body of one of their members, and according to him, only the lantern on the fish's head could serve as an antidote. Lin nodded, suddenly remembering that the loot he got from the poison god may actually come in handy here. After a moment of thought, he told Leon that if it was poisoning, he might have a way to help. Leon's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly pressed him, asking if that was true. Lin explained that as long as it wasn't corpse poison, the kind with no cure, it should be fine. Without hesitation, Leon waved his hand and ordered the team to return immediately. Soon, they took to the skies and flew toward their base. It didn't take long before a small fortress came into view. Lin, curious about the surroundings, followed Leon into a neat little courtyard. There, a woman stepped out with a welcoming smile, though her body looked weak and frail. Leon's usually stern face softened. Clearly, this was his wife, Han Donger. After the introductions, she greeted Lin warmly with gentle elegance. Lin politely addressed her and she insisted they sit while she poured tea. During the conversation, Lin learned what had really happened. Beneath the ice, they had run into a monster that carried a strange poison. After she was struck, both her level and attributes were suppressed, leaving her too weak to withstand cross-realm teleportation. That was why they had been stranded here, trying to hunt lanternfish, hoping to find a cure. Lin offered to help, and hopes she can give it a try. Then he pulled out a vial filled with a strange green liquid. The name was strange, called poisonous liquid. However, despite its strange name, the stuff inside could act as either poison or antidote, and it even granted 1% resistance to poison permanently after consuming. This was all thanks to the poison god's divine seat, where he separated a tiny thread of power to make it. The moment he opened the vial, a powerful aura spilled out. Han Donger felt it instantly, and Leon, recognizing the divine presence, jumped to his feet in shock. Lin calmly told him to settle down and asked her to try it first. As soon as she drank, her whole body glowed with radiant light. Color returned to her cheeks, and her strength surged rapidly. Joy spread across Leon's face because he knew she was back to normal. Han Donger herself confirmed that her level and attributes had all recovered. Only then did Lin realize she was actually a level 80 pharmacist. The couple embraced happily, and for a moment Leon didn't even know how to thank Lin. But our boy simply waved his hand, brushing it off as nothing. After all, without Leon, he'd probably still be wandering aimlessly across the barbaric continent. Besides, he still needed Leon's help to reach Thunder Burial Canyon. Laughing, Leon clapped Lin on the shoulder and confidently promised to do anything for him. Not long after, the two arrived at a teleportation array. Although it couldn't send Lin directly to the Dragon God continent, it could take him to the only human city in the lower levels. Lin was a little surprised since he hadn't expected a human city to exist here. Leon explained with pride that it was unique to their empire, originally built in ancient times for a half-step supreme divine professional. Remarkably, it is still in use today. By now, the other guild members had gathered as well, delighted to see that Han Donger's poison had been cured. Leon openly declared that it was all thanks to Lin, and with her recovery, their guild once again had a level 80 pharmacist among them. He expressed his gratitude once more, but Lin only insisted it was a small matter. Leon then announced that from that moment on, Lin was no longer just a guest, but one of their own. The teleportation array activated, and after some time, they arrived before a massive city known as the Ancient Imperial City. Upon landing, Leon admitted that he himself wasn't qualified to use the teleportation array inside. Turns out, you had to be a 6-star colonel to have permission. He asks if he should go find someone. However, Lin asserts that there's no problem. The scene shifted to the city gates, where long lines of people waited for their turn. One of the passages was completely empty, and a stern-looking red-haired female knight stood at her post, keeping order. Her eyes quickly fell on Lin and Leon, who were heading toward the officer's passage. She seemed puzzled, especially at the sight of someone as low as level 52 attempting to use it. The two were stopped and asked to present their badges. The woman explained that without the proper rank, they'd have to queue in the regular line. Though only an 8-star lieutenant, she clearly took her duties very seriously. Leon was already prepared, showing the woman his 1-star colonel badge. She checked it carefully, then quickly saluted, though even so, his rank wasn't enough for entry. Then her attention shifted to Lin. He wasn't even wearing armor, let alone displaying any badge. To her, that looked like blatant disrespect, and tells our boy that badges were a symbol of honor, and he should have them presented at all times. Lin didn't want to make a scene again, but it was too late for that. Eventually, he pulled out his badge. It wasn't just any badge. It was a purple 2-star Divine General badge. For a moment, the woman froze, then snapped into a flawless salute. Standing tall, she introduced herself properly, saying Imperial City Corps Ling Nan, reporting to the Divine General. Lin asked if this meant he qualified for the officer's passage. She quickly confirmed that he did. When he gestured toward Leon, asking if his friend could join him, she explained that Divine Generals held the highest authority here, meaning he was free to do what he pleased. Leon stayed silent, but his mind reeled in shock. Was it possible he had been away too long? How did Lin, whom he sees as a little brother, suddenly become a Divine General, and not just that, but a 2-star? There was only one explanation. Lin must have slain at least a demon lord. In other words, equivalent to a divine level. But was that really possible? Meanwhile, Lin asked the young lieutenant if he could purchase a map of the lower level. Ling Nan immediately nodded and asks him to follow her. Meanwhile, people in the other line looked on in confusion. Some had been hoping to see him embarrassed, but judging by Ling Nan's respectful attitude, it was obvious this man's rank was far above what they imagined. Suddenly, a figure shot across the sky at great speed. The crowd quickly recognized him, saying it was Feng Yiming, the Legion commander, also a 9-star colonel. And from the looks of it, he was heading straight for Lin. Whispers rippled through the onlookers as they speculated about the stranger's identity. What kind of person could possibly draw out the commander himself? Inside the passageway, Feng Yiming landed before Lin, standing tall and solemn. With a respectful salute, he addressed our boy as Divine General. From his surname, Lin guessed he must be from the Feng family. He tells him to relax, telling him not to be so formal, even mentioning that Feng Shu is his friend. Even so, the man kept his demeanor. He then brought out a pile of scrolls, explaining they contained all the maps and records in their possession. Lin unrolled one and confirmed Leon's words. From here he could teleport to the far edge of the Dragon God continent, but to reach Thunder Burial Canyon, he'd have to cross the violent Wind and Thunder Sea first, and his destination is near the center of the Wind and Thunder continent. Once he understood the route, Lin stated he would borrow the teleportation array. The commander agreed immediately and asked when he planned to leave. Lin answered without hesitation, saying, "Right now." The group slowly departed, leaving the crowd buzzing with shock. They finally realized that the young man was actually a Divine General. Very quickly, whispers began connecting the dots and eventually revealed his identity. The city was about to erupt in commotion, though Lin himself had no idea. At the teleportation array, he waves goodbye to Leon, telling him farewell and promising they'd meet again someday. Meanwhile, Leon looked a little stiff, unlike his usual self, as if unsure how to stand before Lin anymore. Just then, the array lit up, and as Lin vanished, Commander Feng exhaled in relief, muttering that they had just witnessed a living legend. Ling Nan, still puzzled, couldn't help but ask why the commander treated this divine general differently from the others. Commander Feng gave her a look somewhere between exasperation and amusement, then questioned if all divine generals seemed the same to her, adding if she had ever seen one at level 52. She froze in disbelief because she had always thought Lin must be hiding his true level. But Commander Feng only laughed, shaking his head, and tells her that no, he isn't hiding anything. If she doesn't believe him, then check for herself when she has time. As the scene shifted, our boy had arrived on another continent, where towering waves crashed endlessly and thunder rolled across the skies. The endless roar of sea and storm gave him a fresh understanding of why this place is called the Violent Wind and Thunder Sea. As long as he crossed this stretch, he'd reach the Wind and Thunder continent. The problem now is that getting through clearly wasn't that simple. Lin summoned his wings and kept his altitude in check. He didn't fly too fast, but made sure to focus on his surroundings. Things looked calm enough, but lightning still struck him from time to time. Luckily, compared to the corpse realm, the lightning here felt weaker and didn't bother him much. Before long, the sea below whipped into spirals from the roaring wind. That was when Lin noticed movement in the distance. He realized creatures actually lived here. People liked to call them flying fish. Their bodies were flat and slim, and their mouths narrowed into sharp blades. They moved in massive groups. However, none of them ended up attacking him. Only then did Lin realize he'd accidentally flown right into their territory. They filled every direction, and now he understood why the record said a team of 50 was recommended to cross this place. Suddenly, he spotted the biggest one in the swarm. His detection spell flagged it as the Flying Fish Lord, a level 75 boss with decent stats and a special trait that greatly enhances its speed. Lin compared its attributes to those of his recent enemies and figured it still came up short. The boss soon locked onto him, but Lin stayed calm. He immediately summoned his legion of skellies. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the fish from every direction. Time to see who had the numbers advantage. Without hesitation, he cast Skeletal Prison, and countless bone shackles snapped around the entire swarm. The Lich General began chanting, buffing, and wrapping the skeletons in fire rings. For a mess like this, AoE attacks were obviously the go-to. The little skellies jumped right into the fray, hacking and slashing like machines. In just moments, Lin got a flood of messages, and every level 72 flying fish handed him 4.3 million experience. While a bunch of them went down fast, the boss finally made its move. The boss unleashed its first skill, Piercing Wind, and the air nearby twisted into drilling gusts that instantly shredded 3 skeletons. Then it rushed in and took out 2 more with its mouth. Lin didn't feel like dragging this out. The bigger the crowd, the better his odds anyway. A grin crept across his face as he started channeling Corpse Explosion. The first blast rolled into the next, chaining across the sea like fireworks. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic, saying this kind of chaos always hit the spot. The boss never stood a chance. The system announced its death, rewarded him with 6.6 million experience, a near-legendary weapon, and a chunk of flying fish essence that, after use, can permanently boost lightning resistance. That part actually surprised him, and he noted how this turned out to be a nice bonus. While he was checking his loot, fire suddenly flared at his feet. A fire pillar suddenly engulfed him in an instant. He came out unharmed, but he wasn't happy about it. He shouted for whoever did it to show themselves. A group of dark figures appeared not far away, and there were plenty of them. Their leader stepped forward and demanded that he hand over the flying fish essence. Lin found the whole thing laughable because he killed the boss himself, so why would he give anything away? The leader introduced himself as Kalide and claimed their team had spent a ton of effort hurting the boss here. From his perspective, Lin had stolen their kill. Lin had no intention of getting his hands dirty again, so he tried to reason with them first. He questioned why none of them showed up when he was actually fighting the boss, yet they popped out the moment it died. The whole group acted like logic didn't apply to them. Meanwhile, Kalide said he has no plan to argue and claimed this was Lin's last chance to hand everything over. Weapons came up behind him in a flash, almost like they were trying to threaten our boy. Khalid was still mid-threat when Lin cut in with a smirk, tossing back a casual, "Or what? Are they gonna kill him?" That alone showed how little patience he had left, and by now the whole bunch had certainly gotten on his nerves. He lifted his gaze toward Khalid and pointed out the obvious, saying, "If he could kill the boss alone, what made him think he can't just wipe out all of them by himself?" The killing intent behind his words made Khalid flinch before he could even respond. Perhaps realizing it actually made sense, he gulped nervously, but his buddies didn't give him the chance to back down. The rest of the group, however, hadn't caught up. They felt insulted that he didn't seem to take their guild seriously and demanded the loot again. As if in response to Lin's rising anger, the domain godstone inside him suddenly stirred. Khalid instinctively shivered and realized he needed to run, but it was already too late. Skeletal prison shot out and snapped around the entire group, locking them in before anyone could blink. Meanwhile, our trusty skellies took their positions, surrounding them without a word. Only then did they realize they couldn't move. Some began to panic, while others started shouting that Lin was a fiend. Rolling thunder above the sea made the skeletal horde look even more terrifying. The killing aura spread fast, far too heavy for someone supposedly at level 52. They convinced themselves he must have been hiding his true level and thrashed uselessly against the shackles. Right then, Khalid broke free using an ability called Ultra Limit Defense, which shattered bone shackles around him, though it still left him panting. Still, he looked smug as he announced it was an upgraded form of limit defense, an extremely rare skill only those above level 70 could learn. For the next minute, he claimed he'd not only get all the protection of the original skill, but also complete immunity to debuffs, while he was still in his unskippable classic villain monologue. The little skelly nearby didn't bother listening and simply activated its skill and swung its axe. Lin barely spared him a glance, muttering that the guy's strength was unimpressive and his bragging far louder than his skills. Khalid spat blood in disbelief, stunned that his ultra-limit defense could be broken so easily. Whatever attack power these summons had, it clearly exceeded his imagination. Screams broke out nearby as the skeletons tore into the others without losing momentum. Panic finally set in when Khalid realized the entire area was flooded with skeletons, leaving no path to escape. Not long after, another scream rang out. Someone had already died. He gulped nervously, then took a deep breath and made up his mind. Drawing his longsword, he declared that he would suppress the fiend with his own blood, then activated the holy sacrifice. The rest followed his lead without hesitation. Hearing the word sacrifice immediately reminded Lin of the demon worshippers summoning the flame demon lord, and he said it sounded a little too similar. Golden light coiled around each of them, and a second later, they drove their blades straight through their own bodies. Blood poured out non-stop, yet they still howled their plea for divine descent. A brilliant gold light flared outward, and then a towering blonde angel baddie with massive wings appeared midair. Khalid, shaking with excitement, begged her to kill our boy. Lin's brows drew together at the sight of an angel. Behind her, the remaining group slowly faded away, turning into a stream of golden light that dissolved until their bodies merged completely into the angel itself. The angel's form solidified bit by bit, and the first thing she registered was the overwhelming death energy around her. She immediately labeled Lin a heretic fiend and declared that only holy fire could judge him. At the same time, Lin's detection spell revealed she was an angelic saint spirit, a pseudo-divine level being summoned through the cultist's life sacrifice. However, her existence would last no more than 5 minutes. He honestly didn't get why he was being treated like some sort of evil being when he hadn't done anything wrong. Still, he activated mighty soldiers nonetheless. He recalls that a pseudo-divine level is sorta equal to the Flame Demon Lord's avatar from last time, and believed it wasn't necessarily invincible. The angel moved in the next instant. A sharp cry cut through the air as she raised her hand, and a massive palm took shape above the sea. It came crashing down with enough force to collapse the surface into a crater. Several little skellies were swatted straight into the water, and Lin himself lost control and plunged downward. The impact was far too strong, and he couldn't afford to get hit by this thing. He quickly unleashed Soul Flame, canceling out the attack. The angel clutched her head, veins tightening across her forehead, unclear whether the pain or anger. Then her wings opened wide, and holy fire burst across her body. Any skeleton that drifted close instantly caught on fire. Lin recognized that if the fire stayed active, his skellies couldn't get near her. The blaze spread fast, so he reinforced his skeletal armor to buy time. Even then, it melted soon after taking a direct blow. Staying close was a bad idea, so he shot toward the distance without looking back. She wasn't easy to deal with, but he notes that a divine being could be fought with divine power. With that in mind, he pulled out a drop of the poison god's blood and commanded the Lich General to his side. The moment the blood fused into the general's body, a new aura ring was unlocked, called the Poison Ring. Layered over the existing flame ring, it spread across every skelly in the area. Anything within 500 meters would take 10 points of strength damage per second, and the effect stacked indefinitely. That's kinda OP, not gonna lie. Anyway, as the poison rings lit up across each skeleton, they charged at the angel again. She seemed mildly surprised when she realized it was poison, though she scoffed at how weak the damage felt at first. Another heavy strike from her palm scattered more skeletons into pieces. However, Lin could summon replacements non-stop, and our boy knows better than anyone that his undead legion had no true limit. One aura alone might not matter, but infinite stacks would eventually grind her down. Time went by, and the angel eventually caught on and realized the poison wasn't fading at all, but rather compounding, growing stronger with every passing breath. She looked confused and wondered what the hell was going on. Lin stood off to the side with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. He tells the angel baddie to give up. After all, this was real divine-level poison, and a hoax like her didn't stand a chance at purifying it. Watching the angel writhe in pain, her veins bulged as she gritted her teeth, but she still managed to call our boy an evil fiend. Then, with a flash of light, she summoned a judgment sword and swung it again and again through the poisonous mist. The weapon hit harder than expected. Before Lin's life link could even trigger, 50 skellies were wiped out. But so what? Lin could just summon more. His mana pool was more than enough to keep the army coming. New skeletons rose one after another, while the Lich General raised his staff, casting another wave of poison aura. A sickly green haze spread outward as the skellies charged toward the angel. Watching them closing in, real fear flickered in her eyes. She cursed at the poisonous mist, feeling her divine strength slipping away bit by bit. Meanwhile, Lin realized the poison would take quite a bit of time to finish her off, but he still needed to be cautious. Better to stay back until it was certain. By now, the poison had already spread across 5 kilometers. Even Lin was a little stunned that just a drop of the poison god's blood could be this powerful. Time dragged on, and the mighty soldier buff was about to go on cooldown. Meanwhile, the green mist swallowed everything, and the angel was nowhere to be seen. Then, with green liquid pouring out of her eyes, we see her slowly dissolve into the mist. Lin thought he heard her voice one last time, calling him evil fiend again. A moment later, the system notification popped up notifying him that angelic Saint Spirit had been defeated, granting him a juicy 90 million experience. As the scene shifts, somewhere far away in a grand cathedral, the sky dimmed. Panic spread as priests and believers gathered around a massive angel statue in the center hall. A blinding green light descended from above, striking the statue. Cracks spread across its glowing body before it suddenly shattered into pieces. Everyone began to panic, and neither of them had any idea what had just happened, with people screaming and rushing to alert the archbishop. Back to Lin again, things were much calmer. He had the skellies back to the summoning space and finally let out a sigh of relief because there were no more pests in his way. The storm still raged above, thunder rolling endlessly, but for Lin, it was time to move on. 2 hours later, land finally appeared on the horizon. He guessed it must be the Wind and Thunder continent. Landing on a cliff near the coast, lightning still flashed across the sky. Lin unrolled his map scroll, noting his position, just a few hours from the Thunder Burial Canyon. He had no idea what awaited him there, but he was ready for whatever came next. The scene shifted to the abyss. Inside a dark palace, Mina knelt before the succubus queen, reporting that Lin had indeed appeared in the lower levels. The news caught her by surprise. She notes that Lin was only level 52. How could he possibly reach that place? The only possible explanation, she noted, had to be that a very ancient dragon who had survived since the dawn of time was sending him there, and maybe wanted Lin to do something for him. Thinking all this, a knowing smile tugged at her lips. If that were true, things could get complicated. Still, Lin's arrival in the lower level was the perfect opportunity. Mina, trembling slightly, hesitated before asking if they were truly going after Lin. The succubus queen chuckled, then denied it, saying, "Of course not." Instead, she asked whether the mark Mina had placed on Lin was still active, to which Mina replied, "Yes." She then instructed Mina to go and tell the Dark Sky Demon Lord that Lin is alone in the lower level. He knows Lin killed his child, and she's certain he won't let that slide. She licked her lips, eyes gleaming with mischief. She remarked that orders from the Demon Emperor were absolute, but that doesn't mean she can't send fools to do the dirty work for her. Meanwhile, Lin pressed onward. Every tree he passed was bare and scorched, lightning striking again and again across the horizon. Then ahead, a bunch of black dots appeared in the sky. As he took a closer look, he noticed it was actually a fleet, and not just any fleet, but one belonging to the dragons. The ships suddenly stopped and turned toward him, cannons blazing. Clearly, they were targeting him all along. Lin reacted instantly, wings unfolding as he darted aside from the barrage. At the same time, he wondered why the dragons were stationed here. Moments later, several dragon warriors flew off the ships. However, Lin noticed how their movements were stiff and quite unnatural. Their eyes were empty, devoid of life, as if they were nothing but puppets. Lin's gut twisted, noting that these perhaps weren't real dragon war generals. He remembered facing level 70 dragons before, but they were nothing like this. A quick detection spell confirmed they were indeed level 70 dragon war generals, but something just felt off. Either way, the dragon charged, clashing headfirst into the skeletal berserkers. Standing back, Lin watched carefully, trying to piece it together. Could the dragon have developed a new breakthrough to mass-produce high-level puppets? If that were true, and if even level 70 warriors could now be manufactured, humanity might be in serious trouble. Anyway, first things first, take out the annoying bunch. The little skellies wasted no time and quickly took down a few enemies. Meanwhile, Lin fired off a corpse explosion spell, followed by a massive explosion, and just like that, a whole group of dragons was blasted to bits. Even their warship got torn apart like paper. The rest of the dragons on nearby ships started panicking. They scrambled to turn around and flee. They were fast, too fast for Lin to go after, at least not right now. So he let them go, made a mental note of the direction they ran off to, and decided to focus on grabbing the item Antares needed first. He figured he'd deal with the rest later, and hopefully figure out what was really going on. In the next scene, a portal opened. Mina stepped out first and pointed off in the distance, saying Lin was over there. Behind her, a squad of elite demons slowly emerged. One of them couldn't help but mutter that their lord was being way too cautious, asking why send them to handle a mere level 52 human. Mina just sighed to herself. These idiots had no idea who they were dealing with. Before the group could get too far, the captain of this mission, Kulai, asked how close they were. Mina checked the map and said Lin's destination was probably Thunder Burial Canyon. If that was right, they'd be able to intercept him before he got there. She even tossed Kulai a flirty look and teased that she'd be waiting for good news, though part of her wondered if this might be their last time meeting. Of course, Kulai had no idea what she was thinking, but his eyes lit up with excitement nonetheless. Back on Lin's side, the journey felt strangely quiet. He hadn't come across a single monster, and he wondered if that dragon squad he had encountered before had already cleared the path. He was still wondering about it when he suddenly noticed a familiar scent. He looked up, and sure enough, Mina was waving at him. Yeah, a little unexpected, but Lin just smirked. He figured she must be back for another round of beating. Mina, however, didn't respond. She gave a respectful bow and claimed she had a message from her queen. Apparently, the queen herself was impressed with Lin and offered him a spot as one of her dependents. That would come with plenty of perks, like full access to his personal army of succubus, which Mina winked and emphasized that she included as well. But Lin wasn't buying it. As a human, just seeing demons like them made his skin crawl. Hearing this, Mina's face turned cold. She sneered and gave the signal. Suddenly, several demons materialized around them. Kulai rolled his eyes and grumbled about why they were even talking to the guy. He was just a level 52 human, nothing he couldn't chop down in seconds. Mina cheered him on from the sidelines, which only hyped him up even more. Just to be safe, Mina also crushed a special sealing stone. It created a magic array designed specifically to counter summoning magic. She then explains that unless a divine-level summoner is here, no one else is going to summon anything inside. She figured that would lock things down nicely, convinced that without his summons, Lin would be done for. However, he just glanced around the barrier, noting that he was way past his old self. Before anyone could blink, Kulai was already in front of him, stabbing straight at his chest. Lin's skeletal armor cracked from the force. He had to admit, this guy is indeed impressive, sort of equivalent to a boss in the lower level. Looked like the Abyss was dead serious about taking him out. Without hesitating, Lin cast Skeletal Prison. The dragons charged at him were suddenly halted. Sure, the dragon could just cleanse the curse, but they didn't get a chance to use them, because one of the skeletal berserkers had already raised its giant axe and brought it crashing down. A chill wind swept through the battlefield, and when Mina looked up, she froze. From every direction, skeletons were closing in. Her eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, "This shouldn't be happening. She says how the sealing stone was supposed to block all summoning, but why could Lin just ignore it?" Then a terrifying thought crept in. Could he have reached divine-level power already? That couldn't be right. Her mind flashed back to the first time they met. Back then, Lin was nothing but a weak little insect. Honestly, if that portal hadn't sucked her away, she could have crushed him on the spot. It hasn't even been that long, and he's already become so powerful. She took a slow step back with her fists clenched, trying to stay calm. 30 seconds, she told herself. If Kulai couldn't finish him in 30 seconds, she needed to get the hell out of here. Right then, Kulai let out a furious roar. A flash of light burst from his body as he cleansed the curse. He smashed aside a charging skeleton, then raised his spear and rushed straight at Lin once more. Kulai let out a furious roar and charged straight at our boy. The moment Lin caught sight of the weapon in his hands, something clicked in his mind. He recalled seeing it before, a while back on the upper level, so he figured they must have been from the same clan. With all that being said, he had to admit it wasn't easy to kill that dude. Now, with Thunder Burial Canyon just ahead and who knows what hiding inside, Lin told himself it wasn't smart to waste his mighty soldier just yet. But the problem now is that taking Kulai down in one blow was out of the question, so it leaves him no choice but to wear them down slowly. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed the upgraded poison starburst. The toxic mist spread faster than Kulai expected, forcing him to stumble backward in alarm. But Lin didn't give anyone a chance to breathe. He ordered the Lich General to cast the poison ring, and instantly, every little skelly lit up with buffs, weapons raised high as they rushed in like a storm. The sudden power boost left the elite demon squad completely dazed. They were already outnumbered, and now they were getting torn apart. Mina, watching from the sidelines, whispered in disbelief that the Dark Sky Demon King's elite squad couldn't even fight back against Lin, causing fear to creep onto her face. Meanwhile, Kulai realized his strength was slipping away bit by bit. Sharp pain spread through his body, and green liquid started dripping from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He knew if he dragged this on, it would mean certain death. Desperation twisted across his face as he flapped his wings wildly, blowing the toxic mist aside. Then, with a furious cry, he began summoning the demon ancestor. The surrounding mist burst away as streams of purple light rose from the demons, gathering in the sky. Slowly, a giant figure began to form. Mina's heart skipped a beat as she never thought Kulai could summon a Lord-level demon ancestor, even if it's just a projection. A massive avatar loomed behind Kulai, its spear pointing forward as it declared the end of our boy. Lin frowned, already tired of this kind of trick. Judging by its aura, it was no stronger than that angelic spirit. Still, it meant no more holding back. Taking a deep breath, he decided to go all in and used mighty soldiers. Kulai scoffed, saying Lin's effort was pointless, adding that the projection carried the will of the ancestors, and further explained that nothing Lin did could hurt him. But Lin only chuckled softly, questioning if that's really the case. He raised his hand and released the soul flame. Boosted by mighty soldiers, the flame shot down like a falling star, slamming right onto the giant avatar. The result was, well, you can probably guess. It was like a slap to the face, because in the next scene, Kulai started screaming, and the rest of the demons weren't spared either. The pain clawed at their very souls, and their formation crumbled in an instant. Lin couldn't help but smirk, saying it seemed this projection was tied to every single one of their souls. How convenient. Without wasting a second, he ordered the trusty skellies to finish them off. Kulai, meanwhile, panicked and shouted for everyone to pull their souls back and shield up with their protective flames. But he was already too late. One skelly sliced through a demon's neck like it was nothing. Kulai stared in disbelief, wondering how a level 50 summon could be so powerful. Mina, on the other hand, felt a chill creeping down her spine. She already knew where this was heading. Just as she was about to flee, a strange force brushed past her senses. She turned sharply, and Kulai let out a bitter laugh. He admitted to himself there was no other way, and he'd have to use that move, even if it would cost him dearly. After all, dying wasn't an option. The moment the demons around him hear him say that, they knew exactly what he was planning. Almost in unison, they declared their loyalty to the demon lord, vowing to offer up their lives. Without hesitation, Kulai led the way, driving his weapon straight through his chest. One after another, the others followed. His voice rose as he began chanting, and he began summoning the Dark Sky Demon Lord. Their blood surged upward like a crimson tide. Then, with a sudden shudder, the sky dimmed. A massive vortex tore open above them, a dark portal greedily sucking away their life force. Mina instantly understood what they were up to. She was shocked, realizing they were trying to summon the dark sky demon lord himself. In her mind, Lin was already done for. Lin's expression shifted as the powerful aura washed over him, and he knew this was a big threat. He remarked that there'd be no way out for him if that thing actually descends. With no time to waste, he pulled out a chunk of the poison god's blood. If a mere explosion of that wasn't enough, then, well, he'd have to use the poison god's corpse for a full corpse explosion. Kulai, all weak and battered but still grinning like a madman, announced Lin is for sure dead this time. From inside the swirling portal, a massive pair of hands stretched through. Lin flung the blood forward, and a heartbeat later, it detonated. A violent surge of toxic energy slammed into the portal. A horrific scream echoed from beyond, and the pair of hands suddenly snapped back, writhing in agony, trying to extinguish the flame climbing up its body. Meanwhile, the portal began to collapse, its energy spilling out like a storm. The closest demon didn't even have time to scream before the poisonous energy swallowed him whole. Lin quickly realized perhaps the dark sky demon lord wasn't on the same level as the poison god. The blast didn't just stop the portal, it devoured everything. The poison burned through the ranks, leaving Kulai frozen in shock. He couldn't understand where the demon lord went, or why his body was now melting away. Terror twisted his face as he cried out, demanding to know what kind of poison could do this. In his last desperate moment, he turned to Mina, begging for help, but Mina immediately stumbled backward, terrified to even get close. What scared her most wasn't just seeing Kulai suffering, it was the fact that the dark sky demon lord's descent had failed. She couldn't believe it, remarking, not even the corrupt demon lord's poison was this strong. Whatever Lin had unleashed was beyond anything she'd imagined. She didn't waste another second. Crushing her teleport stone, she vanished on the spot. As she disappeared, the magic array shattered with a thunderous crack. The portal winked out of existence, and what remained of the projection dissolved into nothing. A system suddenly notified our boy defeating Dark Sky Demon Lord's avatar, granting him 90 million experience, all the while ranking up to 3-star Divine General. Lin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that really was just an avatar and not the real deal. Still, the thought of facing the real thing made him uneasy. He suddenly recalls that the dude he had once killed was the Demon Lord's offspring. So if the true Demon Lord descended, he probably wouldn't be standing here right now. In the next scene, somewhere deep in the abyss, inside a massive castle, the real Dark Sky Demon Lord was still struggling. The poison, impossible as it seemed, had spread onto his real body. His roar shook the palace walls, filled with rage and disbelief, and he swore that Lin would pay for this. But his fury only made things worse. The toxic mist began to spread from the castle, spilling outward like a living plague. Nearby demons screamed and scattered. Meanwhile, back inside the eternal trial grounds, Lin tilted his head in confusion when sudden kill notifications started popping up. But after a moment's thought, he realized perhaps the poison was spreading through the abyss itself. What Lin didn't know, though, was that he had just turned the entire abyss upside down. As the mist expanded, demons fled in panic. The Dark Sky Demon Lord managed to shake off the poison, but the damage was already done. His fortress was a ruin, and his hatred for Lin burned hotter than ever. Hours later, Lin soared through the skies, the notifications still flooding in. 10 hours of flight later, his journey came to an abrupt halt, not because he wanted to stop, but because he had no choice. The place was anti-flight, so he had to travel on foot now. He opened his map and checked the location. Sure enough, he had arrived. Thunder Burial Canyon. Lin put on another layer of skeletal armor around himself, and he began moving forward with extra caution. Bolts of lightning kept cracking down around him, but none of them managed to actually hurt him. Then, out of nowhere, a massive ball of lightning appeared ahead. The air sizzled as something leapt out from it. A creature that looked like a lion wrapped entirely in crackling thunder. His detection spell informed him this was a level 75 Thunderlight beast. The creature's huge form landed heavily right in front of him, lightning dancing along its mane. But Lin didn't seem impressed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his trusty skellies and told them to get to work. However, he hadn't expected the Thunderlight beast to be so fast. In a blink, its paw slammed across the skellies, smacking several of them through the air like rag dolls. Still, Lin didn't panic, saying it's not a big deal. He then used Skeletal Prison, locking the beast in place. As usual, what followed was a brutal gangbang. The skeletons swarmed in from all sides, and after a few waves of attacks, the Thunderlight beast collapsed to the ground. Just then, a blinding arc of lightning slammed onto its body. The creature's body twitched as it began absorbing the remaining energy. In the next moment, light exploded from its body like a miniature storm. With a feral roar, it shattered the bone shackles binding it, and the energy began expanding outward in every direction. Lin froze for half a second, clearly hadn't expected the creature to self-destruct. The sudden explosion caught Lin completely off guard. He lost a few of his skellies right away and had to throw on 3 layers of skeletal armor just to survive. It wasn't pretty, and he looked like a mess. Still, he notes the self-destruct was no joke, and perhaps even a level 70 knight could have been killed by it. Anyway, once the monster disappeared into streams of golden lights, Lin took a moment to gather his thoughts. If the entire Thunder Burial Canyon was filled with enemies like that, then this journey was about to get way rougher than he expected. Before long, he reached a fork in the path. According to the location Antares had given him, he should head right. Furthermore, Lin remarks that this very place has 9 different paths, and taking the wrong one means getting hopelessly lost. So yeah, no room for error. As he moved ahead, flickers of lightning danced across the ground, on and off, until suddenly, 2 massive orbs of light appeared in front of him. And there it was, 2 more Thunderlight beasts. However, this time, they were slightly higher level than the last one. He figures it's probably because he's now deeper inside. Even more concerning, there's 1 extra monster this time. That makes 2 instead of 1. So Lin starts wondering, could the number of beasts be tied to how many forks he's passed? If so, what's waiting for him at the end of all this? Maybe 9 of these little kitties? For now, though, no point stressing about that. He's got a more immediate problem to deal with. So he summons his trusty skellies and sends them in. Even though he came prepared, the self-destruction from the 2 monsters still blasted a bunch of skeletons into pieces. Our boy was genuinely shocked, noting just 1 extra beast, and the explosion's power had been stacking up dramatically. Things weren't really going his way, and if his theory's right, then his skellies might gonna taking even more of a hit the deeper he goes. Soon, he hits the next fork. Yep, more lightning orbs, and this time he was facing up against 3 Thunderlight beasts. His theory unfortunately checks out. Taking them down isn't the hard part, but these self-destructs are really becoming a pain in the ass. The explosions are getting stronger each time, and now there's no avoiding the blast. The damage keeps stacking, and Lin realizes that if he didn't have skeletal armor, damage transfer, and lifelink, he'd probably be dead a dozen times over by now. Covered in dust and with half his clothes shredded, he stops to ask himself, can anyone actually make it to the heart of Thunder Burial Canyon alive? Nonetheless, he pushed forward and reached the next fork, and he noted there was no turning back now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Dark Sky Demon Lord's castle, now completely engulfed by a terrifying toxic mist. The Demon Lord was using every ounce of his strength just to stop the poison from eating away at his body. As for the rest of the castle, he really can't do much about it. With no other choice, he turned to the Plague Demon Lord for help. Now this guy wasn't exactly easy on the eyes. Definitely not someone you'd want to look at during dinner. He clicked his tongue in surprise, saying, who would have thought the mighty Dark Sky would ever come crawling to him? Dark Sky, clearly irritated, snapped at him to cut the nonsense. The ugly one rolled his eyes, pulled out a green gemstone, and figured it was worth testing. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of poison was this, strong enough to put even Dark Sky in such a state? As the gemstone glowed, the nearby mist began swirling toward it, slowly getting absorbed. But then, something changed. The Plague Lord's eyes widened and noted something terrifying was happening, and whatever it wasn't good. A bad feeling hit him hard, and without hesitation, he tossed the gem away. But it was already too late. A streak of poison shot up his arm. Shocked, he stared in disbelief, then immediately chopped the whole arm off. His breathing turned heavy as his arm began regenerating. Looking horrified, he muttered that this poison was beyond terrifying, even worse than his own. Dark Sky couldn't wait any longer and asked sharply if the Plague Lord had seen anything unusual. The ugly one suddenly grinned, saying he had. Apparently, deep inside that poison, he sensed the faint trace of rule energy. He adds that if he could figure it out, then his own power might evolve even further. That stunned Dark Sky completely. Poison infused with rule-level energy was beyond absurd, and he just couldn't wrap his head around how a human at level 50 could be capable of wielding power on that scale. The Plague Lord, still intrigued, added that there's only a tiny bit of rule energy, but definitely real. Then he leaned in and asked when Dark Sky planned to drag Lin into the abyss, adding that he was sure Lin must be carrying something special. Dark Sky gave a vague promise to make it happen, but secretly, he thought if he ever got the chance, he'd rather kill the guy outright. Meanwhile, back at the Succubus Palace, Mina had just finished her report. The Succubus Queen asked again, as if not convinced enough that Lin really managed to destroy Dark Sky's avatar. Mina nodded seriously, saying yes. She began pacing back and forth, thinking first of the Flame Demon Lord, and now it was Dark Sky, which meant Lin had already taken out the avatars of 2 demon lords. After some thought, she told Mina to drop it. No more chasing him. She admitted flat out that Mina was no longer strong enough to deal with Lin. Mina looked uneasy, unsure how they would explain that to the Demon Emperor. The Queen waved it off, saying they just had to look like they were trying. And while they were at it, she wanted rumors spread that Lin had appeared in the lower levels, believing that would definitely draw in some fools looking to test their luck. At the same time, she figured if all that failed to kill him, maybe it was smarter not to make him an enemy at all. Otherwise, they'd be the ones dying. Now she was just wondering, what might be the things Lin really liked? And was it even possible to patch things up with him? As the scene shifts back to Lin, he has finally arrived at the 9th and final fork. At this point, his clothes were completely shredded, except, of course, for one proud survivor, his pants. As always, perfectly standing strong. He took a deep breath, saying this was it, the very last fork. He had no idea what was waiting up ahead. Could it be 9 thunderlight beasts or perhaps a boss fight? Either way, he was ready. Just then, something flashed in the distance. A streak of golden light tore through the sky and crashed into the ground with terrifying speed. A thunderous explosion shook the air, and when the smoke cleared, a massive creature emerged. The detection spell told Lin everything he needed to know. This was a level 80 world boss divine thunder beast, boasting over 3 million total stats. It possessed a lightning absorption passive, 2 devastating skills, and complete immunity to lightning elemental damage. In fact, it could even absorb electricity to grow stronger. Lin was more startled by its stats than its towering frame, but then he grinned. He noted that if he could somehow defeat this monster and hopefully make it his summon, then that would be a real power boost. Learning from his previous battles, he had to end the fight quickly. Otherwise, the creature would simply heal from the lightning and worse, channel it into a catastrophic self-destruction. Thinking fast, he summoned his skeletal army once again. With a flick of his hand, he cast Mighty Soldier, determined to go all in from the get-go. Meanwhile, the Lich General raised his staff, layering buffs upon buffs. Meanwhile, the ranged skeletons had already launched their attacks, their arrows and bolts raining down on the boss, successfully aggroing the boss, and with a furious roar, unleashed its first ability, Tenfold Thunderstorm. Lightning surged and exploded outward, swallowing the entire cavern in blinding light. The damage was immense. Even with every precaution, both Lin and his skellies still got hit. When the light finally faded, Lin's body tingled with slight numbness. He couldn't help but remark how terrifying that power was. If not for his high lightning resistance and all the defensive capabilities he had, he would have been vaporized on the spot. The skeletal berserkers couldn't even approach, and the ranged skellies alone weren't enough to take it down. Lin knew this was just the first skill. If the boss used its single-target strike on him, then he wouldn't be sure if he could actually tank it. So, he decided to join the fight. Despite the level gap, Lin cast Skeletal Prison, knowing it wouldn't hold for long, but that was fine. It was only part of his plan. Scythe in hand, he dashed forward. Countless bone shackles shot out, locking tightly around the boss. The slow effect is just the cherry on top. What he really needed was the amplified all damage received. Then, Lin pulled out the Poison God's corpse from his storage space. Using his scythe, he extracted a drop of divine blood, saying this was his strongest trump card for now. It's kinda wasteful, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He hurled the drop toward the boss, and it burst upon impact, releasing a surge of toxic mist that devoured the surrounding lightning. The boss let out a low, furious growl. Lin stayed back, watching anxiously. The creature was bleeding from its mouth and nose, thrashing in agony, but it wasn't enough to kill it. Lin was shocked to see the same divine blood that once killed a demon lord's avatar somehow wasn't enough to finish it off. Then he noticed nearby lightning was gathering around the boss from all directions. He remembered the boss's passive. Apparently, the lightning hitting him was actually healing it, while restoring its strength. The storm intensified, and Lin immediately commanded his skeletons to intercept the lightning. The skellies leapt into the storm, sacrificing themselves to block the incoming bolts. Seizing the moment, the Lich General cast Poisonous Ring. With momentum, they descended from above, striking relentlessly at the beast. The poison stacked layer by layer until even the raging lightning couldn't heal fast enough. The boss howled one last time, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. But Lin didn't see a system notification, so he ordered the rest of the skellies to swarm it again. Moments later, after another brutal onslaught, System notified him that a level 80 Divine Thunder Beast had been defeated, granting him a juicy 80 million experience. Standing before the colossal corpse, Lin raised his scythe high and used Soul Summon. He notes how powerful the boss was, remarking that such strength should not be wasted. With a calm yet commanding tone, he tells the fallen beast to rise and serve him. The scythe gleamed ominously, then began extracting the soul from its body. Slowly, a faint silhouette began to form. Moments later, the system chimed in, notifying Soul Summon successful. But something felt off. Lin frowned upon looking at the thing, saying it looked nothing like the boss. Casting detection spell, he was stunned by what he saw. It revealed a completely different name called Divine Poisonous Thunder Beast. Every stat, every ability matched the original boss perfectly, yet several new traits had appeared. It now possessed Poison Absorption, an ability called Venom Blast, and complete immunity to poison elemental damage. It came as quite the shocker to see the boss suddenly transform, and Lin couldn't help but wonder if it was all because of the poison god's blood. Whatever the reason, first things first is to recall the soul into his scythe. A sly smile curls on his face as he notes that it's still his lucky day. With its skill now enhanced, this new summon might just become one of his trump cards moving forward. Anyway, he keeps pressing on, knowing that after he crosses this narrow passage, he'll finally reach the final destination. Passing through yet another electric zone, he finally arrives at what appears to be the end of the canyon. In front of him was an altar engraved with strange symbols, and right behind it was a massive purple crystal. Upon closer inspection, Lin notices a magical array etched across the altar's surface. The moment he steps onto it, the formation flares to life. Instantly, the altar splits open, releasing a burst of purple crystals that shoot toward him like a storm. Electricity flickers within them as they flew towards our boy. Startled, he hurriedly reinforces his skeletal armor, but to his surprise, the impacts don't harm him at all. Instead, a bunch of notifications popped up notifying him that his lightning resistance cap had increased. Noticing the changes, he remarks that this must be the reward for clearing Thunder Burial Canyon. In no time, his lightning resistance cap had reached a staggering 90%. As the symbols around the altar dim, Lin moves forward again, approaching the enormous crystal. Inside, he can see a small golden sphere-looking thingy, perhaps the very item Antares had been looking for. Without overthinking it, he takes out the drop of blood Antares gave him and pours it over the crystal. In an instant, the crystal began to melt, morphing into a jelly-like substance, releasing the sphere, which Lin grabs immediately. Before he can figure out what it is, a voice echoes in his mind, sounding surprised, asking if he's obtained the Dragon Pearl. Naturally, it's Antares. Without explaining much, Antares simply tells him he can return now by activating the teleportation array. However, Lin still has unfinished business here. He tells Antares he'll return once everything is settled. There's silence for a moment. Then Antares' tone softens, though Lin can sense the big guy looks a bit nervous. That alone tells him the Dragon Pearl must be extremely important to him. Seeing through it, Lin smirks inwardly, thinking that Antares won't force him just yet and will probably let him handle things his own way. Sure enough, Antares laughs and agrees, saying they can discuss a proper deal once Lin finishes what he has to do. Lin merely responds that he'll head back soon. Meanwhile, behind the massive crystal, Lin suddenly spots a newly revealed path. Could it be a hidden chamber? Intrigued, he commands a few of his skellies to scout ahead before following them in. At the same time, far across the abyss, a thunderous roar erupts, a voice demanding to know who dared to take it from him. The sound echoes from the Demon Emperor's palace itself. Shortly after, the Emperor issued an order to investigate everyone who had entered Thunder Burial Canyon in recent days. His furious cry sweeps across the entire abyss, shaking every corner. Demons of all ranks tremble in fear, dropping to their knees. The Dark Sky Demon Lord is the first to piece things together, noting grimly that his avatar was destroyed by Lin precisely in that very place. Meanwhile, the Succubus Queen is already whispering something into the Demon Emperor's ear. The Emperor frowns, saying this isn't the first time he's heard the name Lin. Knowing it was him again, The order comes down sharp and cold, and he adds that no matter the cost, kill Lin. The one who succeeds will receive a rule artifact as a reward. That reward alone leaves even the demon lords stunned. Dark Sky turns toward the ugly bastard, asking casually if he's interested. The latter merely laughs, then remarks it's not going to be an easy task, so he decides it's probably better to continue studying the poison. As for all that fighting business, he'll gladly leave that to others. Anyway, back on Lin's side, he continues delving deeper into the secret path. Crystals shimmer along the walls, pulsing with faint arcs of electricity. It came as a surprise that absorbing their energy can slightly boost his lightning resistance. Holding one in his hand, he notes his cap has already climbed to 90%, and with these, he can push it right to the cap. But he's most intrigued by what comes next. Eventually reaching the end of the tunnel, as Lin continues to absorb the crystals, the glow around him intensifies, until finally, the path opens up into an enormous structure. What greeted him was the Temple of the Thunder God. Even though part of him had already guessed it, seeing the real thing still feels surreal. He recalls that he's already cleared several elemental dungeons, each granting a key, and the Thunder God's key is among them. Without hesitation, he pulls it out from his storage space. It looks less like a key and more like a sword, and sure enough, there's a sword-shaped indentation right at the temple gate. Lin approaches slowly. The moment the sword nears the gate, it bursts into brilliant arcs of lightning as if recognizing its home. With a deep rumble, it slides perfectly into the slot. The ground trembles, the gates creak open, and inside lies a single stone coffin. Lin remembers that the Thunder God was slain by the Beast King, and he wonders if this is where their final battle took place. Inside the coffin rests an old man, identical to the figure in his memories. Many years may have passed, yet the body remains perfectly intact. On the man's forehead, a faint mark glows. Lin recognizes it immediately. He takes out the second relic and places it gently upon the mark. Instantly, the item is absorbed, and the lightning around the body flares violently. Lin instinctively takes 2 steps back, just as the old man's body rises into the air. Lin gulps nervously, noting that Thunder God is beginning to wake up, but unsure what will happen next. Electricity surges toward him, coalescing around the floating figure. From afar, a blinding flash streaks through the hall, and seconds later, a sword is soaring straight into the old man's hand. He grips it firmly and smiles, murmuring that it's good to see his closest comrade one last time before the end. Later, he thanked our boy, but Lin was confused as to why the old man said this was the end. Wasn't he already awake now? The Thunder God explains that this is merely a lingering soul fragment, bound to the relic Lin used to wake him up, while his true spirit perished long ago in that great battle. As his consciousness spread, both he and Lin saw schools, cities, mountains, and the flourishing lands of humankind. He seems pleased, almost relieved, saying humans have come a long way. Then he asks whether Antares is still alive. Lin answers that he's in the upper level. Hearing that, the Thunder God smiles, remarking that as long as Antares is alive, the world will remain safe, and that's enough for him. Lin can feel the old man's life energy fading. Before disappearing completely, the Thunder God leaves one final message telling our boy to keep pushing forward. Become a supreme divine, because only then will he earn the right to speak as an equal among gods. As his body began to fade, the Thunder God decided to leave Lin a parting gift. Several bolts of lightning pierce through the air, merging directly into Lin's body. A system chime follows almost instantly, informing him that he has gained permanent immunity to the lightning element. He barely has time to celebrate when another notification appeared notifying him that he had obtained a medium divinity that, once absorbed, will instantly make him divine level. Not only that, but he's also received the Thunder God's divine seed itself. Once merged, he could ascend as the new Thunder God. And just like that, our boy now has 2 inheritances from the gods. Meanwhile, a few fragments materialize in hands, almost like diamonds. The system identifies them as rule crystals, a type of rare material imbued with the raw power of the lightning elemental rule. Still trying to process everything, but what troubled him the most was the Thunder God's final words. The message weighs on him, and he wonders if there is some sort of big scheme behind all this. He can't tell, nor does he yet have the strength to find out. But perhaps, he notes, Antares might know the truth. Anyway, there's no time to dwell on it. The temple begins to tremble violently. Cracks tear across the walls as lightning dances chaotically. Realizing what's happening, Lin bolts for the exit. Moments later, the entire structure collapses behind him. Outside, the Thunder Burial Canyon begins to crumble as well. Thunder roars, the ground splits open, and rain pours down in sheets, and this phenomenon only occurs when a god perishes. Watching the scene, Lin remarks that the Thunder Burial Canyon, true to its name, has become the real resting place for the thunder god. Meanwhile, far above, Antares gazes at the storm with a heavy heart. He notes that thunder had finally met his end, and he sounded a little sad as he murmured that perhaps it's better this way, because at least his old pal finally found peace. Back in the Empire, the sudden downpour spreads across the land. Meng Anwen watches the darkened sky. Not once in 1,000 years had a god fallen, yet now, 2 have fallen in mere days. Elsewhere, Mohan senses the disturbance and grows anxious for her younger brother. She pleads with her teacher to check Lin's condition. However, each time they do this, it requires a drop of her essence blood, but she doesn't hesitate. Her teacher sighs, helpless against her stubbornness. After a moment, he assures her that Lin is safe. Only then does Mohan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin rushes out of the collapsing canyon. Behind him, a massive stone tablet was hurtling through the air in pursuit. At the same time, he noticed the anti-flight is also gone, so he quickly summons his wings and takes flight, narrowly evading the stone tablet. As he steadied himself mid-air, he was shocked to see the tablet inscribed with a primordial rune. Having learned from experience, he wastes no time and activates it. In the next instant, a blinding red beam shoots into the sky, and Lin can't help but wonder, what new, powerful skill will he be getting this time? Picking up the primordial rune comes with one major drawback, a beam of light that insists on following above his head. That means, for the next 10 days, Lin will be exposed right under everyone's nose. Confident as ever, he doesn't really care. This time, instead of others hunting him, Lin declares he'll be the one doing the hunting. He tells himself it's time for a massacre. And with that, the next scene shows him shooting into the sky. His first target, he decides, will be the dragon. After all, those fleets are hard to miss, and he's been curious about their war general-level puppets for a while now. Maybe, he notes, they're already preparing for war. However, what we should be most surprised by, though, is that Lin actually changed clothes for the occasion. Anyway, the dragon immediately notices the blazing red pillar piercing the sky. Someone, they realize, has obtained the primordial rune. Within seconds, their fleet changes course. The commander shouts new orders, telling the entire army to move out and capture it. Half a day flies by, and Lin finally meets the first wave of enemies. The fleet was bigger than last time, with countless ships stretching across the horizon. He didn't expect them to deliver themselves right to his doorstep. One detection spell later, and he sees the space around them swarming with level 70 dragon spearmen, packed tight like an army of ants. He calculates there must be hundreds of warships here, possibly close to 1,000. If each held about 100, then he would be facing nearly 100,000 enemies in total. Lin wonders, half amused, where the dragons even got enough materials for such mass production. The dragon commander spots him instantly. Pointing a furious finger, he declares that Lin has slain countless of their people, and thus he must die. After all, it's the Dragon King himself who ordered it. Suddenly, the ship's magic arrays begin to hum, pink circles of power lighting up as the fleet starts absorbing lightning energy from nearby. Lin notes, somewhat impressed, that they're planning to weaponize the local storm's electric charge. It makes sense, he admits. But then he laughs, saying all right, then remarks inwardly, let's see how that goes. The commander gives the order. Immediately, beams of energy shoot toward Lin, each strike hitting perfectly, bursting with crackling thunder. Meanwhile, our boy was inundated with system messages informing him that lightning element immunity had been activated. Around him, a shimmering barrier absorbs every hit, dissolving each bolt into harmless light. Lin remarks dryly that, unfortunately for them, these types of attacks are useless. The commander panics. He asks how it's possible. With so many ships, even a divine level wouldn't stand unscathed. He suspects Lin must have some powerful item or ability. Either way, he yells, all forces attack. In the next instant, figures leap from the ships like meteors, while Lin calmly summons his skellies. Led by the Lich General, the trusty skellies instantly form a wall before him. The skeletal berserkers charge forward, clashing head-on with the dragon spearmen. For Lin, these are all juicy experience points. Looks like another level up coming. As the Lich General casts buffs on the little skellies, Lin follows up with mighty soldiers. Since the dragons want to fight so badly, he figures they should taste real power. The skeleton's strength surges. With massive axes raised high, they rush in. One of the dragons gets too close, and the next second, an arrow pierces his skull. He falls from the sky like a rock. The same scene repeats again and again, though each time a skeletal berserker catches the corpse midair, grabs it by the ankles, spins it around, and hurls it straight back into the enemy lines. Because really, what's more efficient than a good old-fashioned corpse explosion? Lin announces gleefully that it's been far too long since the last firework. With the mighty soldier buff, the explosions hit even harder. Corpses detonate in the midst of the dragon ranks, one after another. The skellies keep cleaning up stragglers, while Lin, meanwhile, goes into full spell spam mode. The blast radius expands with every cast, and nearby warships start falling victim to the chaos. The dragon immediately senses trouble. The commander barks orders to activate the protective barrier at full power. Just then, shimmering barriers spring up across the fleet. Even so, the warships keep trembling under the endless chain of explosions. Inside, the crew breaks into a cold sweat, unsure if they can hold out. Soon enough, cracks start appearing on the barriers, and the real dragons on board begin to panic. The commander quickly orders a retreat, adding that the ships must be preserved above all else. But the command comes too late. In the very next instant, the ships in the very front had their barriers shatter one after another. Many try to turn, but before they can even adjust course, they begin falling like dominoes. The shattered dragon warships plunge from the sky, crashing violently into the ground and exploding for the second time. The corpse explosion continues to ripple outward, bursting through yet more barriers until the sky seems to rain fire with warships falling like shooting stars. Meanwhile, Lin watches in amusement, and a grin spreads across his face. He stood there like a menace, almost admiring his own chaos, calling it beautiful, but the dragon commander is horrified. He cannot understand how this is happening. Less than a minute, and already they've lost over 200 warships, not to mention more than 4,000 soldiers. Whatever the case, he decides, they must withdraw. He orders a full retreat, telling every surviving vessel to return to base immediately. Fortunately, the destruction bought them just enough time to turn around, and within moments, the fleet vanishes into the distance. Lin watches them go, tugging at his collar thoughtfully. He remarks that it's fine. Let them run for now. After all, if they don't return to base, how else is he supposed to find out where and how they're mass-producing those world general-level puppets? Ever since he first saw them, he had a bad feeling about them. He reasons that if the dragon keeps developing at this rate, soon they'll have puppets exceeding level 80, and that would spell disaster for humanity. With that, Lin dashes off in pursuit, following the fleet's trail. Nearly an hour later, he finally finds them. Countless warships are docked beside a strange floating structure. Lin blinks in surprise, saying the dragons have built a flying fortress. He wonders aloud why they'd invest so much manpower and resources. Could it be that they are trying to guard some sort of secret? Suddenly, something bursts from the fortress. The dude looked a little different from ordinary dragons, most notably the pair of horns on its head and its face shape. Lin immediately recognizes this was a sign of atavism, meaning this one must be their leader. The dragon leader, having noticed Lin long before, descends before him in an instant. He looks astonished that Lin actually dared to follow. Lin doesn't bother with words, telling the dude he's not here for diplomacy. Between their races, it's already a fight to the death. The dragon leader roars an order. Every warship, every fortress cannon, annihilate Lin at once. This time they're ready. All ships, and even the fortress itself, activate their protective barrier in unison. From inside, countless dragons soar outward, this time with much higher stats. Lin quickly notes that these are the true dragon warlords, not those weak puppets. Even so, he remained calm, maybe even a little excited. Summoning his scythe, he used soul summons. A heartbeat later, the divine poisonous thunder beast materializes. The big boy's body, even in soul form, was wreathed in lightning and toxic mist. Then, one by one, the little skellies appear around him, and Lin's expression darkens. Lin then pulls out a single drop of the poison god's essence blood, and the dragon leader freezes. He can feel the divine aura emanating from it. He demands to know what it is, but Lin offers no reply. Instead, the droplet dissolves into a green fog that spreads like wildfire. The leader instantly senses its strength but scoffs nonetheless, claiming that poison won't affect their ships or the fortress. Lin lets out a smirk, laughing as he asks if that's so, then points his scythe forward and commands the big boy to charge. The big boy rushes straight toward the dragon, greedily absorbing the nearby poison mist, gathering it bit by bit inside its mouth. At this moment, none of the dragons dared to move, standing tightly within the fortress barrier. The next second, the big boy unleashes venomous blast. The leader senses the threat and tries to stop it, but it's already too late. Terrifying energy bursts outward, the poison instantly tearing through the barrier. Many who fail to react in time are melted alive, their bodies dissolving on the spot. What's worse for them is that right behind them, the warship barriers also begin to crack one after another. The leader quickly orders everyone to get out of there. However, even if they manage to flee, the warships cannot pivot fast enough, let alone the colossal fortress, which cannot move at all. The mist continues eroding everything, and just seconds later, the fortress slowly melts away until in just moments, it collapses completely. Lin, meanwhile, suddenly notices something inside the fortress. Looking closer, he's shocked to see what appears to be a secret realm entrance. He then realized the secret they were protecting all along is, in fact, a secret realm. The dragon leader, furious, realizes he can't save the fortress but must stop Lin. He orders everyone to abandon the warships and join forces to kill Lin, emphasizing that humans must never get their hands on the secret realm. Lin only sneers, saying they can't protect it, and declares that from now on, the secret realm belongs to him. The dragon leader ordered an assault, and all of the dragons charged at once. Meanwhile, the skellies on our boy's side shot into the air. The two forces collided almost instantly, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the air. The dragons, already startled by the skeleton's monstrous strength, quickly noted the strange green mist wrapping around every bony summons. And the moment they get too close, poison began seeping in. Clearly, the Lich General has buffed the skellies with poisonous ring. The damage wasn't high individually, but with so many of them stacked together, the effect became overwhelming. Numerous dragons began to feel sick, and the skeletons, noticing this weakness, swung their axes without hesitation. And just like that, the first wave of enemies fell. Lin, meanwhile, remarked that sheer numbers meant nothing to him. Red light burst from his hand as he cast Corpse Explosion. Ironically, the dragon's proud puppets became his ammunition. The moment the first corpse detonated, a rapid chain of explosions followed, one after another, each blast expanding the fiery radius. Before long, half the sky glowed red. Furthermore, the enemy fleets that had just arranged themselves for an assault were caught in the blasts, dropping from the air like burning meteors. Lin took a slow breath and noted, almost casually, how beautiful it looked. Anyway, on the other side, the dragons descended into full panic. They fled desperately, abandoning their warships in their rush. But this time Lin had no intention of letting them escape. Countless bone shackles shot forward, wrapping tightly around the dragons. Many were so frantic they didn't even cleanse the curse in time, giving the skellies all the opportunity they needed to overtake them. In the distance, the skeletal archmage and sharpshooters had already begun chanting. A storm of elemental explosions and arrows rained down as the skeletal berserkers charged in to finish the job. Before long, the entire battlefield echoed with screams and the thuds of dragon bodies plummeting from the sky. Seeing his people fall, the dragon leader's eyes burned red, and he declared that Lin must die. In the next instant, power surged across his body, energy bursting outward as his form shifted. He had triggered his bloodline awakening. His body expanded rapidly, shifting from humanoid shape into a massive dragon. The bloodline's power wasn't something even they used lightly. Its strain on the body was immense, but as long as he could kill Lin, he no longer cared. The leader let out a roar as he shattered the skeletal prison. He then tells Lin that he is doomed, that the ancestral blood grants him divine power, and that he will use Lin's blood to honor the fallen of his clan. No sooner had he finished speaking, the leader lunged forward, smashing a colossal foot down onto Lin. Yet our boy didn't even budge. His skeletal armor showed only a faint crack, prompting him to ask mockingly whether the leader had forgotten to eat breakfast. So comes another stomp. This one is far stronger. The blow landed dead center on Lin and completely shattered his skeletal armor, instantly triggering lifelink and damage transfer. Nevertheless, Lin kept mocking him, asking whether that was truly his full power. He remarked that perhaps the so-called dragon bloodline was not much after all. The leader froze in disbelief, seeing Lin standing there entirely unharmed. During that brief hesitation, Lin unleashed bone spikes. Thick, razor-sharp spikes shot out and pierced straight through the leader's body. Now the leader was fully enraged, especially after Lin's insult toward the dragon bloodline. A massive spectral figure appeared behind him, jaws opening wide. Lin sensed a serious threat, and in the next instant, several tornado-like strikes spiraled toward him. Lin noted that the attack was impressive, strong enough perhaps to cost him a few skeletons, though it still couldn't truly hurt him. But what he did not expect was that the leader merely used the technique to stall for time. By the time the winds cleared, the dragon leader had already fled far into the distance. Lin stood there speechless, saying this was unexpected. He'd thought the leader intended to fight to the death, only to realize he'd taken the chance to run. All around, remnants of the floating fortresses were still raining down, then slowly drawn into the secret realm entrance. And just then, Lin leveled up. After slaying so many dragon warlords, he finally reached level 53. He approached the secret realm, wondering what the dragons had been hiding inside those fortresses. He got curious and fully intended to explore. He reached out a hand, expecting to be transported inside just like usual. But the next second, the realm pushed him back. He blinked in surprise, asking himself why he was rejected. Thinking quickly, he looked down at the primordial rune on his hand and realized he was still in his trial period. For the next 10 days, until the red pillar above him faded, he could enter no dungeons, no secret realms, nor could he leave this level of the eternal trial grounds. Frustrated, but knowing there's nothing he can do, he decided he would return when the time came. At that very moment, our boy sensed a powerful presence. Lin's expression shifts in an instant as he senses the real demon lords forcing their way through the eternal trial grounds. He's already slain 2 avatars before, but that doesn't mean he can take on the real thing. The problem is, he's still trapped by the trial with nowhere to run. So the only thing he can think of is to detonate the poison god's essence blood as he stalls for time and thinks of a way out. The area quickly floods with poisonous mist. Before long, a massive silhouette emerges. First to show itself was the level 91 Fire Spirit Demon Lord. Meanwhile, another voice asks him whether Lin is still there. The Fire Spirit Demon Lord seems stalled by the green mist and doesn't attack immediately. But Lin notes the abyssal flame wasn't fading, and that can only mean one thing. More than one Demon Lord is descending, realizing the situation has spiraled completely out of control, especially with the Fire Spirit Demon Lord growing impatient and planning to seize him before the others arrive, and then run back for a reward. But the Demon Lord seriously underestimates the poison. The moment it touches the mist, he's shocked to find he can't withstand its corrosion. He immediately retreats out of the haze and tells Lin to stop resisting, claiming his flame can burn away every trace of poison. He even adds that once the poison is gone, Lin will be for sure dead. Our boy, meanwhile, doesn't give a single damn about what the guy is boasting. He's too busy scrambling through his storage space trying to find anything usable. But the more he checks, the worse it looks. During the primordial rune trial, even abyssal teleport stones are disabled, and not even Antares' dragon pearl can get him out. And then, more figures appear in the distance, each radiating a terrifying aura. Lin immediately confirms his suspicions. The abyss has deployed more than one demon lord. Suddenly, he remembers the teleport stone that allows him to return to the ancient imperial city. It can't take him out of the lower level, but at least it can get him out of this mess for now. On the other side, the Fire Spirit Demon Lord pushes through the poison with full strength. After a tremendous struggle, he finally rips the toxic mist apart, only to find the place completely empty. The Demon Lords quickly realize Lin must have used a teleport stone. Still, they're sure he hasn't left the lower level. The Ice Flame Demon Lord and the Umbral Demon Lord arrive and remark that the primordial rune can only exist on the level where it's found. Their only logical destination is the human ancient imperial city. Without hesitation, they all march straight toward it. The scene shifts. Lin appears atop the teleport array as a red pillar of light erupts from the city walls. Everyone freezes at the sudden flare. Some exclaim that it must be a primordial rune. Others celebrate that one of their own has claimed it. Naturally, the commotion draws the attention of the Legion commander. Feng Yiming and his officers rush over, only to discover, somewhat stunned, that the source of the red light is on top of Lin, and he was surprised Lin had acquired yet another primordial rune. Lin doesn't waste time on reunions. He turns sharply and urgently tells Feng that he's currently being hunted by 5 demon lords, then asks whether the city has any means of resisting them. Feng gulped nervously, hearing all that, then a burst of cold sweat soaking straight through his clothes. He looks completely scattered for a moment, and even asks again, as if hoping he misheard. 5 demon lords? Ever since he took command of the ancient imperial city, he has never seen such levels of mobilization, especially just to hunt one man. Forcing himself to breathe steadily, he tells Lin there's nothing to worry about, adding that the city has survived thousands of years in the lower level for a reason. With that said, he turns and roars for everyone to prepare, saying the demons are coming, and orders to activate the defensive barrier. Orders ripple outward like shockwaves. Panic lasts only a heartbeat before all of the human professionals rush to join the Legion, readying themselves for the oncoming battle. The moment one climber reaches the wall, he urgently points toward the horizon. A massive demon army approaches, endless and swarming. Suddenly, the sky outside the city turns completely dark as the demons have already reached the air above. Then a golden tower rises from within the city, none other than the Thunder Tower, the ancient city's sacred guardian treasure. A heartbeat later, a colossal barrier expands outward, enveloping the entire city. The demons halt. A leading demon lord demands they hand over Lin, threatening to slaughter everyone otherwise. Feng steps beside the floating tower, smiling coldly as he remarks that the demon lord can keep dreaming. He follows with a mocking chuckle and asks how long demon lords can even stay in the lower level and how many times they can actually strike. With just this ragtag swarm, they expect to destroy the ancient city, which Feng believed to be truly laughable. His words ignite the demon lord's fury. They launch simultaneous attacks, but Feng's control over the tower holds firm. The blows crash against the barrier and fail to penetrate. At that moment, the spire beside him flares violently. Electric arcs whirl across its surface, then a bolt of lightning erupts from the tower and engulfs the entire demon army in an instant. Explosions echo non-stop, mixed with the demon's screams. But the blast drains Feng significantly. Controlling the tower is clearly no simple task. Lin immediately asks if he's all right. Feng insists he's fine, explaining that the tower contains a thunder core. To unleash its full might, the user must withstand the lightning themselves, but admits that even he can only barely handle it. At the mention of lightning, Lin remarks that he wants to try. Feng freezes, uncertain, and asks if he was sure. Lin simply says to trust him, and places both hands on the tower. Instantly, torrents of lightning coil around him, but he remains perfectly unharmed. Meanwhile, the professionals across the ancient city finally understand what sparked this catastrophe. The demons have emptied their nests to kill the human who just obtained a second primordial rune. Clearly, the upper echelons of the abyss already fear Divine General Lin's rapid rise, and since he is a prodigy of the human race, they now feel an overwhelming urgency to protect him. The demon lords, seeing time slip away, had no choice but to order a full-on assault, ordering their men to slaughter the ancient city. Meanwhile, Lin focuses on the tower, still trying to control it. When Lin finally seizes complete control of the Thunder Tower, he not only gains full control of the entire city's formations, but also expands his senses in every direction. His entire viewpoint shifts. Now hovering high above the ancient city, he sees everything with a clarity sharper than sight itself. Even the demon lord hiding in the shadows can't escape his perception. Lin glances at the drifting haze and immediately recognizes it as the Shadow Demon Lord, that infamous assassin type. He actually feels a bit amused, saying the abyss must really be desperate. He then remarks to himself that, under normal circumstances, facing them head-on would give him zero chance. But now, with the tower under his command, it's a completely different story. Another bolt of lightning bursts from the tower, this time far stronger than anything Feng ever managed. Though the demons resist with all their might, many still drop during the process. Feng, watching below, can't help but thrill with excitement and notes that Divine General Lin must have fully mastered the tower. Meanwhile, he silently admits that the tower's power in Lin's hands is leagues beyond what he could produce. Lin quickly confirms that the Thunder Tower is directly connected to the ancient city, and the core inside is the actual foundation. As long as someone controls the tower, the city itself becomes an impenetrable fortress, even against demon armies of this scale. No wonder the city has stood firm on the lower level for thousands of years. Lightning keeps pouring into our boy's body, but with lightning immunity, he barely bothers noticing. The earlier lightning strike was merely a warm-up, and he can feel the power stored for millennia surging at his fingertips. He gets increasingly excited, saying he's never fought a battle this rich in resources. Anyway, with the tower behind him, he's confident he can take on these demon lords head-on. With a roar, Lin unleashes wave after wave of attack. One strike nails a demon lord directly, and he's shocked to find the lightning actually injures him. Feng, ever proud, remarks that human heritage isn't something those brainless animals could ever understand. The demon lords, sensing danger, order a full assault. One of them charges first, slamming a fist into the city's barrier, but it has no effect. Feng casually tells him to give it up. Unless the demon emperor comes personally, breaking the city's defense is impossible. By now, Lin is fully accustomed to the tower's rhythm. Since they chose to go after him, they'd better be ready to die for it. A razor-quick flash of lightning drops from the sky before the Ice Flame Demon Lord can even react. He freezes mid-strike, face twisting as lightning detonates inside his body. Feeling that unbearable pain, he can't believe any attack could carry such terrifying force. But one thing he knows for sure, If he gets hit again, he might actually die. Terrified, he spins and flees in the opposite direction, but Lin has no intention of letting him escape. He remarks almost lazily that this technique is called divine slaying thunder. As the name suggests, it doesn't just kill divine level, it's tailor-made to erase filthy demon lords like him. Another shot of lightning spears through the demon lord's chest. A heartbeat later, his entire body is blasted to pieces. Below, the human professionals stare wide-eyed. One of them quietly asks if a demon lord just died. They can hardly believe it. 2 bolts of lightning, and that's all it took. The entire battlefield falls silent in an instant. Feng, meanwhile, can't hide his shock at seeing Lin actually wielding the legendary divine slaying thunder. At the same time, the remaining demon lords turn pale. Watching one of them get erased so cleanly makes their confidence crumble. But then, a mocking voice drifts across the sky, telling them that since they're already here, they might as well stay. The tower begins to charge again, humming with lethal power, and 2 fresh bolts of lightning instantly streak toward the fleeing demon lords. Realizing they can't escape in time, they throw up shields in desperation. But the defenses slice apart like butter the moment the lightning touches them. Feeling that crushing force tearing through them, they tremble with genuine fear. Meanwhile, the Shadow Demon Lord hiding on the sidelines didn't expect the situation to flip so drastically, and he grudgingly admits he underestimated the city's defense. Just then, a shout echoes from above, scolding him that if he doesn't act now, they will all die here, and he certainly won't survive either. He grits his teeth and curses them all as useless trash. Abandoning his earlier plans, he reveals himself. His massive wings snap open, disgusting to look at, but enormous enough to blot out half the sky. The black fog coiled around him expands, and shockingly, it manages to block the divine slaying thunder, making it clear that he's much stronger than the rest. With a sinister grin, he darts toward the city barrier, bragging to himself that nobody could have expected him to appear right beside the ancient city. After all, his ability lets him penetrate anything, barrier included, and for a moment, he's absolutely right. The moment he touches the barrier, he slips through effortlessly, as if the barrier isn't even there. But Lin just smiles, because he's been waiting for this exact moment. As the demon lord pushes half his body into the city, he suddenly notices something is wrong. The barrier hardens in an instant, his once smooth phasing slows to a crawl, and the next second, he sees divine slaying thunder coming his way. The lightning hits him dead center and blasts him backward. Terrified, he noticed thunder carries the power of rule, and that alone almost killed him. Meanwhile, Lin decides that it still isn't enough. He remarks that they could use a little extra flavor, so he pulls out his domain godstone. Instantly, a violent killing aura erupts, staining even the tower, which turned dark. The murderous intent coils with arcs of lightning, lashing endlessly toward the demon army. The sky fills with screams, with countless demons begging their demon lords to save them. Several lords combine their strength to block the attack, but it's nowhere close to enough. That's when Shadow Demon Lord notes grimly that there is only one option left. The demon lord behind him hesitates and asks if there truly isn't another way, but he coldly answers that it's either act or die. With Lin in control of the ancient city, mercy is off the table. One by one, the remaining demon lords take a deep breath and commit. Shadow Demon Lord releases a chilling roar, the sound waves surging like a tidal wave. The blast even pierces the city's barrier, forcing the people inside to clutch their ears in agony. Meanwhile, black energy pours from his body, settling onto the surviving demons. It isolates them from the lightning, and for a brief moment, they feel the relief of narrowly escaping death. But the next second, he orders them to do it. The weaker demons who believed their lord just saved them barely have time to look confused before their bodies are pierced through. The demon lords begin slaughtering their own people. The poor demons died without even understanding why their lords turned on them in the first place. Inside the ancient city, the human professionals stare in shock, wondering why the demon army is suddenly tearing itself apart. Only Feng Yiming clenches his jaw, recognizing they are planning for a blood sacrifice. Lin watches the scene unfold, feeling this all too familiar, but he still can't understand why they would go this far. They already have multiple demon lords present. Even summoning a higher-level lord shouldn't break the city's defenses. Meanwhile, the blood of the fallen demons gathers in the sky, forming a thick, ominous pool, though it is still not enough. Shadow Demon Lord grits his teeth and remarks that now it's their turn. Without hesitation, he tears open his own chest, letting a torrent of blood spill out. The other demon lords follow suit. The blood mass above grows rapidly, surging with terrifying abyssal fire, and a suffocating aura expands across the air. Inside the city, people collapse one after another. Even those floating mid-air drop to the ground. Feng Yiming is one of the few still standing, but his face drains of color as he turns toward Lin and shouts a warning, saying the demon lords are using the blood sacrifice to summon the demon emperor. Behind him, the human professionals stare in disbelief, shocked to hear that the true master of the abyss, the demon emperor, was actually descending. Even as energy violently pours out of his body, the shadow demon lord breaks into crazed laughter and declares his welcome of the emperor. Meanwhile, the massive pool of blood twists and stretches, slowly shaping itself into a portal. From within, a single finger reaches out. It only taps lightly against the city's barrier, yet the shield shatters instantly, causing everyone watching in stunned horror. But almost instantly, the Thunder Tower rockets upward, reinforcing the barrier and meeting the Demon Emperor's finger head-on. For a moment, everyone is overwhelmed with relief, remarking to themselves that the tower actually stopped a strike from the Demon Emperor. Then, the sound of shattering glass echoes across the sky. Far beyond the ancient city, a colossal crack splits open. The impact between the tower and the Demon Emperor exceeds what the lower level can handle. Fortunately, the space begins to self-repair, and at the same time, the Demon Emperor's finger slowly gets pushed back toward the portal. It becomes clear that the demon's blood sacrifice could only summon a single strike from the Demon Emperor, nothing more. Just before the portal fully collapses, the demon lords are yanked into the shrinking portal one by one. Just moments later, the sky stitches itself back together, and the portal vanishes. Feng Yiming rushes towards Lin, still feeling the chill of near death. He notes with raw gratitude that they survived only because of him, and without him, the aftermath of this disaster would have been unimaginable. The battle at the ancient city finally ended, and meanwhile, the scene shifts straight into the abyss. Abyssal flames burn slowly, rolling and twisting, until several demon lords step out of the fire. Their condition looks noticeably better, which clearly tells everyone they've fully recovered. Shadow Demon Lord takes a step forward and remarks with some regret that they still failed to kill Lin. The Demon Emperor, however, shows no anger at all. Instead, he calmly notes that they had done well, and further adds how Lin was able to escape inside the ancient city, and even took control of the Thunder Tower, so it was no surprise they weren't able to kill Lin. At that, the Fire Spirit Demon Lord drops to one knee, slams his fist into the ground, and firmly states they will look for another chance and absolutely carry out the Emperor's command next time. The Demon Emperor casually waved a hand, told them to leave, and just like that, all of them bowed and left. After they're gone, the Demon Emperor rubs his chin with curiosity, clearly puzzled by how Lin, at only level 53, possibly uses divine slaying thunder. Just then, a sudden thought crosses his mind, and he asks himself whether Lin might have gotten the Thunder God's inheritance. Anyway, the scene quickly cuts back to Lin. Feng advises him to stay inside the ancient city for the next few days. With the Thunder Tower protecting him, no one would dare covet his primordial rune anymore. Lin nods and agrees, noting that without the ancient city's help this time, he wouldn't have survived at all. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Inside our boy's room, a burst of red light suddenly erupts, piercing through the windows and lighting up the entire ancient city. Almost immediately, the system informs him that he has obtained a new skill called Overcharge. The skill allows him to gather the strength of a chosen summoned creature, inherit all of its skills, and merge part of its attributes for 5 minutes, with a 1-hour cooldown. After carefully reading the description, Lin finds it hard to judge how strong the skill really is. Still, once he considers the idea of using the Skelly's abilities himself, he wastes no time and shoots into the sky, and can't wait to test it out himself. Watching him leave the ancient city, everyone quickly realizes that Lin has successfully completed the fusion of his primordial rune. Feng laments in amazement, commenting that at such a young age, Lin already possesses 2 primordial runes, perhaps being the only person ever to achieve such a thing. Lin flies far into the distance before finally spotting a small group of monsters ahead. He lands slowly as the monsters let out low growls. Meanwhile, being calm and unhurried, he summons several little skeletons and then brings out his scythe. Without hesitation, he activates Overcharge. A brilliant light flares around his body. In the next moment, the skeletons behind him begin to fade away. Strange markings appear across Lin's face, and all 4 of his basic attributes skyrocket to 200,000 each. Even Lin himself is stunned. Power floods through his body, and he notes that his current attributes are, without exaggeration, higher than those of a world-level boss of the same level. Right then, a monster suddenly lunges at him. The kitty cat turned out to be a level 70 world boss. Its stats aren't exactly outstanding, but still add up to nearly 2 million. Lin lifts his scythe and casually remarks that it's a bit weak, but perfect for testing. And just like that, he unleashes Skeletal Berserker's Rampage Annihilation. The scythe cuts through the boss as easily as butter, slicing its body clean in half. Lin himself can hardly believe it. During Overcharge, He has just instantly killed a level 70 boss in close combat. Furthermore, it's hard to imagine how terrifying his damage would become if he stacked it with the mighty soldier buff. The only downside, he notes, is that both skills still have durations that are far too short. Moving on to the second skill, Lin raises his scythe and activates Elemental Explosion. A deafening blast erupts instantly, and a massive crater is carved straight into the ground. But Lin isn't done yet. Meanwhile, he casually pulls a random bow from his storage space and uses the sharpshooter skill soul lock. Since the skill guarantees a hit, striking a distant monster isn't surprising at all. What actually surprised him was the sheer power behind the shot. The arrow pierces straight through one of the monster's bodies, and Lin can't help but smile. At that moment, he suddenly feels so much more connected to his skellies. Then all of a sudden, he had an even more exciting idea. Our boy realizes he might even be able to inherit the Lich General's skills. If it works the way he's hoping, then not only can he apply powerful buff abilities, but he could also cure corpse poison altogether. The idea alone sends a surge of excitement through him. He leaps into the air, convinced this might actually work. He reflects that the potential of this skill is probably far greater than anything he's imagined so far. In fact, he firmly believes it has a much higher ceiling. Anyway, to keep digging deeper into its limits, he decides to pay another visit to the secret realm. Debris from the shattered fortress still litters the area around the entrance. Lin takes a deep breath and slowly steps inside. Once inside, towering mountains stretch endlessly before his eyes. Without hesitation, he lifts off into the air, searching for whatever secret the dragon was trying to hide here. Before long, he spots a small fortress in the distance and descends carefully. The moment his feet touch the ground, the entire fortress begins to shake violently. Suddenly, a massive formation appears in the sky, and he instantly senses danger and hurriedly summons all of his skeletons. Moments later, a violent explosion sends Lin and the skeletons flying far away. The force is so overwhelming that even his skeletal armor can't withstand it. Lin immediately realizes he had let his guard down and admits he hadn't expected the dragon to hide a self-destruct formation here. Without wasting a second, he takes to the air again, knowing too well the formation has to be destroyed first. But just then, the nearby pond begins to bubble violently. In the next instant, a gigantic serpent bursts out and lunges straight at him. Our boy activates detection spell and reveals it to be a level 80 iron scale python. Lin dodges the attack with ease, but he's heard of this creature before. It's said to be a monster native to the dragon world, but he was surprised to see the dragons manage to tame one of them. Furthermore, an iron scale python of this level would be incredibly rare, and clearly this secret realm is far more dangerous and far more interesting than he originally thought. After missing his strike, the giant python slips back into the water. Lin looks down again, and only then notices countless dark shadows moving beneath the surface. Clearly, there's more than just one monster lurking below. Still, this only confirms his suspicion. The secret the dragon is hiding is definitely in this water. That said, before dealing with that, he knows he has to destroy the formation first. Lin immediately activates Overcharge and dashes toward a massive crystal. He swings his scythe down hard, slicing it cleanly in half in an instant. Unfortunately, there are far too many crystals. Working alone is simply too slow, so he quickly orders the little skeletons to join in. Before long, every crystal floating in the air is completely shattered. Just as he finishes, Lin catches sight of something out of the corner of his eye. A crack is appearing in the sky. It looks exactly the same as the one created earlier by the Demon Emperor. Before he can react further, a hand suddenly reaches out from the crack. In the next scene, two figures step through. Once Lin sees their faces, he finally relaxes a bit and remarks that they have finally shown up. Meanwhile, the iron scale python slithers over to the two dragons, flicking its tongue and pressing close to the dragon commander with a clearly aggrieved look. The commander reaches out and gently strokes the python's jaw, making it even more affectionate. At that point, the other dragon steps forward and speaks up. He first confirms that the person standing before them is indeed Lin. Then he introduces himself, stating that he is an ancestral bloodline-awakened dragon warrior, and his name is Tatar, level 80. Shortly after, the dragon commander who had run away from our boy earlier also introduces himself as Tashel, a dragon ancestral bloodline-awakened knight level 75. Lin merely smirked and asked why a defeated foe would have the audacity to appear before him again. Tashel shrugs it off and says losing once is no big deal, adding that killing their way back is what matters. He admits that even their formation failed to kill Lin, which only proves how strong Lin really is. Still, he remarks that he and his brother enjoy nothing more than slaughtering prodigies, especially human prodigies. Tatar then joins in the conversation and goes as far as saying he'll turn Lin's head into an accessory and wear it on his chest at all times, a constant reminder of his own strength. With that, he draws his sword, and his aura erupts outward. At the same time, the iron-scale python coils around him, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Tatar steps onto the python's head. The weapon in his hand begins to glow as he calmly announces that, out of respect for Lin, he will kill him using his strongest power. Immediately after, Tatar activates his ancestral awakening skill. His body and the python beneath his feet begin to transform at the same time. A massive dragon phantom rises into the air. Lin's expression finally changes as he realizes Tatar's ancestral power is completely different from Tashal's. Furthermore, compared to dragons like Antares, this dragon phantom doesn't resemble a typical dragon in this world at all. Instead, it looks strikingly similar to the Eastern divine dragons Lin remembers from Earth. He quickly tries to piece everything together, from the primordial runes to the dragon's ancestral bloodlines, and can't help but wonder whether this world has some hidden connection to Earth after all. Tatar, however, mistakes Lin's shock for fear. He bursts into laughter and asks whether Lin has been scared senseless. He proudly declares that the phantom is their dragon's ancestor, and remarks that one day he too will fully return to his origins and transform into a true divine dragon. Tatar lets out a thunderous roar and charges straight at Lin, swinging his weapon as hard as he can. Lin snaps out of his thoughts and meets the attack head-on. His scythe crashes into Tatar's weapon, yet Lin feels no pressure at all. It quickly becomes clear that in his overcharged state, he can fully handle an enemy of this level. Tatar bursts into wild laughter, calls our boy a human brat, and declares that he is as good as dead. Tashal isn't late to the fight either. He moves in and tells his brother that he's joining the battle. However, Tatar immediately stops him, stating that he will kill Lin alone. With that, Tatar swings again. This time, the force sends Lin sliding backward through the air. Lin instantly counters by using skeletal prison. Several bone shackles shoot out in an instant, rushing toward Tatar from all directions. Tatar merely lets out a smug smirk. He remarks that a few bones are nowhere near enough to trap him. Then he slowly raises one hand, revealing his own primordial rune, all the while announcing that he has one too. Lin was genuinely surprised when he sees Tatar wielding a primordial rune as well, but after thinking it over, it made perfect sense. There are only 9 of these runes in total, and demons and dragons can obtain them too. Since the guy managed to claim one, Lin notes that this is clearly not someone to underestimate. Tatar's chest erupts with red light, and before the skeletal prison can even reach him, they shatter on the spot. Turns out, the ability he gained from the primordial rune grants him a 10-fold boost to size and a 10-fold increase in attack power, and he openly asks what Lin thinks he can possibly fight him with. Our boy, however, decides to test him out first. He tells his skeletons to charge, and meanwhile the Lich General stacks all kinds of buffs and aura rings onto them. In an instant, the skellies swarm up to Tatar, raise their axes, and hack into him one after another. Blood sprays everywhere, and Tatar lets out a painful roar. Combined with the various aura rings clinging to the skeletons, it's more than enough to make him suffer badly. Tatar feels both furious and confused, wondering where all these lightning and poison things even came from. But that's all Lin needs to know. Turns out the ability wasn't as strong as he had initially expected. Clearly, size doesn't really matter when defense remains the same. From that angle, Lin remarks that this primordial rune ability is actually pretty mediocre. Tatar struggles to shake the skeletons off, angrily calling them nothing but disgusting piles of bones. He swings his weapon and meets an axe head-on in midair. The poor skelly is sent flying. He keeps telling himself it's impossible, unable to understand how, with such overwhelming strength, he can't even kill a single skeleton. On the other side, Lin is already casting Soul Flame, calmly noting that so-called ancestral bloodlines aren't that impressive after all. Before Tatar can react, searing pain tears through his soul, a sensation he's never experienced in his life. The next second, his body loses control and plummets from the sky. He hurriedly yells toward Tashal, asking why he's still standing there and telling him to hurry up and help, totally forgetting he was the one telling Tashal not to interfere in the first place. Tashal hesitates. He figures that if Tatar isn't Lin's match, adding himself won't change anything, especially since he's personally witnessed Lin's strength. Still, he can't just do nothing. He spreads his wings, rushes over, grabs Tatar, and tells him not to confront Lin head-on, and they need to break out first. Lin, however, has no intention of letting them go. He says that they already escaped once, and now they still want to flee right under his nose. As he finishes that thought, he takes out a drop of the poison god's essence blood. Before the two can even realize what's coming, a massive creature covered in lightning and poisonous mist suddenly appears before them. They instinctively wonder what that thing is, and in the next moment, the thunder beast opens its jaws and unleashes a violent surge of energy. Tatar instantly realizes that if they're touched by that poisonous mist, they're dead for sure. At the critical moment, he pulls out the Dragon Emperor talisman and crushes it without hesitation. The talisman transforms into a protective barrier, shielding the two of them and cutting off the green mist outside. Right after that, a vortex opens behind them. A giant hand reaches out, grabs both of them, and retracts back through the portal. Everything happens in the blink of an eye, and Lin can only watch as they manage to escape yet again. But Lin clearly isn't about to let things end that easily. Then his pupils suddenly shrink. Right in front of him, a massive eye appears, cold and ancient, glaring straight down at him. Our boy instantly knows he's seriously messed up, and for once that calm expression finally cracks. He tries to retreat, but a giant hand is already reaching for him. The pressure coming with it is something he's never felt before. Realizing it's an attack from the Dragon Emperor himself, he turns and bolts in the opposite direction, yet the hand keeps chasing him all the same. At that point, he notes there's no real escape. His options are painfully limited. Either teleport back to the ancient city, use the Abyss teleport stone, or use the Dragon Pearl to flee. In that split second, instead of panicking, he strangely calms down. He takes a deep breath, turns around, and pulls out the divine law crystal left behind by the Thunder God. He remarks inwardly that legendary material infused with the law of lightning should be even more effective than the poison god's essence blood. Gambling on that thought, he hurls it straight at the massive dragon claw. Golden light explodes instantly, followed by violently surging energy. The divine crystal shatters on the spot, and an even more terrifying force erupts right after, actually forcing the dragon claw back. Feeling pain shoot through his hand, the Dragon Emperor realizes this is the power of the lightning laws. For a moment, even he finds it hard to believe that this kid is carrying something at this level. The two forces clash head-on, and since Lin isn't far away, he can clearly sense everything. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor also realizes one thing very clearly. This kid cannot be allowed to live. Smoke rises from his hand, but he ignores the pain and presses down again, determined to erase Lin right here and now. By this point, most people would be thinking about getting the hell out of there, but not our boy. Lin calls forth his skeletal army and orders them to stall for time. One skeleton after another charges forward, but in the face of absolute power, damage transfer and lifelink effects are completely useless. System notifications keep popping up, informing that his skeletons have been destroyed. In just an instant, his entire army is nearly annihilated. Even so, it doesn't buy him nearly enough time. Logically speaking, that vortex should recover any second now, just like when the Demon Emperor invaded before. With no other choice, Lin makes one last desperate move and sends the Thunder Beast charging forward. Toxic mist surges out, barely forcing the Dragon Claw to stall for a brief moment. That scene is unexpected even for the Dragon Emperor, who didn't anticipate that Lin could still wield poison of this level. But time is suddenly running out. The vortex is about to close, and even though the Dragon Emperor wants to do more, it's already too late. Plot armor is going hard on this one. Our boy crashes to the ground in a miserable heap, gasping for air non-stop. He notes that he finally managed to hold on. Without the ancient tower, trying to resist someone like that would have been outright impossible anyway. Now, down more than 2/3 of his skeletons, the loss is brutal. Even so, Lin tells himself this wasn't meaningless. He personally experienced a clash between law-level powers, and in his view, that kind of first-hand lesson is incredibly rare. Slowly getting back on his feet, he remarks that it won't take long before he can face the Dragon Emperor or the Demon Emperor head-on without relying on external items. That aside, he finally has time to look around. After checking his surroundings, he finds out the little pond from earlier is actually called the Lake of Derivation, a body of water formed by the convergence of mysterious derivative creatures. It has the ability to clone living beings through blood and flesh. Lin pauses, then reflects that the native life in this secret realm might actually be these so-called derivative creatures. At some point, the dragons must have discovered this place, uncovered the secret, and eventually turned it into a mass-production hatchery for dragon puppets. After thinking it through, Lin comes up with a crazy idea. He pulls out a small knife, cuts his palm, and lets his blood drip into the lake. Almost instantly, bubbles rise to the surface. Then something seems to leap out from within. To his surprise, he actually manages to create a copy of himself using his own blood. But just as quickly, the clone collapses, bursting apart and dissolving back into water. Lin can't figure out why. If the lake can replicate level 70 Dragon War generals, then copying a level 53 version of himself shouldn't be impossible. Anyway, he knows he can't take this entire secret realm with him, so he decides to collect some samples and bring them back. Maybe his teachers can figure it out, or perhaps Antares might know something. The scene then shifts to the dragon side. Inside the Dragon Emperor's palace, a white-haired man in long robes stands with faint smoke still rising from his hand. He doesn't seem too bothered by it, instead remarking that he never expected that kid to possess something tied to the law of lightning. That thought immediately clicks with the recent death of a god, and it's not hard to guess it's the thunder god. Even more obvious, the human kid inherited what was left behind. The two dragon brothers kneel silently before him. The Dragon Emperor looks down at them and tells them that next time they encounter Lin, they are to use the talisman immediately. He intends to personally capture Lin and interrogate him about his little secrets. The brothers quickly respond, saying they won't fail again. The view cuts back to Lin. He appears in front of Antares, takes out the dragon pearl, and says the item Antares wanted has been retrieved. Antares opens his massive jaws and swallows it in one bite. Lin wastes no time noting that the trial is complete, and now it's Antares' turn to honor his promise. Antares exhales, says he understands, and mentions he'll provide Lin with some rare materials later. Lin, however, says he doesn't actually want those materials. Instead, he has a few questions. Antares chuckles, calling Lin a little cheeky bastard, but doesn't refuse, saying that anything he can answer, he will. Lin takes out the lake sample and asks why the dragon can replicate large numbers of Dragon War generals, yet he can't clone a version of himself. The answer turns out to be very simple. The blood of derivative creatures can only clone beings below level 70 and only low-tier races. Lin clearly doesn't understand what low-tier races even means. Sounds kinda racist. Though shocked, he doesn't press further. He looks at the sample, mutters to himself that now it makes sense, and moves on. He then asks about the ancient city and the ancient towers past. Antares smiles without the slightest embarrassment and notes that the ancient city's history is even older than he is, so he doesn't know its origins. Lin flashes a smug grin and remarks with obvious mockery that it turns out there really are things Antares doesn't know. Antares instantly bristles, hurriedly saying those cases are extremely rare, and tells Lin to ask something else. He's confident he can answer it. Watching Antares' reaction, Lin knows he's taken the bait. In the next moment, Lin pulls out the corpse of the poison god and seriously asks what he can do with it, and furthermore, what exactly are gods? Antares falls silent for a long moment, clearly surprised that Lin obtained the corpse. After that pause, he finally reveals the truth, revealing that the so-called gods are simply the ultimate manifestation of elements. Put another way, they are laws themselves. Antares starts by explaining that a god is essentially the ultimate manifestation of elements. Put another way, they are laws themselves. He further explained that gods rarely leave behind corpses at all, since they're favored by heaven and earth, made entirely of concentrations of elemental power. Even just a tiny part of a god's body would already count as an absurd stroke of luck, and not to mention, he has never even heard of anyone obtaining a complete god's corpse. Our boy says it was mostly just luck, but he tells Antares he's far more curious about what the thing is actually good for. Antares gives him a look like he's staring at an idiot, and straight up tells him he's a fool. The reason their corpses are so valuable, he explains, is that they contain laws, and by studying and comprehending those laws, divine-level professionals can rapidly improve their strength. Lin hadn't known any of this before, but now it clicks, and he finally understands why his teachers were so surprised when they saw the severed finger back then. Anyway, that's all Antares feels like explaining. He flicks his tail, notes that he's going to sleep. However, he tells our boy there's still a dragon pearl inside the Dragon King Palace dungeon. When Lin brings it back, that will count as a new round of deals. The next second, a burst of hot breath sends Lin flying straight into the air, and the last thing he hears is Antares telling him that when the time comes, he'll explain the secret to becoming a supreme divine. The scene shifts, and Lin is already back at Xiajing Academy. The first thing on his mind is finding his teachers. As soon as he reaches the small courtyard, White Divine rushes over in excitement. It turns out he's been staying in the Hall of Heroic Spirits this entire time, worried Lin might run into serious trouble, and he had just sensed Lin's return moments ago. After a thorough inspection from head to toe, Lin sits down and tells the two of them everything that happened in the lower level. When they hear that both the Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor had gone after him, the two old pals are visibly shaken. White Divine remarks that Lin still managed to slip away under those circumstances, and figures those two bastards are probably furious right about now. Lin then pulls out several divine law crystals and asks whether this would be any help to them. Staring at the crystals crackling with lightning on the stone table, both of them gulped nervously. After all, even across the entire human race, White Divine reveals that only the old man possesses a single wind element law crystal. Mung Anwen notes that to them, these crystals are even more valuable than the god's corpse itself. That's good news for Lin. He hands the crystals over without hesitation and adds that one of them should be passed on to old Yan. Mung Anwen smiles and says that the old fellow will definitely be thrilled once he finds out, while White Divine pouts a little. Meanwhile, the Divine Tower suddenly materializes in the courtyard. Lin freezes for a moment before White Divine tells him to come along. Lin instinctively asks where they're going, and White Divine cracks his wrist, noting that while the two of them can't help much with the Abyss or the Dragon right now, they still hold some sway when it comes to human affairs. And in the next second, the two are teleported away. In the next scene, they appear high above a dojo. Almost immediately, White Divine's thunderous voice echoes across the sky, telling the Black Dragon Society to show themselves. Inside the dojo, people instinctively look up. Many recognize the voice immediately, saying it belongs to White Divine. But no one understands why someone of his status would suddenly show up at their dojo. Almost instantly, several professionals rise into the air. At the front stands a middle-aged man who remains calm and composed. He politely says that White Divine's arrival caught them unprepared, though he didn't sound very welcoming either. Lin scans the group and notes that quite a few of them are divine level. White Divine has no interest in small talk. He tells them to step aside, remarks that this has nothing to do with them, and makes it clear he's only here to demand an explanation from the Black Dragon Society. The man visibly relaxes, but still asks what the Black Dragon Society could have done to provoke Lord White Divine's anger. White Divine calmly notes that they colluded with Abyss demons and attempted to assassinate human prodigies in the lower level, then casually asks whether that sounds like something worth settling over. The crowd shudders, hearing the accusation, and eventually decides to move aside. The two descend into the dojo, and a magic array activates, sealing the entire area. It's obviously a trap, which makes it clear the other side came prepared. White Divine doesn't panic. He merely tells Yinri to come out and asks whether he dares to act but not admit it. An old man with a cane walks out slowly, letting out a low chuckle. He says that the moment his son sent back news from the lower level before dying, he already knew this day would come. This man is Yinri, a level 93 divine level onmyoji. The moment he sees Lin, killing intent erupts. He asks whether Lin is the one who killed his son and even erased his soul, leaving no chance of resurrection. Raising his staff, Yinri notes that while he may not be able to kill White Divine, he will make sure our boy stays behind today. Countless talismans appear in the air and rapidly form two massive creatures. What shocks everyone is that they aren't Shikigami at all. They're two demon kings. At that point, there's no need for further proof. This is outright collusion with the Abyss. Even White Divine is slightly surprised that the Abyss would directly hand over two freshly dead demon lords for Yinri to refine into summons. Meanwhile, flames ignite around White Divine's fists. Yinri has no idea just how badly he's messed up, and even claims he'll send both of them on their way. White Divine immediately charges the two demon lords and tells Lin to watch himself. Lin, meanwhile, realizes that onmyoji are summoner-type professionals just like him. Without summons, their actual bodies are notoriously weak. Even if Yinri is divine level, Lin figures he might actually be able to take him down. With that thought, he charges straight at the old fart. Yinri praises Lin, saying that, as the youngest divine general of the human race, his potential is certainly impressive. He then adds that he'll refine Lin into a Shikigami as well, which he believes to be the best way to comfort his son's spirit. Yinri activates a soul-binding curse, a control-type skill that shoots toward Lin. The moment it touches him, status immunity triggers, and the spell instantly collapses. Yinri clearly didn't expect that, and demands to know how Lin managed to do that. Lin doesn't slow down at all, realizing the old fart just used a soul-type attack. Unfortunately for him, Lin knows that trick too, and does it better. Soul flames flicker in his palm, and the next second they slam straight into Yinri's head. A scream follows. Though badly shaken, Yinri quickly activates another skill. Chains of fate erupt from talismans, shooting toward the professionals inside the dojo. In the next moment, the bystanders are completely bound. They panic, asking the guildmaster what he's doing, but quickly realize they were locked in place, and even worse, their power is rapidly draining away. Energy surges along the talismans and pours straight into Yinri's body. He throws his head back and laughs, greedily draining the strength and life force of his own people. A skelly rushes forward and hacks at the talismans with everything it has, but the chains don't even budge. In no time, several weaker professionals are completely drained, their bodies shriveling into dry husks. Yinri's expression turns cold. He tells Lin there's no way he's breaking the chains of fate, then declares that he'll tear apart every one of Lin's summons, torture him thoroughly, and finally refine him into a Shikigami. At that point, Lin realizes he really did underestimate a divine level. With his current methods, fighting someone like that is still pushing it. Even so, he doesn't back down. First, he summons the Lich General. Then he buffs the little skellies, layering different aura rings on top of them. Lightning crackles among the effects. Yinri laughs when he sees it and asks whether Lin really dares to play with lightning in front of him. Immediately after, he summons another Shikigami. A massive lightning spirit appears behind him, stretches out a hand, and sends towering bolts crashing down toward both the skellies and Lin. Meanwhile, the lightning doesn't even tickle him. Yinri freezes again, clearly unable to understand how this keeps happening. At the same time, White Divine finishes off the two demon lords. He clenches his fist and smashes it straight into the lightning Shikigami, then turns to Lin and asks whether he's had enough fun yet. He reminds him a bit sternly that he already said he'd handle the Shikigami. Lin rubs his head, looks slightly embarrassed, and notes that he gets it now. Right after that, Lin activates both Mighty Soldiers and Overcharge at the same time. He raises his scythe and slashes at the talismans again. This time, under Yinri's stunned gaze, the chains of fate shatter. Yinri instantly realizes that Lin's attack power has surged by at least 10 times. If he could break the chains, then that means Lin can actually hurt him as well. Still, he refuses to believe that a mere level 53 kid could threaten a divine level. With a furious roar, a formation appears beneath his feet as he activates Shikigami Fusion. Energy begins to gather in the sky, beams converging above his head as something massive starts to take shape. Like a classic villain, he keeps rambling, saying that once the summoning is complete, both of them will be as good as dead. White Divine's expression turns serious. He notes that the strongest Onmyoji can supposedly summon legendary Shikigami, and he didn't expect Yinri to have reached that level already. Suddenly, a massive eyeball forms in the air. The chilling aura it releases makes Lin deeply uncomfortable. Without hesitation, he pulls out a drop of the poison god's essence blood. We don't even know how much of this stuff he has left. Either way, he fuses the essence into the big boy and orders it to destroy the ritual. White Divine is completely stunned by the sudden move. He immediately flies upward and complains that the little brat didn't warn him first, since even he doesn't want to get anywhere near that kind of poison. The summon quickly absorbs the essence blood. Empowered by the divine poison, it unleashes a devastating blast straight at Yinri. Feeling the terrifying energy, he opens his mouth in disbelief and asks what that even is. He tries to block it, then desperately raises both hands, but it's useless. The instant the poison touches him, his hands start to melt, turning into dry bone in seconds. He can't comprehend what kind of toxin could corrode a divine level's body this fast, but he never gets the answer. In the blink of an eye, his entire body is eaten away, collapsing into a pile of bones on the ground. White Divine feels a chill run through him and remarks that the poison is horrifying. Even if the opponent was a summoner with a relatively weak body, he never expected Lin to actually pull it off. Soon after, the dojo's barrier fades away. The remaining professionals flee at once, retreating behind White Divine, looking horrified. White Divine glances at them, including the middle-aged man says nothing and leaves with Lin. The rest can only stand there in silence, staring at the dojo below, now completely shrouded in toxic mist.